Chapter 1, Achievement Unlocked. Midas Touch. Congratulations. You have successfully seen all the endings of the available faiths. Isaac smiled at the pleasant notification sound. As he achieved the ending of the golden idol, Isaac saw the world around him, including the people, turning into treasures of gold and silver. It was the result of him manifesting in the world as an agent of the golden idol. Though unsure what would become of the world now, Isaac had seen the ending, and the aftermath was not his concern. This was the 8th time he had seen the ending of the notoriously difficult game, Nameless Chaos. The game, created by unknown software, was known for its insane difficulty and user-unfriendly gameplay. However, it also had a fanatical user base due to its unparalleled freedom, open-world universe, and intricate details. Soon darkness fell, and 8 characters appeared. Humans, orcs, elves, giants. These were the characters Isaac had created and played until now. Isaac muttered with a hint of regret, it seems I've milked this game for all it's worth. Maybe there's nothing left to do? In Nameless Chaos, players choose from 8 different faiths and races to accomplish the objectives set by their gods. The interactions and storylines varied greatly with each choice, offering an immersive experience that was hard to tire of. But having seen all the faith endings meant he had nearly exhausted all the content. As he hesitated to quit the game, an unfamiliar message appeared before Isaac. To commemorate the world's first achievement, a new faith is now available. Hidden Faith. You can now choose the Nameless Chaos. A 9th faith selection, which he had never seen before, appeared on the character creation screen. It featured a bizarre tentacle symbol with flashing red eyes. Isaac was taken aback by the name Nameless Chaos. A monster faith? The major faiths in Nameless Chaos were known as the 9 faiths. However, only 8 were playable. The 9th faith was not an option. The 9th faith, Nameless Chaos, was a monstrous faith, worshipped by mindless tentacle monsters, maggot swarms, and writhing flesh. As a result, it was universally regarded as an enemy in the intertwined relations of the gods. A real hidden faith? Isaac searched online for any information about the Nameless Chaos, but found no mention on any strategy sites, wikis, or forums. Though there were discussions about it being a mere Easter egg, nothing substantial was found. Not surprising. Nameless Chaos was a world of despair, notorious for its impossible difficulty and permanent character deletion upon death. That Isaac cleared all faiths was an anomaly. Come to think of it, it said it's a first-time achievement. No wonder there's no information. He immediately started creating a character. Let's see, how can I create an interesting character? Having gained a unique faith, Isaac decided to fully embrace its concept. Nameless Chaos was a game of diverse professions and races, but faith was the core element. To bring out the concept of a special faith, a priest class would be ideal, but Isaac was tired of the priest endings. What about a paladin? The idea seemed fitting. If Nameless Chaos embodies its concept, it would be shunned by all other faiths. Unlike priests who lack survival skills, paladins, also called holy bugs, could survive tenaciously. Anyway, I can change professions anytime during the game. Let's aim for the paladin ending. Race, human. As Isaac rolled the character creation dice, a beautiful figure with gray hair and ashen eyes appeared. Although the game allowed high flexibility in character appearance, Isaac didn't prefer the so-called veteran fashion of bizarre looks. A character should have a certain charm after all. Fortunately, most random character appearances were beautiful. But Isaac didn't stop there. He meticulously set the character's appearance. It might seem meaningless, but he believed that the more effort put into a character, the more attachment one feels. After finishing character creation, the attribute allocation window appeared. Isaac examined the stat window divided into strength, agility, vitality, intelligence, and faith. For a paladin, focusing on vitality and faith was ideal. However, Isaac, without much thought, filled up faith, excluding only the minimum stats necessary for initial equipment. If it's a special faith, I should enjoy its concept. Being a seasoned player, Isaac wasn't worried about dying in the early stages. Once grown, the paladin's strong defense would ensure survival. A priest-like paladin was what Isaac envisioned. Then, the last choice appeared. The Nameless Chaos watches over you. The Nameless Chaos wishes to grant you a power. Choose one of the following. The intestines of a dead god. Absorb a portion of the abilities and traits of your devoured foes. The sheep's cries in the night. Open a portal to another world to summon followers. Beneath the skin, devour the insides of your opponent and use their skin as your outer layer. The choices were bizarre. However, Isaac was more surprised by the power of these abilities than their strangeness. Any other faith would have required significant achievements to unlock such high-level powers. To offer such powers right from the start? While other faiths also granted decent abilities at the start, these powers were outright cheat level. However, Isaac also thought inversely. Nameless Chaos was not a game that gave without taking. If it offered a great gift, there was sure to be a catch. After some thought, Isaac chose the first power, the intestines of a dead god. Although the exact nature of devouring was unclear, the ability to absorb the opponent's stats and traits was a potent advantage. Traits were more crucial than stats. Some traits couldn't be learned even if desired. Even a slim chance to acquire those traits was worth it. As Isaac made his final choice, his vision started to turn white. The real game was about to begin. And soon, his head felt dizzy. The nameless chaos watches over you. The first thing Isaac saw was a shimmering blue eye. It was a beautiful eye. The problem was that it wasn't just one or two eyes. There seemed to be over 1,000, surrounded by red flesh, writhing muscles, and pulsating veins. It was a bizarre vision Isaac had never seen in his previous 8 playthroughs. He felt like fainting but couldn't close his eyes or look away. Eventually, Isaac had no choice but to engage in a staring contest with thousands of eyes. It wasn't an advantageous situation. Link. Despite the odds, it was the 1,000 eyes that blinked first. However, Isaac didn't feel victorious. Although one wouldn't normally hear a sound when eyes blink, it's different with thousands. With the nameless chaos sees through such fakes, an incomprehensible sound reached his ears, like a mechanical whisper right next to him, and guides you to a world truly fitting for you. Isaac felt the message. The designation was oddly familiar. As he tried to remember what it was, another voice called out, "Get up and grab your sword, Isaac." Crack! The mass of eyes and flesh that filled his view vanished in an instant, replaced by the sight of a burning village. Isaac quickly felt dizzy from the acrid smoke and the smell of blood. Bang! Rumble. The darkness of night strangely rippled. A massive stone tower collapsed with a loud crash. Houses were burning. Silent, skeletal figures swarmed among the flames. Isaac! A scream-like shout echoed from somewhere. Isaac turned his head. A middle-aged man, struggling with 3 skeletal soldiers using a broken sword, was in view. Isaac then realized the man's cries were directed at him, that he was Isaac. Sitting down, Isaac realized he was holding a sword and tried to stand to hand it to the man. But before he could fully rise, the rusted blades of the skeletal soldiers pierced the man. Gug! Isaac couldn't stand either. His head spun. Touching his forehead, he felt his hand wet with blood. In a dizzying state, Isaac recalled the memory of building debris rushing towards him. He thought he was going to die, but somehow he was alive. What's this? Building debris? That wasn't his memory. Wasn't he playing a game? Isaac tried to recall, feeling disoriented. Those memories weren't of Isaac, but of someone else. Memories of Isaac, not the player, but the character. Isaac's head began to spin with the onslaught of a 14-year-old's memories. The excruciating pain, burning smell, slimy touch of blood, and above all, memories that shouldn't belong to him. Isaac finally saw his reflection in a broken window. Gray hair, lifeless ashen eyes, a frail figure looking no older than a young teenager. It was precisely how the character Isaac would have looked as a child before entering the game. Then, a strange window appeared before him. Isaac EX plus shock, exhaustion race. Human Nephilim job, child F abilities, the intestines of a dead god, touch of chaos. What? Even in his dizzy state, Isaac sensed what it meant. Isaac was the name he had given his character. But Nephilim? Isaac had never chosen the Nephilim race. In the game, Nephilim meant a hybrid of angels and humans, blessed with beautiful appearances and innately high faith abilities, but cursed with frail bodies due to the cursed blood trait. I've heard it's a race awarded at an extremely low chance during character creation. But why now? Isaac thought back to his character creation process. He haphazardly increased faith, meticulously sculpted the appearance, and chose the faith with the worst relations with the gods. All these variables might have led to being awarded the Nephilim race. Realizing this, Isaac understood. He had truly entered the world of nameless chaos, and now he had to live as the character he created, Isaac. Sage! A sharp sound of air escaping came from somewhere. The skeletal soldiers that killed the middle-aged monk were approaching Isaac. Isaac started to run away hastily. He thought about resisting with the sword, but fighting was impossible in his weakened state. However, he soon started to run out of breath. It was the worst physical condition characteristic of Nephilims. Although supposedly charismatic, Isaac doubted that charm would work on the undead. Suppressing his urge to vomit, Isaac moved as stealthily as possible, avoiding the skeletal soldier's gaze. Walking, he recalled the promotional catch-phrase of nameless chaos. This is a world dominated by giants and gods. You will die here worthless and meaningless. Chapter 2. The man with black hair gazed expressionlessly at the burning village. The white holy armor engraved with the Codex of Light indicated he was a high-ranking paladin, but his expression remained unchanged even as the village burned and civilians were massacred around him. Instead, he spoke coldly. There's an escape route to the east. Women and children are probably fleeing there. Send the soldiers that way. At this, the Death Knight playing the violin beside him paused, changing his tone. As the sound of the violin pierced through the noise of the fire, some of the skeletal soldiers started moving eastward. The Death Knight, while playing, said, Why didn't you mention this earlier? There are over 10 escape routes in this village that I know of. To be sure, we need to move without them knowing. We have to observe the situation as well. The Death Knight seemed skeptical of the man, but Calson Miller, the commander of the militia Paladin order guarding the front line of the White Empire, did not even glance at the Death Knight. Calson Miller, among the paladins of the White Empire, he was so powerful that he was known as the Saint of Swords. It was expected that he would ascend to the ranks of angels after death, and there were even rumors that he might reach the hierarchy of the named angels bestowed by the gods, but he chose to betray. When he revealed his true colors, not only his fellow knights, but even the immortal order that had agreed to accept him were in disbelief. Then, Calson proved his faith by sacrificing all his knights. Not satisfied with that, he received a special mission from the Black Empire and came here. All the vessels that could become seeds of calamity are now gone, murmured the Death Knight. The village they attacked was one of the secretly hidden places within the White Empire. Just revealing its existence would have been considered an act of betrayal, yet it was exposed by Calson. However, neither Calson nor the higher-ups of the order knew why this place was so secretly guarded. Whether to protect or destroy, it was just carried out under the mysterious orders of the gods. The east side is done. How about we take a look around personally? Asked the Death Knight, provocatively to Calson. Thanks to Calson, the village towers and defense walls were all neutralized. But during the betrayal, Calson had never directly swung his sword at anyone. He had tricked his knights into being captured, or had the skeleton soldiers kill them, and in attacking the village, he had only brought down walls and towers. The Death Knight's words were a question of whether it was time for Calson to start getting his hands dirty. Calson, expressionless, stared at the burning village and then moved his horse. The trained warhorse walked into the ruins, unfazed by the flames. Huff-ha! Isaac was running desperately. Skeleton soldiers were everywhere. They seemed to increase as time passed. This is crazier than any difficult game despite the chaos, that's what Isaac thought. His survival was a result of coincidence and luck. Even if he hadn't been a fragile Nephilim, the situation would have been hard to escape. Moreover, unlike the game where you don't get tired or dizzy until your HP runs out in this world, which wasn't a game, even walking became difficult for Isaac. Then, Isaac noticed something odd about the skeleton soldiers' movements. Instead of attacking him, they were herding him into a corner. Soon, Isaac found himself trapped at a broken wall corner, and among the skeleton soldiers, someone appeared. Isaac felt his breath stop at the sight. Calson Miller, one of the 8 great warriors of the continent, the spearhead of the White Empire, and known as the Saint of Swords and Skull Crusher. Today, he would become known as the worst betrayer in the last 100 years, the commander of the militia Paladin order, Calson Miller, standing right before Isaac. In the nameless chaos universe, depending on the faction, he was a final boss-level existence. Skeleton soldiers are tough enough, but him? Isaac felt despair. But then he realized what moment this was. It was the very moment of betrayer Calson Miller falling into corruption in nameless chaos. Despite the Death Knight with the blue-eyed, giant armored figure and violin by his side, Calson's presence was overwhelming. Isaac felt as if the world was converging on him at the sight of Calson. I can't escape. The atmosphere described in the game was exact. Characters in the game felt their mental strength wane and felt queasy just by confronting Calson. He was that strong. An entity, capturing Isaac with his presence. Then from the Death Knight's side, a clear voice was heard. It wasn't from the mouth, but the air vibrating. What's the harm in a child? Taking him and turning him into another betrayer seems fine. He's young enough to be taught our ways. But Calson simply drew his sword, looking at Isaac. Wait, Calson, didn't you hear me? He's just a kid. No need to kill. I came here to kill that one. Calson muttered as if sensing something instinctively. This might be the most important moment in his plan. Slaughtering believers and betraying comrades was nothing. Killing this child in front of him was more important. Calson intended to fulfill this mission faithfully. He strode past the Death Knight towards Isaac. Isaac could see Calson's eyes as he approached. There was no emotion or doubt in them, and in Calson's motion as he swung his sword, there was not a hint of hesitation. Isaac reflexively pulled back, but the blade cut across his chest. Blood spurted from the wound. I'm dying. Isaac felt an empty loneliness. In this world, he was utterly alone. There were no family, friends, or acquaintances to remember him. There wasn't even a religion to explain the afterlife. He had never followed a religion as Isaac, and even in this world where gods existed, he did not believe in them. But as his final moments approached, Isaac realized what loneliness was. Only there was someone to stay by his side. The nameless chaos watches over you. Then his chest exploded. With the blood, a mass of giant tentacles burst out, as if a balloon had been cut. The massive tentacles engulfed everything, starting with Calson in front of them. Calson reflexively lifted his sword, but by then, his body was being chewed and torn into pieces. Even as his skull was crushed between massive jaws, he couldn't comprehend what was happening. The Death Knight realized something was wrong and let out a dumbfounded sound, but it was too late. The massive tentacles didn't stop with Coulson, but swept through the surrounding skeleton soldiers. The soldiers crumbled and dispersed like grains of sand in a wave. As the Death Knight turned his horse, a red tentacle swept over him. The skeletal horse ran fiercely, carrying only the upper half of the Death Knight. The lower half clattered to the ground from the horse. After sweeping through everything, the tentacles chewed and swallowed what they had engulfed. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Regardless of metal, bone, or flesh, everything was crushed with a thunderous sound. Tentacles then seemed to finish their meal, smacking their lips before slowly retracting into Isaac's chest. Silence suddenly engulfed the area. The only person left alive to witness all this was Isaac. Isaac looked at his chest with a dumbfounded expression. As if to prove what happened wasn't a lie, only a scar remained where Coulson had cut him. And mocking him, a message appeared before his eyes. The nameless chaos watches over you. You have consumed Coulson Miller EX. Consumption efficiency improved with the intestines of a dead god perk. Physical abilities greatly increased. Spiritual abilities greatly increased. You have acquired Lighthouse of the Watcher EX. Error. Digestion delay due to the consumed being's level being excessively higher than the character's. Agent of Chaos reuse cooldown 30 days. Isaac felt nauseous. He wished all this was just a dream or hallucination. Gah. Oddly, he belched despite not eating anything. Then, overwhelming sleepiness assaulted him. Isaac couldn't resist his drooping eyelids and collapsed. Click. As dawn approached, a man arrived at the ruins of the village. He hastily dismounted his horse, his face pale as he surveyed the area, only to find nothing but cold dew settling over the charred remains. Damn it. First to arrive, Jebel muttered curses as he hurried into the village. Despite such a massive attack, no guards or Paladin orders had yet arrived. Only Jebel, residing in a nearby monastery, had seen the smoke and ridden through the night. By now, guards from the territory and nearby Paladin orders would be converging, but they would only find corpses and ruins. Jebel knew all too well why the support was so delayed. Incompetent priests of the order. It was due to Coulson Miller's betrayal. The order had noticed signs of Coulson's betrayal. However, the fact that Coulson, a saint and hero, had committed betrayal would undoubtedly cause great shock and disturbance among the believers. While they hesitated, trying to deal with the matter quietly, Coulson brazenly invaded a village deep within the White Empire. By the time the order realized the situation, it was too late. They informed monasteries, churches, and Paladin orders across the region, but all responses were delayed. Where Jebel walked, there was nothing but ruins. No bodies were to be seen. Of course, where the Immortal Order invades, no bodies, living or dead, are left behind. They would turn both into undead. However, perhaps there might still be survivors. Jebel hurriedly moved to search. Fortunate or unfortunate, he soon found something. Scattered remains and bodies lay among the smell of blood. Bodies left behind. Jebel felt bewildered. The Immortal Order typically swept away every piece of bone meticulously. Bones were their resources, their life. The only time they left bodies behind was when they had to retreat hastily. Jebel could see everywhere weapons, bodies, and remains of the Immortal Order's skeletal soldiers. What is this? The walls and the ground looked as though they had been scraped with a giant scythe. Even the remains of the skeletal soldiers appeared as if they had been torn apart by teeth, scattered haphazardly. It was unclear what could have caused such destruction. Coulson? Or did an angel appear? Perhaps an angel had manifested to protect the holy site. Jebel began to search the area hastily, harboring a glimmer of hope, but all he found were dust, covered rocks and cold, stiff bodies. Jebel thought perhaps an angel had appeared not to protect, but to mete out punishment. If so, only corpses would be present here. Thud. At that moment, a pile of stones that Jebel's hand had touched crumbled. Jebel found a child buried under the rubble. The child's complexion was pale. Jebel froze for a moment looking at the child's face, then took a deep breath and approached to check on the child. Thankfully, the child was still breathing. There were injuries on the forehead and chest, but they seemed to be old scars, already healing. Jebel instinctively felt that this child's survival was not mere coincidence, and he was sure it was related to the sudden retreat of the Immortal Order. But at the same time, Jebel thought he must hide the child's existence for the same reason. If the Immortal Order's retreat was because of this child, then the Order will raise this child as another Coulson. Jebel removed his cloak and covered the child's face as if to hide him. Holding the child, he looked around the mist-filled ruins blankly. He pondered how to safely hide the child, then suddenly thought of the monastery where he was taking refuge. The monastery was already raising many orphans. It would be a suitable place to hide this child. Chapter 3 Predation 1 Isaac gazed out of the window. It was early dawn, just as the blue daylight started to seep in. The chirping of birds from the forest surrounding the monastery was audible. It was too early for a child to be awake, but for Isaac, it was a time to gather his thoughts. It was the 1-month anniversary of his transformation to Isaac. Having survived the assault of the Immortal Order, he found himself in this monastery when he regained consciousness. The abbot only mentioned that he was rescued, with no further details provided. To Isaac, who had expected to be bombarded with endless interrogations and questions, this was both unexpected and a relief. After all, asking too many questions would only complicate things. The incident was not his top priority. Isaac had spent the past month in a somewhat dazed state. It felt like a dream, a reality too hard to accept. Hoping everything was just a dream, he spent the month attempting to log out or wake up. However, as his consciousness gradually became clearer, he was able to set his goals. Today, he decided to give up all his expectations. Isaac was now Isaac. He was a resident of this world. As long as he lived in this world, until he found a way back, he needed to blend in as a local resident. Isaac clenched and unclenched his hand, testing his strength. His physical strength was so weak that he struggled to lift even a slightly heavy branch. The feeble strength of a Nephilim, weakened further due to his young age. Isaac compared himself to a child of 5 or 6 years old. Damn it, if I knew I'd end up living in a game, I wouldn't have set my stats like this. Being a Nephilim wasn't bad. In fact, it was a quite fortunate race. They possessed the worst physical abilities, but compensated with high faith and charm. Charm, luck, intelligence. These were hidden stats, not explicitly shown. Among them, Nephilims, although disliked by gods, had a significantly high charm stat, which garnered human favor. Isaac's current appearance in this world was stunning enough to turn heads. It's like throwing a Korean online game beauty into reality. It's ridiculous even to me who set it up. However, it wasn't bad to earn human favor, as long as Isaac kept his bloodline a secret. To outsiders, he appeared just as a handsome young man. Problem, however, was his frail body. He was susceptible to diseases, and could hardly wear proper equipment. In this medieval fantasy reality, Isaac could hardly fathom how vulnerable he was. I remember absorbing calcin and gaining physical strength. Could it be that his strength improved only to this level? It seemed possible, but he also recalled a message about calcin's level being too high and causing a delay in digestion. It was hard to believe that the digestion hadn't completed even after a month, and the skill he acquired at that time was still locked. Lighthouse of the Watcher, unopened Lighthouse of the Watcher. I've obtained something nonsensical from the start. Isaac had cleared the nameless chaos 8 times. He had even played using the faith of the Codex of Light, the game's largest religion. Simply put, it was an ultimate skill that could transform an area into heaven. However, as indicated by the term lighthouse, it could attract unwanted dangerous creatures of heaven. It was a top-tier ultimate skill for a Codex of Light Paladin, given only upon recognition by archangels. And I, of another faith, have the skill? Why? Perhaps the reason it remained unopened was because Isaac followed a different faith. Moreover, he couldn't predict the consequences of using it in this world. In the nameless chaos, using a mismatched skill could lead to health depletion and disasters. If Carlson had used this skill before dying, I might have been the one to die. Isaac shivered. He hadn't forgotten the moment he barely survived. Subconsciously, he touched his chest where the scar from Carlson's blade still remained. He remembered the scene where countless tendrils overflowed from that wound and swept away Carlson Miller and the undead of the Immortal Order. It was as horrifying as it was nauseating. The power of the nameless chaos probably. Isaac had chosen the nameless chaos as his faith when creating his character, and the tendrils were a symbol of the nameless chaos. However, the nameless chaos was a faith opposed by all other religions. The nameless chaos once caused a plague called White Death that killed all who knew its name, disappearing from the world. The White Death turned bodies pale as ash before disintegrating. In the southern desert regions, cities destroyed by this plague still lay covered in the white ash of corpses. It was one of the most difficult dungeons in the nameless chaos. Thus, the once named god of chaos became nameless after losing all who knew it. That was all Isaac knew. Since then, the civilized world was divided between the light-ruled White Empire and the immortal, lead Black Empire. Many kingdoms fell due to the immense loss of life, and all cults erased or sealed records of the nameless chaos, especially in the Codex of Light monastery where Isaac currently resided. Isaac didn't know why he, a follower of the nameless chaos, was in this sacred place, but he knew one thing for sure. If his identity was revealed, he was as good as dead. Luckily, there were no witnesses. It was a pity for those who died at the sanctuary, but for Isaac's own survival, it was a relief, and the potential witnesses might be the undead of the Immortal Order. The priests of the Codex of Light wouldn't take their words seriously. Isaac had no choice. He casually chose the faith of the nameless chaos, but to him, a modern person, the closest in values was the Codex of Light. He needed to find a way to survive among them. He didn't want to be a monkey in the mountains or a walking skeleton. Above all, he never wanted to become a slime-like monster composed of tentacles. Fortunately, Isaac had enough knowledge to survive in this world. It's obvious with the experience of clearing 8 faiths. If he could overcome the challenging early stages unique to Nephilims, He could manage the rest somehow. Survival. That was Isaac's top priority. As the time for morning prayers approached, the sound of a bell rang from outside. A young monk entered, waking the children and leading them to the chapel. Isaac obediently followed, pretending to pray. But internally, he was fervently contemplating ways to survive. He didn't have much time to think like this. In the monastery, Isaac's daily life was limited to prayer, labor, meals, and sleep. Just because he was a survivor didn't mean he received any special care or attention at the monastery. Resources were scarce, and there was a lack of staff to provide such care. At least being in a monastery of the Codex of Light order is a blessing. The Codex of Light was the most powerful among the 9 faiths. Moreover, by Isaac's standards, it was an order that maintained a universal social order. No matter which faith one chose, eventually, they would have to interact with the Codex of Light in some way. Isaac had a good understanding of the structure, physiology, and hidden secrets of the Codex of Light order. Even though this monastery seemed like a peripheral institution rather than the main order, finding useful information wasn't difficult. If the world's lore from the game still held, hiding his true identity in this monastery wouldn't be too hard. More than anything, this world hasn't really begun yet. Isaac was able to accept his situation so calmly because he had memories of living as Isaac for 14 years. To him, the phrase "the world hasn't begun yet" felt odd, but it was true. The current present in this world was approximately 4 years before the starting point of the Nameless Chaos game. In about 4 years from now, the war between the 9 faiths will start. More precisely, it's a competition involving alliances and conflicts, mainly between the Codex of Light and the Immortal Cult. Players have to lead their faith to victory or defect to another faith for their triumph. Apostasy. Considering that the Nameless Chaos is treated as public enemy or demon, apostasy didn't seem like a bad option. However, Isaac's race, the Nephilim, inherently possesses the trait of cursed blood. Nephilims with the cursed blood trait are disliked by all gods. It might seem excessive for mere hybrids of angels and humans, but according to the lore, Nephilims can steal miracles from any faith lineage they're connected to without the god's permission. While it's possible for Nephilims to have faith, there are surely some who take advantage of this. They could even steal miracles while worshipping another god. No wonder no faith was welcoming towards Nephilims. Moreover, the penalty for apostasy was also an issue. Gods do not like their followers shifting allegiances freely. The resulting curse could be severe enough to make one consider deleting and restarting their character. However, whether Isaac had the option to restart was doubtful. Therefore, as he initially resolved, he had no choice but to cherish, love, and hide his faith in the Nameless Chaos. Fortunately, considering the event a month ago, the Nameless Chaos didn't seem like a weak deity. If discovered, he'd likely be hunted. There are 4 years left. It was both a long and short period. Isaac had nearly complete knowledge of all the secrets and treasures' locations, and the history of the game world. Whether those treasures would still be in the same places, he didn't know, but it would be safer and beneficial for his growth to recover them as soon as possible. However, the problem was that Isaac's current physical state was terribly frail. Isaac looked down at his thin arms and legs. It wasn't that he was being mistreated. The monastery was poor, and the monks themselves lived in modesty. I need to do something about this body first. At the very least, he needed to build enough stamina to not faint while walking on the road. Nameless Chaos was a game that less than 1% of all gamers could clear. Some people find the gameplay enjoyable even without clearing it, but Isaac had cleared this difficult game 8 times, each with a different faith. For the Codex of Light Monastery, having such a hero among them was a cause for celebration. But the hero, who might reclaim the Holy Land and confront evil monsters in the future, was feeling frustrated in front of the dining table. Is this really a meal? Isaac stared at the bowl of pale porridge, biting his lip. The bland daily menu consisted of thin porridge, unpeeled boiled potatoes, and half a slice of black bread. It was a simple and bland monastic breakfast. The other children immediately bit into the potatoes as soon as they sat down. However, Isaac was left in agony. Isaac, don't you have an appetite? A monk asked kindly. Isaac had much to say, but couldn't speak out. It wasn't a problem the monk could solve. It wasn't the poor diet or lack of appetite that shocked Isaac. It's all carbs. He knew it wasn't the time to be picky. Even this meal was relatively generous for late autumn, and there were times when they had to be grateful for just a bowl of wheat porridge. In the game, one could survive without eating, but in reality, eating such food would only leave him as gaunt as the other monks. And indeed, the other monks were also eating the same food. A child, and hungry. A child, and lacking in protein and calcium. A child, and missing essential nutrients for growth, leading to delayed development. I never thought I'd feel the gap between the game and reality in such trivial matters. Even so, Isaac's current body felt as thin as a millet stalk. A growing child, but with such a poor and unbalanced diet, he was likely to remain weak and frail. After his daily chores, Isaac returned to his bedroom. Naturally, There was no such thing as personal space for the children. All the orphans in the monastery slept together in a large room. A straw bed and a thin blanket on the floor were the only personal spaces. Even after returning to the bedroom, Isaac lay awake, staring at the ceiling. He couldn't sleep, not because of discomfort, nor due to realizing his past self's identity. Do I really have to live like this? The monastery's conditions were harsh for Isaac, who was once a modern person. If there was hope for improvement, he could endure and strive. But for an orphan without relatives, in such poverty, and without time for self-development, should I run away from the monastery now? That was an option. But Isaac was still just a young 14-year-old boy. No matter his adult knowledge and skills, this wasn't a game but reality, and to him, a completely unfamiliar medieval era. He was lucky not to perish on the streets. Isaac felt like praying. In fact, he had already prayed at least 8 times that day. Of course, he wasn't reciting proper prayers but simply clasped his hands and closed his eyes while the monk prayed. Still, Isaac earnestly wished towards the Codex of Light, forgetting about the nameless chaos. I hope there's meat for dinner. A piece of cheese had surprisingly appeared for dinner. It was an unexpected success, but whether it was an answer to his prayers, he couldn't tell. It was still insufficient for a growing child. Even that was shared with Merzik, the monastery's cat, who mewed cutely and rubbed against him, so Isaac split the cheese. Isaac found the situation absurdly unjust. Accustomed to tastier food, he now craved the variety of dishes he used to enjoy in his previous life. Even if not to that extent, the fact that this frail 14-year-old boy had to go to bed hungry was horrifying. How do I get enough protein? Should I plant beans? While Isaac was lost in thought, the door creaked open. Thinking a monk had come to check on the children, Isaac quickly turned and lay down. But the silhouette that entered was small. Merzik, the monastery's lazy champ-tiger, no cat. It was Merzik. Merzik was a cat living in the monastery. Rather than being cared for, it was mostly neglected, but left to roam free as a mouser. Meow. Did you finish your work? Whether scolded for shirking its mousing duties, Merzik carried a dead mouse in its mouth. Isaac briefly thought it might be a repayment for the evening's cheese, but it wasn't a particularly welcome gift. However, Merzik, as if expecting praise, approached the bed and laid the mouse down. Isaac casually stroked Merzik's head and picked up the mouse by its tail to dispose of it. It was still warm, recently killed. Suddenly, an odd thought struck Isaac. It's meat technically. Of course, Isaac, with his modern mindset, had no intention of eating a mouse. The nameless chaos is watching you. What? Startled by the unexpected sound, Isaac suddenly felt a sharp pain in his palm. Huh? Thinking the mouse had bitten him, Isaac panicked and threw it away. But with a snap, red tendrils burst out from somewhere and snatched the mouse. No, not from somewhere. From Isaac's palm. Thin tendrils emerging from Isaac's flesh quickly engulfed the mouse's corpse. Plump-field mouse, fattened on fallen grains, was larger than Isaac's palm. Yet, it was sucked into the palm in an instant. Crunch crunch. After devouring the mouse, the tendrils quickly retracted back into the palm. The sounds of flesh and bones breaking vanished, and the bedroom fell silent again. Only Isaac and Merzik remained frozen, trying to comprehend what just happened. Then another message reached Isaac. You have consumed a field mouse. Consumption efficiency has increased due to the predation perk. Resistance to low-grade diseases has increased. Blessing will remain until digestion is complete. Chapter 4. Predation to predation? It was a term Isaac was familiar with. He remembered the description he saw when creating his character. Innards of the dead god. Absorbs a portion of the stats and traits of the consumed opponent. Was this the effect of predation? Now that he thought about it, a similar message had appeared when the tentacles devoured Carlson. Does that mean my body has absorbed some of Carlson's abilities and traits? But Isaac didn't have time to ponder this deeply. Merzik, what just Isaac in his panic, almost asked the cat for its opinion. But Merzik, feeling aggrieved, hissed and scampered away without looking back. So much for a cat. Isaac? Isaac's heart sank. Johan, who had been snoring beside him, was now looking at him. Isaac feared Joe, and had seen everything. Isaac, what were you eating? Ah, no. Merzik came in and must have been eating a mouse. Not a complete lie. Luckily, Johan seemed to have woken up due to the noise in his sleep. He nodded off again soon after. Isaac couldn't make sense of what had just happened. Tentacles from my hand? Eating a mouse? What's increasing? He recalled the event from a month ago. He vividly remembered tentacles bursting out of his chest after being cut by the sword, sweeping through everything. If the same thing had happened now, all the children in the room would have been dead. Fortunately, that didn't happen. What on earth is inside me? Isaac examined his palm. Unlike the scar on his chest, there was no sign of where the tentacles had emerged. It was like a dream. But as if to wake him from that dream, a message window appeared. Touch of Chaos, a basic ability usable by the followers of the Nameless Chaos. Calls forth formless tentacles to tear apart enemies. Strengthens in proportion to health and faith. Each faith had its basic skills. The Codex of Light could create light and fire, while the Golden Idol followers could offer money for advice. Similarly, tentacles were the most basic skill of the nameless chaos faith. Well, that makes sense. Realizing it was a skill, Isaac somehow felt better. It was preferable to understand it in a game-like manner rather than thinking of some unknown monster inside him. But then Isaac realized he was no longer hungry. No, it can't be. I didn't eat the mouse, the tentacles did. He lay back in bed, trying to deny what had just unfolded before his eyes. He thought he wouldn't be able to sleep properly after such an event, but he did. The body of a 14-year-old boy was honest in its need for sleep, unwillingly admitting his stomach was also somewhat full, so he drifted off easily. The next day, Isaac was again engulfed in thought. It was about the tentacles, this world, his values, and how it all interconnected. How can I continue to survive and win? A frail body, a lineage shunned by the gods, a follower of a faith that, if discovered, would mean certain execution. Tentacles that sprang out at any opportunity. Of these, the faith itself was actually the most problematic. Isaac didn't know much about the nameless chaos, but wandering the outskirts in the nameless chaos game, one often encounters such quests. Ominous regions, eerie atmospheres, disappearing people. If a horror movie-like setting begins, it's almost certain they will appear. Tentacle monsters. The same kind of monsters that sprouted from Isaac's body. Such beings were treated as special quests that must be eradicated, regardless of the chosen faith. I absolutely can't be discovered. If discovered, he would be immediately executed, possibly burned at the stake or stoned. Isaac imagined the now kind monks hanging him on a cross, lighting a fire beneath him, stoning him, or throwing him into medieval torture devices. The nameless chaos is watching you. Regardless of Isaac's shivering or not, the nameless chaos was watching him with interest. He faced many dilemmas. He could survive by hiding away somewhere, using any means necessary, but Isaac didn't want to live like a barbarian in a cave. He was a conqueror of this game. He didn't want to start thinking about defeat in an ugly form. His thoughts were always about conditions for victory. What those conditions were, he didn't know yet, but survival was the first step. I need to build up my body, if I want to survive outside without perishing. But how? It wasn't feasible to steal meat from the storeroom, if there was even meat to steal. Little one, are you ill? At that moment, a voice made Isaac turn his head. He realized he was supposed to be working in the fields, and his hands were digging in the wrong place. Turning, he saw a man with a rugged beard and rough appearance looking down at him. Isaac quickly remembered who he was. Gebel. Not a monk but somehow living in the monastery. Not studying scriptures or praying, but doing harsh chores and hunting, living as a sort of freeloader. Rumored to be a deserter, all the children feared him, and for some reason, he often seemed to be observing Isaac. Startled by the sudden conversation, Isaac tensed up. Huh? Then Isaac noticed something on Gebel's body. It was unmistakable. The belt Gebel wore around his waist belonged to the Knight's Order. It was ragged, but definitely a knight's belt. A real deserter? A knight deserter? Isaac remembered knights being treated almost like nobility, respected socially. They had many demands, but this was not the status of someone roaming around ragged. It was too risky to flaunt a stolen item so openly. He likely had already retired or was temporarily seeking refuge in the monastery. Wait a minute. A knight? Indeed, a knight. Isaac's mind raced with a sudden insight, but his thoughts were interrupted by the man's voice. Staring off into space like that, looks like I'll have to tell the monks you're slacking off. Gebel muttered in a teasing tone. Isaac quickly deflected. There's nothing wrong. Please carry on. What a strange way of talking for a little kid. And don't crouch down like that. I almost kicked you. Gebel snorted as he walked past Isaac. At that moment, Isaac caught a familiar foul odor. He pointed to the basket Gebel was carrying and asked, Is that mice, by any chance? Eh? How did you know? The mice have been rampant lately, so I've been setting traps for them. Can't let them eat all our winter food. Gebel chuckled mischievously, and then thudded a basket full of dead mice in front of Isaac. Intending to scare him, Gebel was taken aback when Isaac, instead of screaming and running away, just stared at the basket pensively. It's a shame, really. Autumn mice are plump and perfect for roasting. And you eat mice? Isaac asked, his eyes sparkling, and Gebel laughed as if he couldn't believe the question. No, the Codex of Light forbids eating mice, calling them creatures of darkness that spread disease. Of course, that hardly matters on a battlefield. The monks would care about it. It was more about religious doctrine than hygiene. Isaac didn't really care about religious laws. Bacteria were a concern, but if he wasn't eating them the usual way, but using a different means. Isaac looked directly at Gebel and asked, May I take care of them? Take care of them? Gebel looked at Isaac curiously. Isaac couldn't understand why he was looking at him like that. Both children and adults generally dislike working. Offering to help might seem strange, but there was something else in Gebel's gaze. I suppose it's all right. The pit is already dug. Just need to bury them. Even kids can do that. Gebel narrowed his eyes and warned, You're not planning to play pranks with those mice, are you? If I hear any stories about you fooling around with mouse corpses in the monastery, you'll be in for a beating. There's no need for that. Jebel stared intensely at Isaac and then muttered, I'll let Brother Alec know. The hole is over there. Don't forget to pour light water on the corpses before burying them. Leaving the basket where it was, Jebel walked away. Isaac was sure now about Jebel's identity. He's a knight all right. Seems like he had a high status in this world. The only battlefield where people starved enough to be called such was the front line against the Immortal Order near the Holy Land. Understanding that Jebel might be a knight explained the other monks' behavior. They had been cautious, not speaking to him unnecessarily, looking as if they were watching out for something more than just a laborer. He had thought they were too noble to talk. But if Jebel was a former knight hiding his identity, it made sense. Isaac filed this information away, thinking of how to use it later. But that's not what I should be focusing on now. Dragging the basket filled with mouse corpses, Isaac headed towards the spot Jebel had pointed out. There was a deep pit as Jebel had said. He just had to pour the mice in, sprinkle them with lye water, and then cover them with dirt. Isaac first made sure no one was around. Although there were places to hide and watch, he could cover enough with his body. Then he was struck by a final dilemma. Should I really eat this? Why not? Historically, people have eaten rat meat. There are even recipes and menus made from rat meat in France. He also worried if the tentacles would appear again. The last time could have been just a coincidence, and it might not happen again. Of course, if the tentacles didn't appear, he had no intention of secretly eating the rats. But as if answering his dilemma, tentacles sprouted from his palm and snatched up the mouse in his hand. Crunch crunch. You have consumed a field mouse. Consumption efficiency has increased due to the predation perk. Resistance to low-grade diseases has increased. Blessing will remain until digestion is complete. Isaac looked at the tentacles in disbelief. This time, he felt more like he was feeding a pet than being scared. Go ahead, eat. Eat it all, he muttered, half resigned. He had to use this ability to survive. In this poor monastery, this was the only way to supplement his protein. He just hoped that Jebel wouldn't decide to dig up this pit again. Isaac pondered about Jebel, or more precisely, about the knight. In this world, gods certainly existed, and bestowed powers upon their followers. Power and authority in this world stem from the gods. The monks performed miracles routinely, from lighting candles to heating water, both small and great. Although meant for spiritual practices, not convenience, the scriptures recorded even greater miracles. Stopping the sun to burn an enemy city for a week, blinding heretics who performed sacrilege, or summoning apostles of light made from pure light to receive divine messages. Naturally, the power of priests and knights was immense. Both are Tier 1 occupations in the world of nameless chaos. Being a priest was fine, but Isaac was concerned about his low physical strength. However, knights had many survival skills. Considering his life was irreplaceable, and had no retries, these survival skills were especially appealing to Isaac. Furthermore, with the Nephilim's high faith ability, he could potentially harness power comparable to priests. The problem is that this is a monastery of the Codex of Light, tentacles. Those damn tentacles were the problem. Chapter 5. The existence of the tentacles, if discovered, meant certain death, so whether they were useful or not was a secondary concern. Isaac considered fleeing from the site of the Codex of Light. He did not wish for his second chance at life to end up as nothing more than ash on a stake. But where could he run to? Even the Immortal Order is after the nameless chaos. He looked up at the night sky for a long while. But soon he realized he had to do something. I have no choice but to hide them well. It was risky to join any order. If discovered, it was equally dangerous. However, due to its inclusiveness, the Codex of Light had a large following, making it easier to hide his identity. Being a paladin required proving one's faith, but it was not as demanding as being a monk. Unlike monks, who were confined to study, a paladin's personal training was more emphasized. Getting a miracle might be tough, but perhaps I can use the authority of the order. Furthermore, invading the territories of heretics could make him a lord of that land. Although it was customary to donate to the order, how could the order govern such distant lands? He could keep the real power, while giving only honor to the order. Of course, he would need to establish a monastery or pay a sum. For now, he would hide his identity until he gained everything he could as a paladin. He could always escape once discovered. No, he must become a paladin for survival. They say, hide a tree in a forest. If he became an exemplary paladin, no one would suspect him of being a follower of the nameless chaos. He resolved to find relics, reclaim holy lands, and even destroy the Order of Immortality. That way, no one would think of him as a chaotic tentacle monster. Isaac was determined to become a paladin using all his special abilities, talents, and knowledge. It was necessary for survival. If these tentacles were going to complicate his life, it was safer to delve deeper into the Codex of Light. I'll need to train my body for combat, but I'm still young, so there's plenty of time. Follower of the nameless chaos, becoming a paladin within the Codex of Light. The more Isaac thought about it, the better the idea seemed. as long as he wasn't discovered. You want to help with rat catching? Yes. Isaac, having made up his mind, thought he needed a steady intake of protein. Ordinary monks might be content with just a potato, but not Isaac. Even if the tentacles can't taste, it's a good opportunity to absorb nutrients. Isaac's body wasn't frail compared to other children his age. With enough nutrients, he could grow quickly. Observation showed that his prey was slowly digested, absorbed. No hair, teeth, or nails appeared in his excrement. It seems like complete absorption. His complexion had greatly improved, and he no longer felt hungry. Not so busy that I need a kid's help. Do you find rat catching fun? I'll help with other tasks whenever I have time. Jebel had many duties at the monastery, handling them due to the monk's lack of vitality. Isaac's offer was timely. If you're taking a kid around, you'll need the monk's permission. Did you ask? Spoke to Monk Alec. Jebel's work, being harsh and dirty, was usually avoided by the children, but not Isaac. The best way for me to maintain my health and skills is to follow Jebel. Isaac's eyes sparkled with ambition. Catching rats was one thing, but Jebel was a paladin. A paladin is not just blessed but also skilled in swordsmanship, capable of facing 10 regular soldiers. Missing out on such an experienced veteran of battle would be foolish. He considered it likely that Jebel had advanced beyond a regular paladin to a commanding or teaching role. Getting closer and building a connection could greatly assist Isaac on his path to becoming a paladin. Jebel laughed dismissively. Just know if you get in the way, you'll get a spanking. Understand? Yes. From that day, Isaac followed and assisted Jebel. What he called rat catching was actually collecting trapped rats or burying the ones Jebel caught. More precisely, he was feeding those rats to his tentacles. The work was tough, but it was better than the trivial tasks or garden work. In fact, for Isaac, it was easier than working in the garden. The sensation of his muscles growing each day, and the ease of the tasks lifted his spirits. Jebel had been consistently observing Isaac. In fact, since he had brought Isaac to the monastery, Jebel had been observing him. The 1-month evaluation was simply, a pretty but quiet and silent boy. Was he the only child who survived when all the villagers were murdered? But since Coulson and the Immortal Order's people all hurriedly disappeared, I thought there was something else, but was it just luck? There might have been a different reason why Isaac survived. Because of this, the impression Jebel had of Isaac was just of a lucky survivor, nothing more. Jebel, who had hoped for something more, couldn't help but feel disappointed. But in the past few weeks, Isaac's attitude had changed. He's quite good, no, actually very good. It was as if he had become a different person, no longer just understanding the situation. Jebel had no choice but to raise his evaluation of Isaac by several levels. He had intended to give a positive evaluation if Isaac just showed a moderately diligent attitude, but Isaac was doing surprisingly well. Until now, there were many kids who had offered to help him, to avoid studying, or because farm work was tough, and so on. The work Jebel did was dirtier and harder than farm work. Since it was not noticeable, it was tough to get recognized. Yet, Isaac followed Jebel every day without missing his studies. Being 14 years old and able to read and calculate was not bad at all. He could focus more on comfortable work or studies, but Isaac was spending all his spare time helping Jebel. Thanks to this, Jebel was gradually feeling less burdened. The more surprising thing was that Isaac continued to try to learn something from Jebel. Isaac didn't just pass over even the simplest things, and tried to understand the principles and reasons. Although it could be annoying for Jebel, it was not difficult since Isaac understood everything after being taught just once. Chopping wood, setting mouse traps, chasing beasts, managing horse gear, differentiating herbs, etc. Isaac was quickly learning everything after just seeing it once. Of course, this alone couldn't mean that he had the abilities fitting a survivor from Coulson. Isaac was just a child with an unusual maturity and skills for his age. But regardless, Jebel liked Isaac. Before he knew it, he had become accustomed to treating Isaac like an assistant. Meanwhile, other children started to look at Isaac, who had begun to play separately, with uncomfortable eyes. Isaac had suddenly come among the children and been an outsider. But instead of trying to fit in with them, he only mingled with adults, and almost ignored the children. Since the monks liked the well-behaved Isaac, he naturally became an object of jealousy. But whether that was the case or not, Isaac originally had no interest in his reputation among his peers. It was a situation where even clinging to everything for survival was not enough. In such a situation, there was no need to care about the eyes of the children. He was continuing his studies for himself alone in a place where no one saw. It was about the study of tentacles. To prevent these damn things from sprouting out of control, I need to figure out how to use and control them. According to what Isaac had found out about the tentacles so far, first, digestion does not occur immediately. Contrary to what he thought, that he would digest everything by the time he woke up. For almost several days, he did not feel hungry, and the abilities he gained through predation did not disappear. Because of this, Isaac had fallen into the somewhat difficult situation of having to force himself to eat even when he was not hungry. But during this state, Isaac could retain the abilities absorbed from his prey. Moreover, whatever he ate was absorbed with considerably high efficiency in his body. Though it was an effect difficult to feel immediately, in those times when people died easily from lack of nutrition or minor causes, it was a very useful bonus. Second, the tentacles are, for some unknown reason, favorable to Isaac. It was strange that the tentacles that sprung from his body and cut through his skin were favorable to him, but in reality, they were kind to Isaac. When he unconsciously reached out for a cup of water far away, a tentacle sprang out and grabbed the cup for him. Fortunately, there were no other people around, or it would have been a heart-dropping moment for Isaac. But thanks to this, he found out that he could summon the tentacles, not only during predation, but also at other times. They were named like a skill, but they were essentially just another arm. How can I make good use of this? It wasn't just for the sake of using it, but for survival. The nameless chaos, the Codex of Light, and even the immortal order opposed it. Isaac knew that if his identity was ever exposed, he would have to survive alone. In the end, the only thing he could rely on was himself, and these tentacles, whether he liked it or not, were a part of his fate. Monk Alex said that the nameless chaos was still waving its tentacles beyond the horizon to invade this world. And now, a tentacle was wriggling, swallowing a rat. Still, without these guys, I would have been chewing on potatoes. Crunch crunch. In front of an empty pit, Isaac watched the tentacle swallow a rat. The tentacles seemed thicker than before, and the number of strands had increased. As Isaac got healthier, the tentacles got stronger too. First, I need to learn how to properly control them. When Isaac wished for the tentacle to disappear, it quickly retracted into his skin. It was fortunate that they disappeared when he wanted them to, but controlling their appearance was difficult. Usually when they want to help me, or think they can be helpful, or when I'm in danger, Isaac suddenly thought that the tentacles might be smarter than they seemed. If they had appeared every time those conditions were met, Isaac would have been caught and hanged long ago. That hadn't happened, which meant the tentacles also had some sort of sense. They had a kind of self-consciousness. Whether that was good news or bad news was still unknown. For now, I'll have to trust the tentacles' instincts and find a way to control them. A rat was wandering near the bait of a mousetrap. It seemed interested in the bait, sniffing around, but hesitated and eventually turned back. The smell of its dead kin was already all around. Click. Suddenly, the rat sensed something strange and started running frantically. But in an instant, it was pierced by a sharp sound cutting through the wind. Crunch. The rat, impaled by the tentacle, trembled and then went limp. Isaac watched the tentacle chew and swallow the rat with a grim expression. Definitely thicker and longer than before. As more protein was consumed, it wasn't just Isaac's body that was getting healthier. The tentacles were also becoming thicker and longer. While Isaac's body did not easily become healthy due to its constitution, the tentacles were rapidly growing thicker and longer. This may be related to the power of faith. The tentacles were indeed a power granted by the faith in the nameless chaos. The fact that they showed power beyond what was appropriate for his level might be related to the high faith value characteristic of Nephilim. For now, they seemed useful when there was no weapon. Isaac examined the trap as he finished eating the rat. Jibble preferred to use traps like a noose trap that tightened as soon as the bait was touched, set up at pathways where rats were likely to travel, and another trap where he would smear oil inside a large barrel and place bait inside. They were decent traps. Already, several rats were caught inside the barrel, submerged in tar. The number has decreased a lot compared to before. Until now, the results had been quite good, but now the effect was starting to wear off. Not only had the number of rats decreased significantly, but the cunning rat packs had begun to learn how to avoid the traps. The decrease in the number of rats caught meant a reduction in protein supply, so Isaac took this problem seriously. I need to check the condition of the traps. As he observed the trap, Isaac thought that he might be able to make some adjustments. Chapter 6 Bigger Prey Part 1. Several days later, Jebel went to check the state of the mousetrap and was surprised. There were as many as 10 rats inside the barrel. Recently, Jebel knew that the number of rats caught was decreasing. Rats learn quickly and soon recognize what is bait and what is a trap. Did Isaac neglect to empty the barrel, leading to so many rats being caught? Initially, that's what Jebel thought. But then he realized that the trap had been slightly modified. As he was examining the changes, Isaac walked into the storage room. Ah, you're here. Wow, I just emptied it yesterday, and it's already full again. You emptied it yesterday? Yes. They're left together. They start eating each other quickly, so I've been emptying it frequently. But Jebel couldn't understand how so many rats were being caught. The mousetrap had only been altered slightly. He noticed a rod running across the center of the barrel, and a smelly, sour lump of grain tied in the middle. Did you set this up? Yes, I thought if I modified it a bit, it would catch more rats. The modification Isaac made was simple. He just installed a rod across the center of the oil-coated barrel. When Jebel touched the rod, it spun loosely. Isaac continued to explain. It's simple. Until now, to get to the bait, rats had to jump into the barrel and risk falling in. If the bait fell to the bottom, no more rats would be attracted. But if the bait is attached to this loose rod, they slip and fall while trying to get to it. The bait doesn't fall off, and the other rats don't see the trapped ones, so they're easily lured in. Isaac nodded. Rats prefer grains to cheese or meat, especially when it emits a slightly sour scent, which made it easier to create the trap. Huh. Jebel smiled, lifting the corners of his mouth. Isaac was a bit surprised to see him smile, but his surprise didn't end there. Not bad. It was a brief compliment, but Isaac knew it was the best praise Jebel could offer. Jebel was truly impressed. Isaac's idea was simple, but more importantly, it was his attitude. A 14-year-old working hard, not just helping with tasks but striving to improve them. It was enough for Jebel to raise his evaluation of Isaac another notch. You've done such a commendable job, it would be inappropriate not to reward you. I'll give you a gift. Then Jebel brought up an unexpected topic. Isaac, who had done the work for his own sake, was surprised by Jebel's offer. He modestly tried to decline, but then realized this was another opportunity to earn points. Could you perhaps give me some candles? Candles? Yes. It would be nice to have candles to use in my room. I don't have enough time to read in the chapel. Lighting candles is easy for the monks, but the candles themselves are expensive. So, they were hardly used outside of lighting the central hall. However, Isaac still had many things to read and study. Personal candles would extend his reading time. But Jebel shook his head. Sorry, but candles won't work. There's a fire hazard, and only the lanterns managed by Monk Alex are allowed. Isaac pretended to be a bit disappointed, but he wasn't really upset. For now, he was content to just owe Jebel a favor. However, Jebel seemed intent on giving something and pulled something out of his pocket. I'll give you this instead. Isaac's eyes sparkled. What Jebel took out was a sun-shaped necklace made of metal. It was crudely tied with a tough string, but emitted a faint glow, clearly not an ordinary object. This is a luminous stone necklace, blessed by the abbot himself. Rub it and it will light up, gradually dimming down. If you hit it hard, the light gets brighter, but it fades faster. The miracle's lifespan also shortens. Isaac looked at the necklace, and something appeared before his eyes. Luminous stone rare, a gem imbued with the miracle of the codex of light. It emits light depending on the amount of impact it absorbs. It was the same status window he had seen in Nameless Chaos. Normal items didn't display such a window, but it seemed to appear for items of rare grade and above. A miraculous item. It was a treasure incomparable to a fire hazard-prone, easily extinguishable candle. It could fetch a month's living expenses for an average family if sold. Isaac worried that the reward was too generous for his work. He appreciated the kindness, but knew to be cautious with excessive favors. This gift is $2,000, it's fine. Its lifespan is almost over anyway. It should last about half a year more. I can get another from the abbot. The gift wasn't just a casual one from Jebel. He already had a high opinion of Isaac, and knew he liked books, planning to give him something accordingly. This event just provided the right opportunity. Knowing it wasn't an overly burdensome gift, Isaac gratefully accepted it. Thank you. I'll gratefully use it. This is really good, Isaac thought as he tested the luminous stone given by Jebel. When he rubbed the stone, it emitted just the right amount of light, and it shone brighter as he tapped it harder. If I hit it hard, it could almost be like a flash grenade. Of course, doing that would quickly shorten its lifespan, so he had no such intention. The unexpected gift left Isaac in a dilemma. Had it been candles, he would have gladly used them all night, but this was too valuable and could be stolen. At this time, children are basically liars, thieves and prepared bullies. Especially orphans who lack many things. Maybe later if I find an alternative, but for now, it's not possible. Isaac had too much on his plate to worry about unnecessary things. Despite making rat catching easier, Jebel's workload had not decreased at all. With winter approaching and various chores that had been neglected due to rat catching, there was plenty to do. Tasks like chopping wood, clearing paths, cleaning latrines, and moving winter supplies sent from the village to the storage were part of his daily routine. These tasks might not be visible, but Jebel was an indispensable part of the monastery. Without Jebel, these monks lacking in survival skills would probably freeze or starve to death in less than a month. But Jebel worked silently, without pay, assisting the monks to focus on their spiritual practices. Why though? There were rumors among the children that Jebel was a deserter, but Isaac knew he was a knight. With his experience, including participation in war, he would be treated well anywhere. Perhaps a form of atonement? Isaac considered this plausible. Jebel might have laid down his sword for the comrades he left on the battlefield. However, Isaac had plans to make him wield his sword again. How can I make him reveal his true nature? Isaac watched a rat scurry in the corner of the storage room. The moment he thought of catching it, his left hand reacted, or more accurately, a tentacle reacted. A tentacle burst from his palm, and impaled the rat instantly. I'm getting used to this now. Crunch crunch. Isaac watched as the tentacle swallowed the rat, and this thing, definitely faster and snakier. It had grown longer and thicker. Previously, the tentacles stretched only from the fingertip to the elbow, but now they extended nearly 2 meters, stabbing the rat's neck in an instant, even predicting its path. Isaac himself was undergoing changes. Seeing the rat, he felt confident he could catch it, although he had never caught one with his hands before. It was as if the tentacles had become a natural extension of his limbs. Is it because I'm getting enough nutrition? Isaac interpreted it positively. He tried extending a tentacle as a test. A thin, red tentacle wriggled out from between his wrist and palm, flexible like a finger. His control over the tentacle felt much more natural now, perhaps due to familiarity or the recent reward. Though it was clear that the tentacle was moved by some other consciousness, it was undeniably friendly and acted in beneficial ways. I should try eating something bigger than rats. Not because he was tired of rats, he couldn't taste them anyway, but because he wondered if eating different creatures would grant different benefits. Nameless chaos watches you. Nameless chaos wishes you to seek larger prey. The reward of chaos awaits you. Isaac was startled by the message that popped up as soon as he thought about it. Can it read my thoughts? He reflexively recalled all the curses and insults he had hurled at nameless chaos. Seems like it either has a thick skin or doesn't care much, but in this poor monastery, there wasn't much larger prey to find. Maybe the old donkey in the stable, a few sickly goats, and some monks. Of course, Isaac had no intention of touching any of them, even if they were dead. However, an opportunity came to him sooner than expected. As time passed, Isaac realized this world was not fundamentally different from the one he originally came from. Hey Johann, come with me. Labor time. A time as precious as prayer and studying scriptures, but also the only time when the monk's supervision relaxed. Johann, who had been digging potatoes next to Isaac, hesitantly got up and followed when called. They were older boys, with Hans, at 16, being the oldest among the monastery's orphans. Hans looked around cautiously and caught Isaac's gaze. Startled, he quickly looked away. This reaction seemed odd to Isaac. In this age group, physique and age were almost like social status. Isaac, with his pretty and slender build, didn't fit the typical boyish mold. Of course, the threat from other kids wouldn't subdue the mentally mature Isaac. Still, it was strange to see someone like Hans back down first, especially in an orphanage setting. Johann and Hans's group disappeared behind the monastery. Isaac watched them go inside. It's none of my business, but Johann, who slept in the bed next to Isaac, was the only kid he had somewhat communicated with. Telling the monks wouldn't help. Children feared violence from peers more than adults. Isaac started walking towards where they had disappeared. Chapter 7. Bigger prey too. Hey, didn't you hear me? I told you to bring the dried meat from the kitchen. Yeah, the monk is guarding the door. Should have climbed through a window or begged earnestly to get it, you dumb kid. Thud, thud. The sound of beating continued. Isaac knew that intervening in this violence would only lead to another victim. The lack of resources and the closed environment were inciting violence among the children. It was, in essence, an unsolvable situation. You damn brat, want to die? Do you wish to die? Thud, smack. Hans's beating became increasingly brutal. It was clearly going too far. Isaac sensed a hint of desperation in Hans's behavior. He seemed anxious. I'll kill you. Just as Hans was about to kick the collapsed Johann, Isaac appeared. He didn't block the way, just showed himself from around the corner. Yet, the moment he did, Hans and his gang's attention snapped towards him. What? Hans stuttered in confusion and shouted. Isaac looked at him emotionlessly. Hans seemed about to burst out in anger but ultimately did nothing. Hans's cronies, confused, eventually followed him as he retreated. Isaac, observing his behavior, had a thought. Is it because of my charisma? While charisma often implies seduction, it actually encompasses seduction, trust, respect, favor, and presence. But Isaac saw charisma as the ability to persuade others. People with high charisma are more persuasive, whether in seduction, intimidation, or deceit. This seemed especially true for children, where instinct often overrules reason. But why are they afraid when I haven't said anything? The kids, particularly Hans, clearly looked scared. Isaac had never threatened or intimidated them before. Of course, his look might have been intentional. However, Nephilim's naturally high charisma endowed Isaac with a significant presence, stirring guilt and fear in the children. Thus Hans couldn't bear the pressure and fled. Well, that guy has either luck or good instincts. Isaac fiddled with the hoe he was hiding. He had no desire to fight, but wouldn't just take a beating if Hans attacked with his size. Ah, Isaac. Johann hurried over. Thankfully, he didn't seem seriously injured. Are you okay? What happened? They sometimes ask me to bring potatoes, but recently they've been asking for more, and the monk started guarding strictly. Johann rambled. Isaac listened and tilted his head. The amount of food Johann stole was clearly more than enough for Hans and his gang. So where are they using all that? Finding the answer wasn't hard. That evening Hans's gang started to move. Seeing 4 of them sneak out late at night, Isaac also got up. They slipped out of the monastery walls barefoot to avoid noise. They opened a predetermined back door and headed into the still dark forest. Isaac quietly approached the back door. So we just need to get to the village, but it's too dangerous. Should tell the monk. Though only fragments were heard, It was as expected. They're planning to escape. The food they made Johann steal was mostly long-lasting. There must have been many other things they needed to prepare, but considering their dim-witted brains, it was obvious. Escape. Honestly, I've thought about it too. No, he had already decided to leave the monastery when his bones were strong enough, and he could stand as an adult without inferiority. Or if his tentacles were discovered. If you don't want to come, don't. We need to escape before the monks notice. Hans, having seemingly forgotten the secrecy of their escape, was shouting at the frightened kids, trying to assert his opinion. Yet he also seemed afraid to escape alone. At least he's not dumb about that. Everything else though. More people increase the chances of survival, but in a world where even adults flee society's tyranny to monasteries, running away without skills meant either starving or becoming a beggar. It was none of Isaac's concern, but he couldn't let the 4 kids willingly starve to death. He sighed and walked outside. Stop fooling around and go to bed. The moment Isaac spoke, the kids were silently shocked. Hans, frozen, glared at him belatedly. You little, what are you going to do after running away? At least grow up a bit, and then ask the monks to recommend you to the workshop or study harder. You can at least learn to read at the monastery. Hans quickly looked around. He was checking if a monk or Jebel had come. Finding none, his tension didn't ease. Isaac wondered why Hans, much taller than him, was so tense. Isaac took a step forward, testing the waters. Hans flinched and stepped back. See? Even scared of a small kid like me? It was more than just high charisma. It was odd. He expected the kids to gang up on him, given their numbers and age. Seeing their fear, he even thought of scaring them back inside. Calm down, they're just kids. It's an adult's duty to reason with them. Isaac exhaled and said, Hans, where will you go after running away? To the village. The villagers respect the monks. This is the only orphanage around that doesn't starve kids, so they'll recognize you. What do you think the adults will do to you, Hans? In reality, most of the kids who tried to escape ended up being caught. This probably explained why Jebel didn't rush over, and why the monks' vigilance was lax. If caught by a monster or a criminal, they would be dead. What kind of preparation is this for an escape? A few potatoes and dried sausages? I get you're hungry, but winter is coming soon. If you don't want to freeze, should have stolen some boots and fur too. And sacred texts. They're valuable, so why not steal a few of those? Hans's face turned red, unable to respond. He knew his preparation was inadequate. Just wait until you're 17. The monastery gives you a choice then. I'm 16, not yet 17. Then you can choose to leave or become a monk. Monks are respected and don't starve. In a world where even adults struggle for food, being an orphan makes it even harder. If Hans really makes you all run away, there'll be less mouths to feed here. Not like you're much help around the monastery anyway. But why am I stopping you? If you dumb mouths run away, maybe there will be more potatoes for my mouth. Realizing he was getting heated, Isaac added a taunt. Hans, understanding but flustered, glared at Isaac. In contrast, the expressions of the other children turned pale. You little, Hans enraged charged at Isaac. A head taller, his size was an overwhelming advantage, but his movements were painfully slow compared to a swift rat. Isaac couldn't dodge in time and got grabbed by the collar. Had he been better fed and grown a bit more, maybe things would have been different. In Isaac's hand though was an item he had brought just in case. He didn't plan to use it yet. What do you know? But Hans, even while overpowering Isaac, seemed more frightened. It was the look of someone doing something beyond their control. If you hadn't shown up all of a sudden. Please grow up, kid. Isaac, irritated, growled in response. At that moment, everyone except Isaac felt something chilling and slimy. Hans suddenly gasped for air, releasing his grip on Isaac's collar. He stumbled backwards, collapsing. Isaac thought Hans looked like a scared rat. A nameless chaos watches you. Upon hearing this message, Isaac snapped back to reality. Tentacles squirmed out of his hand, but quickly retreated. Though not enough to be noticed, Isaac realized what he was about to do and slapped his own cheek. Am I crazy? He had almost thought of Hans as prey. The bigger prey that the nameless chaos sought. Isaac noticed a dead silence among the kids. Surely they didn't see? No, the tentacles hadn't fully emerged. There was a sticky, unpleasant sensation, as if his palm had been licked. Despite this, all the children looked terrified. Hans had even wet his pants in sheer panic, as if facing an unstoppable murderous intent. Isaac then realized why Hans feared him. The presence of the nameless chaos was seeping through his high charisma. It was natural for Hans to feel fear before respect. Feeling guilty for unintentionally displaying such an aura, Isaac took advantage of the kids' calm state to continue persuading them. I'm stopping you because you might run into a pedophile, slave trader, or wild animal. The kids remained silent, either understanding or simply too scared to process anything. The fear effect from Isaac's charisma seemed overly strong. Isaac sighed and approached Hans, who tried to flee, but stopped upon hitting a tree. Isaac extended his hand. I won't scare you, okay? Let's try to do better from now on. Don't disappoint me. Hans eventually nodded and shook Isaac's hand, whether accepting the reconciliation or too scared to refuse. I didn't plan to be friends anyway. This is fine. If Isaac established a clear hierarchy now, he might be able to control the kids. If they behaved more humanely, it wouldn't prick his conscience. At their age, hierarchy seems to be everything. We should go back before the monks start looking. Isaac stopped mid-sentence. The kids followed his gaze and gasped, retreating in horror. Yellow eyes glinted in the darkness. A rotting smell became overpowering, unnoticed earlier due to the excitement and fear. A massive boar, nearly as tall as Isaac's chest, approached aggressively. Its rotting stench was unmistakable. A boar? But wild animals don't usually approach groups of people. Isaac realized it wasn't normal. The stench of decay and buzzing flies were overwhelming. Stay calm, let's slowly move back. Ah! The kids, panic-stricken, scrambled away. The boar charged as soon as it saw them running. It was clear the boar wasn't normal, attacking upon seeing their backs. Hans, paralyzed with fear, fell without managing a few steps. Isaac cursed under his breath and yanked Hans back. A tentacle, unconsciously extended, wrapped around Hans's clothing. With an unbelievable strength, Isaac hurled Hans backwards. Bang! Isaac, hit by the boar instead of Hans, flew backward. Isaac, shocked by the new use of his tentacle, had no time to check on Hans or recover. Come on, you pig! He ran, intentionally showing his back to lure the boar away from the monastery. The boar, seeing Isaac as an isolated prey, chased him ferociously. Isaac knew he had to act, despite the risk. Over here, you piglet! Isaac hurriedly got up and ran away from the boar, pretending to be a straggler. He ran in the direction opposite the monastery. The boar saw Isaac, who seemed to be falling behind the other fleeing children, as prey. Chapter 8. Bigger prey. 3. Isaac slid down the hillside. 4-legged animals are weaker on downhill slopes. The enraged boar, though fierce, cautiously descended to avoid breaking its legs. This allowed Isaac to stay ahead in the chase. Just need to lure it a bit more. When Isaac felt the boar was close enough, he leaped up a tree with all his might and clung to a branch. As expected, his tentacles sprang out, aiding him in clinging to the tree. Bang! The boar slammed into the tree with a loud noise. Isaac swayed like caught in a storm, but held on tightly thanks to his tentacles. Now, seizing the moment the boar was disoriented, Isaac leaped down towards it. His tentacles transformed into sharp spears, piercing towards the boar. It was a similar tactic he used when catching rats. However, the tentacles couldn't penetrate the boar's thick skull, tearing its skin instead. The boar, in pain from the tentacles coiling around it, began to thrash wildly. Crack, crunch! Though the tentacles couldn't break the skull, they tore off the boar's skin, exposing bone. Still, the boar didn't stop its rampage. Crack! Eventually, the tentacles ripped off part of the boar's facial skin and fell away. The boar, as if seeking revenge, started biting the fallen tentacle. Tough one. Isaac, it only felt ticklish. It was then the chewed tentacle began to behave strangely. It broke the boar's teeth and bit into its tongue, starting to invade its mouth. Sensing danger, even in its crazed state, the boar belatedly struggled to flee. Hey, wait. Stop! As the tentacle dragged him, Isaac considered retracting it, but decided to hold on tightly. This boar was his caught prey. Moreover, an injured and enraged animal like this could cause havoc anywhere. Isaac extended his tentacles deeper inside it to finish it off. Suddenly, Isaac felt lifted into the air. A dizzying sensation passed, followed by a thud as he hit the ground. Coughed. Despite the shock, Isaac quickly got to his feet. He saw a hole in the ceiling above. It was a not too high vertical cave. It seemed he and the boar had tumbled down into it. Grunts, growls. The boar growled menacingly in the darkness, limping. Isaac felt his tentacles retracting, with part of the boar's lower jaw attached. A typical monster kid. Bitten by a boar yet returns tearing off its jaw? Isaac felt oddly reassured, despite the absurdity. A monster kid indeed, but his monster kid. At this moment, the tentacles were more reliable than any knife. The boar, confused from the fall, seemed disoriented, but Isaac, cushioned by the boar, had suffered less impact and could observe it without much difficulty. Thump, thump. Despite bleeding profusely, the boar irritably shook its head and rammed it into the wall. Already diseased, the boar was delirious from the fall and pain. I have to finish it off quickly. Isaac, instead of overthinking, sprang forward. Sensing him, the boar turned its head. Hey! Though young, his voice echoed in the cave, irritating the boar. Seeing it charge, Isaac pulled something from his pocket. It was the luminous stone necklace given by Jebel. Isaac closed his eyes and struck the necklace against a rock. Crack! A blinding flash filled the cave. Squeal! Blinded by the sudden light, the boar frenziedly rampaged. Isaac was satisfied with the flashbang-like effect. The light, as Jebel warned, was intense but faded quickly. The remaining lifespan of the half-year-old luminous stone was uncertain. The boar, disoriented, missed Isaac and crashed into a nearby rock, further mangling its already torn face. Squeal, grunt. The sound of the struggling pig was dreadful. Isaac pounced onto its back. The moment he clung tightly to prevent it from escaping, tentacles swiftly erupted from his left hand. Whirl! As Isaac struck again, a whip-like sound filled the air. The tentacle tips turned sharply like awls. Like teeth biting into a neck, the tentacles pierced and burrowed into the boar's flesh. Die! Crack, crunch! The sound of bones being crushed and broken was deafening. The boar thrashed wildly, but Isaac clung on for dear life. Falling off here meant certain death for him. The boar, head and back alike, furiously slammed against the walls. Isaac nearly lost consciousness several times from the jarring impacts and felt bones breaking. Thought flashed through his mind that letting go could be fatal. A nameless chaos watches you. Suddenly, Isaac felt something writhing inside him. Crack! Without warning, a wound on Isaac's chest split open. Again, he had no time to think. Like a breached dam, his chest suddenly burst open, spewing thousands of tentacle-like tongues. The massive tentacles, larger than Isaac's body, engulfed the enormous boar in an instant. The boar's screams were drowned out by the sounds of bones crunching and muscles tearing apart. And it was brief. The boar was disintegrated within the tentacles, not even leaving a piece larger than a tooth behind. The tentacles, not leaving a drop of blood, licked up everything, and after confirming no other life forms were nearby, retracted back into Isaac's body. You have consumed Plague Boar C. Intestines of the Dead God perk increases absorption efficiency. Your resistance to diseases has greatly increased. Beastly Strength temporary perk acquired. Tough Hide perk acquired. Temporary perks will last until digested. Agent of Chaos cooldown, 30 days. Isaac, feeling dizzy and nauseous, clutched his head. He felt like he might faint any moment. But the messages didn't stop there. The nameless chaos is satisfied with your new prey. A reward from the chaos has been granted. Choose one of the following 3 rewards. Flesh storage, regeneration speed greatly increases until the consumed prey is digested. Janitor of the Otherworld B, you can now summon tentacle from both hands. Parasite from Beyond C, tentacles can plant short-lived parasites under the skin of their target, causing continuous pain. Reward, Isaac realized he had successfully completed the mission assigned by the nameless chaos. Tarot cards with ominous symbols appeared before him. The cards, surrounded by tentacle patterns, were filled with sinister images. Flesh storage, janitor of the Otherworld, parasite from beyond, more chaos monster skills. Isaac, like when he created his character, forced a resigned smile upon seeing more chaos monster skills. Expected, yet it was a mix of joy and unease. Chaos attribute monsters are at least upper to top tier. It's said that areas swarming with top tier chaos monsters are undeveloped and deliberately sealed off. Naturally, monsters use skills against players, but these weren't created with character balance in mind. If a character acquires them, they're absurdly strong. The problem is, I can't use these skills in front of people. Reluctantly, Isaac couldn't refuse the perks. Especially if it's from a powerful chaos monster. Flesh storage for health recovery, janitor of the Otherworld for increased attack frequency, parasite from beyond for a damage concept. In his fading consciousness, Isaac desperately tried to make the wisest choice, but it seemed almost predetermined. Increase these tentacles? Absurd. Parasites for torture under the skin? Where would I use this in the monastery? And even if I did, it's too risky. Furthermore, Isaac himself was on the verge of collapsing. He chose the first option, flesh storage. In this world, a young child's survival is precarious. Such regenerative perks were precious for safe growth. Above all, flesh storage was essential for Isaac, who must grow by consuming various animals and monsters. Picking the card, the others turned to ash and disappeared. Isaac watched, slowly losing consciousness. When Isaac awoke, the sky above the cave was beginning to light up. Racing for excruciating pain throughout his body, he flinched, but was surprised to feel remarkably refreshed. Weren't some of my bones broken? Inspecting himself, Isaac found no injuries, not even broken bones. The reward I chose. Responding to Isaac's thoughts, a message appeared. The nameless chaos has granted you the flesh storage perk. Regeneration speed is greatly increased until the consumed prey is digested. Isaac thought it was only natural that his wounds had healed after consuming the entire wild boar. Moreover, the recovery effect seemed to apply to his stamina and mental strength as well, as he felt completely refreshed from his fatigue. However, his head felt slightly cloudy. It felt like there was fog in his head. It was similar to the feeling he had when he first arrived at the monastery. Is it the after effect of activating that, whatever it is, the agent of chaos? Isaac had a fleeting thought that the hazy state he had spent a month in when he first arrived at this monastery might not have been due to his difficulty in accepting reality, but rather the after effect of summoning the tentacles. Tentacles that burst out of his body when faced with a mortal crisis were certainly powerful. However, Isaac was certain that if he had just held out a little longer, he could have killed the wild boar with his own hands, or rather, tentacles. He wasn't seriously injured, and it wasn't like he was in real danger like when he was attacked by Coulson. It's a bit inconvenient that it pops out involuntarily and tries to devour everything around it regardless of my will. Moreover, once activated, Isaac becomes defenseless due to an overwhelming desire to sleep. According to the message, for the next 30 days, that agent of chaos, or whatever, won't be emerging, so if complete safety isn't assured, we might lose even the chance to escape. There was a chance to escape death, but it was still a situation where caution was necessary. I need to hurry back. By now, the monks must be looking for me. They might even think I've been eaten. Even when the sun rose, the inside of the cave remained pitch dark, but Isaac, examining the dim cave, realized that it was not a naturally formed structure. The passage was evenly paved, and there were things like supports to prevent the tunnel from collapsing and brackets for torches. However, it seemed to have been abandoned for a very long time, as there were hardly any signs of use. The hole he had entered through seemed to be accidentally connected by the collapsing of the ground. It would be good to remember this place. It might come in handy if I need to hide outside the monastery. After all, Isaac had many reasons to be wary of the monks of the Codex of Light. Soon, Isaac found a way out of the cave. Pushing through the bushes, he stepped out into the cold autumn rain, which drenched his cheeks. I'll be careful not to run into some strange beast again. Just then, Isaac spotted a pair of faintly glowing eyes in the darkness. Isaac froze. Through the wet leaves, a larger wild boar appeared, much bigger than the one Isaac had killed. What is this? Were these the ones using this cave as their home? The boar, unlike the one Isaac had killed, seemed healthy and cautious, not rushing in recklessly. However, Isaac could smell the strong scent of blood from his own kind. Isaac tensed up, preparing to use his tentacles. He had heard that the boar predation perk made him stronger. Maybe this time he could catch it more easily. Sensing the blood, the boar, excited, started to charge fiercely. Just as Isaac was about to release his tentacles, someone jumped in front of him. The man calmly raised his sword towards the charging boar, and down. In an instant, a flash of light so bright, it hurt the eyes lit up the dark forest, where sunlight shouldn't be visible due to the autumn rain. In front of Isaac lay the boar, split in half. Kid, are you okay? Chapter 9. Chapter 9. The holy body won. As he lifted his head, he saw Jebel, drenched in rain, looking down at him expressionlessly. It was an old sword, its teeth all worn away. However, a strange light danced subtly along the blade before fading away. A tattoo of a crescent moon, and a sword crossed, was visible on the inside of Jebel's wrist. Thinking that Isaac was too shocked to respond, Jebel sheathed his sword again. He then touched Isaac's face and asked with a mischievous expression, 2 eyes, 2 ears, 2 arms and legs each. Wait, why do we have only 1 nose? When Isaac reflexively clutched at his nose, Jebel let out a chuckling laugh. It seemed like a person who didn't know jokes at all. Isaac found himself laughing too, though for a different reason. It was because Jebel had demonstrated his abilities as a paladin. Having witnessed the paladin's skills with his own eyes, Isaac realized that the swordsmanship of the paladins in this world might be much more powerful than what he had seen in games. Isaac decided he must learn the swordsmanship Jebel used. The children who ran away that day immediately went to the monks. Desperately, they informed about Isaac's crisis, and soon Jebel rushed out of the monastery. He followed the trail of Isaac and the boar late into the night, but couldn't find them until dawn. Everyone thought Isaac had died. However, Jebel eventually brought Isaac back, and all the people of the monastery gathered to praise the miracle of God. Of course, there was not even a speck of the miracle performed by the Codex of Light, but Isaac humbly praised it. The monks didn't know whether to scold Isaac for his reckless behavior or praise him for his heroic actions. Eventually, Isaac received the punishment of fasting in the evening. It wasn't a problem for Isaac, who could overeat anyway. The atmosphere in the monastery became generally favorable towards him, and they almost always granted his requests. But what changed the most were the children. I'm sorry. The next day Hans came to apologize. Isaac knew how hard it was for a young person to apologize to someone younger than themselves. He wondered if someone had forced Hans, but there was no sign of shame in him. I realized how stupid I was about to act. Thanks to you I saved my life. You're my savior. Hans seemed rather relieved as he said this. He had already felt that Isaac was a much superior being to himself, but out of jealousy, he had feared and antagonized Isaac. However, this incident made him realize the stark difference between them, and it seemed he no longer felt any sense of competition. Surrendering to an object of fear turns into awe, it seemed. Apologize to Johann. You don't plan to run away anymore? I already apologized. There won't be any running away in the future. If anyone talks nonsense like me, I'll deal with them sternly. Hans showed a look of respect in his eyes. Isaac found it awkward, but brushed it off as childlike behavior. It's the age when strength is admired. And Hans was the oldest and strongest among the children. If he became compliant, controlling the other children wouldn't be a problem. But he's quick to acknowledge reality when faced with it. Not as stupid as he looks. The escape plan was likely concocted out of wounded pride due to Isaac. Without Isaac's intervention, things would have likely gone smoothly until he was 17. Hans extended his hand, as if asking for forgiveness. Isaac, feeling slightly sorry, shook his hand. Hans smiled brightly, thinking they had reconciled. You're incredibly strong. Did you learn from Mr. Jebel? Huh? Oh yeah, sort of. Isaac couldn't say it was thanks to his past life's memories, so he evaded the question. Hans nodded as if he expected that answer. You're planning to join the Dawn Army, aren't you? Hans then brought up a strange topic. Isaac nodded as he recognized the familiar term. Dawn Army. Isaac knew what it was. It's a periodic main quest and backbone storyline in Nameless Chaos. In a far eastern land, there is a holy land known as the first place where the Codex of Light was written. But at the same time, it is also where the immortal emperor of the immortal order Bishek was reborn as a god. The Dawn Army is a coalition formed by the Codex of Light sect to reclaim the Holy Land. Sometimes the White Empire, which adopts the Codex of Light as its state religion, controls the Holy Land. Other times, it's the Black Empire of the Immortal Order. For the last 100 years, the Black Empire has dominated the Holy Land. The most recent formation of the Dawn Army was 15 years ago, the 12th Dawn Army. The last Dawn Army was 15 years ago, so by the time we're adults, it'll likely form again. The Holy Land must be reclaimed. Hans believed the Codex of Light sect would inevitably form the Dawn Army again. Isaac knew exactly when that would be. 4 years from now. Indeed, to reach the pinnacle as a Paladin, participating in the Dawn Army is unparalleled. Even if not a Paladin, this quest in the game was inevitable. The whole continent gets involved in this war. In short, the 13th expedition of the Dawn Army is a main story event in Nameless Chaos. When the Dawn Army is formed, the Immortal Order also forms the Eclipse Army, joining hands with like-minded sects to oppose the Dawn Army. In other words, Isaac had already successfully completed the 13th expedition of the Dawn Army 8 times. Isaac reaffirmed his purpose. To hide his tentacles, he must become an unquestionable, noble paladin and reclaim the Holy Land at the pinnacle. What happens after the game ends, I'm not sure. He didn't expect a hollow the end and a return to the original world. At that time, Isaac couldn't predict what he would become, but he knew he had to join the Dawn Army someday. Why don't you follow Mr. Jebel if you're planning to join the Dawn Army? At Isaac's words, Hans blushed. I used to follow him, but it was too hard and dirty and scary. He meant that he had tried following but couldn't keep up. Hans hastily changed the subject. But aren't you scared of Mr. Jebel? Not really. He jokes and laughs more than you'd think. But there's talk that Mr. Jebel is a deserter. Deserters rampage, looting and even killing fellow believers. In this era, deserters were almost synonymous with bandit gangs. They were conscripted from all over without proper supplies for war. After one battle, deserters would pour out, causing trouble in various regions. And did you see the tattoo on his wrist? The one with the overlapping crescent moon and sword. That could mean he was a soldier of the Black Empire. He might have secretly infiltrated our country. Isaac almost laughed. It's quite an imagination. But who would tattoo "I'm a spy" on their wrist? Plus, if he were a soldier of the Black Empire, he would be undead. He wouldn't blatantly wear human skin. However, Isaac had seen that tattoo too. Since the crescent moon was a symbol of the Black Empire, it was natural for Johan to feel uneasy. Well, I am curious about Jebel's identity. Maybe it's time to move to the next phase. Isaac began to ponder daily on how he could learn swordsmanship from Jebel. While he was working on building his body, learning swordsmanship as soon as possible was crucial, especially considering the path he needed to take to become a paladin. However, Jebel had lost his comrades. To give him a sword again, and make him mentor the next generation, there had to be a proper reason. Isaac knew that Jebel was a paladin, but he had no information about his affiliation or the circumstances that brought him here. Unable to ask directly, Isaac began scouring the library shelves. The clue he needed was already out there. After several days of searching, Isaac nearly dropped a book. He barely caught a thick leather-bound volume, heavy enough to nearly slip from his grasp, made of sturdy parchment. He read the title of the book he was about to put back. The Records of the 12th Dawn Army. It was a record of the very Dawn Army that happened 15 years ago. Isaac, thinking he had finally found what he was looking for, turned the pages. The book was a true record, faithfully but monotonously detailing the reasons for the 12th Dawn Army's formation, participating countries, routes, personnel, the hostile forces they encountered, and their supply strategies. Although devoid of entertainment, Isaac's attention was caught by the participating groups section. The emblem of a crescent moon overlapping a sword. It was the same symbol as the tattoo on Jebel's wrist, used by an organization as their flag. Isaac confirmed the name of the organization. Avalanche Paladin Order. Of course it was here. Jebel had participated in that 12th Dawn Army. Isaac began reading about the Avalanche Paladin Order. It was a fairly large order, about 120 members strong, especially prominent in the eastern regions. Located on the border with the Undying sect, they were known for their ample combat experience and aggressiveness. Isaac paused at the list of the order's members. Jebel Crackton, Vice Commander of the Avalanche Paladin Order. Vice Commander, he was more significant than I thought. Isaac felt incredulous. He had thought of becoming a paladin, but to have someone of such stature so close. Paladins are not only exceptional individually, but also capable of performing divine miracles, making them more revered than ordinary knights. They hold high status within their orders, so much so that lords and kings try to win them over. However, paladins don't move for money, making them notoriously difficult to persuade. With such status, it wouldn't have been odd for him to be the commander of a knightly order under some powerful patron. But he didn't, did he? Desert after surviving? Apostasy maybe. Isaac indeed never saw Jebel reading scriptures or even praying. But if he had apostatized, why would he take refuge in a monastery of the Codex of Light? Regardless, this information can be useful. As if to echo his thoughts, a whispering voice came. Nameless Chaos is watching you. Nameless Chaos wishes you to make Jebel your subordinate. What nonsense is this? Nameless Chaos adjusts its goal downward. Nameless Chaos wishes you to make Jebel your prey. What do they see me as? A person is not the same as a mouse. Nameless Chaos further adjusts its goal downward. Nameless Chaos wishes for you to achieve even a tiny victory over Jebel. It all sounded the same. What could be expected of a mere 14-year-old child? To subjugate someone who was a vice-commander of a paladin order. Knowing Jebel was a paladin seemed to ignite an inexplicable desire for competition in Nameless Chaos. Isaac found it ridiculous, but then thought maybe it wasn't impossible. Victory can take many forms, and Isaac had already planned to take a gamble with Jebel. The reward of chaos awaits you. Chapter 10. Move it over there. A few days later, Jebel was splitting firewood in the backyard and instructed Isaac. A pile of neatly stacked wood already lay beside him. Isaac, following the instructions, noticed that all the wood was cut uniformly and spaced evenly. Of course, it was possible with skilled hands, but something about it reminded Isaac of something else. Thud thud. Jebel split the wood mechanically without breaking a sweat. His axe never missed the center of the wood, and never failed to split it in one try. Isaac, who had been watching silently, suddenly spoke. Mr. Jebel. Why? Please teach me swordsmanship. Thud. Jebel didn't stop chopping. He split a few more pieces of wood before turning to Isaac. He was smiling. So that's why you were following me around. Not just for that, but why do you think I know how to use a sword? Because I'm a deserter? Jebel referenced an old rumor. Isaac shook his head. He didn't know why Jebel was at the monastery, but that wasn't important to him. Was splitting the wild boar in half done with your fist? You must have seen it wrong because you were scared. Right. He had expected Jebel not to be convinced by mere words. I saw the rat corpses you sometimes asked to be discarded. The rat corpses Jebel occasionally instructed to be thrown away were not like those caught in traps, but appeared to be directly caught, all with similar wounds in similar locations. They were all precisely punctured by something sharp, like a knife. Why not think of a spear or a skewer? Wouldn't that be more common? Jebel was surprised that Isaac had noticed, but instead of being displeased, he seemed intrigued, wondering what Isaac would say next. Isaac decided to throw out what he had been pondering. You're a holy knight, Mr. Jebel. Why do you think I'm a holy knight? Because of the tattoo on the inside of your wrist. Jebel inadvertently touched his wrist. He hadn't particularly hidden the tattoo. He was just surprised that young Isaac had noticed it. Hans called it a pattern of a sword crossing a crescent moon, but it's actually a sword piercing a crescent moon, right? The emblem of the Avalanche Holy Knights. Piercing the crescent moon. Just as the sun symbolizes the Codex of Light, the crescent moon symbolizes the immortal order, especially the immortal emperor. Thus, Jebel's tattoo was a declaration of piercing the immortal emperor Bishek, the god and leader of the immortal order. It was a sign that the Avalanche Holy Knights Jebel belonged to were an extremely combative organization. I've seen that tattoo in the list of knights participating in the Dawn War. Holy Knights who participated in the 12th Dawn War. You've noticed quite a lot. The story of the Dawn War is every kid's favorite. Jebel put down the axe with a complex expression. Even kids should not be underestimated. No one but the abbot recognized it. Jebel muttered, not particularly trying to hide it, and picked up the axe again. Isaac wondered if Jebel would strike him with the axe, but he simply went back to splitting wood. Isaac waited for an answer, but Jebel said nothing more. So what? Will you teach me how to use a sword? Of course, swordsmanship isn't a necessary condition to become a holy knight. It's more of a byproduct of the process. Most holy knight orders are closed structures, filled with people brainwashed into faith from childhood. But Isaac didn't have that option. Not because this wasn't a holy knight order, but because he had no way to prove his faith. If it were discovered that he followed a nameless chaotic faith, he'd be burned alive. If Isaac wanted to become a holy knight, he had to achieve undeniable results outside the holy knight orders before joining. What does me being a holy knight have to do with teaching you the sword? Go ahead and blab if you want. A deserter becomes a deserter holy knight. So, he did desert? Jebel already spoke, as if he had left his position as a holy knight. Maybe losing his comrades made him indifferent. Hence, He was here in this remote monastery, chopping wood. But Isaac knew he hadn't given up the sword. His equipment was well maintained, and his swordsmanship was still sharp. He seemed ready to take up the sword again at any moment, just hiding out in the monastery for some reason. As Isaac watched, Jebel smirked and thrust the axe deep into a thick log. Try pulling it out. What? You want to learn the sword, right? It's not even a heavy battle axe, just a hand axe. A sword is much heavier than this. Thinking of wielding a sword when you're not even fully grown. Ridiculous. Isaac hesitated but approached the axe. Jebel expected Isaac to struggle and fall trying to pull it out. It's hard to build a body fit for a swordsman in such a poor monastery. Do you even get proper meals, or do you train? All you do is sit and read books. How can you be trained? If I pull out this axe, will you teach me swordsmanship? Maybe. It's not stuck in a stone like a sacred sword, but it's deeply embedded. You won't be able to pull it out just by looking at your size. However, Jebel watched Isaac with a look of anticipation. He wasn't completely against teaching Isaac swordsmanship, but to him, Isaac was just a mature child for his age. Especially since he had been trained from a young age, he thought Isaac's current physique wouldn't be enough for more than physical training. But maybe he'll show something special. Isaac cautiously grasped the handle of the axe. The height of the axe handle reached up to his face, making it difficult to hold properly. He had no choice but to grab near the head of the axe and apply force. There was a slight movement in the log. Jebel was skeptical, but as expected, the axe didn't budge. See, instead of talking nonsense, focus on studying the scriptures. Then the abbot might recommend you for the cathedral college, Jebel said, smiling. Isaac was smart and diligent. Even without extraordinary abilities, he was the kind of person one would want to keep around. However, the next moment, Isaac lifted the axe, embedded in the log, high into the air. Jebel's eyes widened as Isaac lifted the log, almost as big as his own torso. Isaac didn't just pull out the axe, he lifted the entire log. But he felt that this alone wasn't shocking enough. Isaac slammed the axe, still embedded in the log, into the ground. Bang! The axe split the log in half in one swift motion, and embedded itself deep into the ground. Isaac felt a numbing shock in his palms but tried to endure it. Lifting it was one thing, but pulling it out is another challenge. What the Jebel was dumbfounded, and then suddenly rushed over to Isaac. Isaac was startled by Jebel frantically examining his body, but let him be. After confirming Isaac's slender wrists and frail muscles, Jebel even lifted him to check his weight. Then he realized the absurdity of the situation. How is this possible? Isaac avoided his gaze, pretending not to know. Temporary benefit. Beastly strength from consuming the plague wild boar. The benefit Isaac gained from consuming the plague wild boar was still active in his body. It was a temporary effect, but it was enough to win the bet with Jebel. Of course, both Isaac and Jebel knew such a situation was absurd. Isaac debated revealing this power, but had to show this impossible event to win the bet or for future swordsmanship training. After all, claiming to train in swordsmanship without sufficient strength was also absurd. Jebel tried to rationalize the situation before asking, "Did you eat all those rats? Even if you did, that strength doesn't make sense for your physique." Flustered by the unexpectedly sharp question, Isaac saw Jebel immediately dismiss his own theory. It was just as absurd. However, in this world, when impossible things happen, there's a convenient way to come to terms with it. Jebel muttered in a daze. Was it really a miracle then? A miracle? In that moment, Isaac didn't miss the expression that flickered across Jebel's face. Jebel had used the past tense. Was it a miracle? Not the present tense. Meaning, Jebel had seen something in Isaac that he suspected was a miracle, and that fleeting expression on his face. It was a look of joy and exhilaration, the kind one has when something they've been anticipating appears, not the expression one makes when they see something unexpectedly amazing. Jebel hurriedly masked his expression and closed his mouth, seeming reluctant to speak further. So then, when Jebel hesitated to answer, Isaac pressed for a response. "Since I lifted it, you'll teach me swordsmanship, right?" Jebel was at a loss for words. "The nameless chaos is pleased with your minor victory. A reward from the chaos has been bestowed upon you." Late in the evening, while reading in the library, Isaac received his victory reward. Isaac smiled slightly upon hearing the message. "It seems he's decided to teach me swordsmanship." The outcome wasn't decided when he lifted the axe during the day, but the message appearing after a while suggested Jebel had acknowledged it. It wouldn't have been possible to earn this recognition just by lifting an axe. Isaac realized that it was the image he had built up that had swayed Jebel's mind. The image of a smart, diligent boy, constantly striving for self-improvement, coupled with the desire to learn swordsmanship and showcasing talent, was enough to turn heads. Anyway, it worked out well. Isaac checked the reward bestowed upon him by the Nameless Chaos. The Nameless Chaos has granted you the Rat in the Walls perk. You can now share senses through your tentacles. Shared senses? Isaac felt curious about the term. It was not immediately useful due to the many eyes around, but he cautiously got up and headed outside, pretending to go to the bathroom. "See, Just once in a secluded spot, Isaac tried out his tentacles. He experienced a slight dizziness as the vision and sounds perceived by the tentacles overlapped with his own. The rat in the walls, you can share senses through your tentacles. The overlapping visions were not too confusing, separated only by a blurry boundary. Closing his eyes allowed him to focus more on the tentacle's perspective. Isaac moved the tentacle and pushed it through a small crack in the floor. He knew the confessional where Jebel and the abbot were located was below. His aim from the beginning was to eavesdrop on them. He needed to know what Jebel thought of him. The tentacles snaked through the loosely sealed wall cracks and stopped near where Jebel and Yevhar were. He heard their conversation through a small ear formed on the tentacle. He lifted an axe stuck in the wood. Yes, your reverence. As expected, Isaac's feet had reached the abbot's ears. Maybe he's just naturally strong. Calling it a miracle seems a bit of a stretch. It's different, your reverence. In the dimly lit confessional, Jebel, with his forehead resting on his hand, muttered, "There's a high probability that Isaac is a holy body, one who harbors miracles within themselves." Chapter 11. The holy body. 3. A body where a miracle has occurred is called a holy body in the Codex of Light. As the term holy body was mentioned, the monastery's abbot fell into a moment of silence. However, Jebel quickly continued, "I saw a person who manifested a holy body when I was young. Overnight, they possessed abilities beyond verbal explanation. Isaac is young and small in stature, so it's this much for now, but as he grows, it will manifest more strongly. Indeed, his appearance is not that of an ordinary child." Isaac's surreal appearance even baffled the abbot. Frankly, it seemed more plausible that his appearance itself could be a holy body rather than just his ability to lift a heavy axe. But under Jebel's intense gaze, the abbot cleared his throat. Miracles are granted through achievements, and a holy body manifests through divine revelation. If Isaac truly is a holy body, we must consider it carefully. It's not a matter we can decide lightly. There are indeed many people in the world who possess miracles. People who have entered burning furnaces and come out alive, those who can move incredibly fast over long distances, and even those who have returned from death. Monks can even routinely perform the miracle of lighting candles. Those with a manifested holy body are fundamentally different. The Church calls them individuals born into the world with a mission. Born with miracles, without any achievements, they are undoubtedly messengers sent by God to fulfill a divine mission. Many holders of a holy body have ascended to sainthood or left significant marks in history. Some even reached the rank of angels. Therefore, the manifestation of a holy body isn't something to be decided lightly. It requires the Church's recognition. It's a matter that could shake the direction of the Church. It indicates the direction of God's will. But Jebel answered coldly, "Do you trust the lamps underneath the blind?" Lamps underneath the blind was a euphemism for high priests of the Codex of Light. It means that though they are closest to the light, they are blinded by its brilliance, unable to see even their feet. Jebel despised the Church's high priests. That's also why he deliberately hid Isaac in the monastery when he found him. If Isaac is truly a holy body and recognized as a divine messenger, he will ultimately be used politically, according to their whims. Isaac may be precocious for his age, but he's still a child. Let's say Isaac is a holy body with innate strength. Those who want war will interpret his existence as a call to vanquish the Church's enemies, and those who want the status quo will see it as a sign to flaunt the prosperity of the Beige Empire. The scale might tip somewhat, but eventually, the stronger side will prevail. The abbot somewhat agreed with Jebel's view. He too disliked the politics of the Central Church, which is why he came to an outlying monastery. "So, what do you propose?" "I'm suggesting we be cautious before others discover Isaac's identity." "That's all, abbot." Jebel's voice was filled with tension. "Of course, all the monks here are good people, and the children are innocent. But the monastery isn't just them. To operate the monastery, continuous donations from the village or trade with merchants are necessary. Lost travelers or pilgrims might visit, and there could be visits from neighboring monasteries or the Church hierarchy. At least until Isaac is over 16, we can consider the timing. If the world knows about him now." Jebel stopped, unable to continue. The abbot sighed deeply. "As you know, hiding a holy body is like hiding God's will from the world." "I am aware, abbot." "Then you shouldn't have told me." Jebel bowed to the abbot. In truth, he was conflicted. He had hoped Isaac would be a holy body since Carlson's disappearance, but accepting this reality now was difficult. If only it had been certain from the beginning. A holy body is often described as the will of God manifested in human flesh. As a former Paladin, Jebel should receive this devoutly. However, having been close to Isaac for so long, he now felt fear at the thought of the young boy bearing such a heavy mission. Therefore, Jebel wanted to confide and accept this truth with someone he could trust the most. Otherwise, he felt he might hide Isaac's existence from everyone. The abbot, seeing Jebel didn't respond, spoke tiredly. "The manifestation of a holy body means the will of God has incarnated. You know that Emperor Waldsimir of Gertania manifested as a holy body at 20, and ascended the throne in 6 years? Of course, the Girthonia Empire only properly formed about 30 years ago. Emperor Waltzimer, with the power of a holy body, subdued numerous lords and warlords, creating a strong empire. The Church accepted this as God's will. We hide the holy body. How are we different from those lamps underneath the blind? At least we don't need to play the trumpet openly to the world, do we? So, if Isaac truly is a holy body, he will undoubtedly stand out. It must be God's will, but that time should be when God deems it right, not too soon. With the abbot's help, that is. Jebel left his last words unsaid. The abbot, sighing lightly, understood Jebel's intent. Let Isaac decide the timing himself, at least when he has grown enough not to be exploited. He too was once part of the Central Church's political games. Tired of the strife, he may have left, but his influence was still significant. Only the abbot could smooth things over if word got out. I understand. It's a request from Jebel, and there must be a plan prepared by the Codex of Light. It's presumptuous of us to blow trumpets on our own. Relieved by the abbot's words, Jebel sighed. Observing him, the abbot asked, "So, how did the holy body manifest?" "Excuse me, even the manifestation of a holy body can take various forms. I've heard there are those who show no visible change, others who appear amidst light or other special phenomena, and some even reveal their incarnate body." By incarnate body, you mean the physical form changes? As you know, Emperor Waltzimer grew shining horns on his head, and the lighthouse keeper, Luodin, who appeared at the stake with the dawn stone slab, was said to have been in the form of burning light. It is said that the closer the body transforms to the image of a deity, the greater the power and destiny reserved for it. Hearing the abbot's words, Jebel recalled another holy body he had seen. He had manifested the holy body without any apparent physical change. Jebel recalled the moment when Isaac had raised the axe. It didn't seem like anything special. The abbot smiled in relief. That's fortunate. It'll be easier to conceal, and perhaps the Codex of Light has not placed a heavy destiny on Isaac's shoulders. Maybe he's just a youngster with extraordinary strength. That possibility was not out of the question. There have been instances where miracles were temporary. There were also holy bodies that left no significant historical trace and disappeared. However, Jebel had dismissed that possibility since he brought Isaac from the annihilated village. A miracle happening once could be a coincidence, but twice indicates intent. The abbot murmured in passing, "Let's pretend today's conversation never happened. Better not to mention the holy body to Isaac." "Yes, I understand." Though they promised to keep it a secret, another set of ears had already heard their conversation. Soon after, Isaac withdrew his tentacles with a confused expression. "Jebel brought me to the monastery." Isaac recalled the day he was struck by Kalson's sword. He couldn't clearly remember how he got from there to the monastery, but if Jebel was involved, it meant he had deliberately hidden his identity for some reason. Isaac was perplexed, not knowing how to take this. Then why hasn't he acted like he knew all this time? Maybe the intention was to hide him among other orphans and raise him as a normal child. It implied the need to conceal Isaac's identity, not informing the higher echelons of the order about his status as a holy body might have been for the same reason. I didn't expect this kind of situation, though I wasn't hoping for special treatment. The new information was surprising, but nothing had changed. However, he knew how to act if an unforeseen situation arose. Historically, the life of a young child hiding their identity was as precarious as a candle in the wind, and if that candle managed to survive, it could become a fire that engulfs the world. "I'll teach you swordsmanship." The next morning, already aware of this, Isaac was not greatly surprised. However, he pretended to be pleased, so as not to arouse Jebel's suspicion. "But there's a condition." "A condition?" "Avoid unnecessarily displaying your strength elsewhere, like when you lifted the axe yesterday. You understand what I mean." It meant not to speak of the miracles he performed. Although strictly speaking, it's more a monster's power than a miracle. Isaac was actually glad about Jebel's words. He had shown his strength, trusting that the unsociable Jebel wouldn't go around talking about it. Besides, Jebel's identity as a deserted holy knight was also better kept out of unnecessary attention. The same went for Isaac. Isaac knew that the strength he showed was not a miracle, but a trick using a tentacled monster. If he was thoroughly investigated by the higher order, he'd end up as a well-cooked barbecue. "I was just about to enjoy the easy life here, and then make my escape." "This is perfect." "Yes, that's fine." Isaac readily agreed, causing Jebel to look at him curiously. "You accept it quite readily." Maybe I agreed too easily. It was an age when he should have been starved for attention. But Isaac brazenly responded, "If I said no, you wouldn't teach me swordsmanship, right?" Jebel had actually intended to teach Isaac swordsmanship regardless of his response. It was to reduce Isaac's time with others, preventing the accidental reveal of his holy body. He also hoped Isaac would learn some means of protecting himself when he eventually left the monastery. "Well, fine." Jebel said this while taking out the hand axe he had stuck into the firewood yesterday. "Let's start with this. An axe. Am I to lift it again?" "No. There's no sword that fits you right now." "My sword is too long and ill, suited for your hand. Until your body grows properly, you'll practice with whatever you can hold. The monastery had no real weapons, only clubs or staff. Of course, Jebel had several spare weapons prepared for emergencies, but none were suitable for Isaac. A weapon can break or get damaged easier than you think. In battle, you must be able to fight with whatever you can grab. After all, the basics of all weapons are the same. The basics? To strike the enemy quickly with the sharp end. Jebel gripped the hand axe and focused ahead. Gone was the Jebel who used to handle menial tasks at the monastery. In his place stood a battle-worn, veteran Paladin. Chapter 12. Jebel lifted the axe and stepped forward heavily. Isaac involuntarily pictured the target Jebel aimed to strike, not a human, but a giant, or rather, a massive rock. As Jebel swung down his raised foot, the axe cut through the air with a heavy wind noise. Whoosh! The blade of the axe flashed, sending a strong wind in all directions. A straightforward downward strike. It was a simple and fundamental move with an axe. Isaac recognized it as a similar technique to the one Jebel used when he had cut down a wild boar. With a dull sound, the log split in two. The cut was clean. It was split along the grain, but even if it had been against the grain, the result would have likely been the same. Jebel, having completed the move cleanly, was pleased to see Isaac's surprised face. But Isaac's surprise wasn't due to watching Jebel's move. Basic Holy Knight swordsmanship has been unlocked. Carlson-Miller predation effect greatly increases proficiency. Lower Holy Knight swordsmanship proficiency L, V111, 10,000 just by watching? Isaac still couldn't fully utilize the predation effect of Carlson-Miller due to the level difference. However, the message suggested that the predation effect could grant more than just ability scores. The talent in swordsmanship, the talent of a Holy Knight that Carlson-Miller possessed. Top-ranking Holy Knight known as the Saint of Swords. Unbeknownst to him, Isaac had been harboring Carlson-Miller's talent. That meant the ultimate skill he obtained from consuming Miller, Lighthouse of the Watcher, could also be unlocked through similar growth. Let's start with this. Do it like you, Mr. Jebel? At that, Jebel looked at him as if it was ridiculous. Think you can mimic it? If you really did it exactly, you might tear a muscle. Just try a simple downward strike. A simple downward strike was something anyone could do, but without skill, Isaac, despite his astonishing strength, would be no more than a strong lumberjack. It was just basic training for now. But do you understand what that move was? Suddenly, Jebel remembered that Isaac might have meant he couldn't replicate such a move. The technique Jebel used was only possible after thousands of repetitions by someone highly focused. It would have seemed trivial to an ordinary person, since Jebel had trained enough to perform it with little effort. Recognizing such a level of skill required someone of a certain level themselves. Moreover, Isaac, who had never held a sword until now, Isaac was about to say it was obvious but stopped himself. He remembered something similar to Jebel. If Carlson-Miller's talent had seeped into him, then his discernment might also remain. But he couldn't mention that. That just seemed like a hard move to follow, even if you brought Mirzik over. Isaac diverted the topic naturally, and Jebel smiled at the expected response. Isaac received the hand axe from Jebel and staggered momentarily under its weight, but he managed to steady himself by exerting force on his feet. If I hadn't consumed anything until now, I wouldn't even be able to hold it. In truth, the boar in Isaac's body had been fully digested, leaving no more temporary benefits. The digestion of such a large boar was improbable, but thanks to it, Isaac had grown in muscle and stature. That he could barely lift the axe was also due to this reason. Seeing Isaac struggling to hold the axe, Jebel tilted his head in confusion. Yesterday, Isaac had effortlessly lifted the axe stuck in the wood, but today he was barely managing. Inside Jebel's curious gaze, Isaac, for the time being, mimicked what he had done, barely lifting it, and then barely striking down. Stopping the axe before it hit the ground was harder than lifting it. Whoosh! Lower Holy Knight swordsmanship proficiency L, V122, 10,000 few. What's wrong? Is it too heavy? No, it's not that. Isaac contemplated secretly using his tentacles, conflicted. If he found it too difficult today after lifting it easily before, Jebel might become suspicious. But Jebel, in fact, was relieved. It would be a relief if that day's incident was just a temporary phenomenon. Temporary phenomenon meant it wasn't a holy body but just a random miracle. Such small miracles happened often in the Order. If so, it meant Isaac wouldn't attract unnecessary attention or trouble. Then he felt confused about being pleased. For his purpose, Isaac needed to be a holy body and achieve greatness with his exceptional talent. Yet at the same time, he hoped Isaac would grow up ordinary and enjoy a peaceful life. Regardless, his decision to teach Isaac swordsmanship didn't change. Jebel decided to teach and observe him more closely. Try again. Isaac repeated it a few times. But before even swinging 5 times, Jebel saw the axe hit the ground and smiled. It wasn't a mocking smile, but one of relief. Isaac noticed his smile and focused again, exerting strength in his hands holding the axe. He then began to visualize each of Jebel's moves like pictures in his mind. That move one more time. Boom! The sound of slicing the air was different and clear this time. The smile faded slightly from Jebel's face. Isaac was still barely lifting the axe, but the trajectory and vigor of his swings had started to change noticeably. "No," Jebel murmured softly, but Isaac didn't hear. He only recalled the trajectory of Jebel's sword in the autumn rain, and the axe swing he just made. Suddenly, that trajectory seemed vividly clear. Just follow the blade's path. When swinging a sword, you need to use your whole body. From your toes to the top of your head, direction, gaze, stride, even your breathing. Pay attention to everything. Suddenly, Isaac felt like he heard a shout, not his own memory, but someone else's voice. That moment, the motion of Jebel in his mind sparked, controlling Isaac's body. Whoosh! A strong whirlwind filled the backyard. The axe stopped just before hitting the ground. Gasp! Pant critical? High concentration achievement greatly increases proficiency. Lower Holy Knight Swordsmanship Proficiency L. V12. 132, 10,000. Isaac was speechless at the tremendous improvement. His proficiency had increased by nearly 180 in one go. The more he concentrated, the more his proficiency achievement seemed to differ. Isaac gasped for breath, his entire body soaked with sweat. He felt a burning heat throughout his body, his muscles on the verge of cramping. Surprised by his excessive immersion, Isaac inadvertently dropped the axe. Was that just now Carlson's memory? It was the only explanation he could think of. It seemed like a memory from when Carlson was either teaching someone or being taught. In that last move, Isaac felt like he was someone other than himself. Did I just replicate Jebel's move or Carlson's? Perhaps the nameless chaos's consumption was more than just devouring the flesh and bones of enemies. It was as if someone else's experiences were etched into his muscles. Only then did Isaac remember that Jebel had said something to him. When he finally turned around, Jebel looked pale. "What did you say?" Jebel, rubbing his face in confusion, struggled to find the right words. After some time, he splashed his face with water and spoke. "Let's move on to the next." "Next?" "Yes, next, or rather back to the basics. What you did just now is too advanced for you. Let's start with physical conditioning." Isaac looked a bit incredulous. Was it what he had just done, a basic move? A simple downward strike? Jebel, realizing the absurdity of his own words, shook his head, but on the other hand, he felt it was for the best. Frankly, Isaac's arms and legs were trembling too much to continue. Muscle training with imminent cramps was meaningless. It seemed like Isaac would need to focus on consuming meat and physical training for a while. Jebel kept splashing his face with water, looking at Isaac, who seemed to take the recent event lightly. It was now clear to Jebel that Isaac was indeed a holy body. It wasn't just remarkable talent. The skill Carlson would have displayed at 20. Jebel shook his head at the thought. In any case, the direction he had to take was now clear. He decided to get a little more involved in Isaac's life. Not using him, but adding my small pebble to the path guided by the light in return for helping this boy. Jebel repeated this to himself. "The holy body is certain." Jebel repeated this to the abbot. The abbot, seeing Jebel's expression, was puzzled. "Then there's nothing different from what we talked about earlier." "But why do you look so troubled?" My expression? White, complicated. Joy, confusion, and fear mingled on Jebel's face. Returning to his usual stoicism, the abbot continued. "Why are you suddenly so sure?" I saw him swinging the axe, but he seemed exhausted after just a few swings. "Yes, I thought the same at first," but then Jebel muttered, touching his face in disbelief. He nearly replicated Saint Art's ire, cutting style with just 10 swings of the axe. "I'm sorry, I'm not knowledgeable about swordsmanship. I know Saint Art was a hero of the First Dawn army, but Saint Art laid the foundation for all Holy Knight swordsmanship. The order he founded branched into hundreds, becoming the genesis of the Holy Knight orders around the world." Jebel continued, stroking his chin. "Saint Art's swordsmanship transformed ordinary knights into holy knights. It's often said he elevated swordsmanship to a sacred level. It's fundamental, and although outdated, it's still standard to learn his techniques at the basic stage." So, Isaac accomplished these basics in just one day. It wasn't perfect, but it seems to be just a matter of physical strength and equipment. Jebel explained non-stop. "I was wrong. The miracle bestowed upon Isaac isn't just brute strength, but that talent. Such perfect talent can only be Carlson's." "Jebel." The abbot corrected Jebel's slip. Realizing his mistake, Jebel fell silent. Excited or not, mentioning that name was inappropriate. Jebel felt his face flush. That betrayer is rumored to be missing, but comparing him to a child who lost everyone to that man seems unjust. He must be rotting somewhere, wearing the skull. "I apologize for my mistake." Jebel made the sign of the cross on his chest, repenting. Carlson's betrayal had caused much turmoil in the order. This monastery was quiet only because it distanced itself from church politics, but the situation in the rest of the order was severe. There were even rumors that Carlson was predestined in the Holy Scripture. Regardless of one's faith, ascending to an angel after achieving deeds worthy of divine recognition was a widely accepted belief. Among them, those who achieved deeds memorable to the deity themselves were named by the deity and called named angels. In the thousand-year history of the Codex of Light, only 6 have reached the status of named angels. Carlson was rumored to be the 7th, but he committed an unimaginable sin of betrayal. The real issue began from there. If Carlson had ascended to a named angel or an angel of the immortal order, there would be tales of a new named angel in the immortal order. But there were none. Thus, the Codex of Light was troubled trying to ascertain the truth of Carlson's betrayal and his whereabouts. However, all this was a distant story for the monastery. The abbot refocused on the immediate problem, Isaac. So, what have you decided to do with Isaac? We'll pause the swordsmanship lessons and start with real basics like breathing, stride, and strength training. I intended to give him a taste of hardship, but I didn't expect such talent. You did well. It's best to postpone swordsmanship training for now. Jebel turned away. Though it was his decision, he couldn't understand why the abbot insisted. Why? Jebel, I understand Isaac has great talent and may be a holy body, but he's 14. He needs character education more than learning to be strong. Jebel fell silent, realizing what he had missed. Yes, sometimes talking to Isaac, I feel like I'm speaking with an adult. He's kind-hearted enough to jump into danger for others, but being precocious isn't always a good thing. That's true, but there's no need to rush Jebel. If he learns that fast, focus on the direction, right? Yes, correct. The abbot had heard stories about Isaac from the other children. His concerns stemmed from these stories. He knew Isaac's actions were noble and just. Therefore, it was necessary to firmly anchor his good nature. After all, the most painful betrayal often comes from the most devout believers. Jebel, having just mentioned Carlson, felt the abbot's words even more deeply. The Codex of Light wouldn't want to relive such a painful lesson. For now, I will teach Isaac. What do you think? The abbot personally? Jebel asked, surprised. The abbot smiled softly. If Isaac wants to become a paladin, he'll want to learn about miracles too. I don't have much experience teaching children, but I believe I've demonstrated a respectable faith. He'll enjoy it as much as swordsmanship. Chapter 13. Jebel was even more surprised to hear that Isaac was going to be taught miracles. Priests could perform a variety of miracles, from simply illuminating darkness or lighting candles to subduing enemies. However, such training typically started at the very least at the stage of a trainee priest. The abbot's proposal was almost equivalent to considering Isaac for priesthood. Considering the difficulty of becoming a formal priest, this seemed premature for a 14-year-old. Not many among the monks ultimately donned the priest's robes. However, if the abbot personally taught and recommended a student, becoming a priest would be straightforward. Is that okay? Isaac is only 14, as you said. If the right heart and a sincere desire to praise God come together, it's not impossible. Don't worry. The Codex of Light will guide everything according to its principles. After breakfast, Isaac, as usual, headed to the backyard to help Jebel. However, the person waiting there wasn't Jebel but someone else. Isaac. Hello, Abbot Evar. It was Abbot Evar, a tall man with a lean figure, who examined Isaac while fiddling with a rosary. Isaac, however, met his gaze without any hint of anxiety, having overheard his conversation with Jebel the night before. I could be the target of a witch hunt at any moment. I must be cautious until I'm certain of their trust. Especially now, as he was just beginning to show his potential, he couldn't afford to relax. And today, he needed to be particularly careful. If I can earn Abbot Evar's trust, I might learn the basics of being a paladin, the miracles. Isaac met his eyes directly, determined to show confidence and integrity. However, Evar noticed something unexpected in Isaac's face. Well, if not properly guided, he'll break quite a few hearts. Recently, due to the effects of consumption, Isaac had grown remarkably. His once dull skin had begun to glow, and his skinny limbs filled out, leading to an astonishing transformation in his appearance. Evar, noticing this, coughed awkwardly. Ordinary children usually found Evar's somber expression intimidating. However, Isaac seemed neither fearful nor expectant of what he might say. Is this what they mean when they say, a child grows up suddenly? Maybe Jebel's claim about Isaac being a holy body was true. Isaac, meanwhile, was thinking something entirely different. What a grim face. He quickly brushed aside the thought, fearing it might be deemed disrespectful. I heard you have a talent for swordsmanship, Isaac. Oh yes. I'm trying my best, though I lack a lot. The Codex of Light doesn't forbid priests from wielding a sword. In fact, it often encourages it. Traveling in a rough world without a weapon during pilgrimages is foolish, especially if one risks being killed by the immortal order. It's essential for a priest traveling east to be self-sufficient in defense. How many prayers have you memorized? The prayer before meals and the morning prayer. How much of the scriptures have you memorized? Do you know the Dawn Psalms, chapter 4, verse 8? I'm not sure. Isaac struggled to respond, but it was an unfair situation for him. Most orphans of this era are fortunate just to survive to adulthood without starving. Learning enough skills to make a living is considered a success, so studying letters is a luxury. The monastery also provides opportunities to learn letters, but does not insist on memorizing the content of scriptures. In essence, Evhar was making an unreasonable demand of Isaac, who had only been at the monastery for a few months. Can you discern whom to protect and whom to strike down if you train your sword without fully opening your eyes? I worry you're seeking achievements too hastily. I suppose I need to memorize some scripture to become a paladin, but starting studies already is a bit much. Isaac grumbled inwardly but didn't complain. He realized Evhar's visit, and words meant an opportunity. If they exempt me from needless labor and allow me to memorize or transcribe scriptures during that time, it could be beneficial. Evhar, however, had his own intentions. If Isaac is as talented as they say, we need to secure him now to prevent him from going astray. Even if swordsmanship training was paused, shaping Isaac into a righteous person who understands the words of the scripture was crucial. Gaining too much power too soon at a young age could turn a saint into a mere brute. Unbeknownst to Evhar, Isaac's mind already contained the wisdom of an aged man. I apologize. I acted rashly without understanding the proper order due to feeling powerless when my friends were in danger. I reflect on my mistake. Isaac apologized humbly, yet with a hint of remember when the kids were almost killed. Who saved them? In his words. Evhar recalled the incident and flinched. He watched Isaac for a moment before speaking. Right. The important thing is the heart, not the words of the scripture. I was mistaken. Huh? Why is he agreeing so quickly, despite looking so stern? As Isaac wondered, Evhar continued. I will personally teach you the words of the Codex of Light. It'll be quicker than memorizing the scripture. Either way, Isaac couldn't escape Evhar's grasp. Isaac, who had become a personal student of the abbot, followed him. The words the Codex of Light transmitted to the prophet Luadin were as follows. You must know that the warmth of a bonfire rising in a snowy mountain is the same as that in a desert of hardship. Evhar mumbled the scripture's words as he walked through the monastery with Isaac. Isaac felt sleepy but couldn't doze off as Evhar continued speaking while walking. I've paid attention to even the most boring lectures, but this is too much. In truth, Isaac had no interest in religion. His biggest dilemma after becoming Isaac was precisely that. He had been an atheist. Of course, in a world where deities exist, being an atheist is absurd, but his fundamental mindset remained that of a modern human. Prioritizing individual realities over the will of a distant divine seemed more important. However, in this world, people greatly valued that divine will. This meant that if Isaac wanted to succeed and live well in this world, he would have to at least pretend to have faith. He had anticipated a time when this would be necessary, but it was challenging now that he was receiving focused instruction. He knew that receiving personal instruction from the abbot was a rare opportunity. The problem was that Evhar didn't seem particularly talented in teaching. Again, the Codex of Light ignited a flame in a closed room, filling it with smoke. The flame then extinguished. Watching this, the Codex of Light said to Luadin. Isaac felt so sleepy he could nod off any second. I'd find a physics class more interesting than this. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Evhar's words struck a familiar chord with Isaac. Until now, he hadn't paid much attention to the words of the scripture. They were just something he knew he had to memorize eventually, not something he internalized deeply. But as he forced himself to focus on Evhar's monotonous words, subtle aspects touched his memory. The Codex of Light said, already burned ash and smoke cannot return to being wood. Light and heat are transient, always flowing, so cherish and care for the moment. Isn't this thermodynamics? A flash of realization swept through Isaac's mind. Isaac wasn't a physics major, but he had a basic understanding of the subject. He realized the words Evhar was muttering intertwined with his own rudimentary knowledge of physics. Suddenly, everything Evhar said, and what he had seen and heard in the scripture clicked into place in his mind. It was like a moment of enlightenment. The teachings of the Codex of Light were akin to explaining modern physics in a narrative, non-mathematical form, interwoven with moral lessons. Could it be? That's why it's called the Codex of Light. Light is the fastest thing known. It's the constant measure in the laws of physics. If the Codex of Light is a deity, then it's the deity of physics. Isaac was dumbfounded by this absurd realization. He thought he had to force himself to believe in the Codex of Light, but in fact, he had always been a follower, as modern physics was as fundamental to him as the air he breathed. Isaac. Just then, Evhar suddenly leaned in close to Isaac, causing him to startle and step back. You seem to be lost in thought during my teaching. I was just reflecting on your words, Abbot. Is that so? Then you should understand the bonfire analogy. The bonfire on the snowy mountain is the same as that in the desert. The scripture interprets this as the Codex of Light's power shining equally on all things, good or evil, and preaching the deity's benevolence. But the content had nothing to do with kindness or equality. Hot things are hot everywhere, and cold things are cold everywhere. It was an oversimplified explanation, but enough for people of this world to understand. Yet Evhar twitched at Isaac's words. Instead of getting angry, Evhar responded thoughtfully. What about the story of the closed room? Everything in an isolated space keeps changing form, but nothing disappears or emerges anew. And the tale of the ash? High things go low, hot things cool down, and clustered things scatter. Evhar looked at Isaac died, constantly touching his face as he responded fluently. Isaac's words could easily be misconstrued as heretical. However, Evhar, who had studied scripture for decades, instinctively felt the essence of the Codex of Light's teachings in his words. The scripture of Luodin had been revered as divine words, but over centuries, it was translated and scribed with interpretations by priests. Versions filled with pleasant and moralistic content emerged, but Isaac's words stripped away those interpretations, getting closer to the honest essence. Like Luodin, who transcribed the words of the Codex of Light. This realization struck Evhar like lightning. Jebel had said Isaac was a holy body, chosen by the deity, a bearer of miracles. Evhar had been skeptical, but Isaac's words were testing enough. If that's true, am I daring to test someone chosen by the deity? Evhar could now somewhat comprehend the shock Jebel had felt. Was this what being a holy body meant? Yet Isaac was different from other holy bodies Evhar had encountered. He was a destabilizing presence, unsettling in a way. If Isaac is indeed a holy body, he might have a world-changing mission. Feeling the heavy gaze, Isaac wondered if he had made a mistake. I thought I answered quite well. Should I have simplified it more? To Isaac, Evhar's stern face seemed either like I can't believe such a fool is in my monastery, or there's a devil in front of me. But Isaac was confident that his grasp of the Codex of Light's essence was correct. Of course I can't decipher it into formulas. Isaac knew only the concept, and that too in a highly summarized form. But this allowed him to at least pretend to understand in front of Evhar. After a long silence, Evhar finally spoke. Remarkable, Isaac. Chapter 14. Fortunately, Isaac's response seemed to be correct. He sighed with relief internally and replied, Thank you, Abbot Evhar. Evhar observed Isaac, who responded humbly. Whether Isaac was a holy body or not, he was clearly no ordinary being. Evhar kept in mind a remote, albeit unlikely, possibility, that a very cunning devil had infiltrated the monastery. Evhar was cautious by nature. He had seen cases where revered heroes harbored evil within them. The immortal Emperor Bishek was once one of the bishops of the Codex of Light. Carlson Miller was the Order's hero, destined for the rank of named angel. There were also those who became named angels of other faiths as a consequence of apostasy. Codex of Light, please forgive me for testing you. Evhar decided to conduct one last test. He slowly reached out towards Isaac's forehead. Isaac, unaware of his intentions, stared blankly at the approaching finger. The nameless chaos watches you. The nameless chaos warns you. The nameless chaos sternly warns you. What? Startled by the sudden warnings, Isaac tried to pull back, but Evhar was prepared, grasping Isaac's neck and pressing a finger against his forehead. At that moment, a blinding flash erupted. The light, bright enough to cover the monastery, and visible beyond the mountains on the horizon, gradually faded. Isaac lay sprawled backward, staring blankly ahead. There was a smell of burning. Touching his forehead where Evhar had pressed, Isaac found no wound, only a smudge. Remarkable, Isaac. Evhar, tiredly holding his wrist, said this. The lower part of his arm was missing, with only a charred stump remaining. I wonder if I'm even qualified to teach you. Evhar soon fainted. Behind the panicked Isaac, monks and Jebel hurried towards them. After taking Evhar to his chamber, Isaac explained the incident to Jebel. Upon hearing about the flash that occurred when Evhar touched Isaac's forehead, Jebel sighed. The proof of faith? Yes. The abbot wanted to confirm your faith for the last time. Jebel continued seriously. The proof of faith is a miracle that tests faith by pushing the body into heaven. If one's faith is shallow, they receive burns. That's why it's forbidden except for high priests and inquisitors. Isaac gasped, realizing he almost suffered the same fate as Evhar. So that's why the nameless chaos warned me. He grimaced. Was the abbot trying to kill me? Abbot Evhar never used that miracle more than 3 times in his life, and if he suspected it would seriously harm the other person, he wouldn't use it at all. He must have had some confidence after hearing your answers. But you never know. Isaac grumbled inwardly. But in the end, I was unharmed, and it was the abbot who lost his wrist. Why is that? Jebel seemed troubled by this as well. That's because if the believer's faith greatly exceeds that of the caster suffers the burns. The difference is returned justly. Isaac gaped, stunned. He now understood why the other monks and Jebel looked at him strangely. In short, he had won a faith contest against the abbot. It's like a novice disciple beating a grandmaster in a battle of inner strength in martial arts. While Isaac felt uncomfortable thinking about how this would be perceived, he took solace that his connection with the nameless chaos wasn't revealed. In fact, his faith had been publicly validated, reducing the likelihood of further suspicion. No, that's good. Being officially recognized for my faith gives me an excuse, even if my tentacles are discovered. He believed he understood why he overwhelmingly won against the abbot. The Codex of Light was, in essence, the common knowledge of physics. For Isaac, a modern man, this was as obvious as the earth being round and the moon existing. His faith in these principles was unshakable. A clear truth is equivalent to absolute faith. However, Evhar, living in a world with numerous gods, legends, and superstitions, would naturally have some degree of doubt, even with his devout faith. The difference resulted in Evhar losing his wrist. Will his wrist heal? Some high-ranking clergy could perform miracles to restore severed limbs. An abbot should have access to such a miracle. But Jebel shook his head. No, it will be difficult because it's a hand lost through a miracle. It was taken by the Codex of Light, and I doubt they will return it. Isaac clicked his tongue internally. The proof of his innocence was a cause for joy. However, he couldn't be certain whether causing the abbot to lose his wrist would ultimately be beneficial or detrimental. It was a week later when Isaac met Evhar again. Hello, abbot. Evhar was waiting for Isaac in his office, standing with his back to the sunlit window, making his expression hard to see. However, his right hand was still wrapped in a bandage, suggesting his wrist hadn't healed. I'm sorry, abbot. Sorry? About your wrist? This. It's nothing. I had somewhat prepared for it when I took the action. Evhar walked away from the window and looked at Isaac with a kind smile. No, rather, I should be grateful that it ended with just my wrist. I take it as a sign from the Codex of Light that I still have duties to fulfill. In fact, when Evhar tested Isaac's faith, he was prepared for the possibility of burning to death. If Isaac was a messenger sent by God, such an event wouldn't have been surprising. However, the fact that only his wrist was lost seemed like a revelation to him. Living, it must mean to help Isaac grow. Unaware of Evhar's thoughts, Isaac looked at him anxiously. We talked about the prayer before. Yes. I've memorized a bit more over the past week. And it's unnecessary. You don't have to memorize it. Excuse me, Evhar continued calmly, as if he had attained enlightenment. Those lacking in faith wander searching for the words of God and chase the purpose of their existence in the world. But you are already representing the word of God through your existence. Your words will become prayers, and your songs will become hymns. What use is there in memorizing books? Isaac felt stunned. Why is he suddenly holding me in such high regard? Is it because of the proof of faith? But Evhar, feeling no need to explain further, took out a few books. The reason Evhar had called Isaac after a week was precisely for this. I heard from Jebel that you want to become a paladin. Yes. These are books compiling the miracles and prayers necessary to become a paladin. They will be a good reference. If you're not doing well, I will teach you myself. Isaac looked at the books in surprise. Unlike the ordinary books read and written in the library, these hardcover books contained miracles used by the Order of the Codex of Light and their origins. When Isaac touched the books, a message window shimmered near his eyes. Book, Prayer Book of Ash and Ember Rare Miracle. You can learn to create flames. Ranging from a small candle to a sword, you can ignite flames. Sheet Music, Hymn of Saint Art Rare Hymn. You can learn the Brave Hymn. It suppresses emotional turmoil and allows you to exert stronger power. The nature of the hymn increases its effect when sung by multiple people. Sheet Music, Hymn of the Moth and Lantern Rare Hymn. You can learn the lantern. It creates a light source that drives away darkness. It reduces the defensive abilities of enemies cloaked in darkness. The nature of the hymn increases its effect when sung by multiple people. There were other minor prayer books as well. Although not of high rank, they were extremely practical, as expected of essential teachings for paladins. Isaac realized that these description windows appear not on every item, but only on those imbued with miracles or magical power. You don't have a formal position yet, so I can't show you high-level miracles. And we don't have many books in the monastery. No, this will be very helpful. Isaac expressed his sincere gratitude. It was a great harvest that Evhar fully trusted him, but he never expected to learn miracles as well. The miracle performing hymns circulate only within the order, so their value is immeasurable. Even if somehow acquired, a person without a position in the order would have to explain how they got them, and why they were returned, making them virtually impossible for a commoner to even see. Evhar smiled, pleased with Isaac's humble attitude. Your faith is beyond doubt, but it will take quite some time to actually perform miracles. Don't be hasty and understand the stories and teachings of the saints, and you will soon see results. Isaac nodded. Jebel's physical training method was simple. Carry heavy things and just run. Since most of the basic physical strength comes from aerobic exercise, Isaac followed without complaint. However, the heavy load meant moving heavy oak logs from the yard to the storehouse, hinting at Jebel's practicality. But Jebel thought that wasn't enough and kept talking to the running Isaac. The abbot gave you books? Huff huff. Yes. The books given by Evhar were all stored in the library. It wasn't possible to keep them in a room with other children. Brother Alex seemed to have been tipped off earlier and cleared a shelf. It was a space where others couldn't touch, even lockable. What books did you receive? Hymns, huff, and prayers. Huff huff. Sweating profusely, Isaac answered sincerely. The backyard wasn't very big, but running with bundles of logs made him breathless after just 5 laps. He never cursed the Nephilim race's poor physical constitution as much as now. Even tentacles couldn't help in this situation. Hearing the list of books from Isaac, Jebel chuckled briefly. This, the abbot, is really determined to make you a paladin. Is that so? Of course. Even the seedlings of the Paladin order don't get this much support. It's a treatment that a second son of a wealthy noble house might receive. Among the Paladins, there were hardly any eldest sons. The second and third sons, who couldn't inherit the family, often became wandering knights or devoted themselves to the order. Even families that don't provide proper support to their second or third sons existed, so Isaac receiving such treatment as an orphan was an enormous privilege. It's all thanks to Jebel Sir speaking well of me, huff puff. That's enough. Isaac took a few more staggering steps, then set down the bundle of logs. He thought he had gotten quite fit, but the dense oak logs weighed nearly half his body weight. His thin limbs trembled. His mouth tasted sweet from exhaustion, but Isaac was actually glad for the physical pain. Finally, it feels like I'm doing real exercise. Chapter 15. In truth, carrying firewood was more akin to labor than actual exercise. However, muscles built through such labor were often more practical for real life situations than muscles built purely for appearance, which could hinder movement and reduce endurance. Jebel tapped here and there on Isaac's body, examining him. Why are you doing that? Isaac, having caught his breath, asked. You recover your breath quickly, and your muscles are growing at an unusual rate. But it's odd how you can easily lift a heavy axe and then tremble under the weight of a few logs. It's hard to predict. I don't really understand it myself. Jebel didn't particularly suspect anything. He was already convinced of Isaac's maturity and saw no reason to doubt him. He was merely curious about the conditions under which Isaac exhibited his extraordinary strength. But now, Jebel's attention was focused elsewhere. That's not a problem. Your physical strength is developing remarkably fast. It's astounding. Think your muscles could grow this much in just a week. To Isaac, he didn't notice much difference, but Jebel saw it differently. It must be because of the tentacles. Dead god's intestines devour a portion of the opponent's stats and characteristics. Flesh stored accelerated regeneration until the devoured opponent is digested. The flesh storage ability rapidly digested its prey while significantly enhancing healing speed, and this applied even after a whole day of physical training, leaving his body exhausted. Muscle growth worked like this. First, exercise would break down the muscles. Then they would heal, becoming bigger and tougher than before. This cycle led to larger, stronger muscles. With the help of the flesh storage ability, Isaac could undertake more strenuous and bold exercises without the fear of injury. Thanks to this, Isaac's muscle growth accelerated. Moreover, the dead god's intestines significantly boosted this efficiency. His body was visibly improving. Isaac was pleased with Jebel's evaluation. Great. It feels like I'm finally reaping the benefits of being in this other world. Everything was going smoothly. Training under Jebel, a former vice captain of the Paladin order, and learning miracles and hymns from the monastery head, Isaac was sure of a stable life ahead. The monastery head didn't suspect him, and he was being strongly pushed towards becoming a paladin. What was there to worry about? He just needed to rise through the ranks within the order, and then lead the Dawn army to reclaim the Holy Land. Time flew by. Isaac spent his days under the full support of the monastery head, and under Jebel's guidance. Meanwhile, he also carried out missions for the Nameless Chaos, enhancing his tentacle abilities. Using tentacles within the monastery was still risky, but Isaac managed to walk this tightrope successfully. The nutrients from the tentacles and Jebel's swordsmanship guidance synergized beautifully, rapidly improving Isaac's skills. Thus, Isaac's third winter in this body arrived. It was a rougher winter than he had anticipated. The snow began falling earlier than usual, blanketing the forest surrounding the monastery. Thanks to the winter preparations Isaac and Jebel had diligently made during late autumn, the monastery was more than ready for the season. In the midst of the snowflakes, Isaac stood in the monastery's backyard, sword raised above his head. 2 years of training had transformed his body. Muscles had developed on his once thin limbs, and his face now bore the marks of a young man, though he still appeared slender. Nevertheless, his growth was impressive compared to before. Even without swinging the sword, just holding it up, Isaac's body was covered in beads of sweat. Despite not making a single move, the snowflakes melted before even touching him due to the heat radiating from his body. Suddenly, Isaac's eyes flashed. The sword moved even before he thought of swinging it. The blade's trajectory cut sharply through the air. Whoosh! The sound of the wind being sliced echoed sharply, sweeping the accumulated snow around. Isaac finally exhaled deeply, as if releasing his breath with force. Sweat poured down like rain. This seems to be the limit my stamina allows. The cursed blood of the Nephilim hampered Isaac during his sword training. However, he was able to compensate for this to some extent through the Devour perk. Is this the limit of the physical capabilities of the Nephilim race? The barrier of racial limit seems higher than I thought. The exact extent of this limit was unclear, but to attain greater strength and endurance, he would need to look towards magical means or miracles. Advanced swordsmanship could cover for this level of stamina, but Isaac felt he had reached the limits of his swordsmanship potential. Despite not learning from Jebel, he had glimpsed beyond his current level. This beyond was not just a feeling, but could be quantified. Isaac's gaze drifted to the void. Low-level Paladin swordsmanship proficiency, LV 99.9, 199,009, 199,9, 199,009, 199 conditions not met for the next stage. Since being permitted to wield a sword, Isaac had not missed a single day of training, far surpassing the training period of the swallowed Carlson Miller. Precise execution of movements provided more experience than mere repetition. Thanks to this, Isaac had successfully maxed out his swordsmanship training. But that was half a year ago. Whenever Isaac tried to go beyond, his body instinctively stopped just before the limit. Either he was too exhausted, or he was certain his body couldn't handle it. Advanced swordsmanship, that must be like a skill. In the nameless chaos, swordsmanship was classified as a skill, like magic or miracles. Though fewer in number, they were indeed a different category of skills. Just as a mage uses mana and a priest performs miracles in exchange for worship, swordsmanship consumes stamina. In games, this is portrayed as HP consumption, but the reality could be different. Using skills beyond one's capacity could shatter the body. It meant Isaac's P could drop to 0. Surely I won't be unable to use it for my whole life? The worry crept in, but it wasn't yet so dire that he had to rely on someone else. If it came down to it, he thought he might manage somehow with the devour trait of the tentacles. He needed to restrain himself from swinging his sword until he understood the unmet conditions. Do I have to become a real paladin? Ideally, he would learn advanced swordsmanship from Jebel, who had already demonstrated it. But even as he thought this, Isaac had long given up his desire for advanced swordsmanship or proficiency. Jebel had explained long ago why he wouldn't teach advanced swordsmanship. As one advances in knightly swordsmanship, it becomes more dazzling and complex. High-level swordsmanship can sometimes produce effects like magic or miracles. Isaac had become adept at executing the movements Jebel taught, surprising even himself. Even the fastidious Jebel was at a loss for words. A 14-year-old boy was handling the sword as skillfully as a veteran who had spent decades on the battlefield. Each order of knights pursuing the way of the sword has its own secret techniques. They all claim to be the best, but it's hard to judge superiority, as each has reached its level through research and effort. What if Isaac started learning and using advanced swordsmanship? But even grown adults often struggle with it, leading to runaway attacks or injuring themselves. Isaac's young body could be injured, or worse, torn to pieces. It wasn't impossible. Even in reality, beginners often get hurt attempting difficult movements. While these don't produce magical effects, the ability to perform superhuman movements is similar. In this world, magical occurrences are possible. Isaac knew better than anyone that he couldn't use advanced swordsmanship right now. And above all, the avalanche swordsmanship must not be recklessly revealed. Can I learn it if I join the Avalanche Paladin Order? That's possible, but it's unlikely to happen. The Avalanche Paladin Order doesn't exist anymore. Isaac wondered if Jebel's refusal to teach him was because of this reason, but Jebel hadn't flatly refused to instruct him. Instead, he carefully observed Isaac's execution of all movements except the advanced sword techniques. Jebel meticulously adjusted and repeated the basic sword skills as if tuning delicate machine parts. Sometimes he taught variations or unusual movements and ways to alter the sword's trajectory, but in the end, it was mostly the same movements every day. So after 2 years, Isaac was still repeating these basic moves: cutting, thrusting, striking, blocking. The movements he had repeated over the years with a focus on precision and power were now so ingrained in his muscles that he could feel a snowflake landing on his sword tip. Isaac sighed and lifted his sword again. He had completed his training for the day, but driven by a strange compulsion, he raised his sword once more. His breathing was still rough, and his muscles trembled as if in a spasm. One more time. Isaac had let go of his longing for advanced sword techniques. What he sought was no different from wanting to increase the number of push-ups he could do. He didn't want to regret not being able to swing his sword just one more time in a crucial moment. The tentacles are a last resort. If he didn't want to be chased as a monster, he shouldn't recklessly use the tentacles when cornered. Isaac forced his breathing to steady and aimed the tip of his sword at the air. This time, instead of simply refining a movement, he imagined a hypothetical enemy. He had done similar training many times before, starting with a wild boar, then Jebel, and eventually Carlson. But his current opponent was neither human nor monster. It was the nameless chaos. Or, more precisely, himself unleashing a barrage of tentacles. The strongest being Isaac had ever faced wasn't the wild boar, Jebel, or Carlson. It was himself. When imagining his tentacles overflowing and engulfing the world with their ferocity, Isaac felt terror. He couldn't help but think about how he would confront such a being, or what he would do if he became that being. Of course, at his current level, he would be hopelessly defeated. But still, once more, though he had been crushed and decapitated hundreds of times in his imagination, Isaac moved his sweat-drenched body once more. Again, he felt the tentacles striking down on him. That moment, his sword moved strangely. Having repeated the same movement thousands of times, Isaac was acutely aware of the change. He felt as if his sword had wriggled and bent for a moment. What? It was a simple thrust, a short distance, but Isaac's sword evaded the trajectory of the tentacles and struck the imagined enemy precisely. Ping! Isaac came back to his senses. The imaginary enemy had vanished, and before him was only empty air. He couldn't understand what had just happened. The sword had bent at an impossible angle, like a tentacle. This is thump. Before Isaac could fully grasp the situation, he heard Jebel's voice from behind. You'll catch a cold. Isaac, startled, lowered his sword. Fortunately, it seemed that Jebel hadn't seen that movement. Fortunately, Isaac didn't understand why he thought of it as fortunate, but he felt like he had done something that shouldn't be discovered. He attributed this feeling to a premonition instilled by the tentacles. He had often relied on such intuitions when performing actions that shouldn't be discovered. While Isaac was putting on his clothes, Jebel looked at the traces around them and asked, "Have you been doing this since dawn?" Yes. Isaac had special permission to start training from dawn, unlike other kids. Though he couldn't miss the other prayer and mass times, the monks, knowing he was fully supported by the monastery head, accommodated him at all other times. You've been told that it's okay to ease up on the sword training now. Jebel seemed to be aware that Isaac's swordsmanship had plateaued. Although Isaac was discontent with not being taught advanced techniques, he understood why Jebel said it's okay to ease up on the sword training now. Try reciting the prayer of the fire seed. Ironically, this was precisely why Isaac persisted with his stagnant sword skills. With a reluctant expression, Isaac began to recite the prayer. O ever-present one in all places, guide of the blind lighthouse keeper, tick, tick. Flames sparked from Isaac's fingertips, casting a bright light. But like a flickering flame, the light quickly faded as swiftly as it had appeared, as it had been for the past few years. Jebel stroked his chin and murmured, "Remarkable." "What's remarkable?" "You have such talent in swordsmanship and undeniable devotion, but it's remarkable how little talent you have for miracles." "Isn't that normal?" "Usually, those who get the chance to learn prayers are sure to have both faith and talent. I think I succeeded in the light of the beacon miracle in half a year." Isaac felt a sense of despair. Nephilim, his race, was known for high faith, so he hadn't worried much about miracles. Instead, he was more concerned about swordsmanship and physical training. But the outcome had been the exact opposite. If I gained swordsmanship talent from devouring Khalsan, shouldn't I have also acquired his miracle talent? Isaac felt like complaining to Khalsan. The prayer he had just recited was one of the basics, the light of the beacon miracle. Yet, despite being acknowledged as a mature individual by the monastery head and Jebel, Isaac couldn't successfully perform any prayer or hymn. A paladin unable to perform a single miracle was no different from a mere knight, perhaps even more suspect. Is it because of the tentacles? The Nephilim's racial trait doesn't hinder miracles. Their high faith is considered as usurping divine miracles, so they can perform them as long as they know the prayers and methods. The only plausible cause could be the nameless chaos. It might be hindering his ability to perform miracles. Isaac looked at his palms, pondering. He had received countless aids from the tentacles so far. Without them, he wouldn't have the healthy body he had now. In fact, he had survived several near-death situations thanks to the tentacles. However, the nameless chaos is a deity openly opposed by the Codex of Light. It might be impossible for Isaac, harboring a part of that deity, to wield the miracles of the Codex of Light. Then, could I use a different type of prayer? For instance, prayers worshipping the nameless chaos. Chapter 16. Isaac, having inadvertently entertained a sacrilegious thought, glanced back at Jebel, feeling a bit guilty. Jebel, though shaking his head, didn't seem like he was about to leap at Isaac to split his head open and check for tentacles inside. Well, maybe the Codex of Light thought it too much to grant you both exceptional talent in swordsmanship and miracles. Isaac's talent with the sword clearly exceeded normal levels. If Jebel didn't use advanced sword techniques, Isaac could probably match him. Jebel gazed at the snow-covered yard for a moment before speaking. "It seems enough." "Pardon?" "I have nothing left to teach you." Isaac nodded, his expression mixed. In truth, he had exhausted what he could learn from Jebel a long time ago. Unless Jebel taught advanced techniques, all Isaac could do was refine what he already knew. "That makes sense. You said avalanche techniques couldn't be indiscriminately disclosed." Jebel stared at Isaac intently, then unexpectedly revealed something. "What I taught you is the foundation of the Avalanche Paladin Order's swordsmanship." "Really?" Avalanche swordsmanship is fundamentally a group battle technique, strongest when used collectively. That's why we first focus on building a solid foundation. Jebel paused, then continued with emphasis on each word. But now, the essence of Avalanche's advanced techniques is not worth passing on. Why not? The essence of Avalanche's advanced swordsmanship lies in its ultimate efficiency when used in a group. But now, with the Paladin order gone, there's no one to synchronize with. Isaac was speechless. Even if he learned advanced techniques from Jebel, there would be no way to utilize them effectively. The techniques were based on group combat, fitting for a Paladin order, but Isaac had no such companions. There were no such limitations in the game. So, I hope you develop your own unique secret techniques, based on the basics you've learned. Your style will vary depending on what you experience and feel each time you wield your sword. Jebel's casual suggestion was monumental. He was asking a young man not yet an adult to establish a new school of swordsmanship. Isaac might not have grasped the full difficulty of advanced swordsmanship, but he couldn't help feeling that this was an absurd idea. Is that even possible? You can do it. Jebel spoke as if stating a fact. I've seen potential in you many times, but you always held back, probably unconsciously restraining yourself from using unlearned techniques. In reality, Isaac's body automatically stopped due to the low HP limit of Nephilims, but Jebel seemed to interpret it differently. To Jebel, who was convinced of Isaac's maturity, Isaac appeared as a blank canvas capable of painting anything. Had he taught him the essence of Avalanche swordsmanship, Isaac would have absorbed it instantly, but Jebel chose not to. I don't want to tarnish a blank canvas set for a masterpiece. Isaac, as if realizing something, looked at the marks his sword had made in the yard. Jebel, watching him, remembered his own hidden desires. If he let Isaac go now, the boy would surely surpass him as a swordsman, but that would mean failing the reason he had brought Isaac here. Of course, after all this effort, I can't just let you go. Picking up a small twig, Jebel muttered. I'll show you one of Avalanche's advanced techniques. Didn't you say it shouldn't be leaked? I'm just showing. And since you seem capable of self-restraint, meaning it was up to Isaac to watch and learn on his own, Jebel implied. Isaac stayed silent, focusing intently on Jebel, not wanting to miss any part of his demonstration. Whoosh! Jebel slowly swung the twig, then suddenly swept it horizontally. The twig barely skimmed the snow, yet a blizzard erupted as if a wave had crashed. Jebel's silhouette moved amidst the fluttering snowflakes. Swordsmanship is essentially an application of the three movements you've learned. The twig gradually picked up speed, still executing the simple actions of cutting, thrusting, and striking. Jebel seemed to be giving his first and last demonstration of swordsmanship, repeating it. Isaac realized Jebel's movements were not fighting a single opponent, but many in a battlefield scenario. Not one, but several, perhaps dozens of enemies converging on him. They narrowly missed his blade, fell bleeding, or attempted to surround him with shouts. But just as Jebel seemed overwhelmed by an impossible number of soldiers, a boom-like sound of air tearing apart erupted, and a snowstorm blasted in all directions. Isaac, who had been standing still, was suddenly engulfed in snow. The snow was neatly cleared in a circular area around Jebel, like an explosion. Isaac realized it was a shockwave caused by breaking the sound barrier. But could a human body achieve such speed? Could it withstand it? That's what advanced swordsmanship or skills make possible. Isaac noticed 3 explosive-like traces radiating from where Jebel stood. Anyone there would have been obliterated. This is one of Avalanche Paladin Order's advanced techniques, Omen. If you look closely, you'll see it's based on what you've learned. Jebel, wiping sweat from his forehead, explained. As I've said before, when swordsmanship reaches a certain level, it can take on a form and manifest its attributes, like magic. Avalanche's techniques embody the ferocity of an avalanche. Do you understand? Yes. Isaac nodded, recalling the movements Jebel had demonstrated. The moves Jebel performed, I can do it. Isaac felt a surge of confidence that he could execute the movements Jebel had just demonstrated. The flow and movement of the sword, as if etched in his mind, made sense to him. The Omen technique Jebel had just displayed was simply a combination of the moves Isaac had been practicing throughout his stay at the monastery. Those relentless slashing and cutting moves were the ones Isaac had trained in. When connected organically, they formed a complete sword technique. Avalanche Paladin Order's techniques are based on the form of an avalanche. Isaac recalled Jebel's words. What form am I adopting for my swordsmanship then? Jebel placed the twig on the ground and spoke. Advanced techniques aren't something you can replicate just by seeing them once. And with your body still developing, trying them could be dangerous. But you've learned all you can from me. Even though I didn't teach you advanced techniques, the essence of Avalanche Paladin Order is infused in your movements, your breathing. Jebel pondered whether to elaborate, but then decided against it. It was greed from here on. The desire to leave his mark on a future Master Knight, and the desire to pass on his burdens to him. From now on, you should find your own path. It meant Isaac was to develop his advanced sword techniques on his own. Isaac thought about the irresponsibility of his mentor, but understood his intent. Avalanche techniques were too heavy and powerful for him. There must be a sword technique suitable for Isaac. And just before Jebel arrived, Isaac had discovered a hint of it. Isaac felt his fingers itching already. Isaac. Jebel, facing the falling snowflakes, spoke to Isaac. Next year you're scheduled to go to Lancel Monastery, right? Yes. Orphans in the monastery naturally leave when they become adults. Some become monks, some get recommended for further education in the order, but most become apprentices to learn a trade. But Isaac had a different path. He was to go to a city monastery for proper paladin training. Lancel Monastery, located in a major nearby city, specialized in training priests and paladins, with over 1,600 residents. Isaac was set to receive higher education there. If he had truly learned all the sword techniques from Jebel, there was nothing left for him here. To ascend higher, he needed to leave this place. As long as he wasn't suspected by the order of being a tentacle monster, Isaac's rise was assured. If you become a paladin, there are things you should know. Like what? Why I left the Avalanche Paladin Order and other minor details. Jebel hesitated to elaborate, but the moment he spoke of it, Isaac sensed Jebel was also planning to leave the monastery. Isaac's presence, his training process, had significantly impacted Jebel. I only taught you the basics, but there will be those who recognize it as Avalanche swordsmanship. They will be wielding the same techniques as me. Anyone using Avalanche Paladin Order techniques would likely be from the same order. Was he suggesting hiding his techniques? Technically, Jebel was guilty of leaking the Order's techniques. Kill them immediately upon encounter. Isaac was taken aback. But to kill someone just because they caught me secretly learning their techniques? What are you talking about? The Avalanche Paladin Order is long gone. There's no one left to accuse. Isaac recalled their earlier conversation. Then why insist on killing? It wasn't reluctance due to the moral weight of murder. Paladins are essentially soldiers, and killing is part of a soldier's duty. More importantly, Isaac had already killed, even consumed others, though not by his own hands. They'll surely try to kill you, so for your own sake, you should kill them. Is there no other characteristic besides using avalanche swordsmanship? Their appearances have likely changed, so any description would be useless. And there's no need to worry about confusion. The only people who can use avalanche techniques now are you, me, and them. Isaac wanted to ask more about the story behind this, the reason for this proxy killing. It must be related to why Jebel gave up his paladin duties and sought refuge in the monastery. Certainly, it had to do with concealing Isaac's identity. I need to find out more. Just then, a crow cawed loudly. Looking up, Isaac locked eyes with a crow perched on the monastery head's windowsill. After another caw, it took flight, a red string tied to its leg. It was a messenger crow. Jebel frowned at the sight. A carrion crow. Is that a bad omen? It's not the carrion crow, but those who use them that are the problem. Jebel spoke with a meaningful tone as the monastery door opened with a clunk. Monastery head, Evhar, emerged, his face pale and hurried. Isaac sensed something ominous. Jebel's expression hardened too. What's the matter, head of the monastery? Jebel. Evhar, pale and fidgety, mumbled. The Inquisition is planning to visit our monastery. Chapter 17. The word Inquisitor sent a chill down Isaac's spine, tensing him up. It was certainly not a good sign. Inquisitors? Why would they come here? Why would the Inquisitors suddenly decide to visit? Jebel asked, his expression hardening. The tension was evident in him too. Inquisitors were like internal affairs agents within the order. It was only natural they were unwelcome since their role was to find threats within, rather than outside, the order. Evhar glanced at Isaac, hesitating to speak, suggesting the matter was sensitive. Isaac caught the hint and discreetly stepped back, but as soon as he turned the corner, he quickly extended a tentacle from his left hand. Rat in the wall shares senses through the tentacle. Isaac had used this power to eavesdrop on secrets and whispers throughout the monastery. It was necessary, given he harbored secrets that couldn't be discovered. The message doesn't specify why they're visiting, just that it's urgent. Evhar showed Jebel the letter brought by the carrion crow. The scrawled note was brief, urgent. Threat present. Seal the monastery and stand guard immediately. The message was short, its exact meaning unclear. Jebel repeatedly murmured, trying to understand. It was clear that a threat was present in the monastery, and the Inquisitors were coming to deal with it. But what exactly was this threat? Evhar looked at Jebel with worry in his eyes. What will you do, Jebel? If the monastery itself was under suspicion of heresy, they wouldn't have sent a crow. It seems like the threat has infiltrated, or is approaching the monastery. The monks should be safe, I suppose. Isaac felt a chill running down his spine as he heard this. Is it about me? Up to now, Isaac hadn't done anything against the teachings of the Codex of Light, or done anything that could expose his relationship with the nameless chaos. However, the mere fact of possessing tentacles was evidence against him in the eyes of the Order. If by some chance, the Order had become aware of Isaac's existence, it would be natural to send the Inquisitors to confirm it. Jebel looked uncomfortable, but still calmly advised Evhar. If I avoid them now, it might look more suspicious. Let's welcome the Inquisitors as planned. What to do? The news of the Inquisitors' visit threw the monastery into a state of unrest. The children stopped all work and returned to their rooms, and the monastery gates were firmly shut. They would remain closed until the Inquisitors arrived. Isaac was deep in thought. He had considered such a situation hundreds of times, preparing for it. If he were to be suspected or forced to flee, he would have no choice but to escape. He didn't want to kill and devour everyone in the monastery. Therefore, he had hidden supplies in the cave where he was almost eaten by the wild boar, preparing for this just in case, clothes for disguise and essentials for life on the run. If the Order had somehow discovered his existence and sent the Inquisitors, he would have to flee immediately. To escape, I can leave right now. I can get food through the tentacles, and thanks to the flesh storage ability, I can survive days without sleep or food. He had learned everything he could from the monastery. His body had grown as much as it would, and Jebel had said he had taught him all he could about swordsmanship. Miracles were still a weak point, but that might be insurmountable as long as he had the tentacles. If he left now, joining a night order on the frontier might offer him a decent position. But the uncertainty of whether the Inquisitors were coming for him was the problem. What if they weren't coming for him, and he fled? What if they thought, wait, is this kid hiding something? We should have a more thorough conversation. This is why I hate inspectors. Their mere presence causes all sorts of unsettling thoughts, making their visit stressful. Isaac finally decided to wait until the Inquisitors arrived, and then make a decision. If they point me out and come looking for me, then I'll flee. He already knew the monastery's layout, and the geography of the mountains well. Secretly slipping away was not difficult, especially with the help of his tentacles. What would come after that, though, was the issue. Isaac, feeling uneasy about his planned Paladin training possibly falling through, stepped outside. Then he saw someone approaching from the dark corridor. It was Jebel. Jebel looked the same as usual, but there was something different about him. Isaac, what's wrong? The atmosphere in the monastery is weird. Couldn't just sit still. Indeed. The monks are not in the best spirits. They're all gathered in the chapel praying. Their faith is unquestionable, but Inquisitors are known for fabricating crimes where there are none. Jebel didn't seem too fond of the Inquisitors. Isaac suddenly remembered the rumors that Jebel was a deserter. No one was openly questioning it, but perhaps he was also accused of apostasy or heresy. So that's why the head asked Jebel what to do. From the head's perspective, he was dealing with two secrets concerning Isaac and Jebel, so it was understandable he felt uneasy. Nonetheless, Isaac was grateful for the protection he had been given. A loud howling of wolves echoed from outside the monastery. Recently, the sound of wolves had been getting closer. Those damn beasts are howling again. Maybe they're running out of food? Might be. The mountain ranger said recently there's been a noticeable decrease in animals in the mountains. Isaac internally winced. He had been hunting animals near the monastery to feed his tentacles. The local dangerous animals were almost entirely devoured by his tentacles, halting their growth, but it had been a significant foundation for Isaac's development. But it shouldn't have impacted the ecosystem that much. Might have to go hunting soon. Visit the village too. Can't let the path between the monastery and the village become dangerous. Yes, Isaac could read Jebel's agitation, despite his calm facade, and realized that Jebel too was contemplating fleeing from the Inquisitors. What happened in the Avalanche Paladin order that made him live in hiding like this? Isaac, about our conversation earlier today. Jebel spoke as if reading Isaac's thoughts, causing Isaac to startle, but then nod in response. You might have guessed by now, I had an ulterior motive in teaching you swordsmanship. I was certain that one day, you would be able to kill someone on my behalf. Someone I'm currently unable to kill. Jebel's eyes blazed as he stared into the void before continuing. The demise of the Avalanche Paladin order originated from that person. Everyone else died on the battlefield, and I was the only one who fled and survived. That's why I want you to carry out my personal vendetta. I'm sorry. So, Jebel's reason for training Isaac was to entrust him with his revenge. However, Isaac was indifferent to this revelation. He had approached Jebel first to learn swordsmanship, and their interests just happened to align. In fact, if Jebel had not had someone he wanted revenge upon, he might not have taught Isaac swordsmanship. Killing someone as a fee for swordsmanship lessons? Sure, consider it done. You said I'd eventually meet them, so no need for me to go looking. Jebel was taken aback by Isaac's response, then chuckled and shook his head. I can't believe you passed the head of the monastery's test of faith. You hardly look like a devout believer. You're one to talk. They shared a conspiratorial laugh together. Once their laughter subsided, Isaac and Jebel silently looked out the window. The Inquisitors were expected before evening, but it was already getting late into the night. Even accounting for the early sunset in winter, it was unusually late. Perhaps they would arrive in the morning. Isaac hoped they would come as late as possible. Thud, 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 thud. That's when they heard it. A loud banging noise came from the monastery's main gate. Are they finally here? Sooner than expected. Jebel's expression hardened as he headed towards the gate, but since they had locked it following the Inquisitor's instructions, it took a while to open. The banging noise continued relentlessly. Is anyone there? Please open the door. Hans? Isn't that you, Hans? What's going on? Jebel. The person pounding on the door turned out to be Hans, who had become an adult and joined a blacksmith shop in the village. Hearing the commotion, other monks rushed to assist Jebel in unlocking and opening the door. As soon as it opened, Hans, panting heavily, collapsed inside. Hans, he was covered in blood, his body full of wounds. Luckily, most seemed to be from falling or scraping rather than life-threatening injuries. What happened? Were you attacked? Attack, by wolves. Jebel's face turned grim. He had already been concerned about the unusual behavior of the wolves, and now a human had been attacked. But why Hans had encountered wolves on his way to the monastery at night was a mystery, until he urgently spoke. The Inquisitors. The Inquisitors are in danger. Isaac and Jebel were now hastily running along the mountain path. They were the only ones who could potentially save the Inquisitors, who might be in danger, facing off against wolves. The Inquisitors had asked for guidance. Isaac recalled what Hans had said. Working in the blacksmith shop, Hans was requested by the Inquisitors to guide them to the monastery. Though he was uneasy about the Inquisitors, as a faithful who grew up in the monastery, he couldn't refuse and complied. But on their way, a pack of wolves suddenly surrounded and attacked them. Such an incident had never occurred before, leaving Hans in shock. However, the Inquisitors managed to create an escape route for Hans, instructing him to seek help from the monastery. Hans had thus run nearly half a day through the mountains to reach the monastery. He saved Hans and stayed behind. Isaac, who had preconceptions about the Inquisitors, felt slightly guilty. But that didn't mean the Inquisitors weren't a threat. Or maybe, if they just got attacked and eaten by the wolves, whether they came for Isaac or another threat, if the Inquisitors were to be killed by wolves, it would solve his problems. Huff. Huff. Isaac soon felt breathless. Among the things that didn't improve due to his cursed blood was his lung capacity. Although he had received the advanced sword skill omen from Jebel, he hadn't yet had the chance to practice it properly. But perhaps he might need to risk using the skill right away in battle. Yet, using it recklessly with his body already strained from running could lead to severe injury. This was another reason why Isaac needed to develop his own advanced skills. Though his physique had improved with growing muscles, he would need to be as fit as Jebel, able to sprint through the mountains at night effortlessly, to use advanced sword skills without strain. Seeing Isaac start to lag, Jebel glanced back understandingly and then sped ahead. Isaac looked up at the sky, worrying he might arrive too late to be of any help. Caw! A carrion crow was flying low in the sky. Isaac recognized it as the same crow that had visited the monastery. The intelligent bird was likely trying to lead them to its master. Confident that Jebel wouldn't look back, Isaac pulled out a tentacle. The low, flying crow was swiftly impaled by the thin tentacle. Isaac hesitated for a moment. Killing the crow would mean failing to find the Inquisitors, but he eventually activated his ability. Parasite from beyond implants a short-lived parasite under the skin of the target touched by the tentacle. The infected target experiences continuous pain. A worm-like tentacle crawled into the crow's body, quickly seizing and dominating its nervous system. It was one of the abilities Isaac had obtained from the Nameless Chaos. Although intended to inflict pain, Isaac knew it could be used in other ways. Isaac then activated the Rat-in-the-Wall ability. Rat-in-the-Wall share senses through the tentacle. Instantly, the crow's view from the sky was shared with Isaac. He could immediately pinpoint the location of the Inquisitors. Chapter 18. The Carrion Crow, feeling the intrusion of the parasite, flapped its wings in discomfort. However, the parasite numbed its senses, calming it down. Jebel, hearing the flapping, looked up, but Isaac had already retracted the tentacle. As the crow flew in a specific direction, Jebel adjusted his course. Isaac, this way. Right. Isaac followed Jebel, already having a clear understanding of the surroundings and the path to take from the crow's view. He paid special attention to the scene around the Inquisitor. There was a chaotic scene with trees down and torn apart. Several wolves were lurking nearby. 8 wolves? Quite a few. The wolves surrounded a person in a thick robe and armor, unmistakably an Inquisitor. Despite the distance, it was evident that the Inquisitor was weary, barely holding up against the imminent danger of becoming wolf prey. Isaac moved, adjusting his breathing to be ready to act upon arrival. It doesn't seem like he can fight much longer. I hope he still has some strength left. Then, Isaac sensed something odd. But why is the area so devastated? It couldn't have been the wolves. Is the Inquisitor that powerful? If so, he would have easily overpowered the wolves by now. Then Isaac noticed something. Jebel, look out! Crash! Something massive, mistaken for a boulder at first, lunged from the side of the path they were on. Jebel, caught off guard by the sudden attack, barely managed to react in time thanks to Isaac's warning. Bang! Jebel's sword flashed and blood sprayed. The creature roared, shaking the winter night as snow fell from the trees. A bear? No, a monster? The attacker was a giant bear, but grotesquely large for a normal bear. Its immense size could easily demolish the monastery gates. The fierce stench carried by the wind was alarming, far beyond the normal scent of a wild animal. Isaac recalled a past encounter. It smells like when I hunted the plague boar. Though hard to see in the dark, the bear's silhouette was clearly abnormal. Its fur was patchy and flesh seemed to be rotting away. The wounds inflicted by Jebel seemed insufficient to cause it much pain. Isaac. Jebel stood face to face with the plague-infested bear, shouting, "Check on the Inquisitor." The bear bore injuries that looked to be from the Inquisitor, yet its ferocity was daunting. But Isaac wasn't worried about Jebel. Given Jebel's demonstrated skill, it was only a matter of time. Considering the bear's size, it might take a while. Isaac ran towards the Inquisitor. Growl bark. The wolf pack, overwhelmed by the iron scent of the Inquisitor, barked ferociously. They had been harassing the Inquisitor for hours, yet he had managed to take down 4 of their pack despite bleeding and fleeing. But their prey was nearing its end. After relentless pursuit, the Inquisitor was almost dead. The alpha wolf thought it was just a matter of finishing the job. Swish, until Isaac burst from the bushes and instantly thrust a knife into the leader's throat. Having observed the situation from above, Isaac aimed for the strongest looking wolf for a surprise attack. The leader wolf jumped in shock, but the knife plunged deep into its throat, silencing it. The wolf didn't go down easily though. Clang! The wolf's fierce struggle snapped Isaac's old, crude sword. Damn it, Isaac cursed, having plunged the blade too deep. So tough. Is this really a wolf? He kicked the wolf's corpse aside, relieved that the other wolves recoiled in surprise. Isaac hoped the rest would flee, seeing their alpha taken down. Indeed, the wolves seemed demoralized. Isaac casually approached the Inquisitor while pretending the broken sword didn't matter. The Inquisitor looked at him as if unable to believe someone had appeared. "Hey, got a spare sword?" "Just for a moment, an angel?" Instead of lending a sword, the Inquisitor mumbled something absurd and collapsed. Isaac looked down at the Inquisitor in disbelief. A woman? Underneath the removed hood was a surprisingly young and stunningly beautiful woman. Though momentarily distracted, Isaac didn't lose focus. Her wounds seemed severe but not immediately life-threatening. It appeared she had been holding out with incredible endurance and collapsed once help arrived. Well, this works out. Isaac took the sword from the Inquisitor's hand. It was lighter, better balanced, and far superior to his old one. Upon holding the sword, Isaac was startled by a sudden vision. Judgment Sword Legendary, a blessed sword of the Codex of Light. Causes burns when it touches anything unholy. This also applies to the wielder, but those worthy will find it immensely powerful. Is it okay for me to hold this? Isaac flinched at the warning about the sword burning the unholy, but his hand didn't feel like burning. Instead, a warm strength flowed through him as he gripped it. Still, he was wary of how it might react to his tentacles. "All right, I'll be careful with this." Isaac gripped the sword tightly and glared at the wolves. The wolves, initially confident, seemed intimidated after losing their alpha. Isaac, short of breath, hoped they would just run away. Then, a strange wind blew. Isaac sensed the stench intensifying around them. The wolves' eyes grew more ferocious, driven by a powerful hunger. Bark, growl. With ferocious barking, the group was confident in their numerical superiority and momentum. They believed the only prey in sight was the human before them. Then one of the wolves lunged forward. Simultaneously, Isaac repeated an action he had practiced for years. The least movement for the most lethal impact. The moment Isaac exhaled shortly, his blade pierced through the wolf's chest. Click. The sword seemed to snag on a rib briefly, but, true to its reputation as a judgmental blade, it sliced through the bone and pierced the heart in an instant. The smell of burning flesh was overpowering. As the judgmental sword retracted from the wolf, glowing red, it seemed to have utilized its power. However, wolves are adept at hunting in packs. While the sword was engaged, 2 other wolves targeted Isaac's legs and flank. Isaac, without armor, seemed like easier prey than even an Inquisitor. Then, Isaac's sword moved strangely once again. Swoosh, crunch, bang. As the sword moved fluidly, the 2 wolves that had charged from either side were sliced and fell away. The delayed booming sound made Isaac's ears ring. Avalanche swordsmanship. Prelude advanced. Interpretation cough. A technique that attacks surrounding enemies at a speed breaking the sound barrier. This was the prelude technique of avalanche swordsmanship that Jebel had demonstrated earlier that day. Isaac had managed to replicate Jebel's technique with just one viewing, without any practice. Executing the technique was not difficult at all. Practices from the last 2 years naturally blended into his movements, his body moving without a single error. It was so easy to use, it felt like activating a skill. But the aftermath was not minor. His palm veins seemed burst, bruised, and the back of his hand was red and burning. The pain throughout his body was also significant. I can't use this carelessly. There's a big difference in power compared to when Jebel uses it. Isaac thought this as he surveyed the fallen wolves. The prelude skill Isaac used had only managed to take down 2 wolves. The sword wounds are a bit different too. They were wildly brutal, as if torn by teeth. The wolf pack froze in shock at the sudden explosion. They did not flee, but surrounded Isaac. It seemed less like confidence in their numbers and more like being controlled by something. The atmosphere suggested they would fight to the death, and Isaac braced himself. No choice then. Of course, Isaac had no intention of a desperate fight. His breathing was already reaching its limit. He glanced at the Inquisitor, who seemed to have lost consciousness completely. Isaac leisurely extended his left hand to the side. There were no onlookers. There was no need to exert himself swinging the sword. Let's see who preys on whom. Tentacles slowly unfurled from his hand like blooming crimson flowers. They extended almost 10 meters and thickened to the width of Isaac's forearm. Sway. As the tentacles ominously swayed, the wolves sensed something more terrifying than the plague curse that had been agitating them. Whirl crunch! Isaac's tentacles swiftly grabbed the corpse of the wolf pack leader he had killed earlier. The tentacles quickly absorbed the corpse with their suckers and teeth. The giant wolf's body decomposed in about 10 seconds, leaving only a few drops of blood. The wolves instinctively wanted to flee, but it was too late. Their feet, frozen in fear, held them captive. Gulp! Isaac burped quietly and muttered, "I never thought I'd eat dog meat in this other world." Swish! Crunch! Crunch! After taking down the last wolf, Isaac inserted a tentacle into its nape. The tentacle burrowed through the skin, rapidly sucking flesh and bone. The wolf was left as just a skin, which was then absorbed, leaving nothing behind. Plague wolf consumed. Dead god's intestine perk increases absorption efficiency. Night vision improves. Weakness tracking ability enhances. Resistance to low-grade diseases increases. The blessing continues until digestion. This amount should last a few days. Isaac had consumed a total of 5 wolves. The rest had realized they were prey and had fled. This wasn't his first wolf hunt, but it was his first time consuming so many at once. The mass consumption quickly healed the minor wounds he had incurred using the prelude skill. If he could freely feast like this, there would be less restraint in using advanced sword techniques. Lucky the Inquisitor passed out. If he had only used his sword, it would have taken longer, and he might have been injured. But with the tentacles, he could easily overpower them. Annoying as they were, they proved to be reliable allies in dire situations. Isaac once again examined the state of the Inquisitor. Her breathing was irregular and shallow. It was clear that her condition would worsen if they didn't hurry. Thud, thump, thump. Isaac turned his head towards the direction of the noise. It was where Jebel had been. Are they still fighting? Isaac shared his vision with the crow again. The crow was flying low in the sky, surveying the surroundings. Jebel was still fighting the giant bear. However, the bear was covered in blood, and one of its arms was severed, while Jebel seemed unharmed. The outcome of the fight was apparent, yet the giant bear still maintained its ferocity. Jebel is incredible to be facing such a monster. If Isaac had been fighting the giant bear, it wouldn't have been easy to win unscathed. At least, it would have been as close as when he faced the wild boar, or even more difficult. Suddenly, Isaac had a strange thought while looking at the giant bear. A big, fierce, and violent bear, but I wonder, what special reward would I get if I went inside its belly? The nameless chaos watches over you. The nameless chaos desires you to seek bigger prey. A ward from chaos awaits you. Chapter 19. Chapter 19. The plague god won. The timing is quite perfect. Hearing the message from the nameless chaos, Isaac carefully picked up the Inquisitor. He needed to get her to the monastery quickly, and for that Jebel had to finish his fight swiftly. Isaac cautiously approached the scene where Jebel was fighting, taking a detour to the rear of the battle. Boom boom! Even from a distance, the earth-shaking sounds were deafening. The giant bear looked much larger up close than it had from afar. It was as big as a dump truck. Fortunately, it's not very fast. Whether due to its injuries or sheer size, the bear was circling in one place, trying to confront Jebel. Isaac set the Inquisitor down and stealthily moved closer to the bear's rear. Isaac? Jebel was surprised to see Isaac approach but didn't waste the moment. Isaac, with his sword raised, rushed in swiftly. It was a thrust he had repeated tens of thousands of times over the past 2 years. Growl! The giant bear, belatedly noticing Isaac, tried to turn around, but Jebel didn't miss the opening Isaac had created. Jebel charged and targeted the bear's neck. The bear, already fiercely battling Jebel, knew in its mind that Jebel was a bigger threat than Isaac, but instinct screamed otherwise. It must not lose sight of Isaac. Isaac, however, aimed for the less lethal lower half. Torn between two instincts, the bear failed to make a proper choice. It just wildly thrashed around. Clang! Barks flew from the bear's claws as it blocked Jebel's sword, but that move costed its hand, which was torn to shreds. Jebel didn't stop there. He slashed deeply across the bear's neck. Simultaneously, Isaac's sword pierced through the bear's hindquarters. It was a flash-like thrust that seemed to stop the wind itself. The delayed gust ruffled the bear's fur. Something was wrong. Stupid creature. After stabbing his sword, Isaac immediately inserted a tentacle into the wound. The tentacle, piercing through the thick hide, naturally tore into the bear's innards, rapidly reaching its heart. Isaac felt the bear's heart throbbing madly through the tentacle. He grabbed the heart, as big as a human head, with his tentacle and crushed it, absorbing it. Jar-rar-rar-rar. The giant bear let out a strange groan, struggling. Jebel, surprised by the bear's abnormal reaction, didn't miss his chance. He swiftly swung his sword, almost completely severing the thick neck. The neck was shredded enough to suffice. The tentacle had already rapidly consumed the bear's heart. Blood gushed from the cut neck as the bear collapsed with a thunderous sound. Plague giant bear consumed. Dead god's intestines perk enhances absorption efficiency. Temporary superhuman strength perk acquired. Disease resistance significantly increases. The blessing continues until digestion. Superhuman strength. Isaac was puzzled by the single perk, but had no time to ponder. As the dust settled, Jebel hurried over. Isaac, are you okay? Yes. I think I hit the jackpot with that last move. Jebel looked down at the giant bear with a disgusted expression. I've lived in this monastery and never seen such a crazy monster. Something you'd only expect to find in remote areas. I wonder where it came from. Should we dissect it? No, it seems diseased, so it's not edible, and we can't carry it. Better to leave it here. I'll ask the abbot to cleanse the land. Because of that damned inquisitor, we didn't need to sweat this much. That damned is actually a she. Whether it was a he or a she, it was ironic that the two who were most uneasy about the inquisitor's arrival had saved her. Jebel seemed surprised to learn the inquisitor was a woman, but he didn't dwell on it too much. He looked down at the inquisitor lying on the ground with a wary expression. Let's at least keep this burden alive for now. Isaac decided to carry the inquisitor. Thanks to the perk from consuming the giant bear, her weight felt almost negligible. His breathing wasn't even heavy. His pee, depleted from using the advanced sword skill prelude, seemed to have recovered, making him feel comfortable. Jebel was incredulous to see Isaac, who used to pant just from a few swings of his sword, now effortlessly climbing the mountain with the armored inquisitor on his back. But he didn't find it particularly strange. Isaac's odd fluctuations in stamina were already familiar to Jebel. He simply muttered to himself, "Youth is a powerhouse." Isaac still had enough energy left to check the reward from the Nameless Chaos. The Nameless Chaos is pleased with your recent consumption. A reward from the Chaos is granted. Choose one of the following 3 rewards. Cleaner of Otherworld. Now you can summon Tentacle from both hands. The Caller from the Abyss casts illusions on your enemies to bind and slow them down. Offspring of Chaos requires the ability Parasite from Beyond. The parasite devours the host instantly and undergoes explosive growth, transforming into the Offspring of Chaos. It's been a while since I had to choose a reward. Isaac smiled with satisfaction. So far, the abilities he had gained from his tentacles were Flesh Storage, Parasite from Beyond, and Rat in the Wall. He had declined several quests from the Nameless Chaos, either because they were impossible to accomplish within the monastery, or were ridiculously dangerous. Life wasn't a game. To him, it was more crucial to increase his physical stamina than to develop dangerous tentacle abilities. Fortunately, none of these abilities are too conspicuous this time. The Cleaner of Other Worlds didn't seem as bad as before. Over the last 4 years, he had learned to sufficiently conceal his tentacles. However, he felt no need for additional tentacles, as those from his left hand and chest were already enough. The Caller from the Abyss was a useful deb of curse skill. If he could weaken his enemies with the skill, he could take down most foes without even needing to reveal his tentacles. In this sense, it was excellent for disguise. Offspring of Chaos was one of the most lethal monster skills. If not released immediately, it drains health rapidly and culminates in the host's death, spawning a monster. Its grotesqueness and the ease with which it could break enemy lines had made it infamous among players. But it was undeniably a striking skill. A powerful skill, but the fact that it follows the host's abilities, and is conspicuous, is a concern. Moreover, the parasite had to be pre-implanted, meaning the tentacles had already penetrated the skin. It was almost like being in a winning state already. Yet, after some contemplation, Isaac chose Offspring of Chaos. The crow has been quite useful. In a complex battlefield, having an ability like the crow to observe from above would be extremely beneficial. He needed a servant-like minion he could command stealthily rather than a rampaging tentacle monster. I need to keep an eye on the Inquisitor too. He hoped such a situation would not arise, but it could also be used for blackmail if necessary. After all, Isaac had to prioritize his own life above all. Eventually, Isaac chose the Offspring of Chaos. The tentacle within his left hand writhed, absorbing the new power. Isaac could intuitively feel that the parasite within the crow could tear its host apart and transform into a new form at any time. Not now though. If the Inquisitor woke up, she might search for the crow. He didn't want to take unnecessary risks with pointless experiments. After all, the monastery was rife with rats, excellent subjects for experimentation. Upon Isaac and Jebel's arrival at the monastery, the monks hastily opened the doors. The monastery had all its torches and lamps lit, showcasing its devotion to the Codex of Light. It seemed they had prepared for the Inquisitor's visit. Regrettably, the Inquisitor, having fainted, missed the spectacle. This way, Evhar led them to a prepared infirmary to lay down the Inquisitor. The monks glanced curiously at them. Noticing she was a woman, the monks appeared bewildered. The monastery wasn't strictly forbidden to women, but access was mostly restricted to avoid unfortunate incidents. As Evhar began to remove her armor to make her more comfortable, he looked closely at her face. And then, he was shocked. Isel Brandt. Hearing this, Jebel couldn't hide his surprise either. The daughter of the Brandt ducal family? Yes. I remember her from her coming-of-age ceremony. She must be a distinguished person. Isaac chimed in. Even Isaac had heard of the Brandt ducal family, a household famous enough to be known in the Girthonia Empire. It was said that the current emperor of the Girthonia Empire rose to power with the Brandt family's support. If the abbot attended her coming-of-age ceremony, it surely indicated their significant influence. Although there is no high or low under the Codex of Light, the Brandt family is known for their deep faith. But I never imagined their only daughter would be working as a harsh inquisitor. The inquisitor, with her absolute authority, had many enemies. Like Isaac had secretly thought, there would be many people who wouldn't mind her disappearance, thinking it would cause no suspicion. Eventually, they all reached the same conclusion. If Isel died here, it would be problematic for more than just a few. Perhaps it would have been better to let the wolves have her. Isaac regretted internally but showed no outward signs. Let's keep her alive for now. Whether she's a Brandt or a barbarian, I don't want to waste effort saving her just to let her die. Jebel tore Isolde's clothes to check her wounds. The foul smell emanating from the wound made the three of them close their mouths. Especially Jebel and Isaac, who involuntarily stepped back, recognizing the familiar stench. Evhar examined Isolde's wound, which seemed to have been bitten by a wolf. Blisters and discoloration, signs of decay. It's the plague, Isaac muttered. Hearing this, Evhar also stepped back. On reflection, the wolves, boars, and bears had all been infected with the plague. This meant that some plague was widespread throughout these mountains, but there had never been a case of humans being infected. Isaac felt a chilling premonition. Could it be they deliberately didn't kill her? He was troubled by the fact that, despite hours of effort, the giant bears and packs of wolves had only driven the Inquisitor to exhaustion without killing her. But what if this was someone's intention? Isaac recalled the change in the wolves' behavior when they smelled the plague. Someone had intentionally infected the Inquisitor with the plague to get her into the monastery. Evhar kept silent for a moment, then spoke. Let's start with treatment. Jebel, please sprinkle garlic and salt around the room. Isaac, go get leeches from the basement. I'll prepare a prayer meeting with the monks. Leeches? Isaac looked puzzled by the odd instruction. We need to perform bloodletting therapy. Removing bad blood is essential to get the plague out of the body. What nonsense is this? Drawing blood from a patient? Isaac almost blurted out but managed to hold it back. This world lacked basic medical knowledge, typical of the Middle Ages. On second thought, it made sense. In a world where most diseases and injuries were healed by the miracles of monks, it would be stranger for medicine to be advanced. But this plague is targeted at the monastery. It was an attack on the monastery, and it was unlikely that they hadn't prepared for a miracle. Isaac concluded that the monks would not be able to handle this plague properly. Even Jebel seemed to agree with Evhar's opinion. I have to do something about this. If the Lady Inquisitor is so valuable, it would be beneficial to keep her alive. Chapter 20 The Plague. Infected with the plague? Yes. I saw Lord Jebel setting up quarantine lines. The fact that the Inquisitor who entered the monastery was infected with the plague spread quickly. It was obvious, given that Jebel was setting up barriers to restrict entry and Evhar was preparing a prayer meeting for the treatment of the plague. To a modern person, the idea of treating the plague with a prayer meeting might sound like nonsense. But in this era, it was a natural response and even considered the most effective treatment. However, whoever had spread the plague in the monastery had been preparing for a long time, and it was doubtful whether prayers would be effective. Evhar, aware of this, was preparing bloodletting treatment. The monks had their own methods of dealing with the plague, albeit rudimentary, like rubbing dried herbs on their faces or hanging chicken feet around their necks. Although many of these practices were unrelated to the Codex of Light, it was evident that even the most devout monks were subtly influenced by superstition. But there was one thing that Isaac could not accept. All the leeches are dead? Yes. Evhar, who was performing bloodletting on Isel, was flustered. They had planned to first draw blood and then treat her again, but now all the leeches were dead. The monastery's basement had a tank of leeches for such emergencies. But now, instead of leeches, there was only black water sloshing around. How did this happen? I can't exactly say that the tentacles ate them. Isaac decided to fib a little. When I put the blood-fed leeches in the tank, they all dissolved and disappeared overnight. Maybe it's because of the plague? The wolves and bears were also infected, so why not the leeches? Surprisingly, this excuse worked. In the biological understanding of the time, leeches were more like a liquid than an animal. In reality, the tank contained remnants of leeches that the tentacles had eaten and absorbed the plague from. You have devoured the leeches. Devouring bonus. Increased efficiency in blood-sucking. Minor improvement in health recovery ability. Although he received an unexpected and unintended devouring bonus, the rapid digestion of leeches meant it probably wouldn't be of much help. Evhar groaned at the news of the leech's demise. It's difficult to find leeches in the middle of winter, Should we draw the blood ourselves? Oh no, these people are serious. Before Evar could commit to any harebrained medical practice, Isaac quickly intervened. Abbot, may I offer some assistance? Evar looked at Isaac with surprise. You mean you? Yes. I've read some foreign medical texts in the past. Jebel and I can handle basic nursing and chores, so the monks and you, Abbot, can concentrate on the prayer meeting without worrying about other things. It was a simple division of labor. The monks trying to treat the plague themselves would only be a hindrance. However, as the prayer meeting was not ineffective, they should focus solely on that. Isaac intended to focus on quarantine and treatment, the so-called chores. Evar stared at Isaac for a moment, and then nodded. In an era where holding the saint's hand for healing was believed more effective than a doctor's diagnosis, and where miracles existed, such belief was not entirely misguided. Plague was already spreading among the monks. The children were isolated to prevent infection, and even Jebel was showing symptoms of the plague. However, Isaac, who had carried Isolde, showed no signs of the plague or even a cough. Evar, not so much trusting Isaac's knowledge as believing he might be blessed by God, consented to his actions. Very well, we will focus on the prayers and trust the rest to you. Isaac immediately began quarantine measures. First, he isolated Jebel, who could be considered a close contact, in his own room. As Jebel was showing early symptoms of the plague, it was a necessary measure. Isaac also collected and burned all of Isolde's clothes, which were the main source of the infection. When the monks were concerned about burning the Inquisitor's clothes, Isaac calmly explained, "It's a measure to purify the plague with fire." The monks were convinced by his plausible explanation and burned other potentially infected items. Fortunately, the monks, despite Isaac being only 16 years old, followed his instructions well. Isaac's actions were grounded and somewhat aligned with traditional superstitions. There's at least some concept of quarantine here. Even the act of isolating those infected showed they understood to avoid areas where the plague had broken out. Isaac also mandated washing hands before meals and adjusted the monks' robes to cover up to their noses. While it wasn't the same as a mask, it could at least prevent saliva from spraying everywhere. A separate place for the prayer meeting? Yes. Isaac even meddled in the prayer meeting arrangements. He requested that the prayer meeting be conducted separately for those showing symptoms of the plague and those who were not. In an era where it was common to travel the country seeking the statue of a saint believed to have healing powers for the sick and their caregivers, Isaac thought the monks might resist the idea of separating the prayer meeting places. He planned to turn the chapel, where prayers were held nearly 24/7, into an isolation facility. The prayer meeting doesn't necessarily have to be confined to a cramped corner. If we are to follow the teachings of the Codex of Light, it's only right that the healthy raise their voices more clearly under the sunlight. The symbol of the Codex of Light's congregation was the sun. So, wasn't it inappropriate to mumble prayers in a cramped space when petitioning the Codex of Light? Isaac said this in a critical tone. Although it was an unconventional interpretation, Evar found merit in his words. All right, let's do it that way. Fortunately, Evar and the other monks readily agreed with him. This was partly due to Isaac being symptom-free despite close contact with Isolde and his inherent mysterious charm. Having already built a trust with Isaac, there was no reason for them not to comply with his active requests. I hope this works. In reality, the monastery had already turned into a giant quarantine ward with the plague spread. Burning belongings or isolating patients might seem futile in such circumstances. However, Isaac hoped that classifying patients based on symptoms and focusing on cleanliness would make a difference. Thankfully, Isaac's measures were somewhat effective. Until he started his quarantine measures, the plague was spreading rapidly among the monks. But as Isaac took action, the number of new infections started to decrease, and the worsening of symptoms slowed down. It's only temporary. If Evar's prayer meeting proved effective, it might drive away the plague. However, before that happened, people could die or suffer severe aftereffects. To solve the problem, it was essential to eliminate the source. Isolde was still unconscious, groaning in pain. Isaac examined her condition. Her wounds were still filled with blisters and festering sores. Amputation seemed necessary, but it was a difficult option given her weakened state. Her endurance was largely due to the healing prayers. The prayer meeting definitely bolstered Isolde's healing, but it wasn't enough to cure the plague. The only thing Isaac could do was to prevent bloodletting. The rest was up to prayer. This is not good. He heard similar stories about Jebel and other monks. The prayer meeting prevented death from infection, but couldn't stop the infection itself. Isaac's quarantine measures were also temporary. If fatigue dragged on, the plague could spread again. If the number of infected increased, the prayer meetings wouldn't be able to exert their full power. I wish the Codex of Light would just miraculously cure everything. In a world of magic, gods, and miracles, it wasn't far-fetched. The issue was whether patients, especially Isolde, could endure until such purification. He couldn't rely on miracles. Isaac's duty wasn't to pray but to act. Ensuring he was alone, he brought out his tentacles. They slowly crawled over Isolde's body. It feels strange. It felt wrong, but it was necessary. The tentacles began to scrape the rotten and festering parts of Isolde's wounds. The many teeth quickly carved out the infected flesh and devoured it. It was a method of removing only the harmful parts. Despite his resolution not to consume humans, this was a delicate boundary. So it's sort of like leech therapy, right? Isaac shook his head at the irony of performing the bloodletting he once considered foolish. Isolde twitched every time an infected part was removed. Soon, fresh blood flowed from Isolde's wounds, but the infected parts were gone. Without access to antiseptics or alcohol for cleaning, this was the best he could do. Isaac then utilized the devouring bonus of the leeches. The devouring bonus increased efficiency in blood-sucking, minor improvement in health recovery ability. His tentacles exuded fluid over Isolde's wounds. These were created from her own flesh and blood. Although temporary, the healing, imbued fluid covered her wounds, helping them heal. I've done as much as I can. Isaac wiped the sweat from his forehead. However, he couldn't stop there. This was just defense. Even though the Codex of Light might soon strike a big blow, Isaac didn't intend to sit back and hope for divine retribution. There should be some progress soon, Isaac muttered, heading to a corner of the room. A rat lay there, seemingly dead. It was a rat paralyzed by the parasite from beyond. Isaac activated the Offspring of Chaos bonus on it. Offspring of Chaos requires Parasite from Beyond bonus. The parasite rapidly consumes its host, transforming into an Offspring of Chaos. As Isaac exercised his power, the rat convulsed violently. It burst open with a pop, like a water balloon. From the gruesome remains, something crawled out, turning inside out. It began to take shape, absorbing the rat's skin, bones, flesh, and fluids. At first glance, the creature resembled a rat, but upon closer inspection, it was clear that tentacles, chaotically moving in all directions, awkwardly mimicked the shape of a rat. This was an Offspring of Chaos. Master. A brief and blunt message reached Isaac. It was from the Offspring of Chaos. Perhaps because it had used a rat as a medium, all the Chaos Offspring could only use short and simple words. Isaac shared a piece of Isolde's flesh with the Chaos Offspring. Find the source of this plague. It must have started somewhere in these mountains. We need to know who is trying to fool us. The Chaos Offspring, its tentacles writhing, snatched the flesh Isaac offered. It swallowed the flesh with an unseen mouth and scurried into a rat hole. Isaac hoped for the results of the measures he had consistently taken since the outbreak of the plague. The nameless chaos watches over you. That night, Master. Isaac's eyes snapped open at the sudden message. Plague. Origin. Found. Chapter 21 Flutter. Isaac draped himself in the thick robe typically worn by monks. With his near-adult height, and the hood deeply drawn over his face, it was difficult to recognize him. At his waist he equipped the sword of judgment that he had yet to return to Isolde. The task ahead was something that must remain undiscovered. Isaac stepped into the shadow-drenched corridor. Focusing on one corner, the Offspring of Chaos wriggled out from a crack in the wall. Let's go. Leading the Offspring of Chaos, Isaac headed toward the source of the plague it had found. Over the past few days, Isaac had released Chaos Offspring to track down the plague's origin. Finally, their efforts were bearing fruit. Was it 2 years ago, when I first saw the plague-infested boar? Back then, he had thought of it as just a local disease. But considering the current situation, it was clear this was no ordinary plague. Isaac sensed schemes and conspiracies emanating from it. At least some entity with intelligence had been targeting the monastery for years, waiting for the right moment to strike. And now, at the brink of success, the perpetrator was likely preparing for the final blow. The leading Offspring of Chaos suddenly changed direction, slipping through a gap boarded up with planks and heading inside. Huh? Isaac stopped, puzzled. This boarded-up area was meant to seal off an abandoned cellar. Considering the attack originated from outside the monastery, he had assumed the perpetrator would also be external. But now, the Offspring of Chaos was definitely heading underground, within the monastery. After a moment of thought, Isaac used the sword as a lever to dismantle the makeshift wall. There was no choice but to check. He stepped through the debris and descended the stairs. At that moment, a message from the Nameless Chaos came. The Nameless Chaos watches over you. The Nameless Chaos finds this sanctuary abhorrent. The Nameless Chaos desires the purification of this desecrated sanctuary. A word from Chaos awaits you. Sanctuary? Isaac paid attention to the message. It was something he had never heard before. The Nameless Chaos had never paid attention when Isaac prayed to the Codex of Light or studied its sacred texts. Even when openly criticizing or despising the tentacles, there was no reaction. But now the Nameless Chaos seemed more disgusted by something beneath these stairs than ever before. There must be something. A tepid, sticky breeze flowed up from the bottom of the stairs. Despite it being winter, Isaac wrinkled his nose at the subtly warm air. It felt like being enveloped in sweaty, obese flesh. Suddenly, Isaac felt his left hand tentacle wriggle. Reflexively, his hand moved and he swung the sword. Snick! A rat, almost the size of a small puppy, leaped down from a pillar towards Isaac, only to be sliced in half by his sword. What a pig-like creature again, a tentacle writhed. Thump. A rat kicked by his foot squealed loudly and scurried away. Its scream seemed to awaken others in the darkness. Glowing red eyes started to emerge from the shadows. Isaac, accustomed to hunting rats for years, knew they were all rats. Ha, these damned rats! No end to them, and now they are pouring out from here? Isaac realized why there seemed to be an endless supply of rats. Something in the monasteries underground was continuously producing them. Unbeknownst to Isaac and Jebel, they had been preventing the plague's attack all along. Rustling noises began to spread around him. Countless rats moved in unison, like grass swaying in the wind. Isaac readied his sword as they surged forward. The rats, insignificant alone, but formidable in numbers, fearlessly attacked. While individually weak, they could be relentless, even against larger foes. And they had used the impenetrable darkness to their advantage before, turning wolves, bears, and boars into their prey. This time they faced a different opponent. Thump crack. With a swing of his sword, like a golf club, a whirlwind sent several rats flying. The rats that bounced off the walls turned into bloody stains. Yet, driven by frenzy, they failed to grasp what was happening. Isaac calmly retreated, methodically stabbing and dismembering the charging rats. Despite the onslaught of glowing red eyes, his swordplay showed no hesitation or delay. Snick, snick. Only when the smell of blood overpowered the stench of decay, and the rats began to hesitate did they stop attacking. Despite the multitude of rats, not a single one managed to leave a bite mark on Isaac. Even those that climbed on him were thwarted by the thick robe tied around his limbs, preventing them from penetrating inside. Isaac had anticipated the rat swarm's attack as he ventured to confront the plague's source. Rats are no problem no matter their number. Even after several sword swings, Isaac's breathing was almost unchanged. There was no need to use sword techniques or concentrate when dealing with mere rats. It was thanks to a perk he had gained when he was 14. You can devour lowly beasts at any time. This didn't simply mean that Isaac could eat rats using his tentacles. It meant that the relationship between Isaac and the rats was as disparate as that between a lion and a chick. To a perfect apex predator. Whether it's 100 chicks or 1,000, it makes no difference to a lion. Isaac saw every movement of the rat swarm, unafraid of their vast numbers. Moreover, Isaac had other blessings. You demonstrate great strength with the Devour perk of the Plague Giant Bear. Your ability to track weaknesses is enhanced with the Devour perk of the Plague Wolf. The plague beasts that Isaac had consumed thus far had now become his strength. Using his ability to track weaknesses, Isaac found gaps in the rat swarm, and, with his tireless strength, dispatched them all at once. He felt no need to display proper swordsmanship against such lowly creatures. Had it been anyone else, entering the plague's den would have shown signs of coughing or weakening by now. However, thanks to his resistance to the plague, Isaac was unaffected. They're starting to hesitate. The rat swarm soon realized that there were more corpses of their own kind around them than themselves. Rats are cunning creatures. They charge fearlessly at stronger opponents when in numbers, but if they think they cannot win, they abandon their comrades and flee. Soon, fear and panic spread among the rats. At that moment, Isaac's eyes caught the gaps in the rat swarm. Thump. Isaac charged forward in a single breath, swinging his tentacles. The tentacles split into several strands, wrapping around the rat swarm like claws. FFFT. Rats pinned against the wall burst like mosquitoes. The tentacles greedily devoured and swallowed the rats. The descendant of chaos that had come with Isaac also took the opportunity to catch and suck the fluids from the rats vigorously. Caught in the sudden slaughterous feast, the rats fell into complete terror and fled through the gaps in the walls. However, Isaac had no intention of letting them go. Today it ends for good. Isaac implanted parasites in the rats that were still squirming on the ground. The rats infected by the parasites convulsed and soon burst open with a pop. From their carcasses, half a dozen descendants of chaos were born. Eat all the rats. The descendants of chaos born from rats were not particularly strong, but they had enough power to comfortably deal with about 10 rats each. After all, the lifespan of a descendant of chaos was at most a week. The descendants of chaos that Isaac had previously released into the mountains also began to move on the same command. The descendants of chaos disappeared into the wall crevices, leaving behind a thick scent of blood and silence. Isaac felt a sudden hunger. Using the tentacles' abilities, like a flesh storage, quickly digests what has already been consumed. And if the tentacles' abilities are used without sufficient predation, it consumes Isaac's own energy. For the past few days, Isaac had been focusing on quarantine and treatment, unable to properly feast. The reason he could still sustain himself was thanks to the tentacles having previously gorged on wolves and bears. Of course, the hunger he felt now wasn't because the beasts he had consumed were depleted. It was an emotional emptiness felt with each use of his abilities. Enough. Chirp. Then, a rat appeared from the darkness. It was a half-rotten rat with 2 heads. Isaac instinctively realized that this was no ordinary rat. Follow me. A message came into Isaac's mind. Then, the two-headed rat turned and disappeared into the darkness. It was neither the voice of the nameless chaos nor that of the descendants of chaos. Isaac smiled, thinking his suspicions had been confirmed. He had figured out what being was unleashing the plague and controlling the infected beasts. Isaac obediently followed as the other had said. He licked his lips in anticipation of the opponent that would soon appear. He was already fiercely hungry. The path leading underground became increasingly rough and crude. Isaac soon felt the architectural style around him change. It wasn't the monastery's neatly and solidly built architecture, but an older, cruder style that felt somewhat ancient. Examining the engravings and patterns on the walls, Isaac realized that the monastery was built over some ancient structure. Just as I thought. Isaac had been here before. More precisely, he had visited this place while playing Nameless Chaos, and it felt all too familiar. Thud. Isaac reached the bottom of the staircase. The cellar at the bottom revealed a considerably large space, now a crumbling ruin. However, the size and scale of the altar indicated that something significant was once revered here. And atop that altar lay what once basked in glory here. It was a gigantic rat. The rat was as big as the enormous bear Jebel had fought. However, its body was disproportionately large compared to its limbs, making movement difficult. Only its belly was grotesquely swollen, emitting a sickly green glow. The giant rat's green eyes glowed as it fixed its gaze on Isaac. How dare a mere creature disrupt the plans of the Great One? What are you? Isaac chuckled at the giant rat's words. Just as he was about to speak, the giant rat burst out angrily. Silence, creature. It's not you I question. Surely a feeble creature like you cannot detect and interfere with my plans. There must be someone behind you. Show yourself. Quite the talker for a rat piglet, huh? Silence engulfed the dungeon. The giant rat stared at Isaac, then spoke. Do you know who you are speaking to? I am the rat mother Zilrat, right? The rat mother Zilrat. The plague deity, the mother of a myriad of rats. Nicknamed Rat Pig by players. Isaac finally realized the true identity of this place. The monastery, where he had lived for the past years, was actually a well-known dungeon in Nameless Chaos. A den swarming with the ungodly plague deity and its apostles. Meaning, if things had gone as initially intended, in 2 years, the monastery would be devastated by the plague, either becoming desolate or entirely abandoned. But not anymore. Isaac, who had slain Zilrat hundreds of times in the game, looked at her leisurely. If I eat that, I'll be bursting at the seams. Chapter 22. Zilrat was taken aback, seeing Isaac calmly mention its true name. How do you know my name? What's the big deal? How do you know that nay? Isaac, puzzled, shrugged. Zilrat writhed angrily. Stop pretending. It's been over 100 years since my last follower perished. How do you dare speak my true name? Who commands you? I'm not sure what you're talking about. As Zilrat roared, Isaac's robe fluttered wildly. Simultaneously, he felt the tentacles within him stir, not in fear or tension, but in annoyance. Why does it matter if I know the name hovering over your head? To Isaac, this was trivial. He more frequently referred to Zilrat as Rat Pig, and he often visited its dungeon because it was the easiest among the holy enemies to defeat. Still refusing to reveal yourself? Then I shall tear your creation to shreds. Despite its fury, Zilrat grew more puzzled as Isaac remained nonchalant. It took a deep breath, followed by a violent coughing fit. Slimy blood, like slime shot towards Isaac. They were blood slimes, a type of monster swarm. Instinctively, Isaac summoned his tentacles. In a swift motion, they pierced through the slimes. Pop! 2 blood slimes exploded, splattering fluids on Zilrat. Its tiny eyes widened. What power is this? What divine might are you using? Finally, Zilrat seemed to have a revelation, trembling violently. Nephilim. You must be Nephilim, those filthy beings who stole heavenly blood. But what lineage would your mother be from? Suddenly bringing up my parentage? You're just making it harder to forgive you. Isaac had no desire to argue with Zilrat any longer. Simply being in the same room was revolting enough, like being submerged in filth. Despite his resistance to the plague, anyone else might have succumbed to its effects by now. The tentacles targeted Zilrat, as it writhed and gave birth to more rats. True to its name, Zilrat could summon numerous rat swarms. The newly born rats, still wet with blood, charged at the tentacles. Unlike the others he'd faced, these rats were larger and more ferocious. Crunch snap. They mercilessly bit into the tentacles. You won't speak, I'll dissect you to learn the truth. Isaac sensed this battle might be more challenging than expected. He unleashed his tentacles, without restraint, an approach he hadn't needed with mere wild animals. This time, he faced real monsters, not just boars, wolves, or bears. The rats, spawned by Zilrat, were almost divine beasts in their own right. Each tentacle strike squashed several rats, continually replenishing his strength. However, a prolonged battle would disadvantage the all-too-human Isaac. Zilrat, even if deficient as a god, wouldn't tire or perish easily. Fortunately, Zilrat was wary of the tentacles and didn't move rashly, relying on its summoned minions for attack. Isaac eyed Zilrat. Foolish. This is my sanctuary. How dare you invade another's sanctuary and think to defeat me? I am a plague deity, worshipped for 1,000 years. A mere creature like you. Isaac rid Zealrat's arrogance. Zealrat, so consumed by its own grandeur, believed only a god could threaten it. It ignored Isaac's presence, focusing on an unknown mastermind instead. There may be someone behind me, but I'm here on my own will. The nameless chaos was just a tool in this process. Isaac was determined to destroy this sanctuary, rewards or not. He dodged Zealrat's minions and repulsive spit or blood slimes, seemingly overwhelmed. Meanwhile, he slowly gripped the sword of judgment, moving closer to Zealrat. Zealrat tirelessly produced blood slimes and rats, constantly attacking the tentacles. Isaac circled to Zealrat's left. He planned to strike at the source, bypassing the need for a war of attrition. Suddenly, something stood up beside Zealrat, a skeletal figure in a tattered robe, resembling a priest. However, the hollow robe revealed white bones, decaying for perhaps over a century. An undead? But the skeleton priest only made clattering noises instead of responding. Isaac realized that it was thanks to the skeleton that Zealrat had been preserved and not buried under the ruins. As soon as he saw the undead, Isaac had a hunch about who was behind this. Could it be the Immortal Order? The undead are the power of the Immortal Order. He couldn't think of any other faith, but why a priest of the Immortal Order was serving another god was a mystery. However, the skeleton priest raised a heavily rusted sword instead of answering. Isaac realized that this skeleton was not just a priest, but also a sentinel placed to guard this place. It shows no signs of intelligence. It's just a device placed to serve Zealrat and exist as a god. But since he had to deal with Zealrat with one hand, Isaac had to use his sword with the other hand only. Naturally, he couldn't be as strong. The skeleton priest twisted its joints unnaturally and swung its sword at Isaac. But Isaac still had the blessings of weakness tracking and Herculean strength. And anyway, he wasn't a paladin, but he had learned paladin swordsmanship. Cling! At the moment when the swords clashed, Isaac repelled the skeleton priest's sword with a strength unbelievable for one hand. Fragments of the broken sword pierced through the skeleton priest's face. However, as expected of an undead, it didn't care and continued to attack Isaac. Isaac didn't stop there and continued his motion. A cutting motion he had repeated countless times. At that moment, something different entered Isaac's body. A flow entered his mind. It was like a wave of tentacles surging and bursting out. In a single breath, Isaac imagined the tentacles repelling the skeleton's sword, piercing through its body, slashing Zealrat's fat belly from bottom to top, and then crossing diagonally to inflict a cross-shaped wound. It was just imagination. Boom! But in the next moment, it became reality. Ag! Zealrat screamed in agony. Isaac never considered this skeleton priest important from the start. He sliced through the skeleton and ripped Zealrat's torso from bottom to top. Zealrat vomited bodily fluids from the massive wound as big as Isaac's height. Isaac unwittingly realized that he had used advanced swordsmanship. It was just a short movement, too fast to be conscious of, but inexplicably effective. Above all, there was much less pain and injury than when using avalanche advanced swordsmanship. It wasn't painless, but his stamina recovery was much faster. Instead, Isaac felt a strange hunger. Is this instead of stamina? Did it consume the meat in my storage? It seemed so. The wolves he had eaten a few days ago were all digested in an instant. There wasn't much left, but it was an immense amount digested. It was as if he traded satiety instead of stamina. No, more precisely, he did get injured but recovered so fast that it was almost unnoticeable. I don't know why there wasn't such an effect with avalanche swordsmanship. Maybe it has something to do with the form of the swordsmanship. Isaac looked back. Following the trajectory he moved, there were 8 spiral traces inflicting gruesome wounds on the ground and Zealrat. It looked like giant wounds torn by 8 tentacles, even fatal for the divine Zealrat. Low, rank Paladin swordsmanship upgrade condition has been met. Advanced Paladin swordsmanship proficiency LV1. Please name the combined advanced swordsmanship. Messages appeared one after another, but Isaac had no time to check them all. Gah! Zealrat roared, twisting its body. Isaac's tentacles had pierced through Zealrat's belly. At the same time, something poured out from the wound inflicted by Isaac. They were none other than young rats. From those not properly formed, even those that seemed to have just started implanting. Isaac frowned at the dirty and disgusting sight. Damn it! Why? How could you? Zealrat shouted in boiling rage. It seemed difficult to heal the wounds, probably due to the power of the judgment sword that burns the unholy. It wasn't just that. After the skeleton priest was destroyed, Zealrat's ability to maintain its form seemed to rapidly deteriorate. A body that once quickly regenerated, even from severe wounds, was now crumbling apart, like a sandcastle being rebuilt only to collapse more. The skeleton priest must have been a crucial catalyst in maintaining its form. A temporary, yet sole follower and priest. Is that why it's gone? You too are a god like me. I can definitely feel divinity in you. even belonging to the same dark, chaotic realm as me. But why? That's because it's the nameless chaos. Isaac was surprised to find a common ground with Zilrat. He couldn't understand why the nameless chaos despised Zilrat, but it seemed that the nameless chaos was no longer interested, not even sending messages. Save me. Don't you know what it means for a being with divinity to die like this? Forever in that unnamed realm. Zilrat, gasping for breath, seemed to have a realization as he mumbled something in a gurgling voice. You, did you bring blood into this world that shouldn't have mixed? To listen to such words from a filthy rat, pig is somewhat. Isaac mumbled half-heartedly, but Zilrat was no longer listening. Die! As Zilrat screamed in a last desperate effort, rats began swarming out of the sack it had released. The rats, born tearing through the sack in a boiling surge, looked grotesque. The poorly formed rats died as soon as they appeared, or just wriggled and crawled on the ground. It wasn't an attack for survival. It was like a mouse terrified by a cat, charging in fear. Now Zilrat had fallen to the level of a mere beast. Beasts of the plague, suffering ones. Kill him. Isaac heard the sound of confusion as something crawled along the walls around him. The rats scattered around the monastery, and the whole mountain were starting to gather. Isaac realized that Zilrat had summoned all the rats from the mountain, not just to attack him, but to suffocate and kill him. Even for Isaac, dealing with all those rats was difficult. However, he didn't tense up, as he heard different voices. Rat devour, absorb. Nutrition, consumption. Head, body, tail, all of it. Soon, Zilrat seemed to notice something strange and fell silent. Thump thud. Something began to burst out of the walls. It was the rat swarm Zilrat had been waiting for. But they had not come to save Zilrat. They came seeking salvation, asking for protection. The descendants of chaos, plumped up from absorbing and devouring many rats, followed the swarm. In Zilrat's astonishment, Isaac loosely wriggled his tentacles. 0 for hygiene, but a buffet at last. Crunch crack, snap crunch. Isaac watched for a long time as his tentacles devoured the rat mother. The giant bear hadn't been fully devoured, but he let the rat mother be freely consumed. The other descendants of chaos also enjoyed the meal. Since it wasn't an appetizing scene, Isaac looked elsewhere. The temple was indeed ancient, a place many people would have visited until a few hundred years ago. Perhaps Zilrat was once a god worshipped by many. Then one day, the faith declined, and the Codex of Light came. The monastery squashed it under its buttocks, so of course, the grudge would be deep. But now, it's just prey for the nameless tentacles. It was a natural consequence to save the situation when a wild animal tried to harm a person. Isaac examined the altar where Zilrat had been sitting. On the long table used for sacrifices, there was a carving of the rat queen giving birth to numerous rats. Isaac slowly stroked the carving. At that moment, a message came to him. You can purify this contaminated sanctuary. Would you like to dedicate this sanctuary to the nameless chaos? Chapter 23. Sanctuary Purification. Sanctuary purification, huh? Isaac was familiar with the concept of sanctuary purification. In the game Nameless Chaos, capturing certain key strongholds allowed the occupying faith to exert stronger power in that area. Those strongholds were the sanctuaries. Purifying a sanctuary involved erasing the original faith and establishing a new one in its place. Isaac had just devoured an entity in the sanctuary that, though fallen, was once a god. He had expected a different message to appear, but he hadn't anticipated the nameless chaos would demand sanctuary purification. Shouldn't it naturally go back to the Codex of Light? As if anticipating Isaac's confusion, a message appeared. This sanctuary is contaminated by the rat mother. The contaminated sanctuary can be dedicated to any faith. Erasing the remnants of the old god in the sanctuary, it bestows new blessings in the area. The blessings of the faith become even stronger within the sanctuary. It wasn't explicitly said, but it seemed the nameless chaos wanted to take over Zilrat's remains. Isaac pondered. The tentacles were a hindrance but also a secret weapon for Isaac. Without the nameless chaos, dealing with Zilrat would have been much harder. Isaac might have gone mad without protection from the divinity, or he might not have survived this long. Dedicating the sanctuary would strengthen the blessings of the nameless chaos. It's definitely a benefit for me, but is it the right thing to do for the world? Isaac envisioned the tentacles, sprouting from his body, mercilessly slaughtering and consuming every living being. He didn't want the whole world to suffer such a fate, even as Isaac. What if I don't purify the sanctuary? If the sanctuary is not purified, the old god can resurrect at any time. Isaac, who thought of ignoring it, grimaced. He had managed now, but if Zilrat resurrected in his absence, the monks could be massacred. Of course, dedicating the sanctuary didn't mean tentacle monsters would emerge and overturn the world. Isaac understood the game system. In this world, it's difficult for gods to act alone. They only perform miracles and give directions through their followers and priests. Even if the nameless chaos harbored evil intentions, with Isaac as the only current mediator, executing those plans would be difficult. That's why evil gods manipulate minds, or corrupt at least. The nameless chaos hadn't burrowed into Isaac's brain or whispered strangeness. It had coerced him into quests, sometimes pleading or throwing tantrums, but never put him in needless danger or loss. Isaac finally decided, I dedicate this sanctuary to the nameless chaos. He needed to purify the sanctuary. To erase Zilret's traces, covering it with the nameless chaos was necessary. More than anything, for his own survival, having a sanctuary was beneficial. Rumble. The moment Isaac declared, a strange vibration echoed in the sanctuary, accompanied by a sweet scent. The tentacles extended, burrowing into the center of the altar. As they penetrated the altar's core, they spread, enveloping the area. The stone altar cracked and crumbled under their force. The walls and floor writhed unnaturally. Then, breaking through the altar, a giant heart swelled. Thump. With each beat of the heart, Isaac felt a surge of strength. The heartbeat continued, resonating through the underground. He felt power replenished with each pulse. Not only that, Isaac felt the entire area of the monastery, now a sanctuary, as if it was his own skin. He could sense the plague beasts left by Zilret in the hills, the extent of contamination in the grass and trees, and the location and strength of people in the monastery. He could perceive everything. Thus, Isaac could have an omnipotent sense within the vicinity of the monastery. Overwhelmed by the influx of sensations, Isaac staggered back. As soon as he stepped away from the altar, the flood of perception subsided. Does this omnipotent sensation occur only near the altar within the sanctuary? It felt as if Isaac had become the nameless chaos itself. He had played as paladins and priests before, but he had never experienced such an event in a sanctuary. Perhaps this was a unique effect of the nameless chaos. Isaac observed the appendages of the tentacles spread in all directions from the heart of the altar. Muscles and nerve bundles wriggled in the cracks of the old-fashioned stone walls, and blood vessels, like tree roots, pulsed in sync with the throbbing heart. A subtle mix of red and purple light eerily flickered on the walls. The underground of the once holy monastery had now turned into the innards of a blasphemous monster. Monks would faint if they saw this. However, as long as Isaac had no intention of overthrowing the monastery, the monks could continue worshipping the Codex of Light, oblivious to what lay beneath their feet. Tentacles returned to Isaac's left hand as soon as the altar was transformed. He felt a more powerful life force pulsating in the tentacles than ever before. With this power, he could have easily overpowered Zilret in their recent fight. The nameless chaos is watching you. Satisfaction was evident in the message from the nameless chaos. Isaac still had doubts about whether he had done the right thing, but it was already done. Though slightly confused, he was confident that at least in and around the monastery, he wouldn't be killed. You have been granted a reward for sanctuary purification. Choose one of the following 3 rewards. Devouring Harvester. Tentacles grow fangs to attack or consume enemies more effectively. Eye of Chaos. Understand the psychology and state of others. Difficult to read those who are guarded or hiding their thoughts. Creeping Chaos. Sacrifice offerings to summon powerful monsters belonging to the Chaos progeny. It had been a while since Isaac had 3 rewards to choose from. Each option was appealing, and he found himself in a dilemma. Devouring Harvester would undoubtedly enhance the already powerful attack of his tentacles. In the hallucination that appeared as a reward card, the tentacles were adorned with gear, like fangs. Creeping Chaos was also a desirable ability, given his recent use of Chaos progeny privileges. As a Nephilim, almost always acting alone, Isaac lacked minions who could act as limbs. Powerful summoned creatures could be useful. However, Isaac ultimately chose Eye of Chaos. The reason was the Inquisitor. Understanding someone's state and psychology. This was precisely the ability Isaac needed. Nephilim are hated by gods, so winning favor among humans was essential, and the Eye of Chaos could enhance Nephilim's charm. Manipulation, seduction, domination, threats, persuasion, lies, everything could be tools for Isaac. Especially considering the Inquisitor who had come to the monastery, such an ability was necessary. With Zilret defeated, the plague in the monastery should disappear. The Inquisitor will recover soon. I need to find out what she came here for, and her intentions. Isaac didn't aspire to become a monster king ruling the world. He wanted to rise and succeed among people without feeling alienated. To avoid trouble like with the Inquisitor, the ability to read others' minds would be useful. The moment he chose the Eye of Chaos, Isaac felt a sharp pain in his right eye. Something slimy seemed to crawl over his cornea, and he quickly pulled out his mirror to check. Red tentacle filaments were seen covering the surface of his eye. As the tentacles settled on the cornea, his originally deep gray eye appeared to have a red iris. Fortunately, aside from the heterochromia, there wasn't anything too conspicuous. Now for the last procedure. Isaac turned his gaze towards the remains of Zilret. Although the tentacles had feasted on Zilret's corpse for a long time, most of the meat was left uneaten. Isaac had hoped to consume the remains and absorb its powers, but the tentacles seemed reluctant to do so. Is there some part of it that shouldn't be eaten? Isaac stared at the remaining corpse of Zilret. He then conceived a way to utilize the remaining body. Chapter 24. Not long after Isaac purified the sanctuary, the plague began to subside. It was sufficient to check the condition of Isolde, without having to examine other patients. Isolde, who had been in the most critical condition in the monastery, was sleeping in the isolation ward. Most of her wounds were healing, and signs of illness were hard to find. A few scratches and bites from wolves would leave scars, but they were not conspicuous. She was just sleeping, and would wake up soon. How amazing to see such progress in just one day. It must be the prayers of the monks reaching heaven. Evhar muttered in surprise upon seeing the plague signs disappear from Isolde. The monks realized that the plague was retreating from the monastery too, as most of the monks who had been ill were now gathered in the chapel praying. As their condition noticeably improved, they immediately informed the abbot, and Abbot Evhar went to see Isolde, where the plague had started. Isaac, having reaped his benefits, unhesitatingly credited all the work to the Codex of Light. There was no other explanation, but a miracle from God for such a quick recovery. Moreover, the power and credit Isaac held weren't something to boast about. No, this is clearly your achievement, Isaac. But Evhar didn't just attribute it to divine grace. Of course, I knew that the Codex of Light would save us. But when this would happen, how many of us would be tested and sacrificed was unknown. This was certainly no ordinary plague. Evhar patted Isaac's shoulder as he spoke. If the Codex of Light has helped us, then sending you as their emissary must be part of that aid. Isaac felt awkward with the unexpected praise. He had only helped because he couldn't stand to see people he had lived with for years dying, yet now he was receiving such high acclaim, leaving him speechless. Just as the awkward atmosphere between the one who gave and the one who received the praise continued, a welcome groan was heard. Isolde, who had been delirious for days, was finally regaining consciousness. Seeing her eyes faintly open, Isaac quickly bent down. "Hey, are you conscious?" Isolde's eyes, initially unfocused on the ceiling, turned towards Isaac. As her gaze sharpened, she met Isaac's face and began to tear up. Thinking her sudden tears were due to pain, Isaac was surprised by her unexpected words. "You've come for me." "Yes. Oh yes. Jebel and I went out to bring you here." "Jebel? I haven't heard this name, but surely there must be heroes unknown to us. It's humbling to have a named archangel come to greet me." With red, teary eyes, Isolde muttered to Evhar, "Archangel Jebel, I am ready in my heart. To die following your will is a blessing, and to reach the eternal kingdom filled with light is beyond my humble self." After a moment of silence, Isaac decided to correct her misunderstanding. A little later, with a face as red as her eyes, Isolde sat on the bed and replied, "You're not an angel?" "No, I am not." Isaac couldn't see her face as she had buried it in her hands and knees, her earlobes flushed, raising concerns that her blood pressure might cause her veins to burst. "I'm sorry, it's just that, undeniably, your face, I understand. It was an extreme situation, and you must have been scared." Isaac quickly mumbled, interrupting her before she could express more regret. When Isolde first encountered Isaac, she had fainted, muttering an angel. Isaac, being a Nephilim, wasn't completely misunderstood. However, since Nephilim were rare, and it would be problematic if his true identity was discovered, Isaac had to avoid leading her thoughts in that direction. Fortunately, Isolde quickly accepted Isaac's explanation. Yes, just that I thought I was dead, and then unexpectedly received help. It was easier for her and others to accept that she thought he was an angel because she had been brought back from death, rather than because of his appearance. Isolde, convincing herself, frantically nodded and then finally showed her face, less red than before. "By the way, there was a blacksmith's apprentice traveling with me. Did he arrive safely?" "Yes, Hans informed us of your danger." "That's really fortunate." Finally remembering why she came to the monastery, Isolde hurriedly began searching for her belongings. Isaac handed her a bundle. "Your clothes and bag had to be burnt to stop the plague, but your books, documents, and tools seemed immune to the plague, so they were sealed. I apologize for burning your clothes." Most of Isolde's belongings, suitable for an inquisitor, were treated not to succumb to other faiths or curses. This included the sword of judgment Isaac had secretly used. However, it was difficult to treat every piece of clothing, so they had to be burnt. Yet, Isolde seemed unconcerned about having been undressed in a male-only monastery. Relieved to find all her sought after items, she sighed. "No lost items. Thank you for keeping them safe." Then she glanced at Isaac as if to ask, "Did you read any of these letters and documents?" Isaac and Evhar exchanged uneasy glances. Reading the confidential documents of an inquisitor could be branded as sacrilege. There were already 2 suspicious people in the monastery, 3 including the abbot hiding the fact that Isaac was a holy body. Debates had been rife about whether to read those documents. But Isaac spoke calmly. "Yes, I read them. I couldn't understand what they meant." "Isaac!" Evhar scolded, surprised, but Isolde shook her head. "It's okay. Given the circumstances, it was inevitable. In fact, if you had read them, you might have been able to improve the situation faster. My reason for coming here was because of this plague." "The plague?" Evhar asked, surprised. They already knew the plague that swept through the monastery was not an ordinary one, but rather a curse or a conspiracy. However, they hadn't expected that an inquisitor would have come for that purpose from the start. Yes, the Immortal Order's influence is reaching this monastery, she muttered, her eyes burning. Isel changed into a spare set of clothes from her plague-protected bag and returned to the abbot's office. She was dressed in a comfortable uniform with a dark red hood. This time, Jebel was also present. He was uncomfortable meeting the now conscious Isolde, but had to come since she insisted on meeting him. I heard you saved me. Thank you very much. It wasn't me. It was that young greenhorn over there who can't even grow a beard yet. Jebel waved his hand dismissively and leaned against the wall, clearly not interested in taking credit. Isolde respected his wish not to engage much in conversation. However, her reason for calling Jebel wasn't just to thank him. How many in the monastery can wield a sword? A sword? Evar hesitated at the unexpected question. I'm not sure what level you're expecting, but I myself have combat experience in the Dawn Army. There are also some monks who have been on pilgrimage. But even if all of us together charged at Isaac and Jebel here, we wouldn't stand a chance. Isolde looked at Isaac as if to gauge his response. Isaac wished Evar hadn't been so frank, but now that it was out, there was nothing to be done. In truth, Jebel didn't even need to join in. Isaac alone was confident enough to handle the monks. Is there a reason you need a sword, not a miracle? The monastery's greatest weapon was expected to be miracles, but Isolde was asking for swords. This plague is a conspiracy by the Immortal Order. The Immortal Order, isn't that too far for them to be involved? The Black Empire, where the Immortal Order was based, was a 2-month horse ride away. There were several small kingdoms in between. However, distance alone couldn't negate the possibility. Just a few years ago, the apostate Khalsan attacked a village just half a day's journey from here. It was a terrible incident with no survivors. Evar desperately avoided looking at Isaac. That was possible, because the commander of the Paladins had turned apostate. It's impossible now. Of course, the missing Khalsan being related to this incident is unlikely. But their influence reaching here is possible. It's about causing chaos with a few people in the rear. Isaac felt like he understood Isolde's thinking. The Immortal Order planned a biochemical terror attack in the monastery's underground. They intended to resurrect an ancient god here in the monastery's underground. Isolde declared solemnly. Isaac almost hiccuped but managed to suppress it. Despite her solemn declaration, the expected reaction did not come. Evar looked incredulous, while Jebel massaged his forehead as if he had a headache. So? Excuse me, Inquisitor. Such grand tales might scare the villagers, but I am the abbot here. Ancient faiths can't be resurrected, and most legends are exaggerated. If ancient abominations and curses revive with the ancient gods, even if they really resurrect, gods without worshippers have no influence on the world. They are dead gods. Just like the nameless chaos that almost led to destruction, now it has no impact on the world. Evar muttered, stroking his beard. But I think I understand what you mean. There was a plague faith in this area long ago. Hundreds of years ago, we demolished their temple and used the bricks as a foundation for this monastery. If what you say is true, this plague is influenced by that plague god. Exactly. The Immortal Order intends to revive such ancient faiths across the Empire. There were 9 main faiths in the nameless chaos, but that wasn't always the case. In ancient times, there were hundreds of faiths. Strong beasts, monsters, or special phenomena were all worshipped as gods. But with the advent of the Age of Light, ancient faiths disappeared or merged, leaving only 9. Even among these, some were on the verge of vanishing. Isaac was the only member of the nameless chaos faith. What does the Immortal Order gain from this? If there's internal strife within the Codex of Light, the Immortal Order's followers would increase. The Immortal Order hardly worries about losing followers. Their followers only increase, even if they do nothing. Isolde frowned and remained silent. Besides, the 9 gods wouldn't want the resurrection of ancient gods. Even the Immortal Emperor cooperated in destroying ancient faiths that burned children alive and demanded massacres. If we agree with the heretics on one thing, it's that ancient faiths should not and cannot be revived. The biggest difference between ancient and the 9 faiths was this. While ancient faiths were barbaric, the 9 faiths were realms of human reason and civilization. Half of the 9 faiths originated from humans, proving this point. Isaac thought no one would want to return to those times. Come to think of it, why is nameless chaos one of the 9 faiths like this? Was it different before destruction? Isaac pondered but couldn't ask anyone, nor should he. Isolde bit her lip quietly. Isaac noticed she had anticipated this rebuttal. She could continue arguing. Doctrinal battles could go on for years. She's hiding something. Isaac quietly stepped back. Fortunately, Isolde and Evar were too engaged in their argument to notice him. Evar spoke up. Inquisitor, if you need our sword, please be frank. Why is the Immortal Order active around here? Is there something you can't share, even among brothers of the same faith? At that moment, Isaac activated his newfound ability, Eyes of Chaos. Chapter 25 Thump. Isaac felt a pulse in his eyes. Noticing something flickering before him, he almost rubbed his eyes unconsciously, but soon realized that would draw attention. Tiny, slender tentacles brushed past his vision. He managed not to react. To anyone else, it might have looked like his eyes were merely watering, but Isaac knew what was happening. Using the power of the nameless chaos meant drawing that entity out into the world. Tentacles sprouted from beneath his eyelids, infusing power into his pupils. A familiar status window appeared. Isilbrand A+, weakened profession. Inquisitor B abilities. Doctrine of the Moth, advanced interrogation. Cauldron Beast, how do I convince the abbot? Now that they have started acting, we must hurry. This was information about Isilbrand. The eyes of chaos allowed him to read one's state and psyche. The status window indeed showed such information, including Isild's thoughts at the bottom. Can I only read superficial thoughts? This is something I could guess, without any abilities. Isaac focused harder on Isild. He felt the tentacles near his eyes wriggle again, and quickly averted his gaze, wary of revealing anything in front of an inquisitor. Luckily, the abbot's office was dimly lit, and no one saw him clearly. Before turning away, Isaac caught a deeper thought from Isild. Should I lie? But I haven't found any evidence or reason yet. Haven't found any evidence or reason? Isaac blurted out. Isild turned to him sharply. Isaac touched his lips in disbelief. Isild hadn't been able to present solid grounds because she lacked evidence or reason for the Immortal Order's activities here. Lacking evidence? Isn't it clear that the dead plague god targeted this monastery? Inquisitors are sensitive to evidence, as their job might involve endangering lives or even committing mass murders. Yet, her acting without solid grounds was against basic ethical conduct. You need our help because you lack evidence to move the Paladins? Evhar sighed, finally grasping the situation. An Inquisitor has the authority to mobilize the Paladin Order, but only with solid evidence. Seeking swords from a monastery implies lack of evidence. Isild, biting her lips, glared resentfully at Isaac. While grateful for being saved, she was frustrated by the turn of events. Isaac sympathized with her. Indeed, her suspicion of the Immortal Order's involvement was correct. I saw the Immortal Order's minions in the monastery's basement myself. The undead priest, serving Zealrat. He was an agent of the Immortal Order. But Isaac couldn't discuss him without revealing where he found him, and that place was now enveloped by the pulsating heart of the nameless chaos. In other words, he couldn't provide the evidence Isild needed. I found intelligence and traces of the Immortal Order's activities. Isild desperately tried to make her case. Why they're operating deep in White Empire territory, I don't know, but it's clear. I believe you. Even if you don't believe me, it's clear. What? I believe it. The attack on the monastery was indeed the work of the Immortal Order, attempting to resurrect an ancient god. Evhar and Jebel turned to Isaac, with Evhar asking in amazement. Why do you think so, Isaac? Because they can. What do you mean? Those who don't age or die seem to devote their lives to tormenting the Codex of Light. And that's true for us as well. Even if border soldiers don't always act strategically, they still cause trouble for the Black Empire, right? Isaac glanced at Jebel. As a former Paladin, Jebel would know. Soldiers in conflict zones often provoke the Black Empire without direct orders. Jebel remained silent, seemingly acknowledging the point. But to resurrect an ancient god? If you meant what you said, you wouldn't really believe an ancient god could be resurrected. Weak as they are, they'd probably just bother a monastery. Even if they did resurrect one, it'd be quickly subdued. Evhar shook his head in disbelief. The idea that ancient god resurrection and the clash between two major faiths were just the antics of lower ranks seemed far-fetched, and Isaac didn't fully believe it either. But having read Isild's inner thoughts, Isaac concluded it was pointless to press her for information she didn't have. What matters is they are indeed up to something, and we fell for it. Isaac deftly steered the conversation towards future actions. The important thing was the Immortal Order's involvement, not the evidence or reason. Isild, catching Isaac's gaze, looked startled. Then we must retaliate. More information about them could be obtained once they found more of their members. As soon as the meeting ended, Isaac, Jebel, and Isild quickly packed their bags and headed out of the monastery. Since there was only one donkey in the monastery, they had to walk. However, Eberhard generously blessed the three and provided them with ample food. Isaac was somewhat surprised that the abbot and Jebel had decided to help him despite his weak reasoning. It might have been due to the favor they had for Isaac, but Evhar was someone who tried to see through the Inquisitor's true intentions. However, he was easily convinced by Isaac's logic. It seemed the only explanation was the activation of the charm of the Nephilim. I must be too charming. Thank you, Mr. Isaac. At that moment, Isild, who was walking ahead, matched her pace with Isaac and started a conversation. Actually, we started suspecting the Immortal Order's activities in this area about 6 months ago, but we couldn't find any substantial evidence. The realization that they have infiltrated this monastery is quite recent, not to mention this decisive testimony. It's all right. It's our monastery's affair, so we naturally have to help. It wasn't just because of Isild. Isaac was looking for a reason to leave the monastery while earning some credit. Since Isolde seemed favorable towards him, if this matter ends well, she could become a valuable connection. Getting friendly with an inspector is always advantageous, regardless of the era. Isolde seemed grateful and smiled. Isaac thought that for an inquisitor, she seemed quite innocent and uncorrupted, or perhaps she was a psychopath who wouldn't bat an eye even if she massacred a whole village. If she was competent as an inquisitor, the latter was more likely. If this matter resolves well, I'll recommend you to the order, Mr. Isaac. You're a Paladin trainee, right? I know a Paladin who... Inquisitor. Jebel interrupted from behind in a stern voice. Excuse me, but do we know where we are heading? If it's far, it might be better to borrow horses from the village, but it seems we are moving away from it. Isolde was leading them to a location where she had found traces of the Immortal Order's involvement near the monastery. Realizing she hadn't explained their destination, she quickly said, we are heading to a valley near the monastery. The locals seem to call it Ariat Valley. Both Isaac and Jebel knew the place well, as they had been in the area longer than Isolde. It was a rugged area, not surprising to hide something. Isolde told Jebel what she had found, and the evidence she had gathered there. Jebel seemed indifferent, but he appeared content that Isolde had shifted her attention from Isaac. Fortunate. Isaac suddenly touched his right eye, which had activated the Eye of Chaos. The sensation of wriggling tentacles had disappeared, but when he checked before leaving, his eye had bloodshot traces for a while, and his pupil had a faint purple hue. Even a deeper look changed the eye color. This power is not easy to use recklessly. It's a miraculous ability, but its reckless use was still a risk. A slight glance into shallow thoughts might go unnoticed, but delving into deep psychology would leave unmistakable traces. What if someone saw the tentacles wriggling in his eyes? I would have no choice but to kill them. He was fortunate to have discovered these side effects early. Here we are. Isolde stepped into the valley with a tense expression. The valley, filled with irregularly placed sharp rocks, only showed traces of a dry creek, likely due to the dry winter season. Isaac had only seen this place while passing by, but stepping into it was a new experience. Normally, it would be hard to tread due to its ruggedness, but the dried-up creek made the ground flat. You found traces of the Immortal Order here? Exactly. Testimonies of sighting them and finding traces of undead. Then we found ominous signs leading to the monastery, infected with the plague. As she spoke, Isolde kicked a large stone at the entrance of the valley. Isaac wondered about the significance of the stone, but Isolde looked serious. What is that? Jebel asked first, prompting Isolde to widen her eyes in surprise. What? It's obviously a trace of idolatry. It's a severed head of a statue. Isaac took another look at the stone. It did seem so upon hearing it. The erosion was severe, but the unnaturally cut surface and what might have been eyes, nose, and mouth were noticeable. On a second look, it also resembled a rat. There are more such traces deeper in the valley. It seems they fell from the high mountains. Isaac thought if there were just one or two, it could be Isolde's misunderstanding, but more meant something else. At least it was worth investigating. So far, it was in the realm of archaeology, not evidence of heresy. But with the appearance of plague-infected beasts and the monastery being attacked, it was clear evidence of aggression. So, I'm convinced that investigating this valley will reveal the hidden perpetrators. I've heard that in the past, there was an entrance to a pagan temple leading up from inside the valley. Isolde seemed confident in her deduction. Jebel was still skeptical but eager to complete the investigation, probably to get rid of Isolde quickly. On the other hand, Isaac was troubled after hearing the explanation. If this leads to the sanctuary, what then? The sanctuary where Zealrat was hiding was deep below the monastery, possibly connected to the valley. Isolde's unwanted competence might lead to its discovery. Realizing this, Isaac decided to act on his plan sooner. I was going to scatter evidence when they got tired, but no choice now. Inside Isaac's bag was evidence that would satisfy Isolde, but he couldn't scatter it right away. If evidence appeared in places Isolde had already investigated, it would be suspicious. And before that, Isaac needed to create a plausible situation to deceive her. Move. Isaac's will transmitted somewhere. Soon, something deep in the valley started to wriggle slowly. Chapter 26. As Isaac transmitted his will, he spoke to Isolde. Let's proceed with the investigation as you suggested. The Inquisitor? Yes. If we suppose the Immortal Order's members are here, what would you consider the nature of this mission? Reconnaissance? Investigation? Extermination? Isaac didn't think this mission was primarily about exterminating the Immortal Order's members. It was unlikely that their skeletal minions had infiltrated this deep. However, undead creatures could easily be recruited locally. Thus, Isaac had thought of this mission as reconnaissance or investigation at most, not an extermination. But Isolde seemed to have a different view. Primarily, it's an investigation, but it turns into extermination upon discovery. Isaac was startled by Isolde's assertive stance. However, he realized that an Inquisitor wouldn't come to a place possibly ambushed by enemies without some thought. Isolde was not foolish. Don't worry. If something happens, just buy us some time and we can take them down. It seemed Isaac and Jebel's role was to buy time in case of an encounter. Isaac nodded and headed deeper into the valley. Meanwhile, deep in the valley, the offspring of chaos that Isaac had deployed were moving rapidly. Find out what creatures are hiding deeper in the valley. Make sure of it. The battle with Zilrat had expanded the chaos offspring, making reconnaissance not too difficult. Isolde was meticulously inspecting each statue as if they were significant heretical evidence. The remnants of a destroyed temple were indeed scattered throughout the valley. Why would people build a temple for this plague god? What's so good about a plague? In nameless chaos, Isaac's primary concern was the 9 faiths. The rest, like ancient gods, weren't significantly featured in the game. In other games, ancient gods might be fearsome hidden bosses, but in nameless chaos, they were at best field bosses. On the other hand, other gods mainly communicated through angels, and except for the immortal emperor, it was difficult to encounter a god face to face. People used to believe in many gods, Isolde answered surprisingly casually. People named everything they couldn't understand as gods. Probably, a major plague hit this area long ago. As people died, they named the plague a god, worshipping it, hoping for forgiveness. Forgiveness? When there's a drought, people pray for rain, and during floods, they pray for it to stop. Similarly, the god of plague can become a god of healing. A healing god Zilrat, the one who gives the disease, can also provide the cure. Isaac understood it that way, but with the advent of the Codex of Light through Luodin, and the Tablets of Dawn, these minor gods were crushed and disappeared. Truly a blessed event. What about the other 8 faiths? Isolde pretended not to hear. Though she didn't say it, Isaac quickly understood the implied message. Crushing and eliminating the ancient gods was not just the Codex of Light doing. All 9 faiths had agreed to it. This was part of the game setting, so he was aware of it. Luodin bringing the Tablets of Dawn was a pivotal event separating the Age of Barbarism and the Age of Reason. This marked the beginning of the so-called Age of Light. During the 1,000-year Age of Light, ancient faiths were eradicated, and only the 8 faiths that cooperated, submitted, or harmonized with the Codex of Light survived. Even the late arriving Immortal Order didn't deny the order led by the Codex of Light. Only the nameless chaos vanished. Isaac contemplated this subtle irony and why, despite the apparent disappearance of the nameless chaos, it was still referred to as the 9 faiths. Thud, thud, thud. Then, Isaac noticed gravel falling from a cliff above. Isolde looked up at the valley top but saw nothing. Isaac was the first to act. There! Thunk thud. A massive silhouette flickered between the cliffs. At first, it seemed like a wild animal, but the silhouette was distinctly aberrant. Isolde's eyes widened. What is that? Inside, let's go. Isaac and Jebel drew their swords, but instead of moving, they looked to Isolde. She, with a stern face, stepped forward and blew a long whistle. Whistle. As the piercing whistle echoed through the valley, a raven flew up. It was the same raven into which Isaac had implanted a parasite. The raven, well coordinated with Isolde, immediately chased the beast above the valley. Let's follow. Isolde followed the raven's path, not losing sight of it even from a distance. The unidentified creature showed itself briefly between valleys and behind cliffs and corners, seemingly unable to escape the relentless pursuit, but clearly luring them. And indeed, its allure. The creature was one of the chaos offspring Isaac had created. It was larger due to its base organism, allowing it to be noticeable for such a task. Its unique form made it hard to identify precisely. Good. If we lure it out of the valley, it would suggest that something was here, but had escaped, leading Isolde to eventually conclude the matter. Since the Immortal Order's priest was already dead, there wouldn't be any problems. If Isaac wanted a clean end, he could even feed this chaos offspring to Isolde. Just a moment, it seems like we're being lured. As the beast maintained a distance that was close yet unattainable, Isolde realized the situation. As they slowed down, the mysterious creature's movements also slowed, inevitably due to the raven tracking its movements. If it's luring us, could there be an ambush? We can't let this ominous creature escape. Please follow me slowly. Isolde said this, and then brought a necklace to her lips, starting to recite something. Simultaneously, ash and dust poured from her body, rapidly making her presence faint. The Doctrine of the Moth. One of Isolde's abilities that Isaac had already figured out. The Light's Codex symbolizes light, and moths chase light. The Doctrine of the Moth was a miracle of doctrine taught to those in the order who required stealth. Isolde, almost indistinguishable from the roadside gravel, quickly resumed tracking on a different path. If the beast was luring Isaac and his group, it wouldn't notice Isolde's approach under the Doctrine of the Moth. However, as Isolde focused on the beast, Isaac carefully maneuvered the Chaos Offspring, observing her movements. Isolde, even while using the Doctrine of the Moth, couldn't close the gap, growing anxious. That's when Isaac received an unexpected message. Body. Found. The message came from one of the Chaos Offspring he had deployed. A body? Understanding the message was hard due to the low cognitive ability of the rat used as the base for the chaos offspring, but finding a body was alarming. The offspring approached the body, but then recoiled, sensing someone nearby. Suddenly, the connection with the chaos offspring was severed. They were killed without even realizing the presence of an enemy. Their strength, at best, was comparable to a cat's, but being taken out so easily suggested it wasn't by a wild animal. Gather for investigation. Isaac commanded the chaos offspring to converge on the area where the body was found, not for hunting but for tracking. However, the place where the connection was lost wasn't far from their current location. Could there actually be an ambush? Isaac was surprised by this unexpected development. After taking control of the sanctuary's altar, he believed he knew everything about the monastery and nearby areas. Yet, not sensing any strange presence meant either the presence was undetectable, even to the sanctuary's powers, or it appeared last night. Ms. Isolde. Isaac called her name impulsively. Isolde stopped immediately. The moment she did, several arrows landed where she had been heading. One of them flew towards Isolde, but only passed through the ash and dust emanating from her body. The doctrine of the moth seemed to dissipate, revealing her form. "Who's there?" Jebel's voice thundered through the valley. Then, several figures in hunter attire with crossbows emerged from between the valley's rocks. They looked like hunters from a nearby village. Sorry, we just saw a bizarre creature pass over our heads, and thought it was that, so you shoot arrows at will." Isaac approached the hunters angrily. The hunters, seeing the extravagant attire of the Inquisitor, and the monk's robes worn by Isaac and Jebel, seemed to realize they had messed with the wrong people. Especially as Isaac approached angrily, they felt an indescribable sense of intimidation. The Nephilim's unique charm was pressing their sense of guilt this time. "We are also pursuing that creature. We'll forgive you." "Where did it go?" "Over there, climbing the cliffs." At that moment, Isaac swiftly stabbed one of the men in the throat with the knife he was holding. Jebel and Isolde, as if in sync, quickly lunged forward. It wasn't because they couldn't forgive them for attacking. The three had realized upon seeing the hunters that the situation was different. Isolde knew that regular hunters couldn't penetrate the doctrine of the moth. Jebel noticed their crossbows were too sophisticated for ordinary hunters, and Isaac saw blood from the chaos offspring on the man he had stabbed. Chain crackle. Without any battle cry or coordinated communication, they attacked simultaneously, and the hunters were injured and pushed back in an instant. However, no one was killed immediately, proof they weren't ordinary hunters. Kagurg. Even the vampire Isaac had stabbed in the throat was retreating and healing the wound. Isaac frowned at the sight of blood oozing and stitching the skin in the vampire's pierced neck. Isolde also ground her teeth upon seeing it. "Wallachia human hunters, how dare you intrude here?" Wallachia was one of the smaller nations between the Black and White empires. Its history was complex, having survived numerous conflicts by attaching itself to various powers, but it was generally classified closer to the Black. They were commonly known as the vampire race, who fed on blood, and these aristocratic vampires often went on human hunts for their amusement. Sher Ra, the vampire who was impaled by Isaac, appeared to be of a fairly high status among them, as he issued commands even with an injured neck. The vampires, realizing their true nature had been exposed, drew their dark red swords from their scabbards. It was a weapon used by the Wallachian nobility. Isaac felt slightly tense. They are Wallachian nobles. In the game, they were considered to have the same level of power as paladins. That meant the vampires in front of him should be thought of as the equivalent of 6 paladins. Although there were differences in levels among paladins, vampires were particularly optimized for fighting humans. Isaac thought this battle might be quite tough. Kekhuff. But in actual combat, they were not as tough as he thought. Isaac easily deflected the attacking vampire's sword from below, twisting his own blade to slice the vampire's arm. The other vampires hesitated, and did not rush in readily. Was my skill always this good? Isaac felt a sense of pride in realizing that his swordsmanship worked well in real combat, but he soon understood the situation. Because of the sunlight, the place was deep in a valley. There weren't many parts where light shone, but the occasional rays of sunlight were enough to cause them pain. Their failed ambush attempt, and the act of pretending to be hunters were probably because it was still daytime. Good. Isaac did not want a fair fight. He decided to fully enjoy the current situation, which was unilaterally in his favor, while the vampires were flustered. Chapter 27. Chapter 27. Hunting Human Hunters 1. Isaac quickly stabbed his sword, taking advantage of the vampire's inability to move freely. He swung his sword only when he judged it could inflict a fatal wound, to conserve his energy. Thus, each flash of his blade sent blood and ashes flying. The vampires were caught off guard by the sudden attacks. However, as they naturally retreated into the shadows of the valley, their momentum began to change. The vampires, accepting their inferiority in vigor and spirit, began to respond calmly. As an organized counterattack began, Isaac created some distance. "I need to conserve my movements to avoid wasting energy." Fortunately, The vampires Isaac was facing were already wounded, so they couldn't rush him recklessly. Isaac steadied his breathing while checking on the conditions of Isolde and Jebel. Jebel was pressing 3 of them, and Isolde, a wandering inquisitor, seemed to have no trouble with one. Isolde, for her part, seemed either worried or impressed by Isaac. Come to think of it, this is the first time she's seen my skills in action. The balance was disrupted when Jebel decapitated one of the 3 vampires he was fighting. Even after one fell, the vampires didn't show signs of defeat, but their balance began to crumble inevitably. Now Jebel was overwhelmingly suppressing the vampires. Isaac did not miss this opportunity and thrust his sword into the chest of a vampire who had turned his attention away. The vampire gasped and tried to fend off the sword. In a moment, Isaac's sword twisted strangely like a snake, piercing the vampire's heart. Flesh and bone were torn away, leaving a gaping hole as if bitten by a beast. The vampire gaped in disbelief at the wound and flailed helplessly. "These guys are paladins," one of the vampires shouted as if screaming. "Strictly speaking, there are no paladins here," Isaac murmured. "Just an inquisitor, a retired paladin, and a paladin aspirant." But at the cry of paladin, the vampires gnashed their teeth and tried to distance themselves. Jebel and Isaac did not let the vampires escape and prepared to continue the attack, but suddenly a shadow fell from above, making them hesitate. "What's that?" Red mist had formed overhead. Seeing this, Jebel's face turned pale, while the vampires' faces brightened. The red mist swiftly enveloped the valley. Crack! As the red mist descended, a loud noise echoed. The mist, as if having teeth, began tearing apart 2 vampire bodies on the ground. The bodies of the 2 vampires were disintegrated and absorbed into the mist. The red mist consumed the corpses of the vampires, but did not touch the living ones. It writhed as if targeting them next. The silhouette of the red mist momentarily took on a human shape, then blurred again. It surged rapidly towards Isaac, but Isaac thought he had bought enough time. Isolde, who had been preparing a prayer since encountering the vampires, condemned the approaching red mist with her final words. "And the Lord showed us the light from beyond the rift." Suddenly, a brilliant light filled the valley. Enveloped in the bright light, something indistinct appeared. The dark valley was instantly bathed in a light so bright no shadows could be found. The red mist vanished instantly in the overwhelming radiance. Despite the pain in his eyes, Isaac gazed at the creature formed of light. It was a feline-like beast with massive butterfly wings, its silhouette obscured by the bright light. Abyssal beast, and not only humans praise God in this world. Many are lured by the radiant light of the Codex of Light, only to perish like moths to a flame. The abyssal beasts are those reborn from the ashes in the furnace. Well, that's the setting. The important thing is that the beast has a luminous effect. The abyssal beast is among the top tier of summoned beings, excluding transcendental beings like angels or divine creatures. However, its form and strength varied depending on the summoner's ability. But the common attribute of the abyssal beast is the luminous effect. This characteristic, similar to sunlight, was supremely effective against vampires, even in its smallest form. As expected, the vampires fled as soon as the abyssal beast appeared. Isolde didn't maintain the summoning for long, and soon sent it away. With the departure of the abyssal beast, the valley darkened as if night had fallen. Isolde, perhaps from the after-effects of the summoning, appeared pale as she fidgeted with her rosary. "They're gone now," Isolde spoke with forced energy. Isaac didn't doubt she had the strength to summon again, but he thought there must be another reason why pursuing was difficult. Jebel also shook his head in disagreement. "It seems difficult, Inquisitor." "Why is that?" "Night is about to fall," Jebel muttered, looking up at the sky worriedly. Night falls quickly in the valley. Even though they had finished the battle while the sky was still bright, it had quickly darkened around them. The vampires had been able to move relatively freely, weakened but still active, because they were in the deep valley. But now, with night approaching, Isaac and his party would inevitably have to face the real Wallatian human hunters at their full strength. They had to collect the traces and evidence left by the scattered vampires before that. "Did you check everything?" "Somewhat. But I could only figure out that they were not mere ghouls, but Wallatian hunters." The vampires had been unable to properly regroup due to Isaac's party's successful ambush. Although they only found camping grounds and equipment, Isolde scrutinized them as if they were treasures of the world. "Look, Inquisitor, can't we explore outside?" Isolde, who was examining the ground up to the base of the campfire, turned her head at Isaac's suggestion. "Did you find something?" "Not much of use." "Can't be helped. We didn't anticipate vampires in the first place." "No, maybe it's a significant discovery that the Vampire Duke was involved." Isaac's casual remark met with Isolde's shocked gaze. "The Vampire Duke? How did you know?" "Huh?" Oh, that Isaac belatedly realized he had mentioned the Vampire Duke. He vaguely guessed the identity of the Red Mist, having already experienced the Red Chalice Club ending related to the faith of the Wallatian Kingdom in the game. Isaac reluctantly mentioned his information, as if he had deduced it. "Well, vampires wouldn't camp and light a fire, would they? There's a need to monitor the approach of people pretending to be ordinary during the day. This place serves as a watchpost. There might be a cave or a temporary shelter deeper inside, where this noble person rests, guarded by Wallachian hunters. Isolde opened her mouth slightly in realization, and then nodded. Isaac was relieved to see that she was convinced. In fact, Isaac could even guess the name of the Duke. Heinkel Gulmer, you know a lot about the behaviors of Wallachian hunters. Yes, it seems that Duke Heinkel Gulmer of Wallachia is involved. It's an important clue, but there's no clue about the relationship with the plague god. Jebel asked in a firm tone. Heinkel Gulmer? Why do you think that? Only Heinkel's family, among the Wallachian hunters, is strong enough to use the miracle of the red chalice during the day. There are only 3 influential families that could move at this time. The heir is unlikely to be here due to danger, and the head of the family has been stationary in that fortress recently. That leaves only Gulmer. The situation is getting worse. If he's a Duke of Wallachia, he's royalty. We absolutely cannot encounter him at night. Let's get out of this valley quickly. The Wallachia kingdom's hierarchy is defined by bloodline. Royalty, literally sharing blood with the revered red chalice, wield demi-god-like powers. The nobility swear allegiance to the royalty and receive a share of their power. Naturally, the lower the class, the weaker the power. The Wallachia kingdom is a nation structured in this vertical bloodline caste. Heinkel Gulmer, a duke, had received blood just one step removed from the royalty. His power required at least a full Paladin order or an angel-level entity to match. It was absurd to think of confronting him with just their current group. No need to hurry. However, Isolde's response was unusual. At least a Paladin order is needed to confront the Duke. Once it's night, Jebel stopped speaking as he looked at Isolde's face. You've already called the Paladin order? Yes. This morning. The Brink Paladin order should arrive by the time we leave the valley. Thought you couldn't call the order without evidence, Jebel mumbled incredulously, then shook his head at Isolde's triumphant expression. Yes. I was confident we'd find evidence. And we did, right? I didn't expect this, but sometimes action precedes evidence. Even if the Paladin order is coming, they're not by our side yet. What if the vampires attack before they arrive? But Isaac, observing Isolde's expression, realized why she wasn't hurrying. Isolde actually hoped for that very situation. Then it's welcome. It's harder to chase culprits on the run. Jebel looked helplessly at Isaac. Isaac, covering his face as if sighing, had a victorious smile. This is going better than expected. Isolde's plan aligned with, and even exceeded, Isaac's wishes. Isaac's original plan was to conceal the sanctuary. But with the appearance of the vampires, this condition was met. Now Isolde had to focus on finding the Wallachian hunters rather than the sanctuary. Isaac, seeing the vampires, added another plan. To owe a debt to the Inquisitor and leave a credible accomplishment. Called the Paladin Order? Even better. Isaac had planned to join the Paladin Order anyway. He didn't know much about the Bryant Paladin Order called by Isolde, but he thought he could at least get a recommendation if he didn't like it. A Paladin aspirant with recommendations from the Order Commander and Inquisitor. A decent debut. With his skills, he might skip the troublesome apprenticeship. Isolde's plan ultimately aligned with Isaac's goal. And on the way, I can smash those jerks who tried to screw over my monastery. In fact, this was his true intention. He had to find out why they were moving around near his territory. But the opponent being a Wallachian duke was a concern. In the game, he's a named boss, weaker than Carlson, but stronger than a half-dead god like Zealrat. Even if Isaac couldn't capture the duke, in such a situation, it would be an achievement just to save the Inquisitor and escape. The best course of action was still to leave the valley safely without any vampire attacks. Chapter 28. Hunting human hunters 2. The valley at night was darker than the plains. Neither Jebel nor Isaac had any desire to face vampires in the middle of the night, so they hurriedly headed out of the valley. Isolde, seemingly uninterested in unnecessary risks, quickly followed them. Since an attack could happen at any moment, Isaac continuously surveyed their surroundings. He decided to think of the Paladin Order as a means to hold out in an emergency. The enemy wouldn't expect the Paladin Order to be rushing to their aid, so holding out would mean victory. Will they come back? Are you scared? Jebel asked with a smile. Instead of snapping back, Isaac calmly calculated their chances of winning. Having seen the Abyssal Beast, they'd have a hard time attacking us even at night. But Inquisitor Lady can't summon the Abyssal Beast all night long. Probably they'll try to force us to summon the Abyssal Beast first. And once Isolde sends the Abyssal Beast back, tired, Duke Heinkel Gulmer will reappear. The gist was simple. Our trump card is the Abyssal Beast. Theirs is Duke Gulmer. Whichever side plays their card first loses. In other words, Isaac's party had to fight the Wallachia hunters in the middle of the night without the Abyssal Beast. Would that make the odds about 50-50? The Wallachia hunters had shown pitiful skills during the day, but it would be different at night. There was a reason why they were considered Knights of the Red Chalice. Moreover, he had to estimate how many more would join. Calculating a 50-50 chance, he assumed 1 or 2 of the 3 in his party would either die or be seriously injured. Of course, Isaac didn't consider his own death. This is calculated without using my tentacles. If he's critically injured and tentacles emerge, it's highly likely the same thing that happened with Carlson will happen. Everything nearby would be devoured. Isolde and Jebel too. Even if he somehow survives, if his tentacles are revealed, Isolde would surely have to be killed. I'll have to separate from these two if I want to survive right now. Isaac's eyes sharpened as he looked upwards. Silhouettes were sliding down the valley slope. They were silent, nearly undetectable, resembling fast-moving fog. Jebel and Isolde, noticing Isaac's gaze, quickened their pace. Fortunately, there was no red mist, and their numbers seemed small. However, it was uncertain where they might be hiding, free to move about. Inquisitor, use the doctrine of the moth. Yes. At Jebel's advice, Isolde readily used the miracle. Dust like ashes fluttered from her clothes, dissolving into the darkness. They had been discovered by the hunters before, but that was because Isaac had diverted their attention with a decoy. As Isolde disappeared, the movement of the pursuing Wallachia hunters faltered. They must have thought Isolde was their most dangerous opponent. It was natural for them to be disoriented with the greatest threat gone. But they weren't fools. A sharp whistling noise echoed through the valley. Simultaneously, arrows flew from above. Whoosh! Jebel deflected an arrow with his sword in a flash. Isaac, lacking such skill, quickly hid behind a valley rock. The arrows embedded in the rock were treated with a dark substance, typical of those specializing in hunting humans. Then, Wallachia hunters appeared from behind. Their ferocity seemed heightened due to their earlier humiliation. Isaac calmly assessed the situation. Two above, two below. The same faces he'd seen during the day, now much more fierce. Did the red mist obliterate two during the day? Are these all that's left? Isaac thought as he thrust his sword. The Wallachia hunter, with a grotesque smile, mocked his daytime attack. The hunter's hand moved smoothly, like mist, a stark contrast to his daytime clumsiness. This won't be easy. Isaac's sword tip met the hunter's. In an unexpected turn, the hunter's sword was pierced with a crack. The hunter's wrist twisted oddly. Both Isaac and the hunter were slow to understand the situation, but the sword didn't stop. Isaac thrust his sword into the hunter's mouth. The hunter, impaled by his own sword, ended up slicing his own face. Ahia! What's that? Your face is half gone. Isaac, surprised by the outcome, quickly withdrew his sword. The hunter's fractured sword, still lodged in his face, shattered. The hunter stumbled backward. Why are they still weak? However, Isaac realized he had been wrong in his assumption. The Wallachia hunters had definitely become stronger. Their movements were significantly faster, more precise, and more graceful than during the day. Even Jebel was struggling to overpower his opponent. It was just that Isaac's swordplay was quicker, more refined, and smoother. Am I actually strong? While Jebel was the most skilled among them, it was possible he faced a stronger opponent. There were many variables to consider, but Isaac was confident that his abilities were above average, possibly even at the level of paladins. Isaac approached his opponent again. Ahia! The mutilated face of the Wallachia hunter shouted something. Although a normal human would have died, the vampire's face was quickly regenerating. However, the broken sword blade embedded in his face made speech difficult. Another hunter, engaged with Jebel, seemed intent on helping but struggled to break free from Jebel's fierce sword strikes. Bang bang. With each swing of Jebel's sword, the hunter's blade bent like a reed but didn't fall. It would have broken under sheer strength. But that situation didn't last long. Jebel diligently inflicted wounds, and finally thrust his sword into the hunter's foot. Both the hunter with the pierced foot and the one with the mangled face were now in no state to fight properly. The hunters above, trying to locate Isolde, must have made the same assessment. Swoosh! Thud thud! Arrows began to fly again from above. Simultaneously, the fog clinging to the valley slope charged like cavalry. But even in this situation, Isaac remained calm. Their goal isn't us. It's to find Isolde. The red mist can't reveal itself unless she's absent. They attacked Isaac's group to keep Isolde in place. Indeed, Isolde was hesitating, unable to attack or leave. In an emergency, she had to summon the abyssal beast. Her lack of combat prowess didn't make the hunter's judgment wrong, but their skills are far from sufficient. They hadn't expected to fight Isaac and his group like this in the middle of the night. Whoosh! The fog began to take shape, forming a heavily armored knight without legs. The horse seemed to run soundlessly. Or rather, could it be described as running without legs? It merely slid down like a ghost, rapidly charging with a menacing speed. However, facing this apparition, Jebel showed no fear, merely raising his sword. Isaac, back to back with Jebel, took a deep breath. I can't use the tentacles, but like them. Isaac recalled the advanced swordsmanship he had used when defeating Zilrat. He couldn't remember the exact moves, but knew he could use them like a skill whenever he wished. Isaac imagined 8 tentacle-like arms writhing and surging out of his body. In his mind, these tentacles halted the ghostly horse's charge, decapitated, pierced hearts, pulled down and tore apart Wallachia hunters and crushed heads. He would make them pay for defiling the sanctuary with their tainted blood. Isaac swung his sword. And so it happened. The Wallachia hunter, charging at Isaac, didn't fully grasp what was happening. An absurdly bizarre aura emanated from Isaac, who had seemed frail. The hunter suddenly thought irrationally that he was committing an outrageous blasphemy against the Red Chalice. Red Chalice, help! A scream rose to his throat, but it was too late. The next moment, the Wallachia hunter's head plunged into the ground. The hunter, rolling limply, tried to get up, but soon realized only his head remained. Isaac's silhouette had blurred for a moment, but he had passed through the hunter's body like wielding 8 saw blades, ripping it apart. The hunter's body barely maintained its shape. It was a ghastly and gruesome swordsmanship. Such technique, fit only for barbaric realms. How could it be in the territory of the Codex of Light? The Wallachia hunter tried to protest with his mouth, but his neck was no longer suitable for making sounds, and there was no one left to hear his voice. Isaac didn't care about the severed head. He just felt an immense hunger. Oh, if I hadn't eaten Zilrat, this would have been troublesome. The hunger was psychological. There was still plenty of meat in his flesh storage. However, the demanding nature of this advanced sword technique was evident. It couldn't be used frequently. Advanced Paladin sword technique proficiency increased. LV2, please name your combined advanced sword technique. After using the technique only twice, Isaac realized its level had increased. He remembered he hadn't named it the previous time. The Avalanche Paladin order named theirs Avalanche sword technique, so maybe he thought about calling it Tentacle sword technique, but that seemed embarrassing to introduce to others. Naming it Isaac sword technique also felt awkward. Isaac technique, and since it leaves 8 sword marks, let's call it 8 branches. From now on, this move would be known as the Isaac swordsmanship, 8 branches. Isaac decided so. Isaac swordsmanship, 8 branches, has been established. Isaac felt the move embedding in his mind like a skill. He also realized how much satiation it consumed. Feeling stiffness all over, Isaac turned to check on Jebel. If Isaac could take them down, Jebel should have been able to handle it with ease. But what he saw when he turned around was unexpected. Jebel, an old Wallachia hunter, in a billowing red cloak, was thrusting a spear into Jebel's side. It was the vampire duke, Heinkel Gulmer. Jebel was also stabbing Heinkel's chest, but he seemed to have no strength left. Heinkel, intent on finishing Jebel, tensed his shoulder, but suddenly someone appeared behind him. It was Isolde, using the doctrine of the moth. Silently appearing, Isolde stabbed Heinkel in the back. Her sword of judgment, deeply embedded, emitted intense heat, burning Heinkel's flesh and blood. As Isolde forcefully pulled out her sword, a spray of blood followed, tearing Heinkel's belly to his side. Chapter 29. Chapter 29. Human Hunter Hunt 3. Heinkel, after dropping his spear, retreated like a mist, slipping away. As the spear turned to dust and disappeared, Jebel staggered, barely managing to stay on his feet. To any observer, it was clear Heinkel had suffered more damage. However, while Heinkel calmly watched Jebel, the latter looked as if he might collapse at any moment. Red mist began to rise from Heinkel's wounds, quickly starting to knit his flesh back together. Hiding inside your subordinate, and then launching a counterattack. Impressive reaction, Paladin. If you had been fully armored and able to perform miracles, you would have been a difficult opponent. Heinkel hadn't made an open appearance. Instead, he had hidden inside the skin of his subordinate and attacked when close enough. His ability to change form at will, a trait of his vampiric nature, made this possible. Jebel didn't respond. Isaac remembered that Jebel had never used a miracle before. He knew Jebel had renounced his paladin title, but it hadn't occurred to him that the Scripture of Light had withdrawn its miracles from Jebel. Heinkel's gaze briefly rested on Isaac. His look was more curious than wary. Instead, his wary gaze turned to Isolde. Summon the abyssal beast, Inquisitor. Otherwise, you'll die right now. And our master tamed the light from beyond the rift and showed it to us. At the moment Isolde's prayer, almost like a shout, erupted, the night vanished from the valley. The abyssal beast revealed itself again from the ashes. Heinkel Gulmer also began to melt away like an apparition, his face full of scorn. No matter how mighty, a vampire couldn't withstand this brilliance. This will delay your deaths a bit. Soon, Heinkel's presence vanished completely. Under the bright light, Isaac quickly checked Jebel's condition. The wound wasn't serious. However, Wallachia hunters, like Jebel, consider it dishonorable to cause excessive bleeding in their prey, hence they avoid inflicting deep wounds. Jebel, though with minor external injuries, seemed to have suffered severe internal damage. Mr. Isaac. Isolde approached. The abyssal beast she summoned was the size of a small moth, seemingly called to last a bit longer. I'm sorry. I didn't think he would hide inside his subordinate and emerge by shattering the body. I thought with Mr. Jebel and you we could hold on. Isaac, seeing Isolde's expression, realized Heinkel's intentions. Jebel was no longer in a state to fight. Even if the Inquisitor summoned the abyssal beast, it would only temporarily drive away Heinkel. If Isolde couldn't maintain it and had to send it back, Heinkel would attack again. And this time he would kill everyone. We have no choice. But there was one thing Heinkel hadn't counted on. I'll stay behind as a decoy. Please, take Jebel and escape from the valley. Isol was shocked by Isaac's suggestion. Mr. Isaac, I'm not planning to sacrifice myself. On the contrary, it was a plan for everyone to survive. Isaac felt a strong rage and hunger towards Heinkel. I might not know about the Inquisitor, but I must ensure Mr. Jebel's safety. Follow my instructions. Both of you leave together. Red mist seeped through the crevices of the valley, soon taking the form of Duke Heinkel Gulmer. The wound from the Judgment Sword was still bubbling, not fully healed yet. Areas directly touched by divine power were harder to heal. Heinkel turned his head. The glow of the abyssal beast didn't reach this hidden darkness of the valley, where red eyes gleamed. Heinkel spoke to those eyes in the darkness. The preparations are complete. As soon as the abyssal beast disappears, kill them all. Yes, Duke. 12 hunters emerged from the darkness, all Wallachia hunters. As Heinkel gave the signal, the hunters vanished back into the shadows. There was no need for specific instructions. Such ambushes were as routine to them as meals. Heinkel also thought this mission was essentially finished. However, an uncomfortable feeling lingered, something he couldn't shake off. Heinkel reflected on what he might have missed. Jebel was it? He was the most skilled, but now wounded, he can no longer fight. The Inquisitor without the abyssal beast seemed unable to take on multiple hunters. So, Heinkel recalled the handsome, knightly trainee. He hadn't seen him clearly in the light, but his face, encountered in the darkness, was more vivid. Definitely a memorable face, and his swordsmanship was above average. That was it. Heinkel was confident he could defeat him in less than 10 seconds. After all, fair fights were perverse to Wallachia hunters. They wouldn't hesitate to use any means necessary. Even without Heinkel, if the hunters engaged in a battle, the trainee wouldn't stand a chance. What am I missing? A primal instinct. An innate sense that something was wrong was sending him a strong warning. The Red Chalice Club, which valued bodily pleasure and senses, also highly regarded instincts. Heinkel didn't dismiss this unease as unnecessary. It could be a bloody warning from the Red Chalice. Lieutenant. 2 lieutenants still stood by Heinkel's side. There's a trainee named Isaac. Don't engage him carelessly, cut off his limbs if necessary, but try to capture him alive. Heinkel paused briefly before continuing. He's prettier than a girl, so he should be easy to spot. Perhaps offering him in exchange for the other's escape might work. Go and convey my orders. The Wallachia hunters had no trouble tracking Isaac and his group in the darkness. The abyssal beast, like a lantern, marked their location. Direct exposure to its radiance would surely blind them, so the hunters couldn't observe Isaac's group directly. But they meticulously tracked them within the range of the dimming light, ensuring no one escaped. The hunt was nearing its end. The abyssal beast, forcibly held from disappearing, was gradually fading. The hunters signaled each other with hand signals. In the darkness, the hunters were like vague silhouettes, but they could see each other clearly as in broad daylight. The Inquisitor must be exhausted by now, so full resistance will be difficult. Capture the trainee named Isaac alive if possible. With only one capable fighter, the hunt would be easier. As the light began to fade, the Wallachia hunters loaded their crossbows. Finally, the brilliance of the abyssal beast completely faded. The only sound in the dark valley was the quiet rustling of leaves in the wind. The hunters simultaneously emerged into the valley. The Wallachia hunters intended to turn everyone but Isaac into pincushions with their arrows, but they struggled to find their targets. What the? The only one standing in the darkness was Isaac. Without explanation, Isaac drew his sword, watching the Wallachia hunters approaching him rapidly. Is this simplicity what makes you hunters? We were tricked. He used the abyssal beast as bait. Without the abyssal beast, there was no way to confront the Wallachia hunters in the middle of the night. Naturally, they thought Isaac would move with the beast, but he had used it as a distraction. Meanwhile, Jebel and Isolde had escaped the valley using the teachings of the moth. Urgent glances passed between the hunters. In an instant, 6 split off to pursue Jebel and Isolde, while the other 6 advanced to capture Isaac. At least he surrendered himself for capture. How convenient. One of the hunters mockingly jeered, a break from their usual silence when hunting, but they were angry for being deceived. They believed Isaac had stayed behind as bait and a hostage. But Isaac tilted his head, sneering. Surrender? If you resist, we'll cut off your fingers one by og. Before the sentence finished, a scream erupted from the direction where 6 hunters had chased Jebel and Isolde. Wallachia hunters considered screaming disgraceful. They were flustered yet glared at Isaac, saying, "The knight seems to be alive," but soon, the screams didn't stop with one. Multiple followed in succession. The Wallachia hunters gritted their teeth, more ashamed by the fact that their comrades were screaming than being attacked. Screaming, even if from a victim, was vulgar in the silent night. Only the quiet flow of blood and the swallowing of throats were the permitted etiquette. Isaac, standing askew, asked, "Don't need to see the situation to guess right?" Finally, 2 more hunters were sent to assess the situation, leaving 4 to subdue Isaac. "We don't know your tricks, but that you don't know my tricks is exactly why you'll die here." Isaac's interruptions agitated the hunter, who wore a fierce expression. But Isaac continued leisurely. "I've been watching you all the way, not straying anywhere, foolishly trailing along. You've been in my grasp all along. Nonsense. The Wallachia hunter, scoffing, lunged at Isaac, like a pack of hyenas attacking prey. Each hunter targeted different limbs. However, they saw Isaac's arms move in completely unexpected directions. Isaac's arms twisted unimaginably, stretching incredibly long. Before they realized what was happening, a tentacle pierced one hunter's head. His body flailed like a broken doll. Isaac lashed out with his tentacle like a whip. The hunter tried to block it with his sword, but the tentacle wrapped around him, its suckers filled with teeth tearing into his flesh. Abhag! The vulgar scream they detested so much burst out. Isaac spun the hunter around like a top. Blood splattered in all directions as flesh was torn, soaking the faces of the remaining Wallachia hunters. Isaac, holding one hunter with his tentacle, swung him like a club at another. The hunter raised his arms in a futile attempt to block. When enough weight and speed combine, defense is meaningless. Bang! The two hunters merged into one mass. Vampire devoured. Dead God's intestines perk increases absorption efficiency. Vampirism perk acquired. Blurry Shadow temporary perk acquired. Temporary perks remain as blessings until digested. Using his newly acquired vampirism perk, Isaac absorbed the fluids of the combined Wallachia hunters through his skin. Their torsos deflated, like punctured balloons. So this is what drinking blood feels like. Isaac murmured coolly in the darkness. Everything had happened in the blink of an eye. The lone remaining Wallachia hunter realized his mistake. This is a trainee from the Codex of Light? He didn't know what Isaac was, but he was sure Isaac wasn't from the Codex of Light. Isaac was from a darker, more savage realm, a primordial, chaotic origin. In the darkness, Isaac gazed with purple flickering eyes, stating, "This is my sanctuary. You must pay the price for your trespass." Chapter 30. Human hunter hunt four of them down in an instant. Isaac marveled at the tremendous strength of his tentacles. It was more powerful than he expected, partly because tentacles are a kind of miracle that the nameless chaos can wield. Moreover, the effects of all miracles are enhanced in a sanctuary. The sanctuary effect Isaac obtained from defeating Zihilrat extended even to this valley, making his tentacles significantly more potent. Isaac, though not keen on consuming human forms, whether vampires or others, consoled himself that it was the tentacles feeding, not him. He approached the last trembling hunter. Even as a Wallachia hunter, a knight of the Red Chalice Club, facing the unknown entity with writhing tentacles in the darkness was unsettling. "Please spare me," begged the hunter, dropping his sword. Isaac intended to keep him alive for interrogation, but laughed at his plea for life. "You'll stay alive until I'm done questioning. I'll tell you anything. How can I trust your words?" Grabbing the hunter's collar, Isaac activated his Chaos Eye. Kasha Finsk Fear Profession. Wallachia Hunter C+ abilities. Shedding Doctrine, Heart Anthem. Isaac focused deeper, beyond the name or abilities, into the hunter's inner thoughts. What is this monster? Never heard of such a thing. Could it be the one who killed the plague god? Even Duke Gomer would struggle against it. So, there's a connection with Zilrat. Need to know what you were planning? No, I'll talk to your boss directly. Isaac tossed aside the hunter. As the hunter tried to comprehend the situation, he felt a cold chill. Red mist was seeping into his limbs. "Wait, Duke. This is..." Before he could finish, he exploded with a crunching sound. Bones and flesh rained over Isaac, who charged through them undeterred. "I knew you'd try the same trick." As he activated an 8-way strike, a bloodbath ensued. Duke Gomer, trying to ambush Isaac from behind, barely dodged his attack, but still suffered wounds that ripped his flesh. Blood and flesh poured like rain. Gomer, dodging the attack, glared at Isaac. The Eitzes left clear marks on the valley's rocks, but only 2 reached his chest. Should have recognized such bizarre swordsmanship. Gomer muttered, realizing Isaac wielded a long, lost heretical miracle. He mused about the dead god whose name Isaac shouldn't have known. Isaac, unaware of how he's wielding these powers, looked at his writhing tentacle palm. "You seem to know what this is. You don't even know what you're using. Typical ignorance." "Sage." Isaac silenced Gomer, focusing only on his answer. Gomer scoffed, but Isaac didn't wait for his response. He was already peering into his soul. Heinkel Gomer S. Normal. Profession. Duke of Wallachia S. Abilities. Chalice Doctrine, Red Prayer, Lamentation Feast, Pleasures Secret. Gomer's abilities were among the top tier of the Red Chalice Club. Isaac knew from previous experiences how powerful he could be. Thought it wouldn't be easy, but Isaac didn't feel outmatched. His tentacle's full potential was yet unknown, and he didn't believe Gomer to be stronger than Kalson. Now he needed to interrogate Gomer. Focusing deeper, Isaac probed his inner thoughts. Power of chaos? Insanity. Surely he's not directly serving the god of chaos? Maybe tainted by a foreign monster, or hopefully. Gomer spoke. "You want to know about your power? It's ancient. Most youngsters wouldn't understand. You should stop using it if you don't want to end up worse than dead." Isaac, unimpressed by Gomer's half-truths, pushed further. "You think it's dangerous? It seems healthier than those trying to suck my blood." Gomer, slightly anxious, continued. "Rather surrender. My goal is the Inquisitor, not you. If she finds out what you're harboring, she'll kill you too. We could save you, or join Wallachia with me." Isaac, realizing Gulmer's sincerity, laughed at the exotic offer. "Wallachia, your beauty would surely please the Red Chalice. If you wish, I can even adopt you as my son." Gulmer's offer to give Isaac a royal lineage seemed ludicrous at first, but Isaac, peering into his inner thoughts, realized he was serious. Gulmer wanted to adopt him, largely because of his appearance. The Red Chalice adores beauty. Though flawed, such a boy might be bestowed with more secret knowledge. Though it sounded far-fetched, it wasn't entirely baseless. The deity of the Red Chalice, the dancer, was known for valuing life, beauty, and the power of concealment, and was herself of extraordinary beauty. Thus, Isaac's charm alone could secure him a place in the Red Chalice Club. It was an appealing offer. Assuming the lineage of a duke would mean a high starting position in the club. Being a Nephilim, Isaac's identity wouldn't necessarily be a drawback in the club. However, Isaac had no intention of accepting it. "Do I really need to beg you for blood?" Isaac didn't see the need to bow down to Gulmer. Gulmer's expression hardened. He drew the same spear he used to stab Jibble. "Fine. If words fail, I'll use force. You like a fair fight, don't you? I'll play along. Show me what you've got." He added a condition to the duel. "Let's exclude miracles. Using them would leave nothing of you." Isaac noted Gulmer's fear of his tentacles, though his words weren't entirely false. Gulmer's miracles were indeed formidable. A miscalculation could end both of them. But Gulmer is a master of the spear. Apart from miracles, his skills were comparable to high-level swordsmanship. And at this distance, a spear had an advantage over a sword. Despite the pretended courtesy, Gulmer got ready for combat, gripping his spear long. Isaac seemingly accepted the duel, grasping his sword with both hands, making it difficult for tentacles to emerge from his left hand. Gulmer's lips curled up in anticipation. Fool. The battle began without a signal. Gulmer never intended to fight fairly. To him, a fair fight was a fool's game. He threw his spear even before Isaac made his first move. Isaac dodged, but the spear turned to dust upon leaving Gulmer's hand, and a new red spear formed, following Isaac's movements. Crack! A chilling sound echoed through the valley. Isaac couldn't even get close to Gulmer. Gulmer smiled, his fangs glinting. Then, blood trickled down along those fangs. He couldn't believe it and tried to turn, but his neck and spine, impaled by fangs, didn't allow it. He realized a monstrous beast, exuding a foul odor and wriggling flesh, had impaled him from behind. The odor was mixed with a familiar scent, the blood of the Wallachia hunters he had sent earlier. The spear, misfired in astonishment, didn't even graze Isaac. The situation was unfathomable. Who was this unknown beast, and why had it attacked him? Why did Isaac approach as if the beast was on his side? Bleeding profusely, Gulmer struggled to speak. You dog in a fair duel. What are you talking about? Fair duels are for fools. This beast, is it the one you worship?" Gulmer first guessed the beast was the embodiment of the foreign monster consuming Isaac. But Isaac only looked puzzled. "What, you don't know? Oh, you can't see?" Isaac twisted Gulmer's face around. There was a crunching sound, but Isaac knew Gulmer wouldn't die from this. "Long time no see, right? You should recognize it." The beast was the creature Isaac created by parasitically nurturing Zihilrat corpse as an offspring of chaos, rather than consuming it entirely. It was also the unidentified beast that lured Isolde into the valley. Zihilrat's original form was gone. The beast, made of red flesh and undulating tentacles, only emitted a constant stench, obediently following Isaac's commands. It seemed to understand more complex commands, perhaps due to being born from a god's corpse, like guarding Isolde and Jebel, while eliminating any approaching Wallachia hunters. Stronger than expected near the sanctuary, perhaps because it's born from a god's corpse. Now Isaac's pet, the weakened but still divine Zihilrat, was treated like a sacred beast, akin to angels or the abyssal beast. Unlike them, Zihilrat, born here, could stay as long as certain conditions were met, like consuming a large amount of flesh. Crunch. Although Zihilrat had already devoured nearly 10 Wallachia hunters, it seemed still hungry, embedding its teeth deeper into Heinkel's flesh. The taste of blood appeared to be stimulating its appetite. Isaac restrained Zihilrat. There were still many things he needed to ask Heinkel. With his violet eyes, Isaac gazed at Heinkel. His left eye, having overused the Eye of Chaos, started to sprout wriggling tentacles. "You all have trespassed into my sanctuary and nearly ruined my plans. Thus you must face judgment." Upon hearing these words, Heinkel spoke. "Are you an incarnation of the Red Chalice? Have you sent the prophet of the red flesh to judge my undue authority?" Chapter 31. Chapter 31. Human Hunter Hunt 5. What? Isaac wondered what kind of trickery this was now. However, seeing inside Heinkel's mind, Isaac realized the Duke was making a huge mistake. Zihilrat's faint divinity, Isaac's unbelievable power, and then, "I should have realized when I saw his face. His appearance is unmistakably a holy body sent by the Red Chalice. I was ruining his plans with my war games." It was Isaac's appearance that was the proof, at least in Heinkel's mind. It seemed plausible enough, not entirely absurd. Heinkel of Wallachia royalty had drunk directly from the red chalice, the blood of the god. So, he knew what a god's face should look like. The god of the red chalice, Muhuis, is a Nephilim too, right? In the red chalice club, being a Nephilim wasn't a disadvantage, and this was precisely why. In nameless chaos, gods are divided into two types. Ancient gods born naturally from people's perceptions and beliefs over a long history, and the mortal, born gods who began to appear around 1,000 years ago with the advent of the Age of Light initiated by the Codex of Light. The 9 faiths predominantly consist of these mortal, born gods. The god Muhui, worshipped by the Red Chalice Club, was not a secret Nephilim. Muhui became a god after killing her angel father and eating his heart. This melodramatic tale led her to become the god of the Red Chalice, governing eternal beauty and life. Given her backstory, it wasn't strange for Heinkel to mistake Isaac, who shared the Nephilim's appearance, for something more. Instead of risking a lie that could be detected, Isaac decided to use Heinkel's misconception. A lie might be caught anyway. Isaac calmed himself and spoke. Are there no other Wallachia hunters nearby? Heinkel, struggling to find a suitable term for Isaac, was provided with a helpful response. You've already recognized me, haven't you? Do you need another test? Isaac didn't miss Heinkel's mention of the prophet of the red flesh, one of the celestial beings of the Red Chalice Club. Like other sects with their own gods, clubs have their celestial beings, and the Red Chalice Club is no exception. Their chief celestial, the prophet of red flesh, is a creature with 3 arms and legs and flayed skin. It represents the most vital, essential charm, something along those lines, but to Isaac, it just looked like a grotesque monster. However, at a glance, Zilret's current form might appear similar. Neither were intentional by Isaac, but having once reached an ending with the Red Chalice Club, he could convincingly mimic it. Heinkel frantically shook his head, but Isaac had already read his thoughts. Even though I have sinned gravely, why is the prophet of the red flesh here? What benefit is there in corrupting this monastery? Heinkel's mind, completely submissive, was an open book. Isaac realized why Heinkel was so easily swayed. Confess your misdeeds. Let's hear how shamelessly you've acted. Zeilrat pinned Heinkel's head to the ground. Heinkel, pressed against the floor, began spilling everything he knew. Even in a state of terror, Heinkel's words were coherent. But they weren't particularly satisfying for Isaac. The Immortal Order had tasked Heinkel with a simple mission: to periodically assist their priests in crossing the border into the territories controlled by the Codex of Light. Such foolish actions. The Kingdom of Wallachia, though part of the dark forces like the Immortal Order, wasn't really on good terms with the gods. Skeletal undead and hedonistic immortalists hardly get along. Mainly, they were politically influenced by the powerful Black Empire nearby. Duke Heinkel Gulmer, desiring this influence, had assisted the Immortal Order, helping the priests with their illegal entry and subsequent actions. When communication with a priest at this location was lost, he came to investigate, to assist if possible, or to erase evidence if not. Did the Immortal Order stir the ancient gods as part of their strategy for the Dawn Army expedition 2 years later? The actual start of Nameless Chaos gameplay was 2 years later, with the organization of the Dawn Army. That's when ancient gods began to resurrect across the continent, but they didn't significantly impact the overall world. They were just additional field or mid-level bosses. Compared to the 9 faiths, nearly invincible gods, ancient gods were just slightly stronger monsters. Isaac thought he had extracted all the information he could from Heinkel and pondered what to do with him. Heinkel's current obedience stemmed from his fear of death, encountering an unknown powerful force, and being overwhelmed by Isaac's charisma. Thus, doubts would likely resurface once he left this place. You nearly ruined my plans. I have no excuse. Then you must face the consequences. Heinkel bit his lip and tilted his neck at Isaac's words. Devour me. Enjoy a feast with my flesh, and grace your banquet with my body. You think your tainted flesh is worthy of a feast? Heinkel might have hoped for forgiveness with such a plea, but Isaac, unconcerned with unnecessary clemency, impaled Heinkel's neck with a tentacle. Shock and disbelief flickered across Heinkel's face. However, the tentacle rapidly drained his blood. Heinkel Gulmer as consumed. Dead god's intestines perk efficiency increased. Charisma significantly enhanced. Vampirism perk efficiency enhanced. Red Prayer perk acquired. It didn't take long to completely drain Heinkel's blood. Consuming the royal blood that Heinkel received from the Red Chalice, Isaac experienced an unprecedented pleasure. His consciousness blurred with the intoxicating sensation. Nameless Chaos watches over you. That notification from the Nameless Chaos snapped Isaac back to reality. Dangerous, isn't it? Isaac realized the pleasure was from vampirism, akin to a drug for him, who had no resistance. But the moment he received the Nameless Chaos's notification, he quickly returned to his normal state. The overwhelming pleasure was not something he wanted to experience again. The sensation of losing oneself was more terrifying than the pleasure. As Heinkel's form lost its shape and crumbled to dust after being drained of the red chalice's blood, Isaac felt a strange emotion. Carlson, and now this guy, both had significant roles 2 years later with the Dawn Army. How will things unfold now? Someone more dangerous might take their place, but Isaac couldn't let Heinkel live. Heinkel's doubts were one thing, but an opportunity to consume someone like Heinkel might not come again. It seems I can't acquire abilities through consumption. Isaac examined the perks gained from consuming Heinkel. The fact that his charisma could be further enhanced was surprising. It was already effective enough to fully sway the Duke of Wallachia. Becoming stronger could have unpredictable outcomes. Should I become a cult leader or something? Acquiring red prayer was a significant gain. As Isaac extended his hand, his fingertips dissolved into red mist. This ability, frequently used by Heinkel, was inherent in the royal blood, and thus gained through consumption. Isaac tested red prayer. His body momentarily lost form and moved swiftly, scaling almost vertical walls. Although not as freely as Heinkel, it could be useful for causing confusion or sneaking in. But it uses satiety. More precisely, it seemed to consume blood, or rather bodily fluids. Isaac had a foreboding feeling. No way, I'm not turning into a vampire, am I? Drinking blood and transforming into mist was typical of vampires. However, a reassuring message appeared. The curse of the red chalice cannot invade due to a stronger curse. This stronger curse was likely due to the nameless chaos. Isaac realized he had avoided becoming a vampire, but remained a tentacle monster. Which was better was hard to determine. Isaac searched through Heinkel's remains for anything useful. Most equipment quickly disintegrated, likely conjured by abilities, but he found a notable item in the dust. A sword. Isaac discovered a thin, narrow sword in the dust. Without decoration, it had a heavy dark hue. I've never seen Heinkel use such a weapon. Puzzled, Isaac touched the weapon, and information about it appeared before him, causing a dizzying sensation. A relic. Isaac blurted out involuntarily. It was a weapon he shouldn't have been able to obtain here, an item beyond his reach. Chapter 32. Holy Grail Night 1. Relic. Just as a miracle residing in a person's body is called a holy body, an object imbued with a miracle is called a relic. However, there are grades among relics. The radiant stone necklace that Isaac once had could be considered a low-grade relic, but the sword before him now was of a different class. It was an item that should be preserved like a cultural heritage or national treasure. The rite of division EX the dagger used by Muhuis when she decided to part ways with the emperor, extracting his heart. Through this brutal ritual, one being split into two gods, hence named the rite of division. Usable in high-grade rituals of both the Red Chalice Club and the Elil sect. This was the dagger that birthed the Nine Faiths' Red Chalice in Elil. Even objects blessed by angels are hard to appraise, but relics directly related to gods are treasures managed by the sect itself. There's even a class like Holy Grail Knights who wander searching for such relics. If a Grail Knight found the sword, they'd go mad with excitement. Of course, as a weapon, this dagger had no value. It was merely a ritual tool, but its true worth came to light in those very rituals. To perform a powerful miracle, many conditions are needed. Sacrifices, long prayers, potions, timing, circumstances, and more. But with this dagger, many of those conditions could be disregarded. Why is this even here? Isaac felt incredulous. Perhaps Heinkel did more than just escort the Immortal Order. He might have assisted in performing rituals. Almost reflexively, Isaac hastily concealed the dagger. If it became known that he possessed it, people would come after him. Especially the Wallachia hunters would relentlessly pursue him. It was an item fraught with potential trouble. But Isaac wasn't foolish enough to pass up such an opportunity because of fear. A sly smile formed on his lips. Heinkel, you truly gave without reservation. Isaac hoped Heinkel was enjoying his afterlife in the Red Chalice's heaven, though he wasn't sure if someone drained of blood could reach heaven. Suddenly, the rising sun appeared over the valley. The morning sunlight touched his hand, feeling more pleasant than ever. Lord Jebel, we're almost there. Just a bit further, Jebel groaned, moving forward. Heinkel's attack must have been deeply cursed, as his bleeding wouldn't stop. Hale and slowing down, Jebel didn't stop Isil from dragging him along. Jebel didn't argue with Isil, who initially suggested leaving him behind and seeking help from the Night Order. She had been dragged along after knocking him on the back of his head at dawn. Then, Isil suddenly stopped. Her expression brightened as the rhythmic sound of galloping hooves grew louder. Do-do-do-do-do. Around the valley corner, knights in white armor on horses galloped towards them, crushing gravel underfoot. Leading them was a familiar knight, Rotenhammer, wielding a hammer as big as his head. Captain Rotenhammer. Rotenhammer? Jebel muttered in surprise and quickly bowed his head. It was an awkward moment to meet him. Rotenhammer halted the Night Order upon spotting Isolde and Jebel. Only 5 knights had arrived, all heavily armed and imbued with various miracles and blessings. Rotenhammer took off his helmet, revealing a middle-aged face with gray hair. I rushed upon receiving your call. Inquisitor Lieutenant, attend to the injured. Understanding the urgency, Rotenhammer skipped formalities and got straight to the point. Where are the heretics? Send the crows, and we'll track them immediately. There were Wallachia hunters in ambush. Duke Gulmer was among them. The mention of Wallachia hunters caused a ripple of concern among the knights. Rotenhammer's reaction was no different. He frowned for a moment before speaking. We were informed it was the Immortal Order and prepared for that. Seems a lot happened in the meantime. Fighting skeletal, undead, and endlessly regenerating vampires required different strategies. Isolde admitted her recklessness, but had she not urgently summoned the Knight Order, help might have been too late. Will this be an issue? Not at all. Rotenhammer lowered his helmet again, saying, the sun is rising. They won't be able to flee quickly. We'll cleanse the area and return. Are there any missing members? Any stragglers? Isolde looked pained at Rotenhammer's question. One colleague stayed behind to buy time. Rotenhammer fell silent. Just as the dawn breaks, it's clear that if the knight had bought any time, the fate of the comrade was inevitable. Either turned into a mummy, devoid of a single drop of blood, or addicted to the blood of the Red Grail, becoming a ghoul. In the latter case, it would be Rotenhammer's duty to bring an end. Rotenhammer spoke calmly. He was a heroic young man, a youth even younger than me. I couldn't stop him. Despite his young age, his remarkable skills and miracles surely would have made him an excellent holy knight. To be precise, Isaac never performed a miracle, especially those of the Codex of Light, in front of Isolde. But in her memory, Isaac was glorified as an angelic figure with extraordinary swordsmanship. His swordsmanship, unexpected in such a remote area, his wisdom in curing the plague, his spirit of willing sacrifice. Above all, he had a face as if crafted by the Codex of Light, like a creation of an angel. Rotenhammer coughed briefly. Isolde, realizing she was holding the knights with her ramblings, gestured them to leave. There would be plenty of time to mourn Isaac later, but Rotenhammer didn't move, his gaze fixed deeper in the valley. Inquisitor. Yes? Are you referring to the bloodied young man walking towards us as the angelic hero? Thanks to dealing with the Wallachia hunters and Heinkel all night, Isaac should have been exhausted, but surprisingly, he was fine. Vampire traits seemed to have enhanced his recovery. He could now head out of the valley. As Isaac walked out of the valley, he was met by holy knights rushing towards him, their white armor sparkling in the morning sun. Worthy guardians of the Codex of Light. Isaac's admiration changed when they surrounded him. So much for the hard-fought knight. But Isaac didn't draw his sword or attack. He knew why they were doing this. Isaac? In the middle of the knights, an elder knight spoke. I am Rotenhammer, Lumen of the Bryant Knight Order. Are you hurt? Let's talk while we treat any wounds. It's not my blood. Isaac raised his arms to show he was unharmed, but Rotenhammer's expression hardened. Sorry, but I need to confirm something. I heard you lured the Wallachia hunters all night to save the Inquisitor. Straight to the point, did you drink blood? Being chased by Wallachia hunters in the valley, even for an active holy knight, seemed impossible. Even Rotenhammer doubted its feasibility without a miracle. The only logical way for Isaac to survive was to join the hunters. It would be a lie to deny no. Isaac had been brazen enough to separate himself from his actions, even when eating a rat. Drinking blood was true, but it was the tentacles, not him. If I were a vampire, would I dare walk so boldly in the sunlight? The valley had many shaded areas, but also plenty of sunlight. Of course, if not a vampire, then a slave addicted to the blood, a ghoul, could walk in the sun. The knight seemed reluctant to believe Isaac, but Rotenhammer gazed intensely at Isaac, who hoped to appear as innocent as possible with bright, clear eyes. Soon Rotenhammer burst into laughter that echoed through the valley. A ghoul wouldn't have such a righteous gaze. Isaac wondered if he overdid it, but Rotenhammer approached with a laughing face. Surviving an overnight chase by Wallachia hunters without a scratch, impressive. Just as Miss Isolde said, a young hero is born. Miss Isolde? Did Isaac have a personal connection with the Brandt family? While Isaac pondered, Rotenhammer gave orders to the other knights. You two escort this young hero back. He must be tired after wandering the valley all night. Yes. I will now track down the Wallachia hunters and obliterate them. They troubled us all night, now it's our turn in daylight. Isaac didn't mention that the hunters were already dead. Just surviving and luring them was an achievement enough. Adding that he also killed Heinkel Gulmer would make it unbelievably bizarre. We'll discuss our young hero's night achievements later. The Inquisitor's waiting, let's go meet her. I knew you'd be safe, Isaac. The first person Isaac met was Jebel. Jebel was resting at the Bryant Knight Order's main camp. They seemed to have brought around 10 knights, 50 trainees and support troops. Most would likely engage in search and surrounding operations, not direct combat. Are you alright? A skilled priest was here. After removing the curse, Jebel's complexion improved, though the injury site was severe. He'd need to rest for a while. Isaac examined Jebel's bandaged wound. Damn tentacles. Efficient in killing and tearing apart, but not in healing. Isaac's healing ability came from his special skill, the dead god's innards. Where did the Inquisitor girl go? She should be nursing or something. Isaac muttered, a bit annoyed that Isolde had left without a word of thanks. He didn't do it for gratitude, but it still felt irksome. She got basic healing and joined the search party to provide descriptions of the Wallachia hunters. The more combatants, the better. It's impressive considering she walked all night like me. It wasn't disdain, but prioritizing correctly. In retrospect, it would be a waste of talent for an inquisitor to be nursing. After summoning the fire beast and walking non-stop since yesterday morning, she should be tired, but she's ready for combat again. The Wallachia hunters are all already eaten by tentacles, so it's wasted effort. I'm glad Jebel didn't die. That seems like something I should say to the person who survived being chased by Wallachia hunters all night. Jebel coughed and regulated his breath. He looked at the tent ceiling and spoke. It may sound sudden, but let me ask Isaac. Just to confirm. Jebel stared directly at Isaac. Did you kill all the Wallachia hunters? Isaac tried to deny it. Jebel's tone suggested he already knew and was just probing. So, as Isaac hesitated to respond, Jebel continued. Even Duke Gomer? Amazing. How did you know? Never mind. I won't ask. Jebel clenched his mouth, staring at the ceiling with strained eyes. Don't ask how I know. When I heard you returned alive, I didn't think the Wallachia hunters would still be alive. Rotenhammer and the Inquisitor must be searching an empty valley now. Why do you think so? It may sound silly, but I've thought you could do it since the day you were brought to the monastery. Since you survived the attack by Carlson. Chapter 33. Isaac felt a bit tense. Jebel was arguably the closest person to him in this world. He was the first person Isaac had met and knew the most about him. It wouldn't have been surprising if Jebel had some inkling about Isaac's true nature. I truly don't care whether you're a saint or a demon. I decided that the day I brought you here. Especially since the day I started teaching you swordsmanship. For revenge. For revenge. It was a story Isaac had heard from Jebel before. About the annihilation of the Avalanche Knight Order he belonged to. Jebel, now seeming fully resolved, continued. I told you the Avalanche Knight Order was annihilated. But it didn't end there. Their bodies were all taken by the Immortal Order and turned into Death Knights. Since a soul must consent to become a Death Knight, they effectively committed apostasy. Consequently, the Avalanche Knight Order is now practically branded as traitors in the borderlands. No, there's no one left who recognizes the Avalanche swordsmanship, unless they are a knight practicing the same technique. So you don't need to worry. Isaac felt awkward but considered saying he never really worried. The Avalanche swordsmanship was too taxing on his body. The Isaac style he created himself was far more efficient. That's when Jebel dropped a bombshell. And I believe someone from the Dakarian faction is behind the annihilation of the Avalanche Knight Order. Isaac looked at him with a stern expression. The Dakarian faction was a derogatory term for the core of the Order of the Codex of Light. Even if the Avalanche Knight Order being labeled traitors was unjust, this statement could be seen as hostile towards the entire order. Why do you think so? Jebel looked intently at Isaac and said, Remember Carlson? Carlson Miller. Impossible to forget. He was Isaac's first devouring target, and his talent in swordsmanship was the basis for Isaac's abilities. Carlson was expected to become an angel, even a seraph. But just a few years after the Avalanche Knight Order was wiped out and branded traitors, Carlson also became a traitor. Coincidence? Are you saying Carlson wasn't a traitor? No, he was undoubtedly. He betrayed his subordinates and mercilessly killed his fellow believers. Jebel tapped his fingers, continuing, but someone tempted Carlson to apostasy, just like they pushed someone to sacrifice their subordinates, like the Avalanche Knight Order. The Immortal Order, they must have been involved, but they couldn't have done it alone. There's a real traitor within the Order. Conflict and murderous intent flickered in Jebel's eyes. Sharing this information was risky for both Jebel and Isaac. Jebel felt this might be his last chance to speak with Isaac. If not now, he might never have another opportunity. I couldn't openly investigate due to my branded status. That's why I placed the burden of my revenge on you. Jebel looked at Isaac with an apologetic expression. I don't know what you're hiding, but it's better to keep hiding it. I trust your character, but powers of unknown origin can instill fear, even if used with good intentions, especially with the current suspicious Order leadership. Yes, you said becoming a paladin was your dream, Isaac. Jebel cleared his throat and spoke again. You'll definitely become a great holy knight, maybe even someday gain access to the heart of the Order. Jebel hoped Isaac, unlike Carlson, or the Avalanche Knight Order, would instead reach the core of the Order and cut out its corruption. For that, he needed to get Isaac away from here. All right, it's time. For what? You don't need to return to the monastery. No need to go to Lancel Monastery either. The Bryant Knight Order is much larger and more skilled. Rotenhammer, though ruthless to heretics, is a person of great character and ability towards allies. Isaac looked stunned, understanding Jebel's implication. Join the Bryant Knight Order? I'll talk to Commander Rotenhammer. He owes me a favor, so he'll listen. The Inquisitor will also put in a good word, so joining shouldn't be hard. Isaac pondered Jebel's sudden proposition. Lancel Monastery's Knight Order wasn't bad, but it would take time to become a knight through regular training there. Joining the Bryant Knight Order would expedite the process. Considering that, It was a no-brainer to join the Brian Knight Order for more practical experience and learning opportunities. Rotenhammer returned around sunset. The area glowed brightly, like daytime, thanks to the celestial creatures summoned by priests, as per the Codex of Light. This was a display of the Knight Order's grandeur, but Rotenhammer looked displeased. He must not have caught any Wallachia hunters, Isaac thought. Before joining, he had scoured the entire valley with his chaos spawn. There were no Wallachia hunters left after Heinkel Gulmer, his last devouring. It looks like they all escaped. Aha, seems like it. Found their den and rummaged through their belongings. They were definitely Wallachia hunters. The horses were gone too, probably bolted as soon as we arrived. The horses brought by the hunters were all eaten by Zilrat, a necessary move to eliminate evidence. Now Zilrat was so full it wouldn't need to move for weeks. Thought the hunters would be sluggish in the day, but Duke's direct hunters are different. They might be hiding underground for all we know. We've released celestial creatures for the search, but I don't hold much hope. Just then, Isolde peeked out from behind him. She emerged with an awkward expression, realizing she couldn't avoid the situation. I owe you my life 3 times over. I don't even know what to say. 3 times? Did I save her that much? Recalling the wolf encounter, the monastery incident, and the valley's situation, he realized her misfortune. It's better if you leave this area quickly instead of thanking me. It seems this region is unlucky for you. Isolde blushed at Isaac's comment, and Rotenhammer seemed conflicted between concern and irritation. But Isaac didn't really want to rebuke Isolde. She had done her job well, uncovering a conspiracy to resurrect a plague god at the monastery, and discovering the hidden ones in the valley. She even confidently summoned the Night Order swiftly, sure of her findings. Excluding the variable of Isaac, everything was a rational decision, and Isolde acted competently as an inquisitor. She almost became a dead inquisitor though. Considering how rare it is for inquisitors to die on duty, Isolde might not be as unlucky as I thought. Well, let's leave that aside. Thanks to you, Jebel could be treated and saved quickly. No. Since I owe you 3 times, I will repay that debt 3 times. As an inquisitor of the Codex of Light, as a member of the Brandt family, and personally. Owing a debt not just once but thrice. Isaac, looking into Isolde's determined eyes, thought that as long as she didn't meet her end as a guest, she might be well worth leveraging. Rotenhammer seemed quite surprised by Isolde's declaration, but soon smiled. Miss, you should go in and rest. You haven't slept since yesterday, have you? We've sent out messages to the surrounding lords and expanded the search area, so there's nothing left for you to do. Thank you, Commander. After finishing her apologies and thanks, Isolde, relieved, staggered back to her tent. It was time for her to collapse in exhaustion. Then shall we go inside and continue our talk? I have many questions about what you did in the valley. The place where Isaac and Rotenhammer went to talk was the tent where Jebel was resting. Initially, they were going to use the commander's tent, but Isaac wanted to include Jebel in the conversation, so he called him. As Rotenhammer and Isaac entered, Jebel sat up. Oh, the holy monk. Have you rested? How's your wound? Rotenhammer seemed to know Jebel only as a simple monk. However, Jebel greeted him with a wry smile and a bow. You still look strong, Commander Rotenhammer. Rotenhammer tilted his head, recognizing the tone indicating Jebel's familiarity. Jebel then covered his beard, strewn chin with his hand. Rotenhammer's eyes widened. Jebel? The crazy ruffian? No way, you've aged a lot since then. The crazy ruffian. Isaac became curious about what Jebel did in his youth. Jebel smiled wryly at the nickname he hadn't heard in a long time. Thank you for recognizing me even after all this time. Of course. How can I forget the great deeds of you and the Avalanche Knight Order during the War of Dawn? Right, that makes sense. Miss Isolde praised your skills highly. It's hard to believe you're in a monastery now. How unpredictable life is. Rotenhammer's admiration continued, his gaze flickering towards Isaac, hinting he somewhat understood how Isaac had survived. Attributing it to Jebel was only half true. But what about Commander Lind? I thought you lacked the temperament to lead, but could have been a senior knight at least. Why are you in this monastery? Commander Lind is dead. The Avalanche Knight Order too. The tent fell silent. Rotenhammer paused before speaking. Both the Order and Lind were alive after the War of Dawn, so it's not because of the war. Frankly, if Lind had died, I would have thought you lost your temper, killed him, and fled to a monastery. I did think about killing that stubborn old fool more than once, and I wasn't the only one. Right, I can't say I never thought the same. Isaac watched the 2 old men chuckling and reminiscing. It seemed like their way of mourning someone they'd known on the battlefield. After a while, Rotenhammer took a deep breath and spoke again. Who killed them? I don't know. You don't know? It's not certain. I fled and haven't seen or heard anything since. I've been hiding in this monastery ever since. A fitting end for a coward. Isaac knew Jebel had sharpened his blade for revenge, ready to use someone else if he couldn't do it himself. But revealing everything would put Rotenhammer at risk, so Jebel chose the coward's path. I see. But Rotenhammer didn't condemn Jebel as a coward, seeming to understand there were unspeakable circumstances. So, I hope you can take care of this young man in my stead. Rodenhammer's gaze shifted from Jebel to Isaac. I may have messed up teaching him the basics, but I believe he'll greatly improve under your guidance. Miss Isold also praised this young man to no end. Rodenhammer examined Isaac's hands and arms. Compared to Rodenhammer's like hands and thick limbs, Isaac's body seemed frail, but Rodenhammer wasn't deterred. Do you want to become a paladin? Yes. Rodenhammer seemed satisfied with that answer and looked back at Jebel. I can take care of him, but I can't make him a knight on my own authority. I'll take him as my guest and apprentice to assess his skills, but if he's been trained by you, he might already be able to outperform my trainees. Well, he won't be lacking. Good. So, your name is Isaac? I'll take responsibility and get you into the Bryant Knight Order. Rodenhammer's assertion made Isaac feel the atmosphere might turn awkward, but he had no choice but to speak up. About that, Commander Rodenhammer? Yes, I don't plan on joining the Bryant Knight Order. Chapter 34. A brief silence fell. Rodenhammer asked with a hint of suspicion. You want to become a paladin, right? Yes, but you won't join our Bryant Knight Order? Do I seem unsatisfactory to you? Of course not, Commander Rodenhammer. I have no doubts about your abilities. Isaac pondered how to delicately phrase his decision in a way that Rodenhammer would accept. Choosing not to join the Bryant Knight Order was a conclusion Isaac had reached after careful consideration. Had he stayed at the monastery, he would have followed Jebel's guidance. However, his experiences fighting the Wallachia hunters in the valley had led him to realize the life he needed to lead. Up until now, he hadn't understood this, cocooned as he was in the safe shell of the monastery. The nameless chaos watches you. It signaled a crucial crossroads in life. Even without the implicit warning from the nameless chaos, Isaac knew. He dismissed the warning. I know the best strategies for this game. Neither Jebel nor Rodenhammer were the players. Not even the many-eyed tentacled monster that brought him to this world. I'm the one who will see this game's ending. With that resolve, Isaac asserted to Rodenhammer, I intend to become a Holy Grail Knight. Holy Grail Knights. Righteous knights who wander the world, seeking holy relics, vanquishing evil beings, and aiding the weak. They are the solitary heroes of countless epics and songs. In the game, Grail Knight is a secondary class for Paladin, typically considered part of the same group. However, while Paladin operate in armed units with comrades, Holy Grail Knights are lone warriors, roaming in search of holy relics. Their endless wandering requires not only unwavering faith, but also limitations on possessions. Searching for relics often involves aiding the wronged and confronting evil. The only thing they can count on is their reputation. Now considered a relic of a bygone era, they're often viewed as outdated. But this is the best, no, the only path for me. Isaac stood in the open area of the Bryant Knight Order's camp, lost in thought. Becoming a paladin brings many benefits. Resources, fortresses, swordsmanship, mentors, comrades, financial gain and social privileges. Grail Knights roaming solo must forego these advantages. In return, Grail Knights gain the noble quest buff based on their fame and achievements. This buff strengthens with the number of enemies and grows more powerful against formidable foes. The value of discovered relics directly enhances miraculous abilities. Their heroic deeds often stem from this buff. If a powerful relic is found, a Grail Knight might even rival the strength of a whole order of holy knights. Most Grail Knights die before that though. Most importantly, Isaac had the right of division, a relic taken from Heinkel on his back. It's a top-tier relic intertwined with the birth of gods. Though it's not from the Codex Light and may not show its full potential, that's irrelevant to Isaac. To a Holy Grail Knight, what matters is the greatness of the relics they unearth. To others, a relic might be an object of reverence, but for Isaac, it's merely a useful tool. I can join a Holy Knight Order later if I need their power. In the game, a Grail Knight couldn't revert to being a Holy Knight, but this wasn't a game. Now that it's clear he can't perform miracles, joining a Holy Knight Order later is still an option. What he needs is the recognition and fame of a Holy Knight. Isaac waited for the right moment. Hey you. As Isaac idly kicked pebbles in the open area, a young man in light armor approached him. Isaac didn't realize he was being addressed until the young man spoke again. What are you doing here? Are you from the monastery? Why are you just standing there mistaking Isaac for a soldier? Perhaps. The young man stopped mid-sentence as they faced each other. Isaac glanced at him briefly. Freshly minted Holy Knight, judging by the shiny armor. Maybe a few months in? Feeling Isaac's scrutinizing gaze, the young man, Ian, blushed and coughed awkwardly. Must be curious about the Knight Order coming to the village. This is a dangerous place, lots of scary men and adults around. I'll take you back. Realizing Ian's absurd misunderstanding, Isaac ran a hand through his hair. It's been a while since I've cut my hair. Did it get this long? Isaac's appearance could easily be mistaken for the opposite gender with just long hair. He rarely faced such confusion in the monastery, but this naive Holy Knight seemed to be making a big mistake. What are you waiting for? Follow me. I have some business here, so I can't leave yet. Ian looked flustered by Isaac's response. His voice, still charmingly androgynous due to the charm enhancement, added to Ian's confusion. Then, someone called out to them. "Ian, do you need something from this friend?" Rodenhammer was approaching. "Commander," identified as Ian, straightened up immediately. "This is the lad I mentioned who escaped the Wallachia hunters unscathed all night. I thought he was making a ridiculous mistake, so I was about to correct him." Ian's jaw dropped. The hunt for the Wallachia hunters had ended, and the plot was thwarted, but no culprits were caught. An unsatisfying conclusion. The real struggle would now start within the Order's upper ranks, dealing with the Wallachia kingdom, diplomacy, and posturing. But all that was no longer Isaac's concern. His concern was the open area Rodenhammer had arranged to fix young Isaac's foolish thinking. It's understandable, though. To Rodenhammer, it must look like a talented recruit was heading towards certain doom. Said the foot of a hero's path is piled with corpses. Few Grail Knights die of old age. Most meet a heroic end on a daring adventure. Are you ready, Isaac? Rodenhammer had no intention of letting this young man face such a fate. So, he decided to give him a harsh lesson. "Remember your promise, Commander Rodenhammer." "Yes. As promised, if you beat 3, you win." But the lesson wouldn't come directly from Rodenhammer. It would be inappropriate for him to beat Isaac himself, and it would be awkward for Jebel, who had recommended him. So Rodenhammer proposed a duel to Isaac. "If you win," Rodenhammer replied, "if you win, I'll appoint you as a Paladin in the name of the Bryant Knight Order Commander and issue a document certifying you as a Holy Grail Knight legitimately in pursuit of holy relics under the Codex of Lights." "That's acceptable. What are the terms?" 1-on-1. Real swords as we have priests around. Avoid lethal strikes. If you defeat 3 opponents you win. But, if a duel lasts longer than 30 seconds, another opponent will join. Isaac frowned. He thought Rodenhammer's conditions seemed unfairly harsh, but the commander's expression was stern. Holy Grail Knights travel alone. They often fight against multiple opponents. If you can't settle a fight quickly, it's better to give up. Isaac realized Rodenhammer wasn't just trying to teach a young man a lesson, but was seriously testing whether he had the skills to be a Grail Knight. If it was just about discipline, Rodenhammer himself would have been sufficient. "To become a Grail Knight, I first need to be a Holy Knight." "Not a bad deal." Isaac agreed. The first opponent was a trainee whose name Isaac couldn't remember. He seemed to have a solid foundation, but the moment their swords clashed, Isaac twisted his angle slightly, causing the trainee's wrist to bend awkwardly. The trainee dropped his sword, clutching his wrist, and Rodenhammer dismissively kicked him off the field. The second was also a trainee, a bigger and older-looking young man. Isaac recognized he had moved beyond basic training, and was on the path to becoming a Holy Knight. To Isaac, he didn't feel much different from the first trainee. "I should give Rodenhammer a face, saving fight." Isaac exchanged a few blows with him, but perhaps too nonchalantly, as the trainee realized he was being humored. Agitated, he launched a reckless attack. Isaac exploited a minor gap, swiftly coiling around his sword and striking the back of his hand with the flat of his blade. "Wow!" someone exclaimed at Isaac's deft move. The Holy Knights cast discontented glances, but since the exclamation came from Isolde, they had to retract their resentment. However, unease was spreading. Isaac was one of the younger trainees in the Bryant Knight Order. Yet, even older trainees couldn't last 30 seconds against him. The last one was even on the verge of becoming a Paladin. The real issue was whether the Holy Knights themselves could have fared better. "Looks like I am quite strong after all." It might sound absurd given he had defeated Wallachia's Duke, but honestly, Isaac had never objectively measured his skill in swordplay. Beasts, Sealrat, and Wallachia hunters were no real benchmarks for him. A true knightly duel, aside from Jebel, was new to him. If advanced swordplay is the criterion for a decent Paladin, am I at least average? Then it made sense for the trainees to be no match. Isaac faced Rodenhammer, ready for the next challenger. Who's next? Are they hiding, waiting to jump in after 30 seconds? Jebel, sending a take-it-easy look to Isaac, couldn't help but feel a bit proud. His young apprentice, in some way a successor to the Avalanche Knight Order, was thrashing other trainees. "Ian, you're up." "Me?" Ian seemed surprised at being called, not originally scheduled to duel. Rodenhammer didn't repeat himself. Ian hesitated but didn't let pride get in his way. He drew his sword and stepped forward. Isaac, recalling Ian was an official Paladin, was slightly taken aback. Now he'd really see where he stood. Ian glared at Isaac, then twisted his face disdainfully. "You survived the Wallachia hunters? You look too frail and delicate, probably ignored for lack of blood worth draining." "What's his deal?" Isaac puzzled over his attitude, then realized Ian was recalling their earlier embarrassing encounter. He was just picking at Isaac's appearance. Or maybe, Ian was using the valuable skill of provocation in real combat. "Real Holy Knight, huh? Using any means for the proof of faith?" Ian didn't stop there and kept hurling insults. Isaac, unmoved, carefully closed the distance while holding his sword. Ian, pretending to be agitated by his own words, trembled slightly. So staring with those wide eyes and cute face is going to make me fall for you again, Ian. Rotenhammer's warning shout interrupted Ian's continued provocations. In that instant, Ian's sword moved. Isaac's gradual closing of the distance suddenly vanished as they collided. Wow! In that brief moment, locking eyes with Ian, Isaac was mildly impressed. Ian's previously agitated swordplay had been a ruse, his eyes now coldly calculating. So, it was a deliberate provocation. Ian had hurled insults and feigned agitation at a stranger, only to launch a surprise attack. And his current offensive was advanced swordplay. To Ian, this was going all out. Yeah, was it? For Isaac, the moment seemed prolonged enough for thoughts to wander. If he's gone to this extent, I should show some courtesy in return. Chapter 35. Ian's attack was the first time Isaac had seen the advanced swordsmanship of another Knight Order. Isaac was curious about how the only advanced swordsmanship he had learned would differ from that of other Knight Orders. So, instead of immediately counterattacking Ian, he appeared to be driven on the defensive, focusing entirely on defense. Swoosh, screech. The sound of the metal clashing wind coolly passed by his ears. Isaac did not miss a single one of Ian's attacks. Ian's sword consecutively collided with Isaac's sword. As Isaac successfully blocked all attacks, a look of anxiety passed through his eyes. Is this the advanced swordsmanship of the Bryant Knight Order? Isaac felt puzzled. It was natural that it seemed significantly lacking compared to Jebel. However, even the preparatory movements that Isaac used for the first time lacked both sharpness and speed. More than that, it seemed somewhat familiar. After all, Jebel had said that swordsmanship was ultimately nothing but a repetition of stabbing, slicing, and slashing movements. Given that the swordsmanship of knights had the same roots, it was bound to be similar. Yet, there was one difference. Crack! Isaac realized this when he heard a faint tearing sound from his sword. Ian's swordsmanship, while immature, had the characteristic of concentrating attacks on a single point. All those attacks, with single point, the swordsmanship of the Avalanche Knight Order was for the battlefield, designed to survive numerically disadvantageous situations and break encirclements. In contrast, the Bryant Knight Order's swordsmanship, if one were to give an example, was closer to a technique designed to never let an enemy escape and ensure their death. While all Knight Orders' advanced swordsmanship was somewhat similar, the intended focus of their swordsmanship gave it subtly different hues and attributes. Crack! Snap! The moment the last tearing sound was heard, Isaac's sword was cleanly cut. A look of triumph flashed across Ian's face. Isaac had observed dozens of exchanges to analyze the swordsmanship of the Bryant Knight Order. Throughout, Ian had targeted just one point, a single crack on Isaac's sword. It was an unbelievable technique, but the concept of advanced swordsmanship made it possible. Indeed, a knight is a knight. He too must have repeated a blood-drawing effort to reach this level. Isaac decided to show his respect for Ian's efforts by revealing his own advanced swordsmanship now. I roughly get the principle. Although his sword was broken, it was not a problem for Isaac. Let's end this. Ian was about to declare the duel over since the sword was broken, but instead, Isaac stepped forward, and Ian immediately shut his mouth. Isaac was neither injured, nor had his fighting spirit been broken. So, the duel was not over. In the next moment, Isaac began to launch a barrage of attacks. Thump, 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 crack, clang. What? Since Isaac's sword was cut more than half, the distance from which he could attack was significantly shorter. However, after clashing with Isaac's sword 3 times, Ian's sword also broke. Even then, Ian did not understand the situation. As Isaac began to pour out attacks again, Ian also desperately used advanced swordsmanship. Clang, 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 clang. The sound, monotonous to the point of being strange, rang out as if hammered. Only then did Ian realize what was happening, and everyone present looked at Isaac in astonishment. Isaac was using the advanced swordsmanship of the Bryant Knight Order, and it was exactly the swordsmanship of Ian he had just witnessed. The fact that Isaac's sword was half broken made it wield more power, but the fact that he was mimicking it exactly, no, even more adeptly with a length no different from a dagger, meant that Isaac's level was overwhelmingly superior. Crack, clang. Once again, Ian's sword broke. Now, Ian's sword was as short as Isaac's. However, he had neither the confidence to perform similar feats nor the will to fight any longer. Well, it's about time to wrap this up. Isaac decided to finish it so Ian would not be further humiliated. Moreover, his body was screaming under the unfamiliar strain of the advanced swordsmanship. And above all, Isaac was beginning to feel a peculiar itch inside, a craving that grew stronger with the intensification of the battle. Will I gain something more if I devour this guy? The moment Isaac became aware of such a strange impulse, he immediately executed the preparatory movement of Avalon's swordsmanship. Whoosh, boom. The moment Isaac's sword touched the surroundings 3 times, a storm like dust arose. As the dust settled, the scene revealed Ian sitting dejectedly amidst the pale dust, while Isaac still stood. 2 knights of the Bryant Order, who had hesitated to approach, also came into view. Isaac, noticing them belatedly, turned towards Rodenhammer with a tired look. "Oh, it's been 30 seconds. Shouldn't I be facing another opponent now?" The knights looked at Rodenhammer, unsure of what to do. They hadn't intervened because of the rules. They had felt, even if just for a moment, that Isaac posed a real danger. His swordsmanship was that threatening, yet there was no chance for them to step in. Nobody could remain unastonished by the ferocious attack that gave even the active knights no opportunity to intervene. Finally Rodenhammer spoke up quietly. "Jibble." "Yes? Are you asking me to teach the incarnation of Saint Art?" Rodenhammer's words were filled with complex emotions. Saint Art was the progenitor of the Knight Order's swordsmanship and the Archangel of the Codex of Light. Mentioning Saint Art's name in reference to Isaac was the highest form of praise. But Jibble didn't miss Rodenhammer's subtle silence. There had been someone else who had been praised as the incarnation of Saint Art before Isaac. Carlson Miller, a genius of the sword, the tip of the Codex of Light's blade. Nobody who saw Isaac's incredible skill could fail to think of that name. With a gesture from Rodenhammer, the knights quietly withdrew. "You've won, Isaac. For a while, thieves and heretics will need to watch their necks." Isaac returned to the barracks under the curious gazes of the knights. One would expect anger or annoyance at their own knight's defeat, but they only showed interest. There was no reprimand for Ian, who had clearly been defeated. Instead, they just ruffled his hair in jest. Did they understand that I showed them courtesy? They had clearly recognized Isaac's skill. There weren't many here who could face Isaac now, and since it was close to a test of skill from the start, it was easier to brush it off. But I wasted too much time trying to steal their swordsmanship. Isaac finally unclenched his fist to check its condition. His palm was full of burst blisters and cuts. As blood trickled down his hand, Isaac hurriedly gripped his sleeve to stop the bleeding. Isaac's body was still not robust enough to skillfully perform advanced swordsmanship. The longer he used it, the more strain it placed on his palms, muscles, and even bones. With such high risks, would it have been better to become a priest rather than a knight? Indeed, the Nephilim race was best suited to the priesthood. Isaac briefly entertained the thought but quickly dismissed it. Knighthood offered a swift path to success through expertise, but priesthood required proving one's faith internally and studying. It was nonsensical for Isaac, who couldn't even use the miracles of the Codex of Light, to succeed as a priest. To avoid putting strain on my body, I could use my own swordsmanship, but that's too brutal. Isaac grimaced. Thanks to comparing with the Bryant Order's swordsmanship, he realized that each Knight Order's swordsmanship branched from a similar origin, diverging based on their goals. However, Isaac's swordsmanship felt uniquely intense and powerful to him. Its ripping, saw-like vigor could potentially give off a menacing image. He had used the Avalanche Knight Order's swordsmanship instead, which fortunately seemed to give off a friendlier image. But that hunger at that moment, towards the end of the battle with Ian, Isaac felt a strong hunger and the impulse to devour. He immediately ended the fight using advanced swordsmanship, not because he unconsciously wanted to devour Ian. He had that much discernment, but the problem was feeling such an impulse at all. Of course, Isaac had enjoyed eating Zilrat and Heinkel Gomer quite well. Even after devouring Heinkel, who could speak and reason, he felt nothing, so Ian wouldn't be much different. The concern was what would happen next. Isaac worried that he wouldn't feel anything even after devouring Ian. Have I become a monster by behaving like one? Isaac's thoughts grew complicated, but he tried not to dwell on them. He wanted to be admired and praised, not feared. Isaac decided not to worry about this topic any longer. Just then, he heard someone approaching. "Mr. Isaac, may I come in?" It was Isolde. Isaac wondered why she was visiting, but invited her in nonetheless. "Inquisitor. You can just call me Isolde. Miss Brandt." Isaac wondered why she was behaving like this until he noticed the bandages and ointment she had brought. Taking Isaac's hand, Isolde applied the ointment she had prepared and began to wrap it with a bandage. Even though the dead god's innards perk would heal him in less than a day, healing too quickly might attract strange looks. It seemed best to cover it up with bandages until an appropriate time. "You seem skilled but lacking in strength. I remember often hurting my hand when I first learned to use a sword. There's no need for you to do this. Please think of it as paying back a small part of my debt." Isaac frowned. "Are you trying to settle a life debt with just bandaging?" Isolde gave him a look of disbelief before sighing. "Then, shall I offer something that can settle the score?" "What is it?" "I'll forget that, Mr. Jebel is affiliated with the Avalanche Knight Order." Isaac stared at Isolde for a moment. She focused solely on wrapping the bandage, neither probing nor boasting with a triumphant smile. She simply continued speaking calmly. "It was clear to me that Mr. Jebel is no ordinary monk. A few words were enough to figure out you're a knight. Then why hide your identity?" Later, from certain habits and more, I learned he was familiar with the desert and adept at border customs. Being accustomed to the desert and the frontier means participation in the Crusades. And coincidentally, as an inquisitor, I'm well informed about groups branded as apostates. A knight order that participated in the Crusades and then turned apostate. Voila, it leaves only the Avalanche Knight Order. It wasn't as Jebel had assured. The Avalanche swordsmanship hadn't been exposed. Isaac felt the advanced interrogation skill of Isolde wasn't just for show. While Isolde was laying out her deductions, she paused, surprised by Isaac's expressionless gaze. Surely, I wouldn't entertain any absurd thoughts about my life's savior? Isn't that the job of an inquisitor? But I'm not foolish enough to chase after a deserter. After a moment of contemplation, Isolde spoke up. Actually, I can improve Mr. Jebel's situation. Mr. Jebel is a deserter and survivor of the apostate, branded Avalon Knight Order. That fact alone can portray Mr. Jebel as someone who discarded his position to preserve his faith. Not an apostate, but rather an exemplary believer. The Avalanche Knight Order, annihilated by the Immortal Order and turned into undead, meant that the living flesh and blood Jebel couldn't be considered an apostate, a logical conclusion. Isaac was pleased by Isolde's words but didn't show it. On the other hand, Isolde cautiously gauged Isaac's reaction. It may not directly help Mr. Isaac, but Mr. Jebel won't need to live in hiding watching his back. I just need to stamp no problem on it. Really? Would this settle the debt I owe as an inquisitor? This was one of the 3 debts Isolde had promised to repay. Isaac decided to accept. He had no intention of pressing her to repay the debt. Having her goodwill to use when needed was enough. Besides, once Jebel is cleared of the apostate label, I won't need to hide who taught me swordsmanship. Isaac's status would become more respectable. Isaac briefly entertained the thought of also getting certification for the tentacles. Actually, I've been growing tentacles inside my body for a while now. Would that be okay? They look a bit odd, but apart from eating live creatures, they're robust and obedient. The thought was ludicrous. He likely would never make such a request of her in his lifetime. Isaac. While Isaac was fantasizing about a future that would never come, Rottenhammer entered. Many visitors were expected for him today. Chapter 36. The tent felt crowded with the 3 of them inside. Rottenhammer paused upon seeing Isolde wrapping Isaac's hand with a bandage. It's heartwarming to see such a fine lady and gentleman taking care of each other like this. Don't feel burdened, Mr. Isaac. It's just me looking after the life-saver, Commander. Although Rottenhammer seemed to be teasing, Isolde smoothly brushed it off. Anyway, please discuss with Mr. Jebel what I've mentioned and let me know his decision. It's important what he decides. Isolde took her leave with the bandages, understanding that Rottenhammer and Isaac were about to have a serious conversation. Isaac wondered why his decision mattered in what seemed to be a beneficial situation for Jebel, but missed the chance to ask. Rottenhammer watched her leave, then turned to Isaac. I never thought our generation would see another genius. Isaac didn't ask who the other genius was, thinking to himself, that genius has been digested in my stomach, though Isaac decided to modestly downplay his abilities. Was his name Ian? His skills seemed quite impressive considering he's a newcomer lacking experience for his age. Newcomer? Ha! Rottenhammer laughed. Ian is my son and the pupil I personally trained. Even as a trainee, he accompanied me on several actual combat situations during the Barbari suppression. Though lacking in advanced swordsmanship, I'm confident there's no one his age who can beat him. I had intended to send another newcomer, but seeing your skills, I realized you were no ordinary contender, and made a quick change. To think such a person represented the future of the Knights. It seemed the overall level of Knights was not as high as expected. Or perhaps, the talent Isaac had consumed from Carlson was extraordinarily remarkable. Rottenhammer, sensing Isaac's thoughts, smiled. Old man talk, but there's a significant difference in level between generations who have and haven't experienced the Dawn Army. Moreover, the overall level of Knights has significantly declined lately. After all, bandit suppression and the Crusades are different matters. Ah, I see. Isaac quickly understood. Even Jebel had considerable skills. Although Rottenhammer hadn't seen him fight, the aura he exuded was at least on par with Jebel's, if not more potent. There was hope for the next generation, albeit absurdly thwarted. Another reference to Carlson. There must be a reason he keeps bringing it up. In mentioning Carlson, Rottenhammer conveyed his regret, a sense of déjà vu, and a warning to Isaac. Yet, today I see a new future in this place. He's like you're placing too high expectations on me. How could I not have expectations for a genius who effortlessly defeated the pupil I've trained? Especially when that genius willingly chooses the noble path of the Grail Knight, full of hardships and struggles. Is this sarcasm or discouragement? Probably the latter. The continuous mentions of Carlson gave it away. Thus, Isaac anticipated Rottenhammer's next words. So, for the last time, I advise you. Isaac, consider joining the Bryant Knight Order. Isaac maintained a subtle silence, looking at Rottenhammer. You could have my full support, even considering the position of my successor. Ian would be disappointed. If he can't accept it, I'll make sure he does. Even if it means a bruised nose. Rottenhammer seemed earnest. The opportunity to use the Knight Order's resources entirely was a significant offer, but Isaac's decision remained unchanged. Rottenhammer's eagerness to persuade Isaac hinted at another motive besides his skills. To keep an eye on him. If you're worried I might wander off alone and be tempted into apostasy, rest assured, that won't happen. Rodenhammer smiled bitterly, not embarrassed to have his intentions uncovered. Instead, he looked confidently at Isaac. If you know who I'm thinking of, you'd understand my concerns. Coulson Miller, I suppose. Just say it outright. All right. I personally knew Coulson since his trainee days. Quiet, humble, and kind. No one thought he would turn apostate. Yet, the most painful betrayals come from the most devout believers. Honestly, I felt a strong sense of déjà vu seeing you. Not as humble or kind as he was, but your talent for your age is remarkably similar. So, you want to keep an eye on me? Exactly. Is there a problem with that? Honor and wealth were all guaranteed for him, even becoming a seraph. Yet, he chose apostasy. Rodenhammer said so and fell silent for a moment before murmuring softly. Honestly, I'm curious about the circumstances that led him to apostasy without telling anyone. Isaac pretended not to hear the last comment. Such a statement could potentially implicate Rodenhammer as an apostate sympathizer. Regardless of his relationship with Coulson, it was clear that his betrayal had shocked many. Enough to unsettle a Paladin commander who had dedicated his life to the Codex of Light. I heard he didn't talk much with those around him. Maybe that led him to some wrong conclusions. That's why Rodenhammer gazed intensely at Isaac, expressing his concern. I was just worried that wandering the wilds alone, you might fall into the same trap. Isaac sighed deeply. As I've mentioned, there's no need for concern. Why's that? Touching his forehead, Isaac explained. I have been verified by Abbot Evhar. The miracle that inflicts burns if one's faith in the Codex of Light is lacking. A potentially fatal trial, but Isaac had undergone it years ago at the abbot's hands. Rodenhammer's face went blank for a moment before his eyes widened in shock. Proof of faith? The trial invoked when there's evidence of apostasy? They performed that on someone as young as you? Clearly, it was an abnormal situation. Isaac internally cursed the abbot, but decided to go easy on him since he too had paid a price. Yes, and as a result, the abbot's wrist turned to ash. The wrist of the abbot who performed the miracle flew off, Rodenhammer exclaimed loudly enough to be heard outside. It seemed to be a shockingly significant event. Isaac quickly gestured for silence. Please don't spread this around. It could cause trouble for Abbot Evhar. He's a prudent man. He must have felt the need to verify. Rodenhammer pondered for a moment then nodded. That makes sense. Given your talent, and considering Coulson's apostasy occurred not far from here recently, he seemed to rationalize the situation by linking it to Coulson once again. Anyway, mentioning the proof of faith miracle seemed to have earned Isaac a considerable amount of trust from Rodenhammer. It appeared Rodenhammer no longer harbored any doubts about Isaac potentially turning apostate. Instead, purely coveting his abilities, he continued trying to recruit him into the Bryant Knight Order. Although I think it's time to teach you more, realizing he couldn't persuade Isaac, Rodenhammer reluctantly agreed to acknowledge him as a knight. Of course, being recognized as a knight wasn't as simple as saying I acknowledge you, nor was it like ordinary knights who received land and swore fealty. In games, joining a knight order usually means finding a monastery associated with them, accepting quests, and that's it. In this world, at least one high-ranking knight and a priest were needed to vouch for someone's skills. Thus, a ceremony was arranged to officially name Isaac a knight, held in the same clearing prepared for his duel. Finding a priest and knights to witness was not a problem, given Isaac's proven skills and Rodenhammer's position. Isolde, the Inquisitor, also stepped forward as a witness. The problem began thereafter. Each knight order had a kind of tradition that had to be performed. Isaac tensed up a bit here. Jebel had mentioned that each knight order had different initiation rites, and the examples he provided were all bizarre. Drinking until vomiting at least 5 times, being beaten up by a group of knights, being slapped across the face, being military organizations. It seemed most traditions involved getting hit. Maybe knight orders aren't so different from college fraternities. Ready? Rodenhammer approached Isaac with a sly grin. Isaac braced himself for the possibility of losing a few teeth. However, when Rodenhammer drew his sword, Isaac looked at him seriously. Bow your head. Fortunately, it didn't involve being hit with the sword. Rodenhammer, surprisingly, followed a traditional knighthood ceremony, laying the flat side of his sword on Isaac's shoulders. I, Rodenhammer, commander of the Bryant Knight Order, in the name of the Codex of Light that brings order and light to the world, ask you, Isaac. Yes. Do you swear to aid those in trouble and not oppress the weak? Yes. Do you swear to stand against evil and rage against the injustice of the powerful? Yes. I, Rodenhammer, commander of the Bryant Knight Order, bless the noble journey of Knight Isaac in the name of the Codex of Light that brings order and light to the world. Tap. Rodenhammer gently tapped Isaac's shoulders with the flat side of the sword. It wasn't painful. Isaac was then pulled to his feet by Rodenhammer. Knights and trainees from all around came to congratulate Isaac on his knighthood. Isaac accepted the congratulations with a dazed feeling. It ended easier than expected. Was this all? Just then, Rodenhammer whispered in his ear. It's a pity. If you had joined our knight order, you would have experienced the tradition of getting smeared with dung and punched by each knight, but since we're only going as far as the knighthood ceremony, you'll miss out on the initiation rites." Isaac managed a wry smile. That's when a message appeared, shattering any doubts Isaac had. "You have been class changed to a knight. Class change conditions completed. With a holy relic in your possession, you are eligible for a class change to a Grail Knight. Would you like to change your class to Grail Knight?" This seemed more real than the ceremony itself. Isaac hesitated before selecting yes, not out of indecision, but to organize his thoughts. Like the many times he had concluded before, Isaac made his decision. It wasn't just because the buffs were good, or because it was convenient to travel alone. "I need to travel alone." Isaac rubbed the palm of his hand wrapped in bandages, reflecting on his thoughts. Killing Heinkel had made it clear. Though Heinkel's talent in swordsmanship was undeniably great, Isaac's frail body had its limits. He had to mobilize all the resources he possessed to survive in this world. The noble journey buff obtained by becoming a Grail Knight was of course important, but more crucially, Isaac felt he could only truly utilize his skills when alone. For instance, with his current level of swordsmanship, Isaac couldn't defeat Rodenhammer or Jebel. He would also struggle against just two ordinary knights. However, with the use of tentacles, it was hard to estimate what kind of enemy he could face. Having already killed Carlson, who was destined to become Angle, it wasn't an exaggeration to say he could kill almost any opponent. On the other hand, while a Knight Order offered many resources, being discovered using tentacles could turn them into enemies. It would become a shackle restricting Isaac's actions. That's why I chose to be a Grail Knight. The outcome is what matters. As long as no one directly sees the tentacles, Isaac being hailed and honored for coming back victorious from reckless ventures is guaranteed. Of course, he didn't plan to wander alone forever. 2 years. Just roam as a Grail Knight for the 2 years until the Dawn Army starts. During that time, Isaac planned to modestly build his reputation, devour strong foes, and grow stronger by finding holy relics. By then, he might not need to rely on the power of his tentacles anymore. Chapter 37 Proceeding with the class change to Grail Knight. The gods watch over your noble journey. You are granted the Noble Journey perk. Physical abilities increase by 30%. Faith abilities increase by 30%. The perks affect strengthen as you face greater adversities. As Isaac class changed into a Grail Knight, notifications cascaded down. Isaac couldn't help but be astonished by the 30% increase in both physical and faith abilities. Simply by class changing, he had become a third stronger, and the perks would only grow stronger in the face of difficulties, making this just the baseline. It seems the right division has something to do with it. Possessing an EX, great holy relic, difficult to find even in games, seemed to magnify the effects of the buff. With each new relic found, the effects would stack, making Isaac look forward to becoming even more powerful. "So, what do you plan to do now, our Grail Knight?" After Isaac's knighthood ceremony, Rodenhammer and the Bryant Knight Order returned to their base. Only Jebel and Isolde remained. Isaac pondered for a moment before responding. "For now, I'm thinking of exploring around here before heading north." "The north?" "Heading to the Kingdom of Elil might be a good idea." The origin of the Grail Knights began in the Kingdom of Elil. The Grail, as implied by its name, metaphorically refers to Elil's heart, stolen by the Red Chalice Club. After the ascension of King Elil, his successors obsessed over retrieving the stolen Grail, Elil's heart. Many Grail Knights embarked on quests to find it for faith or glory, but the thief became a secret religion, hiding among the people, and the Grail was never recovered. However, the journeys of these Grail Knights left behind countless achievements and legends. The Grail has transcended its original meaning as a singular holy relic, now regarded as an ideal of faith. This is why the Codex of Light especially favors Grail Knights. Elil Kingdom remains the biggest supporter of Grail Knights, and many famous ones have emerged from there, hence Jebel's suggestion. How about that, but wouldn't it be better to visit with something in hand to receive a warmer welcome? In truth, Isaac's Rite of Division relic was a holy artifact of the Red Chalice Club but also of the Elil Church. The very knife used by the dancer to rip open Elil's chest and steal his heart. A relic tainted with a god's blood would certainly cause a stir if Isaac revealed its nature, but he had no such intentions now. The reward is temporary. I couldn't carry it around forever. For Isaac, becoming powerful enough to hold his own in the upcoming Dawn Army in 2 years was what mattered. For that goal, using the division ritual directly was preferable to any financial reward. Rodenhammer mentioned a holy relic to the north. "I planned to search there first." "Is that so?" In truth, Rodenhammer hadn't said anything. It was information Isaac already knew. It was the closest known relic to this monastery. If Isaac's information was correct, the yet-to-be discovered ruin should be unguarded. Of course, this info is based on the period close to when the Dawn Army starts, so it might not completely match. Jebel sighed deeply before looking at Isaac. Isaac suddenly felt as if Jebel had aged significantly in just a short time. "It seems you're already well prepared, so there's little left for me to advise." I'm deeply grateful for all the help you've provided. Not at all, just take this with you. Jebel removed the chest piece he wore under his robe, along with the shin guards and belt, handing them to Isaac. Isaac tried to refuse, but Jebel insisted. These are all knight's equipment. They're worn, and the miracles infused within have faded, but they're still useful. I really don't need this, for the knight's honor, not for you. A Grail knight wandering around like a vagabond would be mistaken for a madman. You must at least dress the part with minimal armor. Jebel had a point. In a world where attire validates one's status, having a symbol of knightly recognition from Rotenhammer wasn't enough to prove one's identity without showing it. Jebel forcibly equipped Isaac with the armor without giving him a chance to refuse. Isaac thought the armor would be too large, considering the difference in their builds, but as it touched his body, the joints contracted, fitting him perfectly as if tailor-made. Fitting as if custom-made from the start. Perfect fit, isn't it? This functionality isn't magical. It's the work of the world's forge masters, so it won't fade away. It would be good to have a decent sword too, though. Since Isaac tended to break his swords frequently, he had none left. Of course, the Right of Division was truly a good sword, but it was too precious to be wielded recklessly. I'll lend you my sword. Then Isolde stepped forward, drawing her sword of judgment. Both Isaac and Jebel looked at her in surprise. Isn't that Inquisitor equipment? It was reported lost. And I'm lending it, not giving it. Isolde smiled as she spoke. A Grail Knight will eventually return to the Order to return the holy relic. Then we'll meet again. By then, you might have a better sword, and you can return it to me. The Sword of Judgment was already considered mid to high grade, even within the game. A sword that could replace it would mean Isaac had achieved considerable success. We can't have a Grail Knight of your renown wandering around unarmed. Thank you. Unlike with Jebel, Isaac readily accepted without objection. He wasn't particularly keen on the armor, but the Sword of Judgment was indeed a coveted item. It also served as proof of high standing within the Order. If there were any issues with the Order, merely presenting the Sword of Judgment could solve most problems. Then Isolde leaned in close to whisper to Isaac. What did Jebel decide to do? Isaac recalled Isolde's offer. If Jebel wanted, he could be reinstated as a knight and regain his honor. Isaac had discussed it with Jebel, but contrary to expectations, Jebel declined. The reason was simple. Jebel has no desire to leave the Avalanche Knight Order. I see. I thought as much. Isolde smiled bitterly. For Jebel to shed the label of a heretic would mean acknowledging the Avalanche Knight Order as heretics. And he would have to testify that he no longer belonged to that organization. But Jebel didn't want that. To him, the Avalanche Knight Order was merely innocent victims. Perhaps one day, Jebel's unjust circumstances will be revealed. No matter how much he hides, someone destined to stand out will do so. From Isolde's perspective, she couldn't openly oppose the Order's judgment. So, she had to speak in such a neutral manner. But Isaac agreed with her sentiment. After all, Isaac didn't expect Jebel to stay at the monastery forever, because Jebel would be by Isaac's side when the Dawn War begins. Isolde returned to the Order for her report, and Jebel returned to the monastery. Isaac had asked Jebel to convey his farewells to the monks on his behalf. Leaving the monastery wasn't as abrupt as it might have seemed. I was ready to leave all along. Isaac had prepared to depart even before Isolde's visit, which had nothing to do with him. Thanks to her visit, he could leave without much trouble. He didn't have many personal belongings to begin with, and his predation ability negated the need for food. It's finally time to set out. Though he had long awaited this moment, setting off brought a sense of trepidation. However, Isaac tried not to feel too forlorn. After all, he had just gained a new ability that would serve as a milestone. The changes that came with becoming a Grail Knight weren't limited to buffs. The conditions for Lighthouse of Watcher EX had been met and activated. Isaac remembered one of the messages that appeared after his class change. The activation condition for the previously inaccessible Lighthouse of Watcher was finally met. Considering Heinkel's example, predation only grants innate abilities, so Carlson having this ability means he was a holy being. Why such a holy being would commit apostasy remained a mystery. Moreover, the Watcher's lighthouse was among the highest tier miracles in the Codex of Light. Carlson's birth must have involved divine or angelic will. Well, that's not important. The crucial point was that the very Carlson's ultimate ability had entered his body. In the game, Lighthouse of Washer was described as a powerful defensive skill. For a certain period, it rendered one virtually invincible and bestowed strong buff abilities around. However, the Lord described it differently. The Watcher stands as the arbiter of order in a universe filled with chaos, and the lighthouse serves as the sole beacon in a world engulfed in darkness, a metaphor for an unchanging existence. The Lighthouse of Watcher symbolizes an infallible entity that discerns right from wrong in a world overwhelmed by confusion and darkness, or something along those lines. Such grandiose explanations made it hard to even imagine how it would be implemented. Isaac, having finally acquired an ultimate ability, didn't want to use it in a disappointing manner, but he also didn't want to find himself in trouble by using it without understanding its precise effects. After composing himself, Isaac activated the ability of the Lighthouse of Watcher. Instantly, his eyes began to burn with a bright, blazing light. The valley ravaged by the night order was eerie. Since there was no need to worry about civilian casualties, it was filled with scorched and shattered rocks, the result of miracles. As fog began to seep into the valley, 3 figures in hunter garb appeared, 2 tall hunters, each nearing 2 meters, and a small girl, barely reaching their chests. The hunters, seeming displeased with the chaos left by the knights, surveyed their surroundings warily, but the girl paid no mind. She sought something else. She was looking for blood traces. In this valley, vampires had met their demise. However, no blood was found, which was to be expected. Vampire blood turns to dust at sunrise, leaving nothing behind. But the blood she sought was special. It neither vanished nor disappeared. Suddenly, the girl stopped in the middle of the valley. She groped around the ground, and soon seemed to find something, plunging her hand into the earth. Instead of merely tapping, her hand spread like liquid, scattering red blood in all directions. When she withdrew her hand, it was unscathed, holding a short sword. The sword soon lost its form, melted away, and was reabsorbed into the girl's hand. It's Alil's blood. No doubt about it. The rite of division was extracted here. A sigh echoed among the hunters. One of them cautiously said, "Could it be that Duke Heinkel?" "No. My uncle has passed away. He was murdered by someone. Fortunately, it doesn't seem like he committed apostasy as my father feared." She crawled around the ground, searching for more clues as she did when finding the sword. Repeating the process of plunging her hands into the earth, she soon paused, tilting her head in confusion. "What's this?" Murmuring as if something didn't make sense, she asked, "Did you find something?" "Not dragged away or turned to ashes. Devoured. Right here on the spot." Chapter 38. Chapter 38. The Golden Idol. Upper Part 1. An eerie silence passed. To them, cannibalism or blood sucking was not an awkward custom. It was rather encouraged. However, they were well aware that such actions are absolutely not performed in other cultures or faiths. The girl's words implied that within their own sect, there was someone who had killed Heinkel. After a moment of silence, the girl straightened her waist and spoke to the hunters. "Go back. From here on, I will track alone. Lady, I cannot return in a state where we've lost the right of division. It was my uncle who used the family's item without permission, so our family must take responsibility and find it. However, if this matter is also tangled with other families, the situation becomes complicated. Go back." The hunters did not try to stop her a second time. The measure of strength among the Wallachia hunters depended more on lineage than on experience or training. The strongest person present was the girl. Even after the hunters had left, the girl stood in place for a long time, staring into the void. Her mind was filled with questions due to information she couldn't dare to share with the hunters. It was information that could turn the family upside down if it were ever discovered, hence, she had no choice but to send them away. "Why is the prophet of the red flesh mentioned here?" The information read from the remaining blood was filled with screams calling for the prophet of the red flesh. Time quickly passed. In the past 3 months, Isaac had left the monastery and headed north. As described in the game, the concept of borders was not significantly important to the people of this era. Even the White Empire, which is centered around the Codex of Light, originally had a respectable name like Girthonia Empire. The monastery where Isaac stayed was also part of a small duchy under the White Empire. However, religion was considered more important than the ruler, so people of the same faith almost treated each other as if they were from the same country. Ordinary people just call it the White Empire, and the countries opposing it, associated with the Immortal Order, is called the Black Empire. Nations often change, and so do their rulers. However, faith remains constant. That's why countries centered around the Codex of Light are all called the White Empire, and opposing nations are referred to as the Black Empire. Territories were also bound together by friendly faiths. For example, the Alil sect, although a distinctly different faith, was derived from the Codex of Light, and had good relations, so it was included in the territory of the White Empire. On the other hand, the Red Chalice Club, though not on good terms with the undead sects, was still positioned against the law of light, thus being associated with the Black Empire. In this sense, Isaac could travel far distances without ever leaving the White Empire. The White Empire was not a territory, but a realm of concept. However, not everyone in the White Empire held the same faith or convictions. For instance, people like barbarians. "Hand over everything you have. Drop everything and run, and your life will be spared." Isaac narrowed his eyes upon hearing voices from up the slope. The voices were not aimed at Isaac. Even if they had seen Isaac, it was uncertain whether they would have said the same. After all, Isaac's appearance, having hunted wild animals all winter, was not much different from theirs, meaning he looked like a bandit. The bandits were surrounding the merchants, threatening them with spears and swords. The merchants, shivering with fear, were still surrounding their wagons, holding staffs or spears, ready to defend themselves. Ironically, the number of bandits was less than the number of merchants. There were 6 bandits, but there were 8 people outside the wagons among the merchants. Of course, fighting is about morale. A few people prepared to kill their enemies can crush a frightened crowd like sand. In this sense, the bandits were exuding a quite deadly aura. If a fight broke out, more than half of the merchants would likely die. Even if they surrendered, it was doubtful whether they would be spared. Isaac moved forward with heavy steps. The bandits, who were focusing all their attention on the merchants, were startled and changed the direction of their spears only after Isaac passed by them. Conversely, the merchants, thinking Isaac was one of the bandits' group, screamed and tried to stab him with their spears. However, with a clack, the spears hit the ground. No one there saw how or what knocked them away. "What are you? If you don't want to die, scram!" the bandit shouted sharply. Only then did the merchants look relieved. Just the fact that he was not a bandit or part of their gang was enough for them to feel at ease. "Are you a mercenary? We will pay you any amount. Please help us. Are you the caravan that started from Kessing region and is heading to Seor?" The merchants looked at each other and then back at Isaac, as if wondering how he knew. Isaac had confirmed he was at the right place by the smell emanating from the wagons. Loosening his sword in its sheath, Isaac turned towards the bandits. "See, I have no faith, atheist." The sudden statement made the bandits' faces contort. However, they were tense from Isaac's relaxed demeanor, and the way he had effortlessly deflected the spear earlier. Eventually, one of the bandits boldly stabbed at him with a spear. Isaac thought a more forceful persuasion was necessary. With a loud crack, the spear shaft broke, and the bandit's head hit the ground. This time, everyone could see what happened. Isaac had moved that way on purpose. Isaac easily caught the spear shaft. The bandit tried to twist and pull it free, but it didn't budge. A tentacle as thick as Isaac's palm, with suckers and teeth, firmly gripped the spear shaft. Unless Isaac was lifted off the ground, taking the spear back was impossible. Isaac simply took the spear and struck the man hard enough to plant his head in the ground. The reason he chose not to swing his sword, but to perform this feat was simple. "If I kill all of you, I'll sweat in this winter. It's the same if I chase you down and kill you. Speak frankly, and I'll spare your life. I have no faith, atheist." Whether he sweated or not was a significant concern. First, it was still the cold season, and second, Isaac's physical condition hadn't been fully resolved. He didn't want to waste his energy chasing after minor thugs. Realizing Isaac was serious, the bandits hesitated, and then one by one laid down their weapons. However, 2 particularly murderous ones stubbornly charged at Isaac. Son of a bitch, Isaac had anticipated they would charge. They seemed more interested in murder than theft. Finally, Isaac's sword was drawn. The sword of judgment scattered the winter sunlight in several directions. After dealing with 2 dead bodies and 1 unconscious man, Isaac tied up the remaining 4 and forced them to kneel. He observed the 2 he had killed. It was not surprising that the barbarians' bandits were particularly brutal compared to other bandits. Those who had forsaken the afterlife had nothing to fear, but these showed a level of murderous intent close to hatred. That was certainly not ordinary. Do they hold a grudge against these merchants? As far as I know, they're just ordinary merchants. While he pondered this, one of the merchants approached Isaac. "Sir Knight, may I ask your name?" "Huh? Oh, it's Isaac." Isaac was slightly surprised that the other called him a knight. No one during the past winter had recognized him as a paladin. His scruffy appearance aside, his frail physique and delicate features were also to blame. Hadn't they just called him a mercenary? "Ah, is it just something nice to say?" Meanwhile, the merchant thought Isaac might not be a noble, seeing that he didn't mention a family name. But Isaac had no intention of giving up the advantage he had just gained. And being a paladin was akin to being a noble. He never liked the class system, but he wasn't about to renounce the privileges that others enjoyed so freely. Isaac maintained his superior attitude and asked, "What about it? Are you going to spare these men? There have been quite a few people killed in this valley. These bandits are among the most vicious. Your kind-heartedness is clear, but if you spare them, surely." The merchants seemed eager for revenge against the bandits who had threatened them. Maybe their desire included avenging their associates. However, Isaac shook his head. "The ones intent on murder I've just killed. I have plans for the ones still alive." Isaac appreciated the misunderstanding and the convenience of the class system once again. Instead of explaining further, he simply looked at the merchant. Feeling an intense pressure from Isaac, the merchant swallowed hard. He then remembered that Isaac had just killed 2 people without batting an eye. "Anyway, you're the caravan that started from the Kessing region, right?" "Yes. But why are you looking for us?" "I wasn't specifically looking for you guys. I was searching for merchants who bought goods from the Kessing region." Isaac approached the wagon and briskly flipped open the tarp covering the cargo. The merchants, though startled and muttering objections, were unable to stop him. Inside, numerous plant bulbs wrapped in thick sacks were packed tightly. The smell Isaac had noticed was that of these bulbs. As Isaac set aside a sack, the merchants hurriedly began to reorganize the cargo space. "A carriage loaded with Loracus bulbs. You'd make a decent profit from this." "How did you? I've heard some stories." Lauracus is a flower known for its rich fragrance. While pretty and used as an ingredient in potions to lower magic resistance in the game, it held no further significance. The issue with this flower stemmed from a different reason. The price of Lauracus has skyrocketed. This was information Isaac had obtained after rescuing a merchant nearly devoured by trolls in the Kessing region. The merchant had little money but offered valuable information instead. In the northern metropolis of Seor, Lauracus had become a trend, causing its price to surge. Particularly, Lauracus bulbs with unique shapes and scents were bought at prices 10 to 20 times higher than others. Upon receiving this information, merchants quickly loaded up on Lauracus and headed for Seor. However, Lauracus flowers, which bloom in spring and fall, wither away in the harsh winter, so the trade mostly involved their bulbs. Buying bulbs, not even knowing what shape they'll bloom into, for gold. Yes. Price keeps rising every time you hear about it. Everyone's going crazy, trying to make a profit. Do you intend to sell these bulbs to me? The merchant looked troubled, not because he doubted Isaac's ability to pay, but because it was impossible for him to sell. Sorry, but there's already someone set to buy these bulbs. Why can't I buy them from that person then? That's the thing. There's another person who owns the selling rights, and it might sound a bit complex to you, sir. The merchant began to explain in detail, but Isaac just waved him off with a smile. He already knew the merchant couldn't sell to him. The merchant thought Isaac was avoiding complex concepts, but it was quite the opposite. To Isaac, it was a fascinatingly familiar, modern concept. Futures trading, right? Simply put, the current situation in Seor resembled the tulip mania. An abnormal spike in the price of goods, and the complex trading methods surrounding these goods. As these complexities tangled further, the price of Lauracus bulbs soared far beyond their original value. Eventually, some anticipate the price rise and buy Lauracus early, while others sell the ownership rights even before the Lauracus arrives. When competition kicks in, even the right to trade Lauracus is bought and sold. A typical case of futures trading. The merchant was merely transporting the Lauracus, with the actual ownership constantly changing hands. In the end, no one could tell who would end up owning the Lauracus. Isaac's interest in this situation stemmed from the connection between this price surge and the onset of the Dawn War. The eventual crash, like that of the Tulip Mania, would lead to a domino effect, crippling the economy of the White Empire. To manage the political and economic turmoil, the White Empire would choose war. Of course, the Dawn War wouldn't erupt solely due to the Lauracus bubble. The war is a complex event triggered by various factors. However, it would be one of the contributing factors. Eventually, as public dissatisfaction boils over, rulers turned to war to divert attention. What was once a background setting in a game was now unfolding in real time for Isaac. The Dawn War happening could be beneficial for me, but how could I use this to my advantage? Chapter 39. Chapter 39. The Golden Idol Upper Part 2. Isaac was already on his way to Seor in search of a holy relic. If he was going to be entangled in this situation, he wanted to use it to his advantage as much as possible. So, how much were you thinking of offering me as a reward? It was then that the merchant cautiously began to speak. Isaac, having no intention of helping for free, was grateful that the merchant broached the subject first. However, he was not traveling to Seor to be satisfied with mere pennies. Thanks, but since I'm also heading to Seor, let's settle the reward there. In Seor? Isn't there a merchant's guild there? We'll discuss it there. The merchant's face twisted, thinking that Isaac intended to extract a proper compensation rather than just a makeshift reward. But having saved their lives, they couldn't really complain. However, his thoughts soon changed. The Golden Idol Merchant Guild, right? Tell the branch head that I'll be visiting. Upon mentioning the Golden Idol Merchant Guild, the merchant's eyes widened, and he quickly bowed his head, then realized that Isaac's intentions were different than he had anticipated. So, you plan to visit? Aren't you going to accompany us? No, I have business with those fellows. Isaac pointed at the bandits. Remembering Isaac's statement about having a matter to attend to with the surviving bandits, the merchant nodded. He cautiously took something out of his pocket and handed it to Isaac. It was a coin engraved with a cow's skull, not a currency accepted in any country. My name is Vihik. When you visit, show them this. All right, thank you. After expressing their gratitude to Isaac once again, the merchants moved on with their carriage. Watching the carriage leave, Isaac turned back to the bandits. The bandits flinched as their eyes met Isaac's. It was time to address the matter concerning these bandits. So, none of you have a faith, right? Yes. What about the one who fainted? Yes. In a world where gods openly exist, miracles are performed in their names, and even living deities roam the earth. Declaring oneself faithless is akin to admitting weakness. Even Isaac, who lacked any semblance of religious fervor, found these atheists before him odd. How then would the people of this world view them? People regarded them as more than just strange, as uncivilized, untaught, even abandoned by the gods, barbarians, or intellectually deficient for not comprehending the divine. Usually they were disdainfully called barbarians. Such barbarians could never belong to the mainstream in any nation that followed the nine faiths. At best, they were ostracized or expelled, naturally limited to roles like bandits, marauders, and burn farmers were nomads, and were frequently subjected to purges, as Rotenhammer had done. However, Isaac didn't view the barbarians in such a one-dimensional manner. To him, all deities of the nine faiths seemed no more than characters and settings in a game, and he was utterly clueless as to why the nameless force of chaos lent him power. In fact, Isaac was the truest barbarian of them all. Therefore, he decided to offer them an opportunity. Ever thought about adopting a faith? A faith? A wave of discomfort swept through the barbarians. The reasons barbarians lacked faith were varied. Resentment towards the nine faiths, a desire to believe in a new, non-existent God, their ancient deity dying, disillusionment with faith altogether, being excommunicated or fleeing from a sect, and so on. Many either couldn't or wouldn't adopt a faith, yet Isaac had an alternative in mind for them. What faith are you talking about? There's no need to know about it right now. Isaac evaded the question regarding which of the nine faiths he was referring to. Just listen for now. There's no need to devoutly believe or offer sacrifices. You just need to live by following a few simple rules. The barbarians, already wary, seemed uncomfortable, but couldn't refuse in the face of an armed opponent. Then, one of the barbarians tentatively raised his hand. If we adopt this faith, can we become strong like you, sir? No. Trying to gain power that easily would make you a thief. Then why should we adopt this faith, and why should I let murderers like you live? That concluded the persuasion. The barbarians quietly shut their mouths, ready to listen to Isaac. So then, thus, the Paladin, who was practically a barbarian, began his bandit-like proselytization. First, let's assume there's a flying spaghetti monster up in the sky. Alright, then remember what I've taught you and don't go around doing bad things. Yes, Elder. After finishing his sermon, Isaac released the barbarians from their bindings. The barbarians hesitated, seemingly in disbelief that they were being let go so easily, and looked around at each other. Eventually, one of the barbarians spoke up cautiously. Elder. While your teachings were good, I'm not quite sure how they help us. Isaac looked straight at him. He was a middle-aged man with a tired face and unkempt beard. Not a bad guy for a bandit. In fact, they could have just pretended to understand, run away, and then forget everything Isaac had said. Isaac didn't actually think a few words would convert them. However, the fact that they asked indicated they were swayed by Isaac's sermon, and that there was a possibility for conversion. I said those things because there are some who act sanctimonious just because they have a faith. Just live thinking, I have a faith I need to adhere to. Each faith has its own set of morals and rules, promising an afterlife based on adherence to these. But the barbarians didn't have such things, leading them to live unrestrained lives. Isaac wanted to rectify that. Thus, Isaac had been spreading a set of loose moral guidelines. The nameless chaos had lost its entire doctrine and scriptures, so everything had to be improvised anew by Isaac. Moreover, the guidelines of the nameless chaos didn't even include a rule saying bad deeds lead to hell, and good deeds to heaven. It was mostly just about not doing too much harm, and not worrying too much about others. Whether such lax doctrines could actually reform anyone was questionable. But perhaps because they were so lenient, they were also easy to follow. Most of these people were those who had rejected the stringent rules and constraints of major religions. For them, the relaxed doctrine of don't bother others and live without worrying too much about others was a novel approach. Or maybe they were simply swayed by Isaac's unique appearance and charm. As always, Isaac succeeded in spreading his doctrine. The doctrine of the nameless chaos has been disseminated. The influence of the nameless chaos in the world grows stronger. This message appeared when Isaac began spreading the doctrine. All four men paid attention to Isaac's words. Isaac's charisma stat inevitably played a strong role in this quasi-cult leader scenario. Although Isaac's doctrine was improvised, the system recognized it as the doctrine of the nameless chaos. Perhaps it was because Isaac was the world's only follower and preacher of this faith. Though unintended, Isaac felt the presence and influence of his followers whenever they accepted the doctrine of the nameless chaos. The stronger their faith, the clearer their presence became. The barbarians in front of him were just beginning to consider his words, not yet showing a clear presence. Well then, I'll be on my way. The barbarians, still looking confused, thanked Isaac and left, taking the bodies of their comrades with them. Isaac felt their influence waning as they departed, thinking to himself, this will allow me to track the location of the barbarians' stronghold. Isaac felt a certain responsibility for his actions, though the presence wasn't strong, since there were very few in the world who could be considered followers of the nameless chaos. Locating them was relatively easy. Someday, Isaac believed these scattered seeds of faith would benefit him. He was convinced that as his fame and reputation grew, he would need his own force. Proselytization was the seed for that future. Those rejected and starved by other faiths would become the foundation of Isaac's support. Zealrat. As Isaac called out, a strange creature burst out of the forest. It was Zilrat, an offspring of chaos that Isaac had created based on the corpse of the plague god Zilrat. Having not feasted to its heart's content for a while, had diminished in size, but was still as large as an average horse. Isaac mounted it with practiced ease. Without needing explicit commands, Zilrat sensed Isaac's will and began to sprint swiftly. The ride wasn't comfortable, but navigating through the scarcely populated forests and valleys was far more efficient than on horseback. Without the stares of people, it could even scale walls. I'm not sure how to handle the Loricus situation, but let's head to Sior for now. I was going there to search for the relic anyway. Upon arriving in Sior, Isaac immediately felt the intense hustle of the place. Wagons from various southern regions brought with them the smells of dirt and Loricus bulbs. It was practically early spring, and the time to plant Loricus was near. Merchants were rushing to sell the bulbs to farmers before it was too late. However, instead of farmers, the market was crowded with frenzied merchants. The trading system had grown complex, and merchants were seen arguing, fighting, and barely negotiating amidst the near madness of the market atmosphere. Isaac passed through the market to a trading house located in the city center. The trading house was marked with a golden bull on its sign. Welcome. The receptionist at the trading house frowned upon seeing Isaac's ragged appearance, but upon seeing the coin he presented, his eyes widened, and he hurried off somewhere. Soon, a familiar face came running down from the second floor. It was Vidic, the very merchant Isaac had saved. Sir, you've arrived. I will escort you immediately. Vidic was about to hurry him along but paused, giving an awkward smile before looking back at Isaac. Mister Isaac? What is it? I could take you directly to the branch head, but do you have any urgent needs for a meal, bath, or rest? Only then did Isaac consider his own appearance. He realized anew that it had been a while since he had a proper meal, bathed, or rested under a roof. At that moment, Isaac wasn't even aware of his own odor. Isaac decided to accommodate Vidic's situation. Let's go for a bath first. Chapter 40. The Golden Idol. Upper Part 3. The trading house was bustling with people. Among them were merchants who had traveled long distances and individuals who required special attention from the trading house, making it natural for the establishment to offer lodging facilities. While smaller guilds might book inns for their guests, the Golden Idol Trading Guild was among the largest merchant coalitions on the continent, naturally equipped with accommodation facilities. Even in this era, having a private bath is quite something. Isaac melted away the grime of days in the hot water, realizing it was nearly the first time he had bathed in hot water since arriving in this world. Soaking in the hot water, he felt the tension that had been knotted in his muscles begin to soften. The hot water was heated by burning logs, which meant the longer Isaac bathed, the more it would cost. However, nobody rushed him or made him feel unwelcome. After bathing, a maid was waiting with a towel. She stopped dead in her tracks and stared wide-eyed at Isaac. What's wrong? Oh, nothing. Blushing, the maid quickly handed over the towel and scurried ahead. Isaac followed her to the dining area, where a table seemed to have been reserved for him. As he strode towards it, he began to attract attention. Look at that. Is that the bustling dining room became abuzz with whispers? Among the crowd were merchants Isaac had saved, but even they failed to recognize him. Clean and rid of the grime, Isaac's appearance began to captivate the crowd. Isaac felt a bit overwhelmed by the attention, but took his seat without showing it. Having been accustomed to his unkempt appearance or seeing familiar faces at the monastery, he hadn't realized the extent of his own attractiveness until now. Considering everyone else is using a vanilla appearance, and I'm here with a face modded to have 99 charisma, enjoying such looks was one thing in a game, but dealing with it in reality proved to be awkward. Fortunately, as soon as Isaac sat down, dishes were served. Roast pork seasoned with spices and honey, chicken stewed in wine, and freshly baked white bread were among the first to arrive. Each dish was rich in flavor, made without sparing any ingredients. Isaac started to focus on the food, ignoring the stares. It felt like the first time in weeks he had eaten food touched by fire. Soon, the crowd's stares turned to astonishment for a different reason. How could such a slender figure consume all that food? As Isaac inadvertently hosted a medieval-style mukbang in front of the merchants, he was lost in his thoughts. This is quite the treatment for just saving some merchants. Isaac mentally gave the Golden Idol Trading Guild a passing score for their hospitality. However, he also knew that the guild did not engage in acts of loss. To them, trading and bargaining were their faith and doctrine. The Golden Idol, the merchant's faith among the 9 faiths, and it was the faith Isaac had last encountered before crossing into this world. The structure of the Golden Idol Guild was unique. Even the secretive and conspiratorial Red Chalice had Wallachia Kingdom as a focal point. However, the Golden Idol Guild lacked a centralized nation. It controlled cities treated as trade hubs, but their interest lay only in taxes and regulations. For them, crossing national borders for trade meant the concept of a nation was of little significance, potentially only increasing unnecessary tensions. Instead, they dominated capital. They lent money to those in need, controlled the distribution of goods, bribed power holders, or paid off enemies for peace. As a result, even the undead nation of the Black Empire hosted the Golden Idol Guild. Of course, security was essential for commerce to thrive. Therefore, the Golden Idol Guild flourished most within the relatively safe confines of the White Empire. Not all merchants were devotees of the Golden Idol, but escaping its influence was impossible. When Isaac had nearly finished his meal, Vidic came to him. Isaac welcomed the beer Vidic was carrying with both hands more than Vidic's face itself. However, Vidic paused for a moment, as if frozen, upon seeing Isaac's face. Thirsty, Isaac didn't care about Vidic's reaction and grabbed the beer mug, downing it in one gulp. Vidic managed to sit down diagonally across from Isaac. "You're more spirited than you look." "I've swallowed a wolf whole before." Vidic laughed, thinking it was a joke. But when Isaac didn't laugh, Vidic awkwardly shifted his gaze away. Just then, a middle-aged woman approached them. Vidic quickly introduced her. "This is a mess. Caitlin Shiver, the branch head of our trading house." Caitlin stared at Isaac before voicing what everyone wanted, but didn't dare to say. "It's the first time I've seen an angel who eats so well. Don't they feed you in heaven?" "It's Isaac, from the Ariat Monastery." Caitlin squinted her eyes for a moment at Isaac's terse manner. "Seems you have no intention of showing respect to your elders, Sir Knight." At the mention of knight, Vidic's eyes widened. He had considered that Isaac might be a knight based on his skills, but hadn't thought of him as a holy knight. Isaac looked at her with amused interest. "Did you check my gear while I was bathing? We would never commit such rudeness. It's just that our side tends to get information quickly." Keaton tapped on the coin with a buffalo skull emblem placed on the table. "We just knew that a young and handsome Grail Knight had saved our people a few times. And naturally, his path seemed to be leading towards Sior." "You were that Grail Knight?" The noise Vidic reflexively made attracted the attention of everyone in the dining area. "That Grail Knight?" It was Isaac who asked back. Vidic stammered in his response. There were whispers among the merchants about a new Grail Knight appearing. As you know, except for Alil, it's believed Grail Knights were nearly extinct. We thought it might just be a rumor. Grail Knights were a subject of fascinating gossip among the common folk, especially since, outside of the kingdom of Alil, the concept of Grail Knights was almost legendary. It was even more famous among merchants, who traversed dangerous territories. It's a time short on entertainment after all. This meant Caitlin knew Isaac was coming even before Vidic reported it. Of course, she probably didn't expect him to visit her directly. Only then did Isaac understand the reason for such exceptional hospitality. "You see me as an investment opportunity. The Golden Idol Guild has traditionally been a patron of Grail Knights. Please consider it a token of gratitude for saving our people." "As if you meant that," Isaac thought to himself with a silent laugh. This relief of burden and ease of atmosphere was Golden Idol's strategy before making a difficult request. However, the Golden Idol Guild being patrons of Grail Knights wasn't a lie. When a Grail Knight was isolated abroad, needed to conceal their identity, or urgently required capital, the Golden Idol Guild was always there to rely on. In the game, merchants appearing in dungeons or enemy territories often saved my life. Well, it's a game, so it's portrayed that way. Of course it wasn't free. Once in debt, the Golden Idol Guild would ask for protection or force instead of money from the Grail Knight. The fact that they could ask a knight of another faith was a privilege in itself. "Let's get to the point." Isaac pushed his empty plate aside and spoke. "You have a request for me regarding the Loricus, don't you?" After finishing their meal, the trio moved to a nearby market associated with the trading house. Caitlin and Isaac soaked in the vibrant atmosphere of the market as they walked. As a trading hub, Sior's market was immense. Isaac could smell the intense scent of Loricus amidst the fervor. It was the scent of greed. The hottest spot in the market was undoubtedly the Loricus trading area. Not yet arrived in physical form, the Loricus bulbs, as well as the future blossoms they would produce, the new bulbs that would come from those flowers, and the profits to be gained from selling those new bulbs were being traded in a subdivided manner. Not just Loricus, but everything needed to cultivate it: fertilizers, farming tools, wagons, and more was being traded. The influx of people had also inflated the prices of other flowers. Everyone's lost their minds. Isaac was shocked by the madness that was greater than he had anticipated. Initially, he wondered how he could exploit this situation. In a modern context, he could predict the crash and bet on shorts to make money. However, the economic system here wasn't complex enough for that, and it was uncertain whether he could collect his winnings after the crash. Try to intervene? No, this has gone beyond anyone's control. Human greed cannot be contained. Even if Isaac declared, "Soon Loricus will crash, and the Empire's economy with it," he would be ignored. Knowing yet thinking it won't happen to me is the nature of human greed. The crash and the market's downfall were inevitable futures. "What do you think?" Caitlin asked as they left the market. Isaac just shrugged. People's greed is spinning out of control, unless the Emperor himself comes down to ban trading. The guild's leadership is very worried. About the crash? No. Because of Loricus, logistics have been blocked. Isaac felt he understood. The market was full of various seeds and farming equipment, but seeds for the upcoming spring or food were almost non-existent. It was common knowledge to Isaac that spring, just before the first harvest after winter, was the most destitute time. Most farmers would have reserved seeds for spring, but not in sufficient quantities. There were always merchants supplying high-quality seeds. Food is scarce in spring, so the local population is becoming restless. Isaac thought of the barbarian bandits who had attacked the merchants. They wanted the merchants dead more than Isaac. If the merchants only fiddled with Loricus for profit and neglected essential goods, it would be reason enough for hatred. Plus, those people were likely living in dire circumstances. It's clear there's unrest, but is there anything I can do? It might be better to persuade the merchants or nobles to secure an alternative distribution network. Isaac's influence was still that of a wandering swordsman. However, Caitlin had a definite task for him. We'd like you to investigate who's buying up large amounts of Loricus. I've heard it's become a fad among flower collectors. That's partially true, but that level of demand wouldn't create this frenzy. There's something else at play here, but our connections can't uncover it. You couldn't find out? One of the Golden Idol's doctrines was the pursuit of the unknown. They wouldn't just give up because they couldn't find out. Caitlin showed a vague expression. So, your people were killed. They cleverly covered the danger and tried to involve Isaac. Seeing displeasure on Isaac's face, Caitlin looked anxious. I wish you hadn't tried to test the waters by hiding this and that. I'm sorry. Isaac thought for a moment. He had come to Seor to find a relic related to the Golden Idol Guild and had planned to squeeze some information out of them for saving the merchants. But it turned out they were the ones asking him for help. Being asked is better than asking when negotiating. This smells like a relic. Maybe the person behind this has something to do with the relic. Isaac was going to accept Caitlin's offer, but he maintained a demanding tone and set a condition. Fine. But I have one condition. We only have money to offer. We can assure you plenty of that. It was a satisfying answer. Yet Isaac, not wanting to appear money-grubbing, responded graciously. I have some Loricus in my possession. It would be nice if the Golden Idol Guild could buy it all at the current price in a month. Chapter 41. The Smell of Money 1. Loricus, you say? Caitlin asked, seemingly puzzled. She quickly tried to gauge Isaac's true intentions. In truth, no matter how much she considered it, it seemed unlikely that Isaac would have a large amount of Loricus. Given the nature of a wandering Grail Knight, it was impossible to own substantial assets. This was connected to the virtue of poverty, a symbol of the Grail Knights. Caitlin wondered if this Grail Knight, known for his vow of poverty, was now being greedy for money. Is he just trying this out because he doesn't understand the market? Caitlin thought it was possible. Although Grail Knights emphasize poverty, that doesn't mean their journeys don't cost money. Hunger and cold could naturally make one wish for a more comfortable journey. However, unlike mercenaries who directly ask for money, it was common for them to sell goods acquired during their travels. It seemed this Grail Knight had a similar idea. If you bring it now, I can offer you the highest current market price. I don't have it with me right now, and the amount is not certain either. So, you mean to say you will have it in a month? Yes, and just so you know, it might be a lot. Caitlin couldn't help but laugh at Isaac's words. After all, he was just an individual. Even if Isaac arrived with 10 carriages, it would not be a burden for the Golden Idol Merchant Group. The volume of goods circulated by the syndicate was at least 100 times more. Moreover, according to Caitlin's investigations, the only belongings Isaac carried were what he had on him. The price of Loricus might rise significantly in a month. Why do you insist on selling at the current price? Isaac answered with a kind smile, as if he had been waiting for this question. I don't play with money. I can't sell it right now because I don't have it, but I also have no intention of making an excessive profit just because the price has gone up. Caitlin had no way to verify if his words were sincere. Ultimately, she thought this naive Grail Knight was clumsily attempting to do business, but she also considered another possibility. Is he thinking that the price of Loricus will fall? This was a recurring thought whenever the price of Loricus surged. As quickly as the craze came, it could also rapidly decline. However, there were no signs of such a trend at the moment. If this Grail Knight has information I'm unaware of and senses a crash, Caitlin estimated the potential losses the syndicate could incur. Even if the price of Loricus fell to half, or even to a tenth of its current value, it would not be a problem. At such levels, the syndicate would have to worry about its entire volume of transactions, not the amount an individual like this young, impoverished Grail Knight could handle. Considering the original reward she had intended for Isaac, it was a significantly smaller amount. It seems I'll have to give this naive Grail Knight a fair deal, even if he doesn't profit much. From Caitlin's perspective, as long as the job was properly completed, a bit of a loss was worth the transaction. Can we officially set the date to 1 month from now? Yes. The quantity will be marked as undecided. Isaac nodded. Caitlin instructed Vidic to draft the contract. The Golden Idol Merchant Group will purchase all Loricus brought by Isaac in a month at the current price. The current price of Loricus was also accurately listed next to the contract. Caitlin wondered if Isaac had considered the cost of transportation and storage of the goods. Isaac's proficient review and signing of the contract seemed oddly skilled, which concerned Caitlin, but she didn't dwell on it too much. With this, the contract is established, Mr. Isaac. The Golden Idol guarantees this contract. Violators will be subjected to a legitimate claim for damages through the guarantee. You have been hired as a mercenary for the Golden Idol Merchant Group. Luck slightly increases. Discernment slightly increases. Upon being hired as a mercenary for the Golden Idol Merchant Group, Isaac was blessed. It was a privilege exclusive to the followers of the Golden Idol faith, not granted by other syndicates. However, since it was not a high-level contract, the benefits were not significantly prominent. After finalizing the contract, the first place Isaac headed to was the slums of Sor. In this era's capital market, it's a zero-sum game. If someone gains more, it means someone else inevitably loses more. Especially in times like these, when a specific item disproportionately becomes a trend, there are bound to be losers. The slums of Sor were filled with such people. Merchants who originally dealt with other items, but suffered great losses due to not catching on to the trend. Mercenaries who greedily dove in hoping to make a fortune, and barbarians whose hungry bellies shone with dangerous intent roamed the dark alleys and between sewers. It was a stark contrast to the lively flower market. This is where the Golden Idol Merchant Group's informants were murdered. Isaac didn't wander aimlessly. He first received all the information the Golden Idol Merchant Group had been investigating, which eventually led him to the slums. The information suggested abnormal capital flows not just in the sunlit markets, but also in the underworld. The informants were murdered while investigating this. Too many suspects to count. Given the murderous glares, it seemed many had suffered losses due to the Loricus craze. Even a slight bump could earn a lethal glare. Isaac, remembering his conversation with Caitlin while observing these lethal intents, pondered. But after I find him? Excuse me, after I find the guy hoarding Loricus, what then? Ask to have him taken out? Oh no. How could I ask such a barbaric task of a Grail Knight? I'm just curious who is buying up all the Loricus, and for what purpose. Really, if it's just for ornamental purposes, they're just throwing away a fortune. Well, if that were the case, they wouldn't have harmed our people. But that's valuable information too. Loricus had ornamental value, but were practically useless, except for their effect in lowering magic resistance. Unless one was gathering them to hunt liches or dragons, there wasn't enough need to disrupt the market prices. There's something more behind the Loricus boom was certainly not just market disruption, but a hidden secret. The Golden Idol Merchant Group must have been curious about this, hence hiring Isaac. If they could control it, they would. But if there was a profit to be made, they needed to know. First, I should find the ones who killed the informants. Freshly bathed and well rested, Isaac seemed out of place in this location, looking every bit the gentleman. And naturally, flies are attracted to such gentlemen. Sir, please take a look at what I have. Children darting from the alleys surrounded Isaac, pushing all sorts of trinkets at him, urging him to buy. Roasted rats, pigeons, and peculiar stones of dubious origin, but their real goal lay elsewhere. One of the kids made a move towards Isaac's coin pouch at his waist. Just as he quietly tried to cut the string and steal it, Isaac's hand caught the kid's wrist. Ouch! Without even twisting the kid's arm, a scream erupted. The other kids, startled by the cry, backed away. The scream drew the attention of the street to Isaac. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you bullying the kid? Prompted by the kid's scream, a group of men gathered around, as if they had been waiting for an opportunity. They were barbarians, loitering around a large cauldron over a fire, seemingly more interested in finding fault than in any sense of justice. Seeing the large knife that could slaughter a cow, Isaac let go of the kid's hand, from which blood was now streaming. You hurt this kid's hand, it's just a scratch, don't freak out. In reality, it was a reflexive action of Isaac's left hand that had nicked the kid's hand. The men quickly realized the wound wasn't deep, but the atmosphere didn't lighten. Isaac surveyed his surroundings. In the dim alley, with almost no bystanders, and no one likely to come looking even if someone were to be killed. Hey, pretty boy, hand over everything you've got. Let's skip the clichés and get straight to the point. Isaac spoke as he loosely drew his sword from its sheath, allowing the children to swarm him, causing a scream, waiting for the men to gather. Everything was intentional. If any of you are believers, raise your hands now. Isaac's swordsmanship was deadly, especially in a fight against multiple opponents. It was difficult to end the confrontation without killing someone. Given the lack of stamina in situations where he couldn't use tentacles, it was more advantageous to kill one opponent at a time. In that sense, Isaac thought he might have to cut down one or two to make the rest comply. However, as soon as he confidently drew his sword, the men immediately dropped their weapons and raised their hands. What? Are all of you believers? Yes, these two are followers of the Codex of Light. The one over there is a follower of Alil, and the rest of us follow the Golden Idol. After knocking down the ones trying to flee, Isaac began his interrogation. Surprisingly, none of them were barbarians. Strictly speaking, it wasn't that there were no barbarians at all. The one who claimed to be a follower of the Golden Idol had abandoned his faith out of fear of going to hell due to breaching a loan contract. Why do you look like barbarians then? The men cautiously looked around before answering. It's more intimidating that way, you know. Isaac sighed deeply. By their actions, it seemed unlikely these were the men who killed the Golden Idol Merchant Guild's informant. Recently, there was a murder in this alley. A Golden Idol Merchant Guild informant. Anyone know anything about that? We save the unhelpful comments like I don't know or I'm innocent. Just tell me what you know. Reluctantly, the men began to speak. We might have seen the person you're talking about. The Golden Idol Merchant Guild folks have a unique way of speaking. They seemed interested in what we were selling, so we just shared some information. What were you selling? Well, it's not like we're robbers or anything, despite what you might think you're threatening people with knives. We just wanted to recommend some good products. That's how men on the streets become friends, right? Oh, so it's a for sale. Isaac recognized their scam. They intentionally created a threatening atmosphere and then suggested reconciliation, forcing overpriced goods on their new friends. This way, they could avoid being arrested for robbery, and there was no risk of bloodshed or death. In a way, they were naively criminal. Why? Were you trying to sell roasted rat meat too? Did the informant look hungry? As Isaac inquired, the men exchanged glances before someone finally spoke up. Sir, you're aware of how well Loracus are doing these days, right? Loracus? Isaac was puzzled by the sudden shift to Loracus. Yes, but as you know, people like us, or those without much, can hardly get a hold of anything in this market. There's a limit to buying a single Loracus and starving. Being a small investor is tough, whether in this world or another. Isaac found himself nodding involuntarily. So, instead of starving ourselves to buy Loracus, we decided to pool our money and create our own group. If we sell the Loracus and make a profit, we agreed to share the earnings. Isaac was somewhat impressed. They were attempting a basic form of a fund. However, his admiration didn't end purely as such. Pardon? You don't seem smart enough to set up such a scheme amongst yourselves. If you were that clever, you wouldn't be here trying to rob people. Who told you to do this? And what's this about forcing sales? The man, previously enthusiastic, became hesitant and pulled something from his pocket. A wooden coin crudely carved with a Loracus symbol, a Loracus coin. Holding this Loracus coin entitles you to a share of the profits whenever our group sells the Loracus. We've already received several payouts. Isaac's expression turned complex. So, if I buy this Loracus coin, you get a share of the profits proportional to the number you own. And why are you trying to sell it to me? Because with the money from the sale, we can buy more Loracus coins. It seemed they intended to sell the coins at a slight markup over what they had paid, hoping to turn a profit. How much did you buy? Hesitantly, the men pulled out a substantial number of Loracus coins from their pockets. Seeing the worthless coins, Isaac felt a headache coming on. The Loracus price surge wasn't the only problem. Ponzi schemes, pyramid schemes, even hostage-taking. Greed was slapping the citizens of Seor in the face. Chapter 42. The smell of money to the surge in Loracus prices could have occurred naturally. After all, the tulip mania wasn't orchestrated by anyone's intention. Reasonable for scams and losses to emerge from abnormal market trends. But all kinds of scams that happen once in decades occurring all at once in modern times? This was an abnormal situation. Someone, with a distinctly malicious intent, was shaking up the market. And it wasn't something a couple of merchants could cook up by putting their heads together. Could there be another person possessed by a spirit like me? Isaac entertained the thought but immediately dismissed it. The reason he was possessed by nameless chaos was because he was the first to achieve endings with all 8 faiths, excluding the nameless one. It didn't make sense for someone else to come into play now. So divine intervention? This seemed the most plausible. In that case, the most suspicious entity was undoubtedly the Golden Idol. Having witnessed the Golden Idol Merchant Guild ending, Isaac knew they didn't always earn money in wholesome ways. Fair trade was just one aspect of the Golden Idol. Caitlin seemed clueless, but the decisions of the Order's leadership and the perspective of its lower ranks could differ. If so, Isaac might have been dragged into a complicated internal conflict. I need to consider various possibilities and act accordingly. Isaac looked back at the men. Where did you buy that Loracus coin? Why do you want to know? Of course, this cheeky response wasn't from the men. When Isaac turned towards the source of the voice, he saw a one-eyed woman looking down at him from a second-floor window, and the number of homeless people and beggars around had noticeably increased. Among those rags, Isaac spotted the glint of blades. Isaac tilted his head slightly and replied, "Don't you have manners for a guest? If you want to buy coins, buy them from those guys. We don't deal with petty retail customers. Everything goes through distribution channels." The one-eyed woman laughed slyly. Suddenly, the exit of the alley was blocked by the belongings and broken carts the homeless people had brought with them. The men conversing with Isaac realized what was happening and froze. They tried to scatter and escape, but were surrounded by the menacing stares of the homeless, making it clear they weren't here to sell coins directly. "Did you guys kill the person from the Golden Idol Merchant Guild?" "Don't know much about that. Why don't you ask them yourself? They'll be in heaven or hell somewhere." The moment the one-eyed woman signaled, the homeless charged. Isaac, hearing her words, realized these were indeed barbarians. Believers don't joke about heaven or hell. Only barbarians, who deny the afterlife, could make such jokes. As Isaac drew his sword, instead of confronting its blade, the assassins threw their rags at him. These were not ordinary rags, but interwoven with wire difficult to cut through with a blade. Isaac was quickly entangled in rags and wire, and archers hidden on rooftops and between alleyways ruthlessly fired their arrows. Thud thud. The bundle of rags turned into a pincushion in moments. As arrows pierced it without resistance, one of the homeless glanced at the one-eyed woman. "Should we continue?" The woman, without letting her guard down, nodded. Then, the homeless pulled spears from a pile of trash and skewered the bundle of rags. The one-eyed woman frowned as she observed the chaotic scene. This was too easy. It wasn't her first time dealing with a Golden Idol Merchant Guild informant. The level of the informants had been increasing, and even a slight oversight could lead to their downfall. But this time, hearing they had hired a Grail Knight, she had been on high alert. She gathered as many people as possible and set a thorough trap. She hadn't expected to lose, but neither did she anticipate winning so lacklusterly. "For all the fuss he made, he doesn't seem that special. Who is it?" At that moment, the voice that rang out made the one-eyed woman gasp. She tried to turn her head, but the sticky air and the decaying scent of blood rendered her immobile. "I knew you'd come this way." The one-eyed woman could tell just from the creepy warmth behind her, and the voice alone, that something almost 2 to 3 meters tall was looming over her. This entity, awkwardly mimicking a human voice, pressed something, whether bone or blade, under her chin. "Stop." The one-eyed woman raised her hands. The homeless stopped their attack and withdrew their spears. Seeing the rags soaked with blood surrounding Isaac, they were convinced of his death. But as they reached out to remove the net and extract the body, the blood-soaked rags reverted to their original color. Before the homeless could express their shock, Isaac's sword pierced through the rags, striking the neck of a nearby vagrant. Isaac emerged unscathed, not a single wound on him. Red prayer comes in handy at times like this. Red prayer as the user's body temporarily turns into a form of red mist, allowing movement unimpeded by physical barriers. In this state, all physical attacks are nullified. This was an ability he gained after devouring Heinkel Gulmer. Being able to nullify physical attacks was useful for evading surprise attacks like this. He could have used Red Petition to escape and counterattack when he was wrapped in the rags, but then he would have exposed his ability to turn into red mist. That would mean he would have to kill everyone present. That's not an option. He was supposed to embark on a noble quest as a Grail Knight. He couldn't allow rumors of bloodshed to follow him. Instead, Isaac decided to set a few clear examples. He pushed the first vagrant he struck hard into another, causing them to tumble. The archers hurriedly raised their bows again, but Isaac didn't give them a chance to react, moving swiftly to strike another homeless with his sword. Isaac only paused when his sword found its mark in another body. With each swing, a limb or a head flew off. The screams of the vagrants followed one after another, without a chance for them to catch their breath or exchange glances. Even the barbarian robbers, accustomed to rough battles, couldn't respond calmly to Isaac's methodical culling of lives. "Boss, boss!" Finally, cries for help erupted. Isaac glanced up at the second-floor window. The one-eyed woman, pale and immobile in the dark room, caught his gaze. As their eyes met, she barely managed to open her mouth to declare surrender. "Don't speak while looking at him." A chilling voice whispered from behind just as something blunt and damp flung her down to the first floor. The one-eyed woman crashed into a heap of garbage in the alley with a loud noise. Spitting out the dirty water that filled her mouth, she barely lifted her head only to meet Isaac's gaze bearing down on her chillingly. Isaac, sending a thankful thought to Zealrat's glowing red eyes on the second floor before letting him disappear back into the shadows, turned his attention back to the woman. Zealrat, true to his nature as a creature that thrived in damp underground conditions, had adeptly hidden his massive form. I surrender, I surrender." "Please," the one-eyed woman hastily declared her surrender to Isaac. In response, Isaac's sword severed her right hand, eliciting another scream. "Surrendering was smart, but you didn't think you'd get off without any pain while your subordinates died, did you?" Despite her agony, the one-eyed woman nodded frantically, the smell of burning flesh wafting through the air. The effect of the judgment sword caused her barbarian flesh and blood to incinerate. Her hand, now charred black around the wrist, would have to be amputated. "I didn't cut your tongue because I have many questions. That means every time you hide something from me, I'll cut off a useless part of you, leaving your tongue for last." The one-eyed woman's name was Jaquette. Surprisingly, she was quite forthcoming with her story. She had come from across the northern seas, abandoning her faith due to a long and complex story, and had brought her subordinates with her due to recent hardships in making ends meet. Isaac learned even more irrelevant details than he cared to know. Isaac judged these unnecessary stories as attempts to divert from the main topic, and stabbed her left hand too. Only then could he steer the conversation towards the crux of the matter. Who's selling them? Karlevin is a nobleman. As the sword of judgment hovered in front of the remaining eye of Daquette, she screamed his name in desperation. It was neither surprising nor strange that Daquette and these Barbary bandits were employed by a person named Yukar. After all, mercenaries are mercenaries when paid and bandits when not. That is why properly professional mercenaries are respected. Tell me about Karlevin. Karlevin, a nobleman, was a big name in the black market operating in Seor. He was making money through all sorts of unsavory means, from usury to smuggling, black market deals, and handling stolen goods, using his noble title. It was said that there was nothing in the Seor black market that didn't go through his hands. The problem was that after the Loricus incident, this Yukar guy expanded his business into multi-level marketing and Ponzi schemes, even involving coin schemes, pulling all the money from the bottom of Seor. Even according to Daquette's story, even the beggars in the slums had 1 or 2 Loricus coins, expecting their value to skyrocket along with the price of Loricus. In the end, Yukar was selling non-existent Loricus. If he's operating on that scale, the Golden Idol Merchant Guild must know. Isaac paused to think, then asked, "Why is Yukar buying up all the Loricus coming into Seor?" "What?" Isaac pressed the sword of judgment to Daquette's left hand, causing her to thrash in fear. No, I didn't understand the question. Yukar is, he's buying a lot of Loricus, but from what I know, it's not a significantly huge amount. Not a lot? The amount Isaac heard from Daquette was indeed insignificant. While it might seem a lot to ordinary people, it was small for a syndicate, and minuscule compared to the amount of Loricus handled by the Golden Idol. So who's buying the Loricus? The conclusion was absurd but clear. Real flower enthusiasts were buying them, and so were many fools hoping for the price of Loricus to continue rising. Most likely, the vast majority of Loricus were held by these so-called investors, who found it hard to sell, as the price of Loricus increased every day. Meanwhile, Yukar was collecting money through all kinds of scams amid the price distortion. Ultimately, Yukar's goal was not the Loricus itself, but the price distortion caused by Loricus. They didn't care what it was, as long as they could cause price distortion and a craze. Caitlin would find this absurd if she knew. Of course, there were other considerations. Whether the Golden Idol Merchant Guild was really uninvolved in this matter. While Yukar was making money through all sorts of scams, the biggest beneficiary was the Golden Idol Merchant Guild, which had gathered the most Loricus. Something's off. Isaac felt something was amiss. He was looking for who was buying the Loricus. It was clear that Yukar was making money from the Loricus incident, but that was a way of making money, not about buying the actual Loricus. However, it was certain that an informant of the Golden Idol Merchant Guild had tried to investigate Yukar and ended up dead, and Yukar was definitely involved in the distribution of Loricus. The details could be asked in person. There wouldn't be a friendly chat though. Isaac looked down at Daquette and said, "I need to meet that guy." Chapter 43. The Smell of Money 3. Yukar's house was located slightly off the center of Seor, by the riverside. This area, positioned along the river that ran through Seor, was a hub for logistics and a pleasure district frequented by many visitors. His house was the largest there. Yukar, he has the biggest organization around here, and I've heard he's also close with the market of Seor. Given that Seor was one of the Golden Idol Guild's trade hubs, the market itself was under the influence of the Golden Idol. Doubts started to arise regarding the independence of this whole situation from the Golden Idol Guild. Daquette seemed reluctant about Isaac's actions. However, having seen the trick Isaac pulled off, it was hard to tell which of the two she found more terrifying. Ignoring Daquette's words, Isaac looked straight at the front gate of Yukar's mansion. Despite the late evening, guards and patrolling soldiers around Yukar's mansion seemed unusually alert. Unlike the Barbarian bandits, these guards were properly armed, and it seemed rather tricky to mess with the soldiers. What to do when visiting the den of a major underworld figure who dominates the black market? Isaac had options: sneak in through Daquette, use stealth to infiltrate under the cover of night, or even use traitors to capture and drag him out. Isaac did not ponder for long. It was not befitting of a Grail Knight. True to his title, Isaac kicked down the front gate of the mansion. Bang! A loud noise shook the mansion in the early dawn. What's going on? Even though it was a pleasure district, it was still deep into the night when everyone was asleep. Guards rushed to the courtyard, aghast at the sight of the giant iron gate toppled over. The loud noise was indeed from the gate falling. And now, Isaac was stepping over it. An intruder! The guards quickly grasped their weapons and surrounded Isaac. Not only because they assumed anyone who could knock down such a massive gate must be powerful, but also because they feared more intruders might follow through the broken main gate. What are you waiting for? Attack! A man seemingly his superior shouted. A few guards lunged at Isaac with their spears, but Isaac easily parried, striking the spears aside and stomping them to the ground. It happened in the blink of an eye. He must be at least of knight level. Inform the nobleman right away. Mention of knight level. The soldiers kept their distance, surrounding him, but not coming too close. Swordsmanship was not exclusively a knight's prerogative. Anyone could train in it. Knights referred to those who had mastered such skills, typically far surpassing the abilities of ordinary people. Isaac waited until enough soldiers had spilled out into the courtyard. People dressed for a banquet or some party inside began to emerge, wondering what was happening. Soon, a man with a formidable aura and a sharp-looking middle-aged man appeared. Isaac could tell from the way the guards made way that this man was Yukar. Being wealthy, it was natural for him to have knight-level guards. "Who are you?" "I am Grail Knight Isaac." Isaac raised his voice when he judged enough people had gathered. Though his voice was not loud, everyone's attention was on him, making his words clearly audible. The eyes of those surrounding Isaac flickered with uncertainty, and murmurs spread. "A Grail Knight? Are there still Grail Knights around? But why would a Grail Knight be here?" The title of Grail Knight was often mentioned in legends, so it was natural for the guards to be taken aback. However, Isaac's name and deeds were not yet widely known. But at least one person here would think differently. Isaac closely observed Yukar biting his lip. However, the captain of the guard misinterpreted his silence and shouted aggressively. "What lunacy brings someone to create havoc in the middle of the night?" Archers on the terrace prepared their bows. However, Yukar raised his hand to stop them. While the captain of the guard was perplexed, Yukar approached. "I'm Yukar Levin the nobleman. Even if you are a Grail Knight, does that allow you to break into a civilian's home at night?" Isaac smiled slightly. If Yukar was so well connected in this underworld, he would have already known about Isaac being a Grail Knight, but he couldn't use his guards to kill him. A knight cannot be killed in the middle of the city. Seor was under the influence of the White Empire. As a nobleman, Yukar had to behave as if he were a follower of the Codex of Light, whether he was a believer or not. If a follower of the Codex of Light kills a Holy Grail Knight of the Light, it's a direct ticket to hell. If one does not wish to die and go to hell, the only options are apostasy or becoming a barbarian. But Yukar, who possessed much, and the other bodyguards could not afford to do so. In other words, even if Isaac blatantly reveals his identity upon entering, Yukar could do nothing about it. If I had to act, I should have used a barbarian, but that chance was missed. Therefore, Duquette's ambush must have been particularly thorough, as Yukar would have strongly advised. However, on the flip side, the only guarantee here is Isaac's life. What's important starts now. I came knowing that you're hiding a heretical relic. Return it immediately. Isaac's purpose had been this from the beginning. Isaac entered Yukar's mansion barefoot, without killing or being restrained by the guards. The mansion, which was in the midst of a banquet, was scattered with guests and foods, and cups of alcohol, as if they were invited. Yukar went out to the banquet hall, trying to manage the atmosphere. "It's nothing, everyone. It seems there was a misunderstanding with the order, and that's why the commotion occurred. Please continue to enjoy the party." The guests, dressed in fine clothes, exchanged uneasy glances, but shared drinks upon seeing that no further commotion occurred. Now their eyes turned from unease to interest, mostly towards the young paladin, Isaac, who entered with Yukar. At that moment, Isaac's eyes met someone in the banquet hall. It was Caitlin, the branch manager of the Golden Idol Guild from Seor. She looked at Isaac with surprised eyes. However, Isaac, putting a finger to his lips, followed Yukar. "Come this way." Yukar led Isaac to the reception room, and immediately ordered the servants to prepare the finest wines and a table of drinks. Perhaps the alcohol might be poisoned, or it could be a signal for armed soldiers to intrude. However, Isaac was unconcerned with either possibility. Yukar sat opposite Isaac. "I've heard of your reputation, Sir Knight of the Holy Grail. I haven't achieved anything noteworthy yet. I heard you survived being hunted by the human hunters of Wallachia all night, and even single-handedly defeated a knight of the Bryant Paladin Order." Yukar had to be polite to Isaac, not because the rank of a Viscount was considered low, but out of respect for the authority of the order that recognized Isaac. In this world, the Order's authority was overwhelming. "I'm not here to listen to flattery, Yukar." But Isaac maintained a high-handed stance. It might have been possible to show courtesy, but currently, it seemed advantageous to adopt an attitude of superiority. Such people quickly cause trouble if they perceive you as weaker than them. However, contrary to Isaac's expectations, Yukar did not seem particularly intimidated. Isaac frowned. It was either because Yukar had nothing to fear or he sensed a background powerful enough to overwhelm a Holy Grail Knight. Isaac decided to probe Yukar's secret. "You have it, don't you?" The shepherd's crook. Yukar was remarkably good at hiding his inner thoughts. However, Isaac's eyes could not be deceived. Suddenly, his left eye turned into the eye of chaos, tinged with purple. Invisible tentacles that crawled up from chaos began to probe Yukar's innermost secrets. "How did he know?" "I don't understand what you mean." Yukar acted with a calmness that could even surprise Isaac. Whether it was because of his wariness towards Isaac, or because the walls around his mind were so solid, Isaac couldn't delve deeper, but the fragmented information was enough. Looking any closer, he feared tentacles might start crawling out from behind his eyelids. Isaac withdrew his eye of chaos and spoke. I came to Seor in the first place to look for the Shepherd's Crook. I was planning to ask around slowly about its whereabouts, but I noticed that the city was in turmoil because of Loracus. For the first time, a slight unease appeared on Yukar's face. Of course, Isaac could not remember all the relics in the nameless chaos. He only remembered those that were essential for completing the game or were very powerful. The Shepherd's Crook was neither essential for game completion nor powerful, but it had a special function. It could manipulate the emotions of beings with a certain level of mental strength or lower. Typically, true to its name, it was used to control animals or make hostile monsters friendly. It was an item used like a shepherd controlling a flock of sheep. However, it could not control beings with high intelligence, like humans. At first, I didn't connect this situation with the Shepherd's Crook. Humans can't be controlled by it. Then, I wondered, why Loracus? Why indeed? It's simple. Loracus has the effect of lowering magic resistance. Magic resistance affects not just magic, but also divine power. Yukar started by buying up Loracus in large quantities at high prices, artificially spreading its trend. Of course, he didn't have enough money to manipulate the market price by himself, but greed is like dominoes. As rumors spread that someone was buying up Loracus in large quantities, all sorts of rumors circulated. New effects of Loracus were discovered, or it had started to become hugely popular overseas. Sensitive merchants also joined in one by one, and various types of Loracus flooded into Seor. The innate ability of Loracus, the weakening of magic resistance, didn't matter whether it was in bulb, bloomed form, dried and crushed, or brewed into tea. As Seor filled with the scent of Loracus, the city's overall magic resistance naturally weakened. That means even those who wouldn't normally have joined in such folly began to participate a little. And with the Shepherd's Crook, it was easy to stir greed in the collective consciousness. The real step to explode the trend was next, involving the golden idol top brass in this trend. Then, the door opened, and a maid brought in a bottle of alcohol and 2 glasses. Various snacks were placed on the table, but neither Isaac nor Yukar paid them any attention. Should I wait outside? It seems it will be cleared up soon, so wait. Following Yukar's command, the maid waited by the door. However, Isaac closely observed the maid. Her movements and the heavy tension peculiar to someone trained suggested she was prepared for both poison and soldiers. But Isaac calmly poured the wine into Yukar's glass. The party seemed quite grand. This top-quality wine, along with all the beverages served to the guests, was mixed with the sweet, scented Loracus. The real targets Yukar wanted to incite were not the crowd, but the wealthy magnates and power brokers. They were specifically fed alcohol mixed with Loracus to significantly lower their magic resistance and incite their greed. As a result, Yukar could open the prelude to a skyrocketing trend that could swallow Seor, and even the entire empire, without much effort. Now, here's the problem, Isaac said, tapping on the table with a glass full of alcohol. What if it was revealed that there was no reason for the trend of Loracus, and that it was merely manipulation by a relic? Isaac's finger flicked, pushing over and toppling the glass. Chapter 44. The sound of a wine glass sliding across the table did not capture Yukar's attention. Instead, he promptly responded to Isaac's question. One would surely die. It was an ambiguous statement. Was he implying that Isaac would die, or was he referring to himself? Feeling perhaps his comment was too provocative, Yukar continued. Do you have any idea how many power brokers, merchants, and knights are involved with Loracus? Even farmers have gotten involved. Imagine telling those whose heads are ablaze with joy that the treasure they've purchased is actually trash. What do you think would happen? Yukar maintained a calm demeanor as he spoke to Isaac. Do you think they would listen to you? With their entire fortunes at stake, they might ignore you, or perhaps they might do something far more drastic to prevent the prices from falling. Isaac realized why Yukar was not perturbed. He wasn't concerned about the Shepherd's Crook being exposed. So many were already entangled in the Loracus situation. Even without the Shepherd's Crook inciting them, the whole of Seor was rolling forward on the inertia of desire. Even knowing that destruction was the only end, no one could stop. Given the situation has reached this point, Holy Grail Knight, may I say something? Go ahead. I don't know if you're aware, but there are no paladins within the golden idol top brass. It was an unexpected turn. Why suddenly bring up the golden idol top brass and paladins? Yukar didn't wait for Isaac's response and added, not even priests or angels. Only followers are present in the golden idol top brass. The reason the golden idol top brass could blend into the districts of other faiths without being heavily guarded by the 9 faiths is precisely because it lacked priests, paladins, and angels. Even the existence of the golden idol as a deity was sometimes questioned. However, merchants have felt the grace of the deity on their wandering paths, escaped bankruptcy through his blessing, and testified to unexpected fortunes and great profits. Thanks to the faith of these merchants, the golden idol top brass has maintained its influence among them. Why is that? If there were priests and paladins, they would have their own positions, and differing positions could lead to disputes. Disputes would make it difficult for merchants to permeate among different faiths and conduct trade. It would prevent them from achieving their most important doctrine, the pursuit of profit. Isaac, who had already seen the ending through the golden idol top brass, was well aware of this fact. Paladins and priests may be absent, even angels. But tell me, does the golden idol as a deity truly exist? Is this suddenly a theological discussion? Other faiths communicate with their deity through priests, but there are no priests in the golden idol top brass, meaning there's no way to communicate with the deity. It's uncertain if he even exists. I see your point. Are you a follower of the golden idol top brass? Yes. Isaac seemed to understand the structure. Sor had two branch managers, Caitlin, who sought legitimate trade in the light, and Yukar, who did not shy away from any means to make money in the shadows. It wouldn't be strange if Caitlin, working in the shadows, was unaware of what Yukar was doing. Their fields were entirely different, and from the start, Yukar's views within the golden idol top brass seemed to cross the line. Are you annoyed that a paladin from another faith is telling you what to do? Not an incorrect statement. Yukar glared at Isaac as he spoke. If there had been a paladin on top of the golden idol as well, you wouldn't have been able to come here and create such a scene. A priest could curse your pocket to make holes in it. A tight curse indeed. Isaac snorted in disdain. Then, may I say something? Please do. Bring me a shepherd's crook by tomorrow. If you pass it quietly, the furor over the Loricus will also die down quietly. But when I come back, it won't end with just a conversation if you're compliant. Yukar just glared at Isaac without responding, but there was nothing he could do. Even as a member of the Golden Idol's top echelon, killing a paladin of the Codex of Light within the White Empire was tantamount to social suicide. The Golden Idol's top echelon might even kill Yukar to cut off the trail, if such an event were to happen. Isaac picked up the bottle of alcohol Yukar had offered. Even though something strange was mixed in, it seems like good alcohol. I'll be taking this. Lord Isaac. As Isaac was leaving Yukar's mansion and heading back to his accommodations, he heard someone calling him. Caitlin was leaning out of the carriage, calling out to him. She practically jumped down from the carriage and approached Isaac. What just happened? Why were you at the Count of Riben's mansion? Did you know that guy is the head of a criminal organization? Caitlin frowned but didn't deny knowing it. I've heard stories of Count Riben dabbling in crime, but we can't afford to distance ourselves from him. If we get on bad terms with the biggest black hand in Seor, it would easily ruin our business. Isaac didn't blame her for her stance. Caitlin was a merchant, not a judge or a hero. To a merchant, as long as their people aren't harmed and their goods sell well, that's enough. Did you also know he's been swindling people with Loricus, making a fortune? We did interact frequently for business, but as far as I know, he wasn't buying up much Loricus. It was on a similar level to other conglomerates, and about 1/10 of our consortium. Isaac looked at Caitlin with pity. Caitlin would have drunk the Loricus wine and been tempted by the shepherd's figurine. Thinking about how the Golden Idol's top echelon played a major role in the Loricus price surge, she was also being used. But if it weren't for the shepherd's figurine, would she really not have gotten involved in the trend? That's unlikely. In the end, she would have ended up collaborating with Yukar, whether she liked it or not. Isaac finally spoke up. It's all been manipulated by Yukar. Isaac explained to Caitlin what he had discovered. The spike in Loricus prices was artificially created by Yukar using the shepherd's crook. To do this, he fed Loricus wine to the magnates and power players of Seor, stirring up their greed. There was actually no basis for the Loricus price surge at all. Caitlin's expression grew darker as she listened, especially when she heard that there was no basis for the Loricus price spike. She touched her cheek several times. I had assumed that some hidden effect of Loricus had been discovered, or it was because of war preparations. Not everything in the world happens based on solid grounds. Caitlin sighed deeply. Then it's pointless to track where the Loricus is going. It must have scattered, with people hoping for its price to rise. Well, likely so. Caitlin seemed to ponder for a moment before asking Isaac. So does this conclude our agreement? What are you planning to do about Yukar? He will be dealt with within our consortium. Even though he hired barbarians for the job, since it involved harming a fellow member, it's right that we handle it ourselves. We operate on the principle of respecting each other's territories, and I never expected him to go this far. Isaac decided to introduce Caitlin to Daquette. Since Barbarian lacks faith or a deity, he would confess easily. Perhaps under Daquette's hand, Yukar might even meet his end. Are you proceeding with the contract as usual? If you wish, I can pay in cash right now. Perhaps this was her main concern. Caitlin, having heard Isaac's words, was already anticipating a drop in the Loricus prices. Although the dramatic decline might not happen as Yukar said, since Seor was already rolling on the inertia of greed, a drop is still a drop. She might have thought it cheaper to settle the contract with Isaac now. How much? However, Isaac decided to hear her out. The amount Caitlin proposed was surprisingly large, enough to buy Yukar's mansion. That much? Preventing a potential great loss to our consortium warrants this much at least. Caitlin seemed rather relieved. Just as she said, being the first to know that the Lorakus prices would fall meant that the Golden Idol Guild could minimize losses. In fact, if played well, they could even come out with a profit. However, Isaac shook his head after a moment of thought. There's a contract with the Golden Idol guaranteeing security, so it's better not to break it. Let's see after a month. My faith may not align, but a god is still a god. Isaac paused mid-sentence. There are no paladins in the Golden Idol Guild, you said. Yes. Is that really true? In other faiths, breaking an oath to a deity could result in a curse or, in the worst case, paladins or angels coming after them. But the Golden Idol had none of those. Yukar, being a member of the Golden Idol Consortium and lamenting the absence of priests, paladins, and angels, might be seeking something that is most desired by someone with such deficiencies. Like other orders, he might desire the miracles of priests and the power of paladins. What Yukar wants is neither money nor power. Isaac had an intuition that a paladin of the Golden Idol would come after him. Late at night, a deep fog settled over Seor. Isaac was staying at a luxurious facility provided by Caitlin. The accommodation, operated by the Golden Idol Consortium itself, had facilities and a guest service system that would be considered excellent even by modern standards. This also meant that many employees worked for the accommodation. In this era without machines, operating facilities as comfortably as those in the modern era required manpower. Therefore, a stranger blending in naturally went unnoticed. Because after all, it was just a woman dressed as an ordinary maid. The maid, carrying a laundry basket, passed among people without arousing any suspicion. She checked the register at the counter, sneaked out a master key, and reached her destination without any hindrance. Soon, the maid arrived at her room. She used the master key to enter, finding it empty. The maid looked around the room as if to check its layout, and then approached the bed. Standing on the bed, she looked up for a moment before suddenly thrusting her hand upwards. A red spear emerged from thin air, piercing through the ceiling in an instant. Boom! The sound of the roof being pierced echoed. However, the maid's face twitched. She did not feel the sensation of piercing flesh and bone she expected. Among the falling dust, the maid transformed into red mist and surged upwards. The red mist seeped through the hole in the ceiling created by the spear. Quickly reverting to her original form, the maid looked around, but the person she expected was not there. A Wallachia human hunter. You again? The maid quickly turned her head. Her target, Isaac, fully armed from armor to sword, was looking at her. It was that maid after all. Somehow, her gaze seemed more ferocious than that of ordinary knights. Chapter 45. Chapter 45. The Lightkeeper. When I already anticipated this, the maid spoke coldly. It wasn't hard to predict. But I didn't know you'd be a Wallachia human hunter. Isaac had expected a paladin from the Golden Idol to come for him. A paladin that could be associated with the Golden Idol Guild, known for not having any paladins, was essentially a mercenary. The Golden Idol had the power to hire paladins from different faiths without hesitation and pit them against each other, just like Caitlin hired Isaac and Yukar hired the Wallachia hunter standing before him now. They might not consider it a power, but it was something no other faith outside the Golden Idol could do. Moreover, mercenaries hired by the Golden Idol Consortium could receive blessings of luck from the Golden Idol. With a swift motion, the maid launched her spear. Isaac felt a familiar sensation from the barely missed spear trajectory. Her skills were not ordinary, surpassing those of Wallachia hunters he had previously encountered in a valley. Almost or slightly less skilled than Heinkel. Impressive. Isaac tensed up, readying himself for a tight battle if it came down to pure skill. Of course, Isaac had no intention of fighting fair, assuming his opponent felt the same. What's your relation to Heinkel Golmer? The maid seemed to ignore Isaac's question, but her spear trembled slightly. Trying to hide it was futile. Her ability to transform into red mist and her mastery with the spear clearly indicated she was trained by the same person. Isaac quickly deduced that the maid was affiliated with the Gulmer ducal house. Don't tell me you're Hesibel Gulmer? The heir to the Gulmer ducal house, right? The maid clenched her teeth. Her inability to hide her facial expressions was evident. The dramatic change in her emotions was too conspicuous to be angry about being discovered. Her face was filled with shame and anxiety. Why would the heir to the Gulmer ducal house be here, dressed as a maid, working as a mercenary? Hey! The maid finally yelled, swinging her spear wildly. With tremendous force, the walls and pillars were ripped apart, leaving a massive scar. Watching this, Isaac couldn't help but feel bewildered. Really? Hesibel seemed to lose her strength, lowering the tip of her spear. Isaac didn't miss the opportunity and launched himself forward with Isaac swordsmanship, 8 branches. In an instant, the walls, floor, and ceiling of the room were ripped apart with 8 trajectories aiming at Hesibel. Caught off guard by Isaac's sudden change in stance, Hesibel was unprepared for a fight, expecting a conversation instead. Spear wasn't a weapon that could be readily prepared without a prior stance, showing its large preparatory movements. Isaac noticed that among the 8 movements he initiated, 2 trajectories wounded Hesibel, but the rest were deflected. Despite the brief moment, Hesibel managed to execute advanced spear techniques, evident from the smoothly penetrated marks on the walls where she struck. Had Isaac not dodged or blocked, those strikes would have precisely bored holes through him. The wounds on Hesibel, as if gnawed by a saw, quickly healed into a mist of blood. Realizing he couldn't kill her without using his tendrils, Isaac opened up for a conversation. "Shall we talk?" "This bastard," she started to mutter a curse but quickly covered her mouth. Isaac shrugged. "I have no idea what you bloodsuckers are doing deep in the White Empire. Working under a criminal lord in a border city? Plotting some conspiracy?" Isaac wondered if the Wallachia hunters, like they did in the Ariat monastery, were plotting something here too. Though, to be precise, it was the plot of the Immortal Order, not the Red Grail. Hesibel gnashed her teeth, then aimed her spear at Isaac. "It's because of you." "Me? My uncle had the right of division, and you stole it. I came to retrieve it." The right of division, a relic of the Red Chalice Club, was indeed something the heir to the Gulmer ducal house would chase after, risking their life. Unable to bring an army, she would have come alone, or with a few elites. However, there were still unanswered questions. "But why are you in a maid's outfit?" "Shut up." Hesibel swung her spear again. Isaac considered mimicking the prophet of the red flesh, as he had done with Heinkel, but it seemed there was no time for that. Loud footsteps were approaching from outside. "Who's there?" Alerted by the commotion Hesibel caused, the guards and security personnel of the accommodation were rushing towards them. As it was a well-equipped lodging, there was a substantial security force. Hesibel glared at Isaac, but she had already missed her chance. She quickly disappeared into the mist that enveloped Sior, becoming a red mist herself. Isaac didn't lose track of the flow of the red mist. The main flow of logistics in Sior was through the riverside, hence the waterways were well maintained, with sewers leading into these waterways throughout the city. Isaac chose one of these underground sewers to enter. Of course, Isaac wasn't planning to wait until Yukar readily prepared the shepherd's figurine. Given that Yukar sent an assassin dressed as a maid instead of an apology, and the figurine, he would be preparing to flee or resist. In fact, this was somewhat intended. Isaac had almost ruled out the possibility of Yukar willingly handing over the relic. Instead, by striking at his weakness, Isaac thought Yukar would desperately run towards the relic. Things were going as expected. "It is within here." The will of Zilrat was conveyed to Isaac. Thanks to possessing a higher intelligence than a rat, though the speech was awkward, the vocabulary was rich. Fitting for a creature born from a rat, Zilrat was useful for assassination, infiltration, and tracking. "To think it would lead me straight to the relic this easily." Isaac smirked bitterly, concluding that Yukar had nothing but the relic to rely on. The Golden Idol Guild was deciding on his punishment, and the power brokers and merchants of Sior wouldn't be pleased to learn they had been manipulated, especially after being fed a suspicious potion. What else could Yukar rely on besides the relic? That's when it happened. "The Nameless Chaos watches over you. The Nameless Chaos desires the purification of this desecrated sanctuary. A reward from Chaos awaits you." Isaac's steps halted. The shepherd's crook is kept in a sanctuary? He knew there were sanctuaries in Sior, as important places often had one. But this place was likely a sanctuary of the Golden Idol Guild, and he had no intention of meddling with it. But it was strange that Yukar came here to borrow its power. The Golden Idol is a bit weak on the defensive side. However, it seemed clear why he had hidden here, seemingly with no place to run, and why the shepherd's figurine could exert such strong power. He had been drawing on the power of the sanctuary, and there was another entity protecting Yukar. "Hello, heir to the Gulmer ducal house." Hesibel stood facing Isaac, looking tired. Unlike the previous dawn, she was not dressed as a maid but wore the distinctive, high-quality hunting attire of a Wallachia hunter. "Don't call me that if you know my name. It feels like an insult. My name is Isaac." "You knew that, right?" Hesibel nodded and drew her spear, but she didn't seem intent on fighting immediately, resting the tip of her spear on the ground. "Just return the right of division. Then, I won't interfere and we'll go back." Isaac looked at her with interest. He had no intention of returning it, but he was curious why the heir to the Gulmer ducal house would be serving under Yukar in the dens of Sior's criminals. "Tell me why you were working under Yukar." "It's because of you. If it's about the right of division, you could have just ambushed me at night." Hesibel tried to remain silent, but Isaac pulled out the right of division from his waistband. Her eyes shook violently. "Speak the truth, and I might give it to you." You. "I swear upon the Codex of Light." Although it was a deity Isaac was indifferent about, Hesibel was startled by his oath. He hadn't expected a paladin to swear on their faith over such a matter. The possibility of regaining the right of division with just a few words tempted Hesibel to finally speak. "I ran out of travel funds while tracking you." Hesibel had been following Isaac from the Ariat Valley, thinking she just needed to retrieve the right of division and return. The problem was, this was Hesibel's first time wandering alone for months. Moreover, she hadn't anticipated the journey would take so long or require much money. Food was manageable by drinking blood, and she was accustomed to sleeping outdoors, but the harsh winter journey was unbearable for a duchess used to luxurious living. Additionally, avoiding the sun and hiring help discreetly cost a lot. By the time her funds were depleted, Hesibel had arrived in Seor. "So, you heard about the Loracus boom?" "Yes." Hesibel thought it was a good opportunity to secure funds, but she had no money left. "So, you took out a loan?" "A loan? From Yukar?" "Yes." He even demanded collateral. With her unclear status, only someone like Yukar, a big shot in the back alleys, would lend her money, and that too against collateral. Perhaps the collateral was the very goal. Being the heir to the Gulmer ducal house, Hesibel had plenty of valuables that could serve as collateral. Isaac looked at her incredulously. "Did you actually pledge another relic as collateral?" "Yes, and with that money, I bought Loracus coins." Hesibel bit her lip several times. "That's absurd. Dealing with heavy earths, melting Loracus seemed less practical than Loracus coins, right? Besides, cash was said to be a primitive relic of the past. Loracus coins were supposed to replace all cash in the future. At first, they even paid dividends, but then, the problem began when the payment of dividends started to delay. Yukar told her that, as the price of Loracus rose, so did the value of Loracus coins, suggesting she sell them to make money. Hesibel believed him and bought more Loracus coins. By the time she realized, she had less than a third of the money left from when she pledged the relic. Greed had engulfed not only the foolish farmers, merchants, and power brokers, but also the heir to the ducal house of the Waleka kingdom. "How could you be so foolish? Did you drink the Loracus wine too?" Isaac almost blurted out those words, but managed to restrain himself. "Just kill Yukar and take the money." "I can't. Then I won't be able to retrieve the relic," Hesibel muttered, stabbing the ground with her spear. "And, if you talk nonsense, the price of Loracus will crash. I'm stuck with Loracus coin gold at 4.2 each. If the price of Loracus goes up, I can pay off my debt and get the relic back. I will stop you at all costs." The cry of a high-rise dweller trapped on the 42nd floor echoed heroically through the sewer. Chapter 46. Chapter 46. The Lightkeeper 2. After the roar of Hesibel echoed through the underground waterways, there was a moment of silence between the two. A bit of time passed before Isaac spoke up. "So you're saying you'll go back if I return the right of division? But if you've already left a relic as collateral, shouldn't you retrieve that as well?" Hesibel seemed perturbed by Isaac's point. "Him? Ah, yes. The relic I left as collateral, it's not as important as the right of division. I did lose out significantly, but still." Though Hesibel grunted in discomfort, it seemed she couldn't easily give up the Loracus coin. Recovering the right of division was important, but not to the point of suffering a great loss. Of course, Isaac had no intention of returning the right of division. "Fine. It was a pathetic reason, but my curiosity has been satisfied. And here I thought Yukar had the savvy to involve a Wallachia hunter as well." It was doubtful if there was anyone as foolish as Hesibel. Of course, there were likely a few knights who were duped by the surge in Loracus, thinking Yukar could act boldly in front of Isaac for that reason. "Come then, try to retrieve it. Your uncle's skills were pitiful. Let's see how impressive the niece is. You're not going to return the right of division? Even though you swore on the Codex of Light?" "The Codex of Light says not to return it." That was a lie. Hesibel, being a paladin, seemed to experience cognitive dissonance, realizing that Isaac, who had sworn an oath to God, would break it so readily. Such a thing was unthinkable in this era, especially for paladins and priests, as they would face immediate repercussions. But for Isaac, who was not a Codex of Light paladin, it was irrelevant. Isaac immediately charged at Hesibel. Hesibel, hissing, raised her spear. The tip of her spear sharply aimed at Isaac, but what appeared in front of her was the division ritual. "Damn you!" she screamed, barely twisting the tip of her spear away. "That's not a weapon, you madman." "I know." The right of division was a ceremonial sword, sharp enough to cut bone, but not sturdy, used for sacrifices or rituals. Hesibel, aware of this, feared her spear might damage or break the delicate blade of the division ritual. In essence, Isaac was swinging around something equivalent to a national treasure of Wallachia. Enough. Struggling not to clash with the enemy's weapon while attacking, Hesibel was at a significant disadvantage. She gritted her teeth and transformed her body into a red mist, attempting to attack Isaac from behind. However, at that moment, Isaac's body also transformed into red mist. The two red mists violently mixed together. Crack thud. A sound like bones breaking followed, as the two were violently thrown apart. Hesibel lay on the floor of the underground waterway, gasping. What the? Transforming into mist was common for her, but mixing with another mist was unprecedented. The mists, upon merging, were expelled by a powerful force, as if something that should not happen had occurred. More shockingly, Isaac had used the Red Prayer, a miracle of the Red Chalice. How could he use the Red Prayer? At that moment, Hesibel recalled Isaac casually breaking the oath he made on the Codex of Light, and mentioning the prophet of the red flesh at the sight of Heinkel's death. That ominous thought quickly overwhelmed her. Could it be? For real? This doesn't feel right. Isaac, already standing, looked down at Hesibel. I wanted to try a few experiments, but this should be enough. Violet eyes gleamed menacingly in the darkness, surrounded by eerie tendrils. Certainly not the appearance of a codex of light paladin. What is this? Let's end the conversation here. Hesibel reflexively hurled her spear at Isaac. Isaac did not move. Instead, something that sprung from his left arm quickly wrapped around Hesibel's spear. The thing, as thick as a forearm, snapped the spear as if it were a toothpick, and even crunched the fragments. Hesibel dumbly watched the tentacle that had shattered her spear, harder than steel. In the meantime, the tentacle, like a snake, crawled up Hesibel's body and pressed its end in front of her eyes. Accustomed to darkness, Hesibel could see teeth, thorns, and eyes wriggling between the tentacles. With a scream, she immediately fled the spot. Her breath was short. Hesibel was lost in the maze, like underground waterways of Seor. Where is this? Where on earth is the exit? The structure of the waterways was complex and dark. The waterways seemed to have been built a long time ago, with layers of stones of different styles and materials piled up. Even as a vampire familiar with darkness, this ancient darkness made her feel afraid. No, what truly frightened her was the unidentified entity chasing her through the darkness. Pant, when her breath became short and her movements slowed, Hesibel felt a hot breath and sticky warmth on her back. She screamed and started running again. She had already given up on escaping by transforming into a red mist. It was a limited ability, and she had exhausted its uses. Moreover, the opponent could transform into red mist too, making it nonsensical to try and escape that way. What exactly are you, uncle? What have you fought against? Fear consumed her mind. The terror was so intense that she thought it might be better to fight and die. At least if she were eaten, she might find some peace. But the reason she couldn't stop was that the identity of that thing was unknown. Disciples of the Red Chalice Club are invited to the banquet of the Red Chalice upon death. There, enjoying beautiful things, gourmet food and pleasures was the heaven of the Red Chalice. But now, she was at risk of becoming the menu at that banquet, not a guest. Is it okay to die? Is it really okay to be eaten by that thing? Some kinds of death offer a more terrible fate than ordinary death, robbing the disciples of their promised afterlife. There was a rumor that being killed by barbarian meant neither heaven nor hell, but generally, it happened when cursed by a god or killed by an entity one should never meet. Hesibel worried that Isaac might be such an entity. Eventually, when she could hardly take another step due to shortness of breath, there were only two choices left: to fight bravely, risking her life, to enter the banquet of the Red Chalice honorably. Please save me. Please just spare my life. Or to grovel pathetically for her life. Hesibel chose the latter. With the identity of Isaac unknown, she couldn't gamble. As the heir to a ducal family, she had the duty to pursue the lost relic and uphold her family's honor. Above all, she couldn't afford to die just anywhere. She rather hoped Isaac was indeed the prophet of the red flesh. If Isaac was truly the prophet of the red flesh or his representative, perhaps she could be forgiven for interfering with his plans. If not, she might wander some horrendous place, neither heaven nor hell. Hesibel waited for Isaac's mercy, her head buried in the mire. Though no sound was heard, the presence of Isaac beyond the darkness was palpable. The air, in the hot, underground waterway, carried the stench of stale blood. Then, Hesibel felt something probing at her nape. Chills ran down her body. She knew without looking that it was the tentacle that had devoured her spear. If it bit into her neck and head as it had with the spear, she would die without even screaming. Please save me. Yet, all Hesibel could do was beg in a mosquito-like voice. She felt a gaze upon her for a moment before a sharp pain at her nape. She tightly shut her eyes. After a while, Hesibel slowly opened her eyes. She thought she might be dead, but there was no banquet, no hell-like scene. She was still face down in the damp underground waterway. The air around her was no longer hot, and the foul smell had vanished, but it took almost 10 minutes before she could lift her head. Realizing there was nothing around her, Hesibel immediately got up and started running. But fearing her footsteps were too loud, she began to walk quietly again. Half crying, half laughing, Hesibel vowed to herself, I must never get close to that man again. Never. Maybe I should have just eaten her. Isaac felt an odd sense of hunger as he licked his lips. Initially, he had no intention of sparing Hesibel, who lay prostrate in the mud. It had been a while since he had eaten, and he rarely spared those who sought his life. However, the reason he spared Hesibel was simple. Having already consumed Heinkelgolmer, a superior entity, he didn't see any additional abilities to gain from her. Moreover, her earnest pleas for forgiveness somehow made him lose any desire to kill her. Knowing their true intentions breeds unnecessary sympathy. Had he not been able to see into Hesibel's heart with the Eye of Chaos, he would have simply devoured her to prevent future trouble. However, what he saw within Hesibel through the Eye of Chaos was nothing but fear of Isaac, and a promise to never confront him again. It seemed unlikely that her resolve would change easily. Isaac implanted a parasite from beyond in her nape. If Hesibel were to betray or divulge information about Isaac, her brain would explode. Otherwise, she would suffer from headaches for a while. A small price to pay for sparing her life. Isaac continued through the underground waterways. He had let Hesibel go with the parasite because he thought she might lead him to Yukar. He had hoped that the panicked Hesibel might stumble upon Yukar's location, but it ended with her just wandering aimlessly until this point. Though disappointed, the venture was not without its gains. Wandering around, he stumbled upon the aura of a sanctuary. The nameless chaos watches over you. Don't rush me. As Isaac followed the underground waterway, he felt his heart pounding more with each step, a symptom of nearing a sanctuary. It wasn't Isaac's heart that pulsed, but the tentacles, the beating transmitted from the watchful eyes of the nameless chaos from beyond. Around the corner of the waterway, a soft yellow light leaked out. Approaching the flickering light, he finally entered a large space filled with the sight he had anticipated. This was the sanctuary of the Golden Idol. The room was filled corner to corner with brilliant gold and silver treasures and dried loricus petals. In the center, surrounded by odd ceremonial patterns and decorations, sat Yukar, clutching a shepherd figurine tightly to his chest, as if it would crumble. Isaac, seeing this, couldn't help but comment sarcastically. Were you sad that the Golden Idol Guild lacked a proper order? Or did you just want to imitate other orders? Yukar's mouth dropped open as he stared at Isaac. This pitiful human claims he can become the true god of the non-existent Golden Idol, replacing it. It wasn't Yukar's voice. Isaac quickly recognized who the speaker might be. Are you also an ancient god? Chapter 47. Chapter 47. The Lightkeeper, through Yukar, remained motionless, as if he himself had become the shepherd's crook he clutched. But Isaac sensed something behind him. Just as Yukar clung to the shepherd's crook, something translucent seemed to be squeezing Yukar with a grip that could crush him. At first glance, it resembled a pig, but its appearance was so mixed and muddled that it was hard to identify accurately. What's your name? This human doesn't know my name yet, but you, a hybrid born of the unholy union between an angel and a human, could perhaps bear knowing my name. Translucent pig squirmed as it whispered its name. But it wouldn't be fun to just tell you. I'll give you a riddle. A riddle? Yes, I am the cold sun, the treasure god Galrua. Galru was seen taken aback, lost for words. Isaac had recognized the pig's form immediately. In the game, Galrua was an event monster that appeared without a fixed location, issuing riddles and unleashing monsters that didn't match the player's level if they failed to answer, leading to the player's death. According to the lore, it followed the scent of the greedy, killing them to take what they had. In any case, an ancient god that took the form of a pig and issued riddles could only be Galrua, and it seemed likely that Yukar could have only summoned that being. How did you know my name, hybrid? It should have been forgotten by now. Were you about to pose a question nobody could answer? You're insane. Isaac wasn't surprised by the existence of an ancient god. He had a familiar premonition when he learned of the sanctuary's presence. The nameless chaos was excited not just because of the sanctuary, but because it had sensed the ancient god. After consuming the sanctity of Zihilrat, the nameless chaos was craving other divinities. Isaac looked around. From the lavish decorations, it was clear this place was originally the sanctuary of the Golden Idol. But it seemed Yukar had corrupted it for his own purposes. What were you planning to do here? Actually, I don't care. Just die. Isaac extended his tentacles to attack Galrua. He also commanded Zilrat, who was hiding in a drainage hole preparing an ambush, to attack while he rushed in as well. Caught off guard from both sides, Galrua was unable to defend. No, it lacked the ability to defend. Isaac's tentacles pierced through Yukar's chest, and Zilrat bit off his neck. Suffering fatal wounds in 2 places, Yukar died instantly. You're hasty, hybrid paladin. Yukar, with his neck broken, managed to speak. Although it was Yukar's voice, Isaac knew its essence was Galrua. Galrua still clung to Yukar in its translucent form. Isaac frowned and retracted his tentacles. You're powerful, but fortunately, I haven't fully resurrected yet. I'm suspended between reality and unreality. It's impossible to kill me physically. This meant Yukar wasn't the medium keeping Galrua even partly alive. Nor was it the shepherd's crook. It wasn't a powerful enough relic. Galrua, clutching Yukar's body tighter, spoke. There's no need for unnecessary conflict. Paladin, I don't enjoy fighting. Then why don't you just kill yourself? I am the god of greed and treasures. Paladin, let's make a deal. Galrua, also known as the god of wealth, was worshipped by traders until the Golden Idol appeared. While the Golden Idol, whatever its form, symbolized deals, markets, and finance involving cooperation with others, Galrua represented pure greed, the pursuit of monopoly. A wicked ancient god proposing a deal to a paladin? I don't know which god you serve, but you're not a minion of the lighthouse. So, what's the harm? I don't care who you are. I can give you what you want. Galrua extended its hand towards Isaac. I can sense your greed, paladin. Do you seek people's recognition? Do you desire victory in your grasp? I can help you. Wouldn't it be reassuring to have a god as your ally? Isaac found this amusing. Sure, the conservative Book of Light might disagree, But other faiths didn't necessarily consider deals as acts of apostasy, as long as their doctrines weren't violated. What kind of deal? Isaac asked, already knowing what Galruwa might propose. As expected, Galruwa gave the anticipated answer. Help me become the god of the Golden Idol. Yukar believed there was no god within the Golden Idol Guild. Of course, there was something that protected the followers of the Golden Idol, something sensed in coincidences, luck, and premonitions by Yukar as well. But it was a phenomenon, not a deity that could be clearly felt. He wanted a god. Like other faiths, he wanted a deity that answered prayers, bestowed miracles, provided guidance through priests, and a sword-wielding paladin to protect against other deities' followers. So, when Yukar discovered the shepherd's crook and traces of the god of wealth, he thought he might be able to fill the vacancy of the Golden Idol. Yukar wanted to personify the conceptual god. Personify? To think, speak, judge, be moved, rage, reward, and punish. Like Elil, the Red Chalice, or the Immortal Emperor. Yukar thought he could become the personification of the Golden Idol. Using me. Galruwa muttered as if amused. So, he borrowed hands here and there to resurrect me. Seems like he might have used the power of the Immortal Emperor's followers. Again? Well, I figured it involved them once ancient gods got involved. Who else but the Immortal Order could he have borrowed hands from? Seor is a trade hub city on the outskirts of the White Empire. It's common for suspicious people to enter, and for unidentified foreign items to arrive. Like Zilrat, Yukar probably didn't need to borrow the hand of a Wallachia hunter, but it ended up hiring one in effect. And for my resurrection, he ignited the flames of greed in Seor. I helped too. I told him the location of the shepherd's crook, and used the emerging trend of Lorcas for a speculation strategy. Gathering money is truly enjoyable the more you have. Isaac thought Galruwa's strategy was quite plausible. Ancient gods failed to resurrect, because they lacked followers, and were too outdated. However, Galruwa planned to devour the followers of the Golden Idol, starting with the greedy of Seor. Followers of the Golden Idol, desperate to avoid bankruptcy, would cling to the surge in Loricus, and their greed would return power to Galruwa. But Galruwa ends up not resurrecting, right? Although Galruwa could be encountered as an event monster in the game, like Zilrat, it was merely a mid-boss. It never reached the level of a faith. At most, it annoyed and frustrated players. The failure of Galruwa's strategy was inevitable, but Isaac didn't know when or why it happened. But this frail human is too weak and old to serve as my vessel. And as soon as you uncovered my identity, he came running to me, desperately begging for a way out. Galruwa sneered, looking down at Yukar. So, you want my body? That would be ideal, but you're not keen, are you? Behind Galruwa's translucent form, two eyes gleamed with greed. A healthy and young body, even a half-angel with divinity, was the perfect vessel. However, Galruwa wasn't foolish enough to lose what it had through clumsy greed. It excelled in slowly crumbling and then swallowing its targets with greed, as it had done with Yukar. Well, what do you say? Unexpectedly, Isaac responded with an action that took Galruwa by surprise. He opened his arms as if to say, "Go ahead." Galruwa stared at Isaac, baffled. You're offering your body? A strategic ancient god who can converse is better than some unknown tentacle monster. And you want to devour the Golden Idol Guild to become a god? That would instantly give me a force of my own. The Nameless Chaos watches over you. The Nameless Chaos is outraged by your ludicrous comparison. Isaac ignored the messages from the Nameless Chaos, approaching Yukar as if he was truly fine with the arrangement. Galruwa wondered if Isaac was plotting something. But even if Isaac had plans, Galruwa thought it couldn't be harmed. It was already gaining power through the greed of Seor, and could remain in a state of neither living nor dying as long as that greed sustained it, until it fully possessed a body. It didn't seem like Isaac would harm himself right after possession either. Above all, Galruwa read the immense greed within Isaac. He really thought he could swallow Galruwa and make it his own, like he had done with Yukar. Galruwa burst into maniacal laughter and lunged at Isaac. "Ha ha! I like your greed. Fine, we'll make a great combination. Let's devour the world together." As Yukar's body disintegrated, Galruwa's translucent form surged towards Isaac like a wave. Isaac opened his arms wide, welcoming Galruwa's invasion. Galruwa sensed endless possibilities and deep divinity within Isaac. And then, it felt an unfathomable abyss. What is this? What the hell is this? Galruwa was bewildered by encountering a vast void unlike anything it had ever felt within a human. Even a dead god still possessed divinity. The scale and magnitude of a soul were incomparable. Yet Galruwa felt like a mere minnow floundering in an abyss. This is, what in the world? Galruwa felt an unfamiliar emotion for the first time. Fear of the unknown. To the god of wealth, knowledge was also treasure. It enjoyed acquiring and exploring new knowledge. It wasn't averse to new experiences. His darkness, this space was different. Galruwa realized the moment it understood what lay beyond the darkness, it would reach something irreversible. It felt fear. It screamed at the fact of knowing, not knowing, and the possibility of coming to know. The scream was as frail as its presence. But someone woke up to that scream. The nameless chaos watches over you. Beyond the darkness, as vast as the darkness itself, countless eyes persistently watched over it. Galruwa belatedly noticed a being drifting in the pitch-black abyss. A being it knew well. The plague god, Zealrat. The corpse of a drifting god. Then, like minced meat, it was obliterated as massive tentacles surged up from the darkness. Before Galruwa could comprehend, its body was torn to shreds. It took less than 3 seconds for Galruwa to pounce on Isaac and be flung away again. At least, that's how it seemed to Isaac. Galruwa returned to Yukar's body, writhed on the ground, screaming as if being torn alive, trying to crawl away and escape. Ugh! Crunch crackle! Isaac wasn't unscathed either. Tentacles surged from his body, as if the nameless chaos itself was in a frenzy. Normally, the tentacles would only appear on his left palm unless his life was in danger, but now they burst forth from all over his body. Isaac quickly became engulfed in writhing tentacles. Yet, the nameless chaos, still seeming furious, tried to tear apart Yukar. Isaac had no choice but to be angry. Get back in! Go back! As if scolding a disobedient dog, he hit and chastised several times until the tentacles reluctantly retracted back into his body. Though it was an intentional act, Isaac was taken aback by the excessive reaction. Finally, as the tentacles withdrew, the nameless chaos sent a message as a warning. The nameless chaos strongly asserts that you are its possession. Chapter 48. Chapter 48. The Lightkeeper 4. Sure. It wasn't Isaac's intention, but having chosen the nameless chaos when creating his character, he had to bear its karmic consequences. Anyway, Galruwa, who had claimed it couldn't be killed because it was neither dead nor alive, predictably emerged completely battered as expected. Thought you might get digested inside, but seeing you crawl out, it seems your deeds in Seor had some success. Isaac turned to finish off Galruwa for good. However, all that was left in its place were traces of urine and a mutilated body and soul, dragging itself away in escape. That's what happens when you bite off more than you can chew. Isaac followed the trail. Trail led to stairs ascending to the surface. Save me! Galruwa twisted in agony as it ascended the stairs. To escape Isaac's body, Galruwa had to shed most of its soul, leaving it extremely weakened. It had no choice but to parasitically cling to Yukar's body to preserve whatever life force it had left. But Yukar's body was also nearly dead. It only remained somewhat alive due to the greed accumulated in Seor. A thin strand of divinity was pulling together the greed to keep him alive. Save me! Galruwa screamed silently to no one in particular. It wasn't afraid when the golden idol was slowly consuming its power, nor when Elul's army invaded to exterminate it. As long as it possessed divinity, there was always a chance for resurrection. But what it saw within Isaac was different. It mercilessly chopped and devoured Galruwa's form. Even its divinity was crushed like a snack beneath its teeth. A scream not its own echoed from somewhere. Galruwa realized it had emerged from the drainage, in the middle of a market filled with the scent of Loricus. Market vendors and locals were shocked to see something nearly a corpse, Yukar, struggling to crawl out. Though hardly in a state to judge, Galruwa thought there might still be a chance to survive. That hybrid paladin, Isaac, seemed to be hiding his true nature for some reason. Thus in the light, he couldn't unleash his tentacles. Save me! As Galruwa struggled to speak, a few locals who recognized him as human approached. They seemed baffled by how Yukar's body could still be alive, but they checked his condition, and some ran to call a priest or fetch bandages. At that moment, Galruwa's eyes flashed. Come! Galruwa's desperate cry shook the minds of those nearby. It was literally squeezing out every last bit of strength to survive and to resist the monster that would soon follow. Galruwa raised the shepherd's crook high, whispering of their desires and greed. A night has appeared to doom you. A night to bring down the temple of greed. The shepherd figuring could stir specific emotions but couldn't manipulate people's hearts. So, Galruwa appealed to their greed. It poured out every fact and circumstance from Yukar's memory. The surge in Loricus prices, manipulated power players and magnates, and the people used for their ends. It was akin to a confession, but Galruwa trusted in human greed. The trend of Loricus would spread not just in Seor, but to the heart of the empire. The flames of greed would burn across the continent, and you would hold wealth as vast as mountains. Galruwa's sweet whispers also injected fear. The paladin approaching now is a monster coming to doom you. He will destroy your homes, and make you lose your jobs. Will you sit on the ground peeling bark to eat? Having sold grain to endure the famine, did you come all this way for this? Are you going to throw away that golden future you're holding in your hands into the gutter? Protect me. If you do not, you will perish along with me. Only one person. If only one person here is buried, more money can be made. The merchants were dazzled by Galruwa's strained voice, yet they intuitively grasped the situation. They had been deceived, but if they continued to not be deceived, they would face bankruptcy. They had to believe in the lie of a rosy future ahead to survive. For that, the paladin had to die. Their eyes, flickering with madness, focused on one spot. What's this now? There stood a paladin. Isaac saw the merchants filling the market, and Yukar trying to sneak away amidst them. He wore a faint smile. Do you really think you can kill all these civilians? Even if you're hiding your monstrous nature, you can't show your true colors as long as you play the hypocrite. Even without Galrua saying it, Isaac knew that was what it thought. But Galrua couldn't reveal that Isaac was hiding a monster. It was doubtful anyone would believe it. But if Isaac's true nature were exposed, and he turned into the monster, no one could stop him. To stop Isaac, Galrua had to use his social reputation. Isaac sighed and took a step forward among the merchants. They clutched weapons picked up from somewhere, giving him a deadly look, not even sure what they intended to do with them. But such is the power of mob psychology. If even one or two of them attacked Isaac, the responsibility would disappear, and what happened afterward would be quietly overlooked. Isaac stopped. In front of him stood a familiar person. It was Hesibel Galmer. Why she was here when he thought she had fled was a mystery. Whether she was caught in Galrua's crowd control, or had lingering feelings for Isaac, she didn't know herself. When Hesibel's eyes met Isaac's, she looked as if she was about to faint, yet she seemed to be waiting for something. Isaac turned back to the merchants. Doesn't the scripture say the market is a place for all to share their scarcities? Isaac didn't particularly want to give a speech. He wasn't much of an orator to begin with, but for the sake of the performance, appropriate lines were needed. Isaac decided to quote something fitting from the scriptures. Yet, you have turned the market into a den of thieves. With a short, stern reprimand, Isaac activated ultimate skill, the lighthouse of Watcher, for the first time since testing it. At that moment, a circular halo appeared above Isaac's head, covering the market in a blinding flash of light. Vihik, a merchant of the Golden Idol Guild, was visiting the market. He saw the commotion suddenly arise on one side of the market, and was about to check it out when he was suddenly swept by an urge. Kill the paladin. It wasn't just a simple impulse but a well-structured internal logic. Vihik first felt resistance and fear to the urge, but the terror of the bankruptcy that would follow was more powerful. The debt incurred for buying Loricus, payments to mercenaries, stall fees, cart rentals, while other fears and resistances were shared by everyone in the market. The fear of bankruptcy was his and his alone. Kill the paladin. Vihik realized that he was holding the kitchen knife that the market merchant was selling, even though he didn't know why he was holding it or what he intended to do with it. However, amidst the confusion, a sudden light engulfed him. You've turned the market into a den of thieves. With a brief reprimand, a powerful beam of light made everything clear. Light and darkness, right and wrong, truth and falsehood, everything was separated and illuminated sharply. At the same time, Vihik's mind cleared. Thunk. The knife fell from his hand. What am I? Vihik, while confused, also realized the situation clearly. The light emanating from the paladin was making everything clear despite his attempts to ignore it. What followed next was shame. He couldn't comprehend what to do in the sudden rush of embarrassment. Isaac, observing the crowd's reaction, confirmed the effect of the lighthouse of the Watcher. The lighthouse of the Watcher. In the game, it's expressed as a powerful defensive skill and aura ability. Reading the flavor text, it described grandly how it distinguishes right from wrong in a world filled with confusion and darkness. But who decides what is right and wrong? Who determines such a thing? But now, Isaac knew who discerned what was right and wrong. It was the person who could control the light of the beacon. The moment Isaac cast the lighthouse of the Watcher, the rules of the Codex of Light covered everything touched by its glow. Miracles of the Golden Idol, the seduction and greed whispered by Galrua, all vanished in an instant. It's like a Y, Daria dispel effect. The Codex of Light is known as the god of light and heat, but it's also essentially the god of natural laws. Within the glow cast by the Watchtower, all miracles, magic, fiction, and deceit vanished, leaving only the norm chosen by Isaac. Here, no miracles of any faith could exist. Literally, every visible range became the sanctum of the Codex of Light itself. That's why the Lighthouse of Watcher is expressed as a powerful defensive aura skill. Any holy knight or priest of any faith would find it difficult to exert power against the Codex of Light within the Watchtower. But Isaac knew that this wasn't the end of the Watchtower's potential. Depending on Isaac's desires, he could turn the beacon in any direction. In other words, Isaac could make this sanctuary the domain of the Golden Idol or the Red Chalice. It was possible as long as he understood the respective faiths. In fact, in the game, Kalson had created the Sanctuary of the Immortal Order. When Isaac first cast the Lighthouse of Watcher, he unknowingly changed the world according to the criteria of the Nameless Chaos. Since then, Isaac had never used the Lighthouse of the Watcher recklessly again, because it was a sight he never wanted to see again. Feeling his body gradually warming, Isaac extinguished the Lighthouse of the Watcher. Just as the sunlight vanished, the halo above his head disappeared like a red sunset. The time spent casting the Lighthouse of the Watcher was so short that it was almost negligible. However, it was enough to influence the market merchants. The desires and voices of seduction spread by Galrua vanished completely. Even the greed for the Loricus explosion, that the scoundrel had spread among the merchants was completely eradicated. All that remained was a vivid sense of reality. They didn't even feel anger. They just realized the impending cold future. The merchants gradually collapsed in front of Isaac. They couldn't even think about what to do with Isaac. It wouldn't have been conceivable without Galrua's seduction in the first place. Isaac looked at them and said, "Go back." The merchants weakly looked up at Isaac. "Go back and say goodbye to your families and embrace them." Isaac passed through the merchants and went to find Galrua. Chapter 49. Chapter 49. Contract established. One Galrua had escaped yet again, not giving up. However, the merchants pointed towards the place where Galrua disappeared, guiding Isaac. Not a single person tried to stop Isaac. After all, the creature was not in a state to run far. Isaac entered an alley of the market. He felt Galrua was not far, following the traces of someone dragging themselves along the wall. Isaac walked through the market alley, contemplating how to completely finish off Galrua. Then he stopped. In front of him stood Hesibel Golmer. It wasn't to stop him. On the contrary, she held in her hands the severed head of Yukar. Isaac quietly observed Galrua, whose spirit was shrieking within the severed head. As Isaac approached, Hesibel quickly knelt down and offered the head of Yukar. Isaac extended his left hand and devoured the head of Yukar with his tendrils. The sound of bones and brain matter being crushed echoed briefly through the dark alley. While the horrific act was taking place, Hesibel remained bowed, never lifting her head. Isaac looked down at her and asked, "Why did you come back?" "I serve you, the true prophet." Hesibel herself didn't understand why she was there. Kneeling before Isaac, she pondered this fact. When Hesibel had run away from Isaac, she swore never to see him again. But she couldn't stay away. Wandering through the dark, filthy underbelly of the sewers, she felt Isaac's gaze upon her and still felt his touch on the back of her neck. Then Hesibel realized she could never escape from him, not because Isaac was pursuing her, but because she couldn't shake off her thoughts of him. On the verge of mental collapse, Hesibel clung to one possibility, hoping that Isaac truly was the prophet of the red flesh. With that desperate hope, she returned, I believe you are the prophet of the red flesh." Isaac burst into incredulous laughter. He teased her. "What if I'm not?" Hesibel had no answer. In truth, it didn't matter if he wasn't. If she couldn't escape from Isaac, she had resigned herself to be at least his pet. Believing Isaac to be the prophet of the red flesh was just a way for her to feel slightly at ease while committing what was essentially an act of apostasy. She cautiously looked up at Isaac. "You control unknown flesh and move beasts that belong to the realm of chaos. That's something the gods of light, Alil, the golden idols, or the world's forge cannot do." The faiths Hesibel mentioned were those of the White Empire or its allies. "But at the same time, you have been certified by the Paladin Order of the Codex of Light, lived with them, and brought people to their knees with your proud halo. So, this proves you are skilled in deception and spreading chaos from behind, clearly showing you are the prophet of the red flesh." Hesibel had perfectly reasoned her allegiance to Isaac. Isaac, with a gaze of chaos, was surprised by what he saw inside her. She's seriously committed. Hesibel hadn't returned with ordinary resolve. Even if the real prophet of the red flesh appeared, she was prepared to denounce him as a fake and worship Isaac as the true angel. The fanaticism of her trust was slightly chilling. She wasn't like Heinkel, who temporarily collapsed under immediate fear. She was convinced there was no other way but Isaac, and had completely persuaded herself. Scared her, sure, but to this extent? Isaac pondered the reasons behind his actions, and remembered that his charm attribute had significantly increased. Especially, the appearance of a Nephilim exerted a stronger effect on the followers of the hedonistic red chalice. He thought that her submission through fear was also due to the psychological impact of his charm. Suddenly, a strange message window appeared before Isaac's eyes. "Will you accept Hesibel Golmer, as an apostle? Becoming an apostle allows for the consumption of divinity to bestow miracles or strengthen powers." This message had not appeared when he clumsily preached to other barbarians. An apostle, not just a follower? Even Isaac, who was clumsy with religion, knew that an apostle was a very high rank. Then, Isaac realized it was because of his position within the faith of the nameless chaos. Becoming a follower after receiving teachings directly from me, who is akin to a pope and messiah, does that make her an apostle? Isaac was incredulous. Strictly speaking, Hesibel had not received any teachings or anything of the sort related to the nameless chaos. She was hardly in a position to be called a follower. However, Isaac suddenly thought it might be beneficial to accept Hesibel as an apostle. Hesibel wasn't submitting to the nameless chaos. She was submitting to Isaac. In this faith, which lacked doctrine and structure, that point might be important. Isaac placed his hand on her bowed head. She shuddered. Isaac, while contemplating all sorts of delusions, spoke to her trembling form. "I appoint you as my first apostle." At the word apostle, Hesibel carefully lifted her head to look up at Isaac. A chilling aura was emanating from Isaac, swirling around him. "I give my first command to my apostle. Isaac returned to the sewer to finish what he hadn't completed before. Eating galruwa doesn't seem to make much difference after all. It was the same when he ate zealrat. He had hoped that eating a god would change something, but besides feeling like he had eaten a tremendous amount of meat, there wasn't much difference. However, the effects of divinity manifested in areas other than Isaac himself. Isaac concentrated his consciousness on Hesibel, who was not present. Naturally, information about Hesibel appeared before his eyes. Hesibel Gulmer's position, apostle status, blind fanaticism, red prayer, parasite beyond, vampirism. Consuming divinity to strengthen a follower or apostle. Divinity was like a god's sense of satiation. By consuming it, he could strengthen followers or apostles and even bestow new miracles. Thanks to this, Isaac managed to elevate Hesibel's rank from a to S and gifted her the miracle of creating and implanting parasites. Although it consumed a significant amount of divinity, it successfully elevated her trust from mere submission to blind fanaticism. Moreover, the more a follower was bound to the faith, the more distinctly their presence was felt. If Hesibel ran to the ends of the earth, Isaac would know her location. With this, betrayal is unlikely. He also prepared a gift for Zealrat. Zealrat's position, divine beast status, absolute submission, constant camouflage, predation, under the hide, touch of chaos, minor domination. Zealrat's status had skyrocketed from being a limited-lived offspring of chaos to a divine beast, partly due to its inherent divinity, but also allowing for unexpected abilities like under the hide. This ability, one of the options initially proposed when Isaac created this character, allowed the consumption of a target and the borrowing of their skin. With this, Zealrat had the ability to disguise not just as animals, but to a certain extent as humans as well. Now, Isaac returned to his true mission. Before him appeared the sanctuary dominated by galruwa. This sanctuary is contaminated by the god of wealth. You can purify the contaminated sanctuary. Will you dedicate this sanctuary to the nameless chaos? He also considered returning the sanctuary to the golden idol. But it seemed that this sanctuary had been neglected by the followers of the golden idol for a long time. It might have been something secretly managed by Yukar, or perhaps it wasn't considered very important. It's hard to tell the significance of a sanctuary just by looking at it. Might as well make good use of what's been discarded. Isaac placed his hand on the altar and declared, I dedicate this sanctuary to the nameless chaos. As with the sanctuary of Zealrat, tentacles extending from his hand implanted a pulsating heart within the sanctuary. Accompanied by the beating sound of a heart, Isaac felt remarkably at ease both physically and mentally. The energy depleted, while using the lighthouse of the Watcher, was swiftly replenished. A reward for sanctuary purification by chaos has been granted. Choose one of the following 3 rewards. Scythe of the perimeter turns the edges of the tentacles into saw blades, tearing apart everything they touch. The collar from the abyss induces madness in the target, restraining and slowing them down. Color beyond spreads darkness that obscures vision across the area and induces chaos. Isaac let out a shallow moan, not out of confusion, but because all the choices were necessary for him. Fighting galruwa, Isaac realized the existence of enemies immune to physical attacks. If the scythe of the perimeter could truly affect everything, it could be a weapon effective against such entities. But I'm not in dire need of attack power right now, and it's unlikely I'll encounter many of those enemies, so I'll pass on that. Next was the collar from the abyss. It seemed similar to color beyond in terms of being a debuff, but the collar from the abyss seemed like a stronger and faster debuff targeting a single entity, whereas color beyond appeared to be an area-wide debuff affecting multiple targets. The collar from the abyss might be more effective. Especially, such skills are influenced by charisma. If a powerful enemy like Hesibel appears and falls into madness, attacking allies or becoming incapacitated, it could be very useful. However, Isaac ultimately chose color beyond. The deciding factor was the part about spreading darkness to obscure vision. Right now, being noticed by others restricts my actions, but with this skill that summons darkness, he could obscure visibility to some extent even during the day. If he could utilize his swordsmanship or tentacles under the cover of darkness, it would make overcoming difficult situations much easier. Moreover, paradoxically, Isaac's main difficulty wasn't facing a single powerful enemy, but rather multiple foes. This was because the endurance of the Nephilim race was too low for prolonged battles. Despite some regrets, the most optimal choice was color beyond. Isaac felt the effect of the sanctuary, as the entirety of Seor became vividly clear to him. Even the effects of greed, which had not been directly exposed to the lighthouse of the Watcher, and thus remained, began to fade slowly due to the proclamation of the sanctuary. Come morning, everyone's mind would clear, and they would face reality. Isaac could distinctly feel the atmosphere and unrest spreading from the Seor market. Of course, as Galruwa said, their greed wouldn't disappear overnight. Many people's livelihoods and lives were at stake. But for those who needed to read the situation and act quickly, it would feel like a pressing issue. Isaac, reading the dismay of the Golden Idol Seor branch manager, Caitlin, smiled. Let's see about collecting some dues then. Chapter 50. Contract established. To Caitlin, the regional director of the Golden Idol Guild in Seor, was beyond flustered, now in a state of panic. She had already heard reports of a bizarre flash of light occurring near the market a few days ago. The story was that Isaac, the Grail Knight she had commissioned, was pursuing Yukar when it happened. The news of Isaac being ambushed made her heart sink, intuiting it was Yukar's doing. She hadn't expected such a public spectacle to unfold in just 2 days. Both Isaac and Yukar seemed out of their minds. But she had thought it was directly unrelated to her, until merchants affiliated with the Golden Idol Guild began to announce their departure en masse. As I said, we want to clear out the remaining stock and focus on our original wheat trade. Vidic looked somewhat despondent. Caitlin grew anxious. She had no authority to force merchants to deal in specific goods, only to advise and warn them. The worst she could do for truly unacceptable actions was expel them from the corporation or ban their trade. But the problem was that the whole of Seor seemed to be withdrawing from the Loracus trade. Just a few days ago, Loracus prices had hit their peak, especially after rumors that the Granth family of the White Empire had shown interest in Loracus. There was widespread speculation that investing in Loracus was a lucrative venture, but suddenly, everyone wanted out, and Caitlin couldn't understand why. Rumors of what Yukar did spread already, but even then, selling to other cities should still be profitable. The issue was that once the trend in Seor, the epicenter of the fashion, cooled, the enthusiasm in other cities also began to wane. The market atmosphere had already turned bleak, with many who were late to the trend turning back upon sensing the mood. Once the bubble of such trends bursts, it collapses swiftly. Caitlin, who had been slowly planning an exit strategy, was understandably nervous. All right, I won't dissuade you, but you're aware of the penalties for breach of contract and the damage to your credit rating, right? Yes, of course. Vidic's calm response took Caitlin aback again. She didn't want to be harsh to a fellow corporation member, but penalties were used to deter merchants from leaving and causing a crash in Loracus prices. Yet, Vidic was willing to bear significant losses to cancel the contract. Vidic, aren't you in debt because of the Loracus trade? Can you afford the penalties? I've already received some payment for the trades, and I had a personal stock, which someone has agreed to buy. Someone agreed to buy? In these times, when the market was frozen because there were only sellers and no buyers for Loracus? Yes, thanks to them, I've incurred a loss, but I still have enough to recover. May I know who they are? Caitlin felt a sense of foreboding. Mr. Isaac. Caitlin rushed towards Isaac, who was staying at a lodging. Isaac, who was having breakfast, calmly waited for the breathless Caitlin to speak. Ah, Director Caitlin. What's the matter? What is this? Is it acceptable for a Grail Knight to engage in such merchant-like activities in the market? Outside Isaac's lodging, his agent, Jaquette, was buying up Loracus roots in bulk. Jaquette, who had acted as Yukar's errand runner, was nominally permitted to engage in market transactions, thus enabling the purchase. Already, several carts were loaded with Loracus roots in front of the lodging. A merchant? That's a bit harsh. I'm merely helping those in need. Helping, indeed. I've heard that the frenzy for Loracus has cooled down. Nobody wants to buy, but everyone is rushing to sell, leading to an oversupply. Moreover, with spring approaching, there's a mountain of worries about Loracus bulbs that were not planted on time rotting away. Isaac crossed his arms and looked at Caitlin. Blinded by foolish greed, they squandered their fortunes, so they should bear the responsibility. However, if all the merchants go bankrupt, won't it disrupt the region's logistics flow? Especially since the Loracus craze has already damaged it, we should now provide a foundation for recovery. Isaac was currently purchasing Loracus at pre-surge prices, based on Yukar's hidden funds in the sanctuary. It was a terrible loss for the merchants, even considering the money they had made, but it allowed them to lay a foundation for recovery. Those who could not accept the loss and clung to Loracus would end up with nothing as their stock rotted away. Caitlin was at a loss for words because Isaac's reasoning was sound. Actually, it was something she should have done in the first place. If the merchants went bankrupt en masse, the trade network would collapse. If the merchants who distributed goods to various regions disappeared, it would be a long-term loss for the Golden Idol Syndicate. Although the merchants were also swayed by greed, they needed to be given a foundation for recovery. But to buy more Loracus, risking the existing stock in the warehouses to rot, that was also difficult for a merchant to bear. It would mean throwing away the profits made from the Loracus surge. Then, a thought flashed through Caitlin's mind. Why is the Holy Knight buying Loracus? Was it just a simple act of charity? It could be. Isaac's action to aid the merchants at his own expense was commendable. The merchants would surely spread his fame. But was that all? Sir Isaac, surely not. Not what? That you plan to resell it to us? Caitlin asked with a look close to tears. Isaac smiled faintly. Why not? I'm but a poor paladin. What money do I have to carry out such charitable acts? Caitlin felt like she might faint. Although the Golden Idol Guild had a large stock of Loracus, it was nothing compared to the unsold Loracus in the entire market of Seor. And if other guilds began bringing their stock to Isaac in a panic, the amount would be enormous. What if he then sold the Loracus at the prices from the peak of the surge a week ago? Bankruptcy. It wouldn't just mean losing the profits from the Loracus surge. The Seor branch could go bankrupt. No, beyond that, this loss could be a bomb that would shake the entire Golden Idol Guild. Struggling to breathe, Caitlin gripped her chair tightly. Isaac poured her a glass of water. Caitlin drained the glass in one gulp and looked at Isaac pleadingly. Please save us, Paladin. It's a phrase I've been hearing quite often lately. We cannot handle it. Absolutely not. Do you have the confidence to break a contract guaranteed by the Golden Idol, Caitlin? Isaac asked as he wiped his mouth, looking at Caitlin. Caitlin had no such confidence. The Golden Idol Guild was where she had spent her life working hard. To betray it now was unthinkable, and she was sure to be cursed and left destitute. No. Please, I beg you. My thinking is that you shouldn't be begging me, but that there's still something the Golden Idol Syndicate can do. It was only then that Caitlin started to think clearly again. The shock had been too much for her to make a proper judgment, but as Isaac said, there was something they could do. It was just that it, too, would entail a massive loss. She soon held back tears and bowed her head. Understood. Thank you for the advice. Then, the Loracus you've purchased so far. Just so you know, what's on the streets now isn't all of it. Isaac had already rented several warehouses to store Loracus. Caitlin felt like she might faint again, but there was no time to hesitate. She quickly made her way out of the lodging. As soon as Caitlin left, she instructed her secretary. Buy up all the Loracus on the market right now. Immediately. What? Loracus? But, at what price? Caitlin glared at her secretary with a ferocious look and shouted. Make sure it's more expensive than what the Holy Knight is willing to pay. A month later, on the day promised with Isaac, most of the Loracus stock that had been released into the market of Seor was absorbed by the Golden Idol Guild at slightly above the pre-surge cost. The Golden Idol Guild had rented every warehouse in Seor to store the Loracus, which prevented the detonation of a bomb that could have crumbled the guild. Nevertheless, the amount Isaac possessed was still substantial. Therefore, when Isaac visited the Golden Idol Guild branch office, Caitlin had to greet him with a particularly haggard complexion. You've arrived, Sir Isaac. Your face looks quite worn. Caitlin, I haven't laid down to rest in the past 3 days, calculating the losses and figuring out how much we need to cover, borrowing hands from other branches everywhere. She murmured as if pleading. Isaac smiled at Caitlin's state. So, it would be pointless to ask if she was ready. The Golden Idol Guild strictly honors its credit, especially when contracts are signed under the name of the Golden Idol. Although it's unclear how far the mobilization went, at least a few of the top brass would be looking into this matter with interest. When I calculated the amount for the stock you claim to have, based on the Loracus prices from a month ago, it came to approximately this much. Caitlin presented a paper with calculations on it. Tears welled up in her eyes as she looked at the numbers. It was an amount that would flip even the nobility's eyes. It was nearly the annual budget of a large estate. Isaac didn't bother to check if the calculation was correct. In a transaction under the Golden Idol's name, there couldn't be any mistakes. He just knew it was an absurdly large sum, without knowing the exact amount, so he didn't bother to verify it. Then the Golden Idol Guild will pay this amount, and I will deliver all the Loracus stock I have. That will conclude the contract. Yes, good. Yes. With this, the contract is established. Caitlin and Isaac repeated the declaration over the contract. A golden glow enveloped the contract, emitting a presence as if it were watching them. However, the contract wasn't fully concluded yet. The energy of the contract would protect Isaac until he received the money. Shall we go to collect the money? The gold is stored in the vault. We can bring a carriage too, however. Isaac didn't stand up but continued to look at Caitlin. Sir Isaac, with this amount, it would be hard to carry around. Caitlin looked at him as if he made an obvious statement. Indeed, the amount converted into gold coins could crush a person to death. Isaac looked at Caitlin with a sympathetic eye and teased her. Too tired to understand what I'm saying. Excuse me? What? Oh, you don't mean? Caitlin's eyes widened as she looked at Isaac. A vigor that one wouldn't expect from someone who hadn't slept in 3 days returned to her. Isaac, holding the paper Caitlin had given him, said, I will invest this entire amount in the Golden Idol Guild. And in exchange for putting this investment as a deposit, I would like the Golden Idol Guild to assist me in unlimitedly utilizing the Guild's assets in all my future endeavors. By assets, he meant the information networks, transportation means, lodging facilities, etc., that the Golden Idol Guild owned across the continent. Isaac didn't forget to mention one last important thing. As for the interest, we'll negotiate separately.